Chapter 1. Why Wyan? No plop, plop, plop. Droplets of crimson blood fell without end on the cold ceramic tiled floor of the hall. A ghastly silence overtook the night-filled atmosphere. A body, a male corpse, laid on the floor. He was sprawled on the floor, holding his own throat with both hands, and eyes as wide as full moons. The chaotic bloodlines in his eyes were filled with malicious hatred and disbelief, as if unable to accept that he had died like this. The droplets of blood originated from an object with a particularly pure silver sheen. A saber. Holding this saber was a young man. His hair was as black as an unlit night, with a unique pair of contrasting silver eyes that gleamed with an unexpected purity. He was without clothes, holding only a saber, and stood upright while looking at the corpse before him. On his face was a light smile, gentle and pure. A bloody smell flowed into his nostrils, but it couldn't affect him in any manner. In fact, he looked down towards the only other warm body in the room. A young girl who was on her knees, also without clothes, just a few inches away from his body, her mouth wide and dripping with obscene liquid. Her eyes were wide, and in shock, with tears seemingly ready to burst into existence. She obviously couldn't believe the events that had transpired. It was like a nightmare where one could only wish to awake from. Us, Senior B, our brother, you. Her words were filled with disbelief and sadness. Her mental faculties went haywire as her mind could barely make sense of what lay before her. A wave of despair surged into her mind as she recalled early memories and recent events. Their first meeting, on that autumn morning during their sex selections. He was unassuming but contained a unique hidden quality that attracted her. He had relied on himself, progressing through cultivation with a fierce momentum until he captured her heart and mind. It was as if all things were meant to be. When she was in his embrace, she was enlivened and happy. Then, the nightmare began. The tragedy of the cultivation world. A rival sect, stronger than hers, used various reasons to justify war. Without suspense, the sect's resources were taken and her fellow junior and senior brothers and sisters were killed, captured, or escaped for their lives. She and her senior brother Eugene, her love, escaped after the collapse of their sect. He had claimed several enemy lives, escaped the pursuit of many, and survived. Until her eyes traced towards the young man. His black hair was spiky, full, and long. He had glistening silver eyes that beat back the worldly darkness. This young man was a core disciple of the enemy sect, and he had captured her after hunting them down with other members of his sect. With her captured, her fate was no longer in her hands. A tragedy of an enemy, a tragedy of a weakling, and she knew she would suffer the tragedy of being a woman. However, she trusted with all her heart, all her soul, that Eugene would arrive and save her. She believed him. She believed in him, and just like she had thought, her senior brother Eugene had arrived with heroic fanfare and deadly killing intent. Just moments ago, despite her current actions and position, she felt a blossoming strand of warmth and happiness. Then, hell descended with a swipe of a saber. The young man slightly smiled, looking towards her, as if he had not claimed her lover's life. You can continue. His words caused her to shiver as the taste in her mouth she'd forgotten returned. The rancid memories rushed into her mind like a flood. To survive, she had to buy as much time as possible, even doing unsavory things in hopes to buy enough time. Her eyes revealed hatred, dense and uncontrollable. They burned with an ardent killing intent. A will to fight to the death for revenge, for vengeance, for her senior brother, was born. However, when the sheen of the saber met her gaze, her courage deflated like a popped balloon. Reality set in immediately. With her cultivation base, her strength, the most she could do was lunge and be beheaded at this distance. Like a light at the end of the tunnel, her eyes glistened as she looked at the young man's manhood. It was beyond the norm in dimensions, an organ of God-crafted quality and sufficient for any man to be proud of. She knew that her life would come to an end, either in terms of freedom or her actual life, so how could she allow this man to live peacefully? With haste, she intended to use her jaws and rip off the only thing that would ensure the most amount of pain. Sigh. A soft exhale sounded, like a whisper of a death god. The young girl panicked, lunging forward, but a brilliant silver light slid swiftly across her neck. Before she could continue, her head slid off her shoulders and with a heavy thud, landed on the ceramic floor. It rolled slowly due to the momentum and stopped only when the crazed eyes faced the corpse of Eugene. At least in death, you two will be together. A swishing sound echoed as the young man with silver eyes, black hair, and a slim frame waved the saber in his hand about. The loose blood shot away, and left only the silver blade clean. Why, Wyan, are you decent? A soft, melodious voice echoed and entered the hall. A masculine figure appeared, filled to the brim with muscles, a bronze skin, and dressed in scarlet animal fur. The young man named Wyan turned his gaze impatiently towards this voice. Despite the softness and feminine characteristics of his voice, his body was brimming with a unique sense of masculinity. Coldly snorting, it seems your yin echo method has reached a new peak. Wyan waved his right hand, and a scarlet robe appeared from his storage ring. He wasn't quick or slow as he dressed himself up. The set of clothing, including the scarlet robe, originated from his sect and held not only its colors but its insignia. On his back was a black dire wolf of legend atop a mountain, with its claws lunging forth in a frightening pounce. Its eyes were beyond fierce and filled with killing intent. Indeed it has jealous. The masculine-bearing yet feminine-sounding man jeered, a peal of hearty laughter echoing out. Jealous? Why, Wyan laughingly responded, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, as if he recalled something, he looked at the young man whose throat was sliced and held no sign of life. Chuyan, did you need to lure him here? It's not as if he could have killed me. Chuyan frowned. A faint light of disappointment surged in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up with a trace of indifference. I have no idea what you mean. This young man bypassed our defenses using some unique methods and entered your impromptu palace. How was I to know? Only the surge of Kai allowed me to realize my mistake. Those words were said without a hint of truthfulness. His very words and reactions alluded to his involvement, but he obviously didn't care. Why, Wyan didn't even feel the need to look at Chuyan's expression as if it was irrelevant. You'll receive the appropriate reprimand for negligence. Clean this up. After commanding such, he started to walk towards the entrance to which Chuyan entered. Horse, Chuyan said with false respect. The punishment for negligence was just a subtraction of resources, nothing too serious. He wanted to get this over with, so he walked over. As Wyan walked past Chuyan, his eyes turned sharp, flashing a murderously dreadful light. Slink! Chuyan felt an abrupt sense of deadly crisis, not expecting Wyan to make a move at this moment. When he wanted to react, a blade had already entered his temple and pierced into his brain. He had many words, regrets, and memories that flowed through his brain as it was punctured and subsequently destroyed. Unfortunately, they would never see the light of day. As Chuyan's corpse fell, his head in a bloody, unrecognizable mess, Wyan strongly sniffed, gathering a wad of saliva, and coldly spat on his corpse. You ruined my fun, so do you even need to live? Piece of trash. With a carefree gait, Wyan walked outside and met the guards who were stationed outside of his quarters doors. His eyes casually swept these men, remembering their faces. Lieutenant Chuyan died from a sneak attack of an intruder. I killed the intruder as a result. Clean up the mess, I will report it to the sect. The guards were shocked hearing this, their mouth agape. While they did not expect Wyan to die to the intruder, they didn't expect Chuyan to fall to his own scheme. Their hearts grew cold. They felt a shade of calamity loom over. It was in autumn. The tree leaves were transitioning into a beautiful color, flowing about wildly in the wind like dancing fays. Littered about were a tart smell and colors ranging from red, yellow, purple, black, blue, orange, magenta, and brown. Sitting atop a tall, thick tree branch, Wyan looked quietly at the surroundings. A camp was set not too far away from him. This camp held various young, old, and strong men and women. They all adorned purple outfits with a patch on various parts of their clothing depicting a crescent moon. No one in the camp had noticed his arrival or his gaze, as it swept about wildly in thought. The last camp his words were soft and filled with disdain. His sect, the Scarlet Solaris sect, which held the legendary dire wolf as its symbol, had declared war on this violet moon sect. It was without much pretense, and while there were many established reasons for the war, he knew the truth. It was for a woman. A particular yet an extraordinary woman. She was the Violet Moon sect leader's descendant, unsure if she was a sister or niece or granddaughter, but they were related. Born with great natural talent, a countenance reminiscent of a fallen immortal fairy, and a powerful faction, she was beyond blessed. However, in a world of cultivation where the strong take from the weak, beauty and talent of such level was guaranteed to attract envy and lust. Her fate now? He knew for a fact that she had already been captured, given to the young lord of their sect as a present. Her fate was now to be seen as a toy, a prisoner, restricted and used as one pleased. Looking towards the clear skies that held a light blue hue, Wyan shook his head. He lamented with pity in his eyes. She's wasted on that fool. If she was with me. A cold, callous smile couldn't help but tug at his lips. The glint in his eyes was dark, cruel, and lascivious. Licking his lips, he held out his palm. A faint surge of Kai, and a perfect red apple appeared in his hands. Crunch! Taking a harsh bite, he chewed loudly and without care. The people within the camp grew alert. A few guards vigilantly looked in his direction, and their eyes shrunk to their limits. That scarlet garb that haunted their dreams and made them hellish nightmares was glaringly obvious. He smiled, a strand of fruit juice flowing down his lips. Hello, enemy, enemy, enemy. The guard with the quickest of mind shouted at the top of his lungs. He was already running, attempting to take a predetermined escape route. It seemed that his only job was to alert, and the lives of others weren't his responsibility. No wonder he reacted quickly. Smart. Wyan admired the man's actions. Decisiveness in the cultivation world was truly lacking. Kill those who resist. Capture the rest. Unlike the loud exclamations of the guard, Wyan was much more moderate in the volume of his voice. Even his tone contained a hint of casual activity. Swish! Swish, swish, streaks of scarlet shot out from the surroundings and encircled the camp. The members of his sect pounced like ancient dire wolves towards their prey. They wielded sabers and swords, weapons of war and death, and struck out with deadly force. Those who even looked remotely like a threat was slain, their blood staining the autumn leaves endlessly. Wai-Wine's gaze reflected the gushes of blood, horrific screams of agony and pain, and the despair in the air. It looked somewhat beautiful. An abnormality caught his eye. A cubical 5 by 5 meter cage was situated at the far end of the camp. It seemed that the cage was carried by these weak, pathetic cultivators to this location. As a core disciple and commander of this team, he didn't feel the need to pay too close attention to the slaughter. Therefore, he threw the half-eaten apple in his hand aside and leapt forward. His movements were casual as he walked upon the chaotic battlefield of death and agony. His subordinates were skillful, bypassing their leader and hunting down the remnant forces diligently. "Help me!" A young woman, in her early 20s, caught sight of Wai-Wine's casual stride and knew her only chance was here. Without hesitation, she didn't run away, knowing her legs and cultivation would not get her far. Instead, she hoped to seek a way of survival. She lunged to Wai-Wine's feet, halting his steps. Before the girl could say another sentence, several trained blades had already attempted to pierce through her body with dense killing intent. She squealed. Frowning, Wai-Wine waved his hand at the last second. Truly, as the furthest blade was already piercing the girl's backside by a millimeter. The wielder of this blade was a woman as well. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. The others stopped as well. They looked to Wai-Wine's tall figure, handsome visage, and powerful aura. Wai-Wine looked at this young woman and smiled at her. He squatted down. Bringing forth his right hand, he turned his palm upside down, and a ripe red apple appeared in his palm. "Hungry?" he asked. Startled, the young woman's mind lapsed briefly before a sudden scream, and its abrupt ending snapped her back to reality. A head of a middle-aged man rolled just a few feet from her, prompting her gaze to shift. Her heart constricted as if a ruthless viper had seized it. Was that going to be her fate? She was unwilling. Decisively, she nodded towards Wai-Wine, despair and hope in her eyes stronger than ever before. She reached out and grabbed the apple, grasped her hope. Only after receiving it did she take a bite. "Amen. Keep her alive," Wai-Wine ordered. The others nodded. The cold, indifferent woman struck the back of the young woman's head before she could thank the heavens for her survival, and rendered her unconscious. With a heft, she carried the young woman by the shoulder and left. The others gave a small bow and started capturing or killing the others. Wai-Wine ignored it all, continuing his walk towards the cubicle cage. The cage was rusted with a single sliding entrance and a window the size of a baseball. It was this window that provided the small amount of sunlight and oxygen. He touched the cage, feeling its coldness on his fingers. He was startled. Frost steel? Wai-Wine knew that frost steel was a very particular and tortuous piece of material. Regardless of whether it was summer or autumn, frost steel remained at a constant low temperature. Even if you threw it into a normal fire, it would remain the same. Only by using a fire, several times stronger than the melting point of normal steel, could one even think of forging something from it. He frowned. It must be an icy hell within a cage made of it. However, his curiosity was abounding. What could a group of stragglers running and hiding for their lives need a cage like this for, and what was inside? Without pause, he gripped the handle of the cage and slid open the entrance. A darkness seemed to linger in the icy cage. As he breathed, a frosty white air emerged. Cold, commenting, he waved his hand and a silver saber emerged in his hand. Walking inside, he looked around with curiosity. This cage was small, barely capable of fitting him, but it felt oddly spacious. "Ah!" A piercing scream shocked him, his body turning around as his blade hit out. However, his blade sliced through nothing but cold air and scraped nothing but frost steel. Before he could react, he felt a presence behind him. A piercing pain emerged from his neck, and his eyes widened. With a roar, a burst of Kai flowed from his Kai bodily points and exploded from his body. A black shadow smashed heavily into the cage. A sickening crushing of bones sound echoed, but no cry of agony. A searing feeling emerged at his neck as he winced slightly. It only served to give birth to violent urges. Holding his neck, Wai-Wine turned and pointed his saber. A rage flowed endlessly through his eyes, and killing intent surged. However, what was left was maniacal laughter. Getting a good look at the figure, Wai-Wine realized it was a male. It was a young man, not much older than him, in his early 20s. However, his body was malnourished and scrawny to the limits. His dark eyes were sunken and his silver hair was long, unkempt, and dirty. He wore no clothes, taking the cold temperature of the frost steel with only his fleshy body. His coarse skin looked shriveled and frostbitten. Wai-Wine could tell that this young man was tortured as well. Marks, cuts, and bruises left like a series of roads on his flesh. The laughter broke Wai-Wine out of his murderous rage, and curiosity abounded instead. Pressing heavily on the wound at his neck, his eyes narrowed. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Why are you here?" A rough, gruffly voice filled with endless insanity asked in response. It sounded crazy. Why kicked out. His legs were like the wind as it whipped at the head of the young man. A sickening sound of flesh and bone meeting force resounded. The head of the young man violently recoiled and smashed heavily on the cage frost steel constructed walls. Bang! Why are you here? Why asked again. The young man, rattled and barely conscious, couldn't even respond. Bang! Why kicked again. Why are you here? This time, after the young man regained his balance, and the blood flowed heavily from his skull with a noticeable indent within it, he looked at Why with clear, sane eyes. It was the eyes of a scholar who traveled 1,000 miles and read countless books. Oh, his interest was piqued. Did this fellow regain some sense with that blow? Are you good, or are you evil? The young man spoke. His voice was soft yet powerful. It was completely different from before. Why frowned but replied without hesitation. Good, or evil? Are you a child? Such a nonsensical question belonged to those philosophical scholars and children's stories. It had no place in the cultivation world. He was about to kick out once more in hopes another blow would help, but the young man smiled and nodded randomly, prompting him to halt. Good, evil, moral, immoral. In our world, the good gain karmic luck. In our world, the evil gain infernal sin. The moral is just. The immoral are condemned. This world is one where the strong preys on the weak are evil and immoral, the strong are good and moral. In my life I have done no wrong, yet I was deemed wrong. In my life was I good or evil? A deep unwillingness surged from his words. Why shook his head. This prisoner had clearly lost his mind, so why did he need to stay alive? With his saber, he pointed it towards the young man. He felt merciful today, so he decided to make it only slightly painful. No, the young man shouted fiercely. I was simply weak. That is the greatest source of sin, but also the greatest source of luck. Why ignored him, jabbing his saber into the emaciated shoulder of the young man. A bloody mist and crimson liquid exploded, but the young man didn't react or scream in pain. His eyes were clear and strong, and his expression stable. Be reborn in sin, steal karmic luck. I will be karmic cause, you will be karmic effect, the young man strongly claimed. What greeted him was a stab into his abdomen that pierced out of his back. Why had fiercely penetrated the man with his saber. Nonsense, Why coldly spat. If you want to be reborn, I'll send you off to reincarnate a little sooner. Say hello to old lady Mengpo for me. He removed his blade and placed it on the young man's neck, his eyes indifferent to the man's insanity. I have seen my sin. I have seen my karma. You be reborn. A bloody line appeared at his throat to seal his voice. A soft thud occurred as the young man's head smashed into the floor of the cage. Useless, Why coldly spat in disdain. With that, he walked out and was greeted by the blazing sun of autumn. His eyes squinted. He held his neck as a trickle of blood seeped through his fingers. He watched the slaughter before him unfold. He knew the situation was reaching its climax, and felt oddly relieved. For some reason, he felt abnormally tired and wanted to return to the sect in haste. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and exhaled. A faint crimson light, brighter than blood, flickered briefly from his neck wound. Chapter 2. Scarlet Solaris Sect. In the cultivation world, there was a country, and in this country, there was a mountain that radiated a faint scarlet glow. This glow emanated a profound aura that caused all mortals who dared to glance to suffer the palpitation of the heart. In the mornings it stood tall and wide, capable of touching the clouds and covering the sun. At night, it was like a scarlet sun giving direction and meaning to the life of its inhabitants. This mountain was the headquarters of the illustrious Scarlet Solaris Sect. Around its bends and etched into its body were various buildings, giving a sight similar to a long, winding city. One could notice defining lines indicating levels of sorts, and the higher one went, the greater the scarlet glow. At times, birds of legend could be seen soaring about. These were white cranes that stood at several tens of meters in size. On these cranes were people who radiated grand auras going to and fro various areas. On a particular bird, a young man approached the mountain. He was young, handsome beyond description with silver eyes, jet black hair, and scarlet robes. His physique wasn't particularly large, but one could see ample definition of muscle. He stood calmly on the crane as the wind battered his figure. Next to him was a young woman. She clutched at the feathers of the crane, attempting to not fall to her death due to a slight mistake. Her knuckles were white and her face was pale in fright. The inhabitants of the mountain caught sight of the young man, their eyes swirling with thoughts. Senior brother Why? He's returned? An honorary disciple exclaimed. He was middle-aged, likely having been a part of the sect for a long time, yet was incapable of promoting. Why? Who's that? A younger, naive-looking young boy asked with curiosity. They were working together, tending the herb farm with dozens of other nearby disciples. Haha, you don't know? Well, let me tell you. The middle-aged man took up a teacher-like expression with a hint of pride and smugness, as if bringing enlightening to the ignorant brought him immense pleasure. You haven't been here long, so you don't know. Senior Brother Wine is one of the 9 core disciples of our sect. His cultivation is said to have exceeded the 3rd stage of Kai condensation, elemental birth, and has given form to Kai. His excitement was intoxicating as he spoke. The surrounding disciples who were eavesdropping turned towards the middle-aged man and paid rapt attention. Really? The young man gasped in wonder, his eyes brilliantly bright. Even if Wine wasn't important, the fact that he was capable of ascending to the 3rd stage of Kai condensation made him an incredible figure worthy of admiration. Haha! Damn right. Not only that, he's just like you and me. He came from a small clan, broke free from his limitations, and rose from an honorary disciple to a core disciple step by step. His words were laced with pride. From his eyes, it was as if he lived vicariously through Wine. It wasn't just him. The other disciples who had lived in the sect for long had eyes filled with pride and excitement. They wished to jump through the dragon's gate like Wine and become prestigious and extraordinary. Didn't you say cultivation without resources was impossible? How did he become a core disciple, as an honorary disciple where we receive none? The young man's mind gave birth to curious questions. In the sect, rank was divided into 4 disciples: honorary, outer, inner, and core. Climbing up the ranks was rumored to be as difficult as ascending the 9 heavens. A middle-aged woman, who wore common cloth indicating her status as a married woman, interjected, "Cultivation without resources isn't impossible, just incredibly difficult." In the cultivation world, everyone had a chance to enter the road of cultivation. The world provides the most abundant resource, the essence of heaven and earth, and allows such. However, unless one entered Kai condensation, it was impossible to be considered a true cultivator. The middle-aged man glanced at the woman and snorted, "Cultivation without resources is impossible, and the essence of heaven and earth is a resource." It was clear he had a feud with this woman, as he directly contradicted and corrected her. The middle-aged married woman pursed her lips and kept silent, obviously unwilling to get into an argument. If you cultivate with just that, entering the Kai condensation isn't impossible, but what it can provide is limited the further you go. The world of cultivation starts with a singular realm in 3 phases. The realm of foundation establishment, divided into the 3 phases of physique tempering, meridian awakening, and danshan establishment. Only then can one enter the Kai condensation realm, gathering external forces with internal power and generating metaphysical energy called Kai. One day, I will do the same. The middle-aged man's excitement reached a peak as, near the end, his voice went up several octaves. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes. Even establishing a foundation is too difficult, and sometimes a century isn't enough to establish one's danshan. Don't let this old fool trick you. Cultivation is anything but easy, and he hasn't even finished physique tempering in 3 decades. Oh, the young man was shocked both internally and externally. Despite being a part of a sect for so many years, he hadn't even broken free of the first phase of cultivation. Recalling the earlier conversations he had with this man, his expression darkened. He had clearly realized he was lied to about various things. The middle-aged man flourished his sleeves in annoyance. Noticing that they went off topic, the crowd started to get further information on cultivation and Wine, but besides some basic rumors and gossip about his earlier years, not much came from it. It wasn't long before they all went away to perform their respective duties. Thud. The crane landed in a courtyard. Its body was light, so it hadn't made much of a commotion, but the young woman jumped off in fright. It was a blessing to touch the ground again. She even had the urge to kiss the ground in thanks. Wine dismounted from the crane, landing softly unlike the woman. This place had a relatively denser level of essence of heaven and earth than other areas within the sect. It was more suitable for cultivation. It was a benefit of core disciples. The Scarlet Solaris sect was worthy of its name. It even contained Scarlet Kai, birthed from the Scarlet Spirit vine that ran through the mountain. This Kai defined the Scarlet Solaris sect, and was used in many of its cultivation methods to bolster one's cultivated Kai. The soft pattering of footsteps sounded out from the distance. A set of labored breathing was heard as a middle-aged man with a goatee was revealed. He was chubby in physique with bronze skin and looked a little slovenly. He smelled of sex, and the belt of his robes wasn't fastened properly. It was obviously done in a rushed manner. Wine didn't mind. Master, you're back," the middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. His name was Du Ling. He was Wine's butler, someone who he had known before becoming a disciple of the sect. "Oh, you've established your danshan," Wine mildly noted. The aura of Du Ling was no longer just a strong physical presence, but a trace of the essence of heaven and earth lingered inside his body. This indicated that he had established his Kai center. If he had reached the meridian awakening phase only, the essence of heaven and earth wouldn't linger, but flow naturally inside to outside his body in a complete cycle. Du Ling was briefly taken aback before nodding his head like a pecking chicken. Yes. It was thanks to Master's support." Wine slightly nodded. He looked towards the young woman. This woman he had spared was originally a part of the Violet Moon sect. Her name was Lai Yin. She belonged to some unassuming clan a ways away, and was just an outer disciple of the sect. Her cultivation was nearly similar to Du Ling, who was Danshan establishment phase of the Foundation establishment realm. In that realm, the essence of heaven and earth would strengthen the body and give one inhuman levels of strength. She, while in the Foundation establishment realm, was only at the Meridian awakening phase. Find her a room. Give her a suitable job in the meantime, he ordered. Du Ling nodded quickly and walked towards Lai Yin with a gentle, yet somehow dirty smile. Lai Yin was in a daze. The courtyard's atmosphere had given her a huge shock. She had been in the Violet Moon sect since she was 8, and had never been in any place remotely as comfortable as this one. The dense essence of heaven and earth made her pores celebrate. Wai Yin didn't linger. He left the courtyard and arrived at the entrance of his personal abode. The sound of hushed talks drew his attention. 2 women were around the corner speaking of various things. He frowned. They were Du Ling's women and honorary disciples of the sect. Clutching at his neck wound, he winced slightly and entered, decidedly ignoring the 2 women. As he arrived, he was met with a well-maintained, nearly too clean, room with a single bed, and a table with a lone chair. Despite its size being several times greater than any room in the building, his room highlighted his liking towards minimalist design. The only 2 features that stood out were the orderly bookshelves filled with books and scrolls, and a pill cauldron. The cauldron was verdant green, small in size, and emanated a faint medicinal fragrance. Its state was indicative that it had been often used and treasured. He laid down on the bed as he felt exhausted in mind and body. Since his meeting with that young man with silver hair and black eyes, his body felt like Atlas, being constantly weighed down upon. At first, he thought infection or poison from the bite. However, there was no indication of either, and the wound was healing nicely. In fact, the wound was already faint and healed for the most part. Having just led a successful mission to eradicate the remnants of the Violet Moon sect, it was understandable that he was exhausted. Holding his palm out in front of his face, he couldn't help but sigh. That one who snuck in an attempt to kill me was in the 3rd stage of K condensation, the elemental birth. If it wasn't for my recent ascension into the 4th stage, I would have likely fallen to Chuyan's schemes. As he recalled the woman he briefly fancied, and later killed, including her relentless lover, he clenched his palm into a fist. The Scarlet Solaris sect was one of the 5 great sects of Wu country, alongside the Aqua Echo sect, Earthly Titan sect, Sky Sword sect, and Jade Lotus sect. They held enormous power and strength in the Wu country, enough to summon the wind and rain. Even the royal family would have to give each sect the appropriate amount of face. The strife between sects was already complicated and filled with all sorts of schemes, but inside was worse. Chuyan was just a pawn in a bigger scheme. Yin's status and background drew many envious and discontented eyes towards him, while others believed he carried a cultivation secret. There were just too many who wished him dead or worse. I was given that mission because of Julang. I'll have to deal with her sooner or later. As he recalled a beauty so great that nations would war at a single word of hers, his eyes flashed with dense, malicious killing intent. As his mind wandered and forgot the passage of time, a soft knock resounded from outside. "Master, it's Du Ling. I received a letter of invitation for you." Yin took a deep breath. He had just returned to the sect, and was given a letter of invitation. It wasn't much of a surprise as to who it originated from. He lifted his tired body up and reached the door. When he touched the door, his eyes flashed. Immediately, he retreated fiercely backwards. A piercing sword penetrated the door and stabbed towards him. The resulting impact caused the wooden door to explosively shatter into fragments. Before he could get a good sense of his attacker, a shadow appeared behind him like the looming dread of death. He didn't bother turning around or pressing forward. He formed a hand seal and pressed toward the ground. Elemental wind art, wind wall. An explosive boom echoed as chaotic wind flow was born that shrouded his body protectively. The shadow held a sharp weapon of sorts, obviously capable of immense cutting power, as it attempted to slice through the chaotic wind flow, but shockingly found that it couldn't. With its trajectory disrupted, Yin mobilized his cultivation base further. He formed a double-handed seal, and his right leg stepped forward as he breathed towards his initial attacker. Elemental fire art, serpent's breath. A roaring tongue of flame large enough to engulf a human body was expelled directly from his mouth. The form of a serpent could vaguely be seen as rushing heat enshrouded the room. A surprised exclamation echoed as his initial attacker retreated with haste. His eyes flashed a scarlet light of death as he fiercely pursued. Only after breaking through his own fire art safely did he see the appearance of his attacker. A woman, petite and firm, dressed in black. Du Ling's women? His mind quickly concluded. A chill suffused from his eyes. Both of his attackers were at the 2nd stage of K condensation, external flow, and were practiced in stealth methods and the art of assassination. If his Kai had yet to give birth to the elements and taken form, he would have suffered severe injuries or even death from those collaborated strikes. The elemental birth phase of Kai condensation allowed one's Kai to give birth to the 4 natural elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. However, this was in a formless state and uncontrolled. Outside of raw creation, not much else could be done. Unless one wants to throw random tongues of flames, spurt water at someone, or send out a gust of random wind, it was essentially useless in combat. The most crucial aspect was strengthening one's Kai and body using the 4 elements, allowing it to be more fluid, tougher, resilient to temperature, and easier to control. However, the 4th stage of Kai condensation, yin form, enabled one to harness innate yin energies to give shape to metaphysical Kai. With that, a wall of wind could be formed, a serpent of fire, and bodies of water. It was a qualitative increase in cultivation that allowed one to be nearly invincible to all those below it. His enemy hadn't expected his cultivation to increase to that realm, which was notorious for being insidiously difficult for men who possessed little natural yin energies to reach and possess such prowess to boot. This was clear by that exclamation of surprise from a trained assassin. He wouldn't let up, however. He flicked his palm, and a silver saber appeared. A gleam of silver Kai, sharp and deadly, formed at its tip. He roared, brandishing it in an attack. A ray of sharp, silver Kai expelled from the blade and violently met the shadow. Metal Kai? A voice sounded from behind him in shock. It was understandable, as metal Kai was outside the 4 natural Kai elements, and giving birth to it was exceptionally difficult. Thud! A body, now a corpse, fell heavily on the ground. A spray of crimson blood was left on the nearby wall. A glaring evidence of death. The shadow behind took notice of her partner's death and retreated decisively. Without hesitation, she jumped out of the nearby window, causing shattering sounds to resound. "Since you've come, stay," Wai coldly spat, before urging his Kai within his body. He kicked off explosively as he turned around and sped forward like a bullet. It wasn't long before a brief clash of metal on metal, blade on blade, sounded, and then resounding silence. A moment later, Wai carried a segregated head and headless body through the shattered window. It was of a delicate and beautiful woman with a sliced mask. Her eyes were without focus and direction, even cross-eyed if one looked closely. Her death was sudden and filled with resentment. "I'm so tired," Wai softly muttered as he looked at the shattered cauldron. He dropped the head and body on the ground and took out a transmission crystal. He sent a message to Du Lang. Before long, a chubby man walked through with a shocked and fearful expression. It was obvious that he had heard the commotion, but stayed away for his own safety. If his master couldn't handle it, he would only get in the way. "Clean this mess up. I'm going to take a bath." Ordering such, he left. Du Lang shivered slightly when he realized the scorch marks, destroyed objects, and corpses. The 2 bodies were those he was familiar with, and had even accompanied him through many late nights. An expression of guilt and apology surfaced on his face as he realized he was an unwitting accomplice to an assassination attempt. He wanted to curse himself endlessly. Instead, he focused his energy elsewhere, growing calm as a result. Without further hesitation, he started to diligently clean. Chapter 3, Du Ling. Wai sat at a table with brewed tea. It was a picture of peace. The deaths of the 2 assassins were reported to the sect. However, even after several days, only a perfunctory investigation was held. Of course, nothing came about it. They were deemed to have acted on their own reconnaissance, and had no ties with any figure in the sect. Wai didn't waste his time or breath on pleading for a further investigation. He knew who was behind the assassination attempt and why. It was this very person that could sway and influence an investigation by the sect into a murder attempt of a core disciple, something that should have caused cataclysmic waves. After all, if a core disciple was attacked in the sect, who would feel safe? This had to be handled, and normally, people would have been blamed and publicly executed with the utmost swiftness. Yet, it was swept under the rug, and he received a bit of contribution points from the sect as a reward. A reward for surviving. This was a clear sign of mocking and abuse of influence and power. Someone wanted him to know that even his death was acceptable by the sect, that he was unimportant and worthless. In the end, he didn't pursue it. Even Du Ling's carelessness didn't bother him. Thinking of Du Ling, he recalled a vivid memory. 10 years, 3 months ago, the Wai clan's Red Dove City in the Zhan Prefecture. A bustling crowd had gathered in the city's central square as a platform stood at its center. A guillotine was erected high and above, nearly 30 meters tall. On the stalk, fresh blood lingered, and a ghastly aura chilled the air. The crowd seemed impassioned by events as idle discussions took place. There were all kinds of people ranging from elders to children who had come to watch the public execution of criminals and other unsavory individuals condemned by the city authority, the Wai clan. "Did you hear? The Buckleyan gang has been found," an excited young observer said. "The Buckleyan gang? Is that why we're all here?" An inquisitive young maiden asked. The young observer, male, eyes lit up as he obtained the attention of the young maiden and laughed. "Yeah, those guys were finally hunted down by the Wai clan. Haha, I bet they regret their actions now. If it's true, they deserve what they get." A random disgruntled elderly man interjected. The conversations grew wildly from speculation, to gossip, to factual belief. As the crowd grew with anticipation, a group of people, with shackles tied to their ankles, were dragged here by a lone man. This man wore heavy armor and a black demon mask. He was the executioner. When this group of people arrived, the world went silent as all eyes turned towards them. There was the occasional hushed whisper, but mostly the shaking of the chains and shackles resounded amidst the quiet. "It seems it's true, the Buckleyan gang has been captured," the elderly old man whispered quietly. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he looked towards the condemned men and women. Many of those captured were famous individuals who were known by many as being a part of or affiliated with the gang. To think a lofty K-condensation cultivator was captured. "Look, it's their leader, 2C. One of the crowd pointed towards a man ahead of the prisoners. His body was muscular and tall, leaving a distinctive impression of immense power in the minds of others. However, that impression was weakened heavily as his hands were stitched together by barbed wire, and his bare feet were covered in dry blood. Even his flesh seemed mangled in certain areas. What was once a Kai condensation expert, an individual who formed their heart of Kai, used their mind, matter, essence, and spirit to condense metaphysical Kai and become an expert who could lord over tens of thousands, now cut a sorry figure, where even the local beggars felt pity. 2C's eyes were dim and lifeless. The aura of dejected spirit and acceptance of fate lingered that could make children cry in sadness. As he trudged his body beneath the gazes of the crowd, his head hung low. In the crowd, a young boy who was but 14 was watching. His silver eyes, black hair, handsome appearance, and slim physique was hidden behind a conical hat and black robe. Wai watched the proceedings silently. His eyes were lively and aspiring. To think Big Brother did it. He smiled cheerfully at the accomplishment of his family. The execution of criminals was a regular pastime in Red Dove City, as the Y clan acted with an iron fist. They held no quarter for anyone who went against them, and they held the power to back it up. The strongest member of the clan, one of their patriarchs, was a member of the Saber Wolf sect, a subordinate to the Scarlet Solaris sect, and a cultivator at the third stage of Kai condensation, the elemental birth phase. A gust of wind could become a typhoon. A wisp of fire could whip up into becoming a maelstrom of flames. While it didn't hold a permanence of creation, where the things created could last until destroyed or interact deeply and naturally with other elements, it promoted the interaction and growth of Kai in relation to similar origins. Experts at this level could dominate vast stretches of land, such as an entire city, and govern its immediate surroundings in the cultivation world. As Wai watched in excitement, a shouting and active noise echoed in the originally silent atmosphere of gloom and death. "I'm innocent! I'm innocent!" A skinny, nearly unhealthy, underweight man cried as he was brought along with the others from the gang. He repeated those words and cried, sobbing without end as snot gathered in his nose. "I did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong." He cried more. The crowd and prisoners turned a deaf ear to his pleas. In fact, they wanted him to cry and beg some more, enjoying the disgusting display of criminals who acted without restriction and now getting their comeuppance. To them, those normal citizens who were plagued by the gang for years, all members and those affiliated deserved death. The leader and the rest were brought near the stage, where the executioner and 2 other men arrived next to 2C. They unshackled him and brought him on stage. There was no fighting spirit left in his body as he was calmly placed on the stock. The executioner with a rough, powerful voice asked, "Do you have any last words?" 2C's eyes were still dim, but he lifted up his head to see the crowd smiling and filled with anticipation at his death. He lowered his head and said, "I should have killed you all." "What?" a member of the crowd shouted violently. "How arrogant! Kill this idiot and be done with his kind. I feel stupid and dirty just by looking at him," another added in rage. The crowd loosened insult after insult. Wai looked about and couldn't help but think how those in safety, and who felt a little superior to others based on circumstances, truly were brave. If 2C had his cultivation base and freedom, the women would stay silent and serve him, while the men would lower their pride and be slaves to his every word. After all, he could decide their life and death easily. Now that he was weak and facing death, they lashed ruthlessly at him without any regard. So be it, the executioner didn't hesitate. After they gave his name, listed his crimes, and declared his sentence of guilt and death, a lever was pulled and the angled blade fell like a blade from hell. Thud. 2C's head fell. A lofty expert was executed just like that. Woo! There was a resounding cheer as even children and the elderly grew excited seeing a monster, a mass murderer and rapist, killed with a single stroke. It liberated their souls and deepened their trust in their government's power. This was why public executions were held, to allow the people to regain the faith in the government and instill fear in criminals. Wai smiled. He watched with pride as his big brother had performed the capturing. To him, he believed his brother was powerful and could take on any obstacle. It wasn't long before heads rolled at an even pace as the members of the gang were executed in a consistent fashion. Their deaths elicited relief and excitement from the crowd, as their last words were either silence or curses. This allowed the crowd to insult them heavily. Then, a man was placed on the stock. This man had dried tears, fierce exhaustion, and impossible levels of fear in his eyes. As he looked at the hyped crowd chanting for his death, his heart grew cold, and his mind flashed with memories. He had entered the Buckleyan gang just a month ago, lured there by a woman. He had been a slave, a servant for the stronger members, until he used his wit and words to get freedom and become a part of the gang. He was planning on running away when the time was right, but before he could even do so, the very next day, the gang was attacked by powerful experts who seized them all. Unlike the prisoners who wore shackles, he was just given his freedom a day before and branded with the gang's insignia. Because of that, the attackers had taken him to be a member, and when he tried to explain his circumstances, no one listened. In fact, the other gang members straight lied. If they were going to die, they may as well take him too. No. Do you have any last words? Those words were like the reaper's scythe at his neck. It caused icy, cold shivers to run down his spine and for his pants to grow wet from urine. He was afraid. He wanted to say what he had already said before and pray for someone to listen to him. Maybe, just maybe, they'd believe him. However, a sudden thought emerged in his mind, and he spoke words that he never thought he would say at a moment like this. I'm hungry. The expected insults were stifled by the irregularity. The man said he was hungry, throwing everyone off. In a moment where your life was about to end, you say something so unimportant. However, while they were silent, a young man in the crowd couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha! You're hungry? Ha ha ha! He clutched at his sides, and he couldn't cease his laughter. It was infectious, as a few others also awkwardly laughed. Before long, the entire crowd was laughing at the situation. Hungry? Have fun eating dirt in hell. Did he really just say that? Well, he's about to get a blade full of metal, so at least he'll be full. Ha ha! No. Perhaps, ha ha, that won't fill him up, so he'll regrow ahead to get a second helping. Ha ha! The crowd railed into him. His last words were indeed strange and hilarious. So be it, the executioner nodded, and was about to pull the lever, ending the skinny man's life. However, wait. A black figure soared through the skies and landed, a conical hat preventing his identity from being seen. The guards took arms, intending to fight if need be. The people in the crowd were shocked. Ha ha! You're pretty funny, and unlike any criminal I know. Wine ignored their aggressive stances and went to the skinny man with a smile. Thanks, the skinny man awkwardly said. Wine flashed his badge towards the executioner, which stated his identity before ignoring the surroundings. The executioner grew shocked as he immediately gave a halting order, shocking the crowd. Wine waved his hand and a ripe, red apple appeared in his hand. You hungry? He pushed it to the skinny man's face. Unsure of the situation, the skinny man just nodded. Good. What's your name? Duling, the skinny man replied. Then, Duling, let's get you something else to eat. A knock on the door awoke Wine from his daydream. He waved towards the door, as it was opened by a gust of wind. A chubby man with a goatee walked in. For a moment, Wine felt like a skinny man with dried tears and urine-drenched pants was before him. That image superimposed on the current chubby, well-dressed man before him. Master, the sex outer disciple competition will start in an hour, Duling said solemnly. Wine smiled. You hungry? Duling received an immense shock, his heart trembling fiercely with all sorts of emotions. He nodded almost instinctively. Let's eat then before we go. Saying such, he rose and left. Duling followed with unshed tears in his eyes. As he looked at the back figure of this young man, his heart felt warm and conflicted. He swore softly in his heart that he'll be more careful in the future. He had to be. Chapter 4. Competition. The Scarlet Solaris sect held disciple competitions to decide the distribution of resources in the sect. It was divided into outer, inner, and core competitions. However, unlike the outer and inner competitions, who had tens of thousands of members, the core disciples only had 9 in their ranks. It was also an opportunity to be promoted to the next class of disciples or obtain rewards. For example, the top 10 outer disciples were promoted to the inner rank, the top 3 inner disciples were given a chance to be promoted to core rank, and the top core disciple had a chance to enter the Mystic Scarlet Pond for 7 days. The Mystic Scarlet Pond was an area of accumulated scarlet chi, which was birthed by the lands and could be used to temper one's innate, natural energies such as yin, yang, and the natural elements. It could also help one transform their heart of chi into a heart of scarlet chi and advanced material chi form. The faint scarlet chi of the mountain had less than 1,000th of an effectiveness than the pond. Therefore, a single day of cultivation within was the near equivalent of 3 years. It was extraordinary and drew the fierce competition of the sect. Wine had participated in the outer and inner competitions, reaching 3rd place and 2nd respectively. This was why he was capable of claiming his current status as a core disciple. However, the inner competition not only required him to reach the top, but defeat a pre-existing core disciple, taking his place. Therefore, Wai had to be wary of the competition of both inner and core, as a top ranker could ruthlessly snatch away his status and position. If he was injured by that assassination attempt, he was certain that his spot would have been taken along with the natural protections that it granted. If someone wished to deal with him at that point, they could do so in a more direct manner if he was an inner disciple. Swoosh! Wai stood atop his crane as it soared through the skies. The surroundings were filled with people on eagle-like birds, indicating their status as inner disciples. Some of these birds had multiple people riding them leisurely. However, a faint pressure could be felt from the atmosphere. This was the time that the allocation of power shifted. Amongst the core disciples, each had factions of inner disciples and outer disciples. Much like the core disciples, inner disciples had a limited amount of spots. If a core disciple could take the majority of the inner disciples' slots, their faction's strength would be number one and the benefits would be endless. Fortunately, as each core disciple had their own faction, him included, the distribution of power wasn't monopolized. In fact, even him, the newest disciple, had about 7% of the inner disciples in his faction. He also had many promising outer disciples. Cultivation was profoundly difficult. In fact, it was so difficult that many people never break free from foundation establishment realm, or even its first phase physique tempering. It was so difficult that it was heart-crushing. The amount of resources needed was beyond the level of many disciples' individual capabilities. To solve and alleviate this issue, the core disciples used a group mechanism to earn resources and promote growth. Wai looked at the inner disciples approaching the stadium. His eyes flashed as his spiritual sense analyzed the standard of cultivation. Lai Yin, the woman from the Violet Moon sect, was at the Meridian Awakening, yet Lai Yin had been merely an outer disciple of her sect. To become an inner disciple in the Scarlet Solaris sect, one of the 9 great sects, the minimum requirement was to reach Danshan establishment, and reaching the Kai condensation realm was nearly a guarantee to become one. However, to condense one's heart of Kai by merging the mind, spirit matter, and essence was exceptionally difficult. Therefore, about 80% of inner disciples were at the foundation establishment realm, Danshan establishment phase. Even with the resources from the sect and time, it only goes to show the struggles one must suffer. If one wanted to reach the top 3 in the inner disciple competition, reaching the second stage of Kai condensation, external flow, was the only way. Wai placed second in the inner competition only because of that. The Kai condensation was divided into 9 stages and demonstrated their difference by 9 phases of Kai. The first phase of Kai was Kai creation phase, where mind, spirit, matter, and essence were merged to create metaphysical Kai in a heart of Kai. Those at the Danshan establishment had inhuman levels of strength, but those at the Kai creation phase were monsters. They could rip apart boulders of stone with their bare hands, fight full-grown bears and crush their bodies with a single blow. It was terrifying. The second stage of Kai condensation was the external flow phase. By strengthening and condensing one's Kai to its fully developed form, it can flow outside the body in a very elementary way, such as a shockwave or pulsing wave. This simultaneously gave birth to a unique sensory perception called spiritual sense, the 6th sense of a cultivator. Each stage advancement and each phase's form brought about tremendous benefits to one's physical body and senses, including spiritual sense. Wai had met a fortuitous encounter while hunting the Violet Moon sect's remnants, obtaining a steel essence source. It was a liquid that had formed from elemental essence, primarily metal, and matured over 1,000 years. It was a lucky chance that very few could ever hope for. Using it, he strengthened his Kai and gave birth to the elements earth, fire, wind, and water, and condensed metal Kai as a bonus. Therefore, his Kai and physical body held a higher toughness, resilience to temperature, was easier to control, and was more fluid in its activity. With metal Kai included, he contained an enhanced durability and sharpness. The second lucky chance was finding a woman from the Violet Moon sect who contained an undiscovered 3-point yin body. After using her as a sexual cauldron and gaining her primal yin via dual cultivation, he quickly ascended to the yin form phase, the 4th stage of Kai condensation. It was thanks to that he was capable of overcoming the schemes aimed at his life. With his current cultivation, he was already stronger than all the core disciples. Not only did he condense metal Kai, but also could give form to his Kai. Only when one reaches this cultivation level does the option to use the full potential of Kai arts and spiritual spells become unlocked. It was those Kai arts that enabled him to easily kill 2 assassins skilled in stealth and escape quickly, and with relative ease. Now, with this competition, he was bound to take the spotlight. As his spiritual sense swept forth, his silver eyes shined as it was bolstered by a spiritual spell, Iron Core Eyes. It allowed one's spiritual sense to pierce deeper and gather more information, including defending against spiritual spells. He had accumulated a lot of arts and spells before departing for his mission as a precautionary mechanism, which was far more beneficial than he'd originally thought. It was because of his preparations that he could use these arts and spells now. Otherwise, while his cultivation base may have been high, it would be like wielding a claymore without the appropriate skill. Luckily, the sect did not regulate K arts and spiritual spells for core disciples. Therefore, he was capable of claiming any and all that weren't restricted to the upper echelon members. The standard of cultivation has dropped. YY frowned as he noticed that a few inner disciples had just broken through to the Danshan establishment phase. It indicated that their ascension was due to the weaker standard of cultivation bases overall. Did something happen while I was away? He mused in his thoughts as he recalled matters Du Ling had informed him of. Nothing in particular stated why the standard had dropped. In fact, it should have increased due to the Violet Moon sect's destruction. The resources of the sect and combat should have shaved the weaklings and promoted the strong. And yet, Lord Wyan. A cold, feminine voice sounded from a distance. It broke Wyan out of his thoughts, and he turned to look. This was the cold, indifferent woman from the last battlefield. He had ordered her to take care of Lai Yin earlier. She was also an outer disciple who was a member of his faction. Her name was Su Mei. She was on an eagle-like bird, being carried along with 4 other outer disciples with an inner disciple at the lead. Wyan recognized all of them as subordinates of his. He swiftly analyzed their cultivation bases and was pleasantly surprised. Su Mei had condensed her Kai, reaching the first stage of Kai condensation, Kai creation phase. Her body not only stored metaphysical Kai, but her heart of Kai allowed her to passively restore her natural energies using the essence of heaven and earth and control her Kai. The others had all reached the Danshan establishment. Even the inner disciple was at this level. No wonder Su Mei was the one that called out to him despite being lower ranked than the inner disciple. With her cultivation level, she was essentially the leader of this group. He regarded this young woman in her early 20s further. She had short black hair and clear black eyes. Her jade-like countenance was extraordinary, but her features were only above average. While she was a beauty, she wasn't a top tier or even a high level one. She was just a good-looking woman in her own right. As for breasts and ass, she was only average-sized in both, perhaps even below average. Su Mei and the rest arrived, hovering below Wyan's crane, as they paid their respects. Wyan nodded in acknowledgement. Wyan's gaze caused Su Mei to shiver slightly. She had condensed her Kai, and thus had merged her mind, matter, spirit, and essence, allowing her perception to be enhanced thoroughly. She didn't know how, but she felt Wyan was looking at her entirety, as if she had no clothes on. Her cold and indifferent facial expression had a faint blush of red that gave way to a cute flavor to her. Wyan noticed and slightly smiled. He was known for being exceptionally handsome with mind-drawing silver eyes and a good figure. However, he didn't have any interest in sleeping with his subordinates. At least, he hasn't done so yet. The outer disciple competition will happen first, so I may as well join you guys. What do you think? Wyan asked. The outer, inner, and core competitions happen one after the other. The reason had to be because those who reach the top 10 in the outer disciple competition can participate in the inner disciple competition. Those in the inner disciple competition's top 3 would then be able to fight a core disciple, replace them, and then fight for resources. Usually, the core disciples wouldn't show up until they were required. However, Wyan wasn't like the typical core disciple, choosing to watch the competition from the beginning. After all, this competition was how he rose in power. It had a special significance. Su Mei and the rest were surprised, but swiftly regained their expressions. Wyan was their faction leader and contributed heavily to their success and influence, so they would never deny his requests. He nodded and followed them along the way. As he did so, an inner disciple spoke. Lord Y, there's a rumor circulating that you've given form to Kai, reaching the 4th stage of Kai condensation. The young man, who seemed to be in his mid-20s, informed. Wyan's eyes narrowed. He had never revealed his full cultivation base to others, and only while fighting the remnant forces of the Violet Moon sect did he execute an elementary application of elemental Kai. He hadn't even revealed his metal Ki yet. There was no way for that rumor to have started when he had just returned, which meant it was old. He expected that someone released this information to draw envy to any possible cultivation treasure he may have to explain his rise from honorary to core disciple. While he was away, they could rouse others to act against him. Someone wished to enlist others to pressure or kill him. It was frustrating, because at that time, it wasn't true and could have cost him his life. Juyan was a knife someone wished to use for this exact reason. He inwardly sighed, but didn't reveal any expression except calm indifference. He knew that the young man was also fishing for a reason from him. While he had subordinates, many, if not all, of them wished to get ahead in the cultivation world and wasn't below betrayal. I learned of this matter already. After stating that, he didn't elaborate. The young man didn't dare to press, so he calmly directed the variant eagle as if it was just him being diligent in informing his master of a potentially harmful rumor. Before long, they soon arrived at a grand stadium. Chapter 5. Sume. Grand. The stadium of the Scarlet Solaris sect could be summed up in that single word. It spanned the distance of several miles, and its walls, encapsulated in an oval fashion, much like a colosseum of ancient gladiators. It was constructed from iron-born limestone with an obsidian layer. The material of the colosseum was miraculous, exuding a hint of battle kai. It riled individuals' minds and hyped them up for aggression. To those with simple spirits, their attitudes would become flamboyant in the face of battle and bloodshed, but to those true warriors, their minds would reach an unprecedented peak of clarity. Since ancient times, battle kai was a rare form of metaphysical energy that was birthed from intent. To cultivate or gather it normally was nearly impossible. It would only form from the natural environment or from consistent exposure of particular events, such as from battle, death, or cultivation. As it was birthed from intent, it was classified as an ethereal kai born from a disbalance of mind, spirit, matter, and essence, unlike its base form which embodied a perfect equilibrium. In the case of ethereal kai, spirit and mind were the most prominent factors. A common example that many cultivators strive for is weapon kai, such as sword kai, saber kai, and spear kai. There was also the opposing kai that was birthed by the environment instead of from. Scarlet kai created by the Scarlet Mountain was a form of material kai, born from the opposing disbalance of matter and essence. This made it a lot easier to cultivate than its opposing counterpart. Yan marveled at the craftsmanship and aura of the Colosseum. Regardless of the amount of times he'd been here to fight with his future on the line, or to settle a grudge, this place always left him in awe. It was said that a cultivator used this very stadium to establish his heart of battle kai, where he faced 10,000 cultivators with only a set of armor and a sword and shield. It was also where that cultivator drew his last breath, allowing his will to permeate to the future generations where they could feel an ounce of what he felt during that time. Yan felt great respect for such a figure. His will and ability was something worthy of striving towards. Unfortunately, there were no photographic material or statues of that figure, but the battle kai alone was enough to prove that he existed. As Yan arrived at the stadium, he was greeted by several members of his faction. With slight nods, he acknowledged them individually. As a core disciple with nearly 7% of inner disciples as a part of his faction, there were many he was familiar and unfamiliar with. Despite that, he made a conscious effort to memorize the basic information and faces of all those under him. Lord Y, shall I escort you to the V.E.P. section? A wrinkled old man who worked as an attendant for this event asked politely. As a core disciple, there were many benefits offered to him that others couldn't enjoy, such as private lodging and a viewing box. This competition often lasted several days to even a week, so having a place to rest and relax during the downtime was appropriate. However, he waved the attendant away. He decided to view the competition with Sume and the others. It wouldn't be too late to enter during the core disciple competition. The others didn't dare try to persuade Yan otherwise, so they marched on until they found their designated seating. Yan looked at the stadium platforms. They were flat hexagonal blocks that seemed to be made from polished stone. Using his spiritual sense, he could garner that each stone contained a dense degree of earthen energies. If someone wished to cultivate their earthen natural energies to birth the elements, those battle platforms that numbered in the hundreds would be suitable. That being said, those platforms definitely were dense, durable, and compatible with earth kai arts. Even he wasn't certain he could shatter the stone platforms with a punch. Sume, good luck. Yan offered blessed words before looking at the platforms. The others weren't as important as Sume, someone who was destined to become an inner disciple with her kai condensation realm cultivation. Amen, she softly nodded in response. Soon, the announcer appeared and brought forth a blackboard that towered 100 meters high and 50 meters wide. The designation board, Yan muttered. The designation board was an object used to take predetermined numbers and randomizing them in matches. Of course, it avoided placing seated experts in the same group, but it was completely random outside of that. White names soon appeared on the board with numbers corresponding to the platform number. The outer disciple competition was already underway. Sume's name was revealed, and so did every other outer disciple who entered the competition. Before long, the outer disciples were like a bunch of ants that leapt forward and made way towards their assigned platform. Unlike the inner or core disciple competition, the outer disciple competition was held differently and with a much faster speed. There were hundreds of platforms, and each platform had nearly 100 people assigned. This was a massive multi-held battle royal. This was why it was a near certainty that those at the kai condensation would become inner disciples. With their heart of kai and metaphysical kai, their physical strength, stamina, and senses far exceeded their opponents. Even facing 100, it was unlikely they would lose. To put it in perspective, It would be like sending 100 babies to fight against a Goliath. There was no suspense. Sume arrived on stage with a stern expression, her eyes cold and indifferent. Like many of the competitors, she was vigilant. In this battle royal-style combat, there were very few rules. Firstly, fists and blades have no eyes, so being maimed or even killed was a real possibility. It was this reason why many outer disciples would opt out or simply try to last longer. Everyone was given a number, and when they are killed, surrender via verbal declaration, or kicked off the platform. That number would vanish and be placed on the matching board's score section. The earliest your name is listed, the less points you receive for resources in the sect, and the later your name, the greater your chance to advance, and the higher the rewards. The competition held was considered the event where the most contribution points were distributed, and reaching top 100 would be like doing a decade of missions suitable for honorary disciples. This chance made many unwilling to give up without a fight. Sume was one of those people. Despite her looks and gender, no one would show her quarter in a fight like this, maybe not even her friends. She knew this and readied herself. As she withdrew her sword, a long sword about 2 fingers wide, the aura around her changed. Her cultivation base had recently entered Kai condensation, so as long as she was careful and didn't meet anyone like her, advancing to the next stage should be easy. Begin, the announcer shouted with gusto. The world went from tense to chaotic as fighters started attacking. Many had deadly weapons as they struck forth without hesitation. It wasn't long before a few resentful and pitiful yelps resounded. A few had already lost their lives. Wyan watched this as he was hit with a wave of nostalgia. Cultivation was fierce, and there was only a limited amount of resources in the world. Those in a sect, especially the Scarlet Solaris sect, were taught ferocity and a lack of mercy. While they don't actively teach betrayal, they taught the fundamentals of desire and motivation. Hip onto the higher peak, to watch from up high, you must first climb a mountain of bodies. Wyan had long since created his mountain. Now, as he looked towards Sume, he wondered if she would be able to do the same. With her cultivation-based difference, every strike of hers was like a tiger in a horde of sheep. A single swipe reaped lives. While many of the deaths and severe injuries seemed random and chaotic, in truth, there were fighters who teamed up with their faction, if they were matched up, and fighters who went after those from opposing factions. Those who were more neutral or loosely allies, they would at most be knocked off the stage, or knocked out and thrown away. They were the lucky ones. He could see Sume's frosty expression as she slayed a fellow female cultivator. Her body split into 2 halves. Her intestines flowed out and her eyes were wide, filled with disbelief and pain. Wyan could see realization dawn on the young woman's face as she used her hands to clutch at her spilled insides. Her life was about to fade naturally when a warhammer smashed down and turned her skull into a shattered mess. That woman fighter belonged to Tao Gui's faction. Tao Gui's was actively against his and Mei's faction. Sume delivered the fatal strike, but a hammer-wielding behemoth of a man crushed her skull in the follow-up. He was a part of Mei's faction. Events like this happened continuously and no elders would interfere. Participation in the event was a choice and one was not protected. In fact, it was likely that during their own struggle, they went through the same situation and came out as top pillars of the sect. So how could they feel empathy? Sume targeted those a part of Tao Gui's and Julang's factions. She was merciless, her blade giving no quarter as she struck. For those she could not avoid, but had no enmity with, she would kick or palm them hard, sending them out of the stadium with some broken bones. In the outer disciples, Wyan was very selective with who he chose. Sume was someone he had picked out from tens of thousands, and he had some minor hope for her. During the mission to hunt down and eliminate the remnant forces of the Violet Moon sect, she was a lieutenant of his. Her recent breakthrough likely had to be directly induced by the resources plundered. She's ruthless and has ambition. She listens to orders quite well. Wyan's eyes narrowed. Memories flooded his mind. You bitch tuies. A middle-aged woman held a young girl with black hair, black eyes, a dirt-stained face by her hair. A smidgen of spit accompanied the dirt. The middle-aged woman dangled the young girl about like a toy and aggressively pulled her hair back. Whose strands were removed forcefully. Surrounding them were a group of women ranging from their 20s to 30s. They wore uniforms of honorary disciples and snickered in laughter. If one looked closely, one would notice their eye color, hair color, and even skin tone was similar. If someone were to make a random guess, they would assume they were all related. However, that wasn't the case. The young woman tried to grab the arm of her attacker, but whenever she got a grip, the middle-aged woman would use her free hand to smack her arms away. Her strength was simply not sufficient. Stop. Stop! The young girl pled fiercely, tears welling in her eyes as she was humiliated. Stop! You think you can use your looks and body to get more than us? You're trying to monopolize him? You think he's only your dragon? The middle-aged woman seemed to grow more and more enraged by the situation. She grabbed the young woman's robe and pulled, ripping it apart and showing some skin. You're nothing but a loose slut. Her rage seemed to be ceaseless. The other women jeered and watched in amusement. Sometimes, a few would flash pity or guilt, but when the woman said those earlier words, much of that dissipated. Instead, it was filled with anger and discontent. A young man was flying nearby on a variant eagle, indicating his status. He was high enough as he looked down in curiosity. Beside him was a chubby man with a goatee. This was Wai Waiyan and Du Lang. What's this? Wai Waiyan asked. He had just been flying to take on a mission and receive his sect-given cray now that he accepted his position as a core disciple of the sect. Du Lang looked at the women gathered and the crowd that was also gathering and thought of something. Master, as you know, there's a saying, to rise one can ride on the lap of a dragon. This was caused by the jealousy born from that journey. He laughingly replied. In the cultivation world, the saying to rise one can ride on the lap of a dragon had a few meanings, but the most common and used was that one would use someone else, through exchanging their body, to obtain fortune and benefits. This was often done by female cultivators, and while it did happen with male cultivators, the scene wasn't as easily spottable. For example, these women all had similar features and skin tones indicating that they were selected because of those qualities. Essentially, a man of notable status had built himself a harem using honorary disciples. Now, this was a dispute within that harem. Seems the younger girl is the new favorite, and the rest don't like it. Du Lang shook his head in pity. In the cultivation world, resources were scarce, and cultivation was too difficult. To rise required the willingness to do anything and everything. Forming a harem was a resource, using the innate sexual energies to stimulate one's kai, create innate elemental energies, forming yin and growing yang. Throughout the entirety of the foundation, establishment to the 9th stage of kai condensation could be bolstered by sexual energies via dual cultivation methods. Therefore, women in a harem would often bicker and fuss if one was getting all the attention and love, all the yang energy. After all, the dragon was typically someone with a higher cultivation base, and thus generated stronger energies for cultivation. Therefore, sex was a resource. Not to mention, because the dragon was often male, they wouldn't allow the women to be with other men under threat of death for the humiliation. Unless it was their kink. Wai Waiyan immediately understood. He had seen things like this in his clan and even around the sect. He was just curious as to why they were doing it so publicly. Wouldn't the dragon become enraged because they humiliated his favorite? Wai Waiyan looked at the woman being maliciously bullied. Her clothes were ripped and revealed her skin and breasts. She must be feeling humiliation enough to take her own life. The crowd grew more and more to watch. Wai Waiyan was by no means a saint. Even he used women for their primal yin to generate energy for cultivation, so he wasn't feeling ashamed or enraged by watching this. However, that woman, as he looked at her more and more, he felt an odd sensation in his chest. It was miraculous and birthed an impulse. Du Lang caught something with his eye. He saw a man eating some bread in the crowd. He was an inner disciple at the Danshan establishment phase. I think that's their man, ha ha ha. He pointed in laughter. Wai Waiyan looked at the man. He was middle-aged and had a teasing smile on his face. How can you be certain? Wai Waiyan asked. Because I remember him. And her. He pointed towards one of the younger women who were standing and watching. They were together. Together? Wai Waiyan frowned. I see. Wai Waiyan steered the variant eagle towards the crowd. Master? Du Lang was shocked. Wai Waiyan didn't respond. Instead, he landed within the crowd, causing everyone to be startled. With a quick leap, he used his 2nd stage of kai condensation cultivation to soar. He arrived next to the female honorary disciples. They were all startled. They backed off in fear. Wai Waiyan directly ignored them. He walked up to the young girl and middle-aged woman and didn't speak. Without any hesitation, he struck. His blow was fierce as it smashed heavily into the middle-aged woman's chest. She was blown back as blood spewed from her body like a geyser. Her body landed with a thud. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. This caused everyone to be fearful. They panicked and ran away. Some backed off far away, but stayed close enough to see what would happen. The young woman was startled. She turned to Wai Waiyan and saw his silver eyes and handsome visage. Speechless, she froze. Your disgrace of a man watched as you were beaten and humiliated, Wai Waiyan plainly stated. He pointed towards the inner disciple in the distance, getting everyone to look over to see a middle-aged man who looked ready to run. His facial expression was confused for a second, but then shocked and even a little enraged. Luckily for him, he was too much of a coward to attack someone at the kai condensation realm. The young woman looked towards her man. Her eyes filled with all sorts of emotions. Most prevalent was sadness and depression. It seemed that she knew, at least on some level. There was no shock in her expression. Seeing that, Wai Waiyan nodded. You hungry? Du Lang was shocked, but he didn't say anything. His eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions, and the way he looked towards that pitiful young woman instantly changed. Maybe? The young woman softly replied in some hesitancy. Wai Waiyan smiled. Then let me bring you somewhere you can figure it out. He laughed, removing his robe and placing it on her body to conceal her properly. "What's your name?" "Asume." Chapter 6. Top Placement. The outer competition reached a crescendo as the number of participants started to rapidly dwindle. In turn, the amount of deaths started to decline. Those who simply wished for a higher placement would verbally declare surrender without hesitation. After they did so, a cloak of earth kai would enshroud their bodies and pull them into the platform safely. In a few moments, they would be tunneled through to outside the platforms. Wai noticed an elder of the sect at a tall tower overlooking the matches. He had a skinny frame and was rather short with gray hair and a mustache. Despite looking old, he didn't have any wrinkles on his face. He could be seen as decently attractive. Wai had some dealings with this elder. He was named Jai Yun, a core elder of the sect with a cultivation base at the 5th stage of Kai condensation, yang growth. His Kai was vigorous and exuded a vibrant vitality and potential for growth. Elder Jai was tasked with overwatching and actively protecting those who surrendered. The platforms were filled with earthen energies, and with a special spiritual spell, he could gain an absolute awareness of all platforms. By executing a protective Kai art, he would send them through the platforms and safely out. As if his gaze was noticed, Elder Jai turned towards Waiyan's direction despite being miles apart. Waiyan smiled, his eyes flickering with a silver shimmer. Elder Jai calmly nodded towards Waiyan, but his aged gaze held some shock. "Metal Kai him. It seems, the rumors are true. He may also be close to yin infusion," he quietly said before refocusing his efforts on the stadium. His actions had subtly changed. Now, those in Waiyan's faction were given priority towards safety. There would also be the occasional save from death despite no declaration being made. Waiyan noticed this immediately and laughed inwardly. Elder Jai had always been a crafty fox. To think he would adjust his position and display his stance so quickly. Waiyan had revealed a portion of his cultivation on purpose, the shimmering of metal Kai in his eyes. This indicated that he had cultivated to at least the 3rd stage of Kai condensation, elemental birth. Just with this, he'd already revealed his superiority over this generation's core disciple set. There would only be equal but not better. Elder Jai was already over 100 years of age, but Waiyan was under 30, being in his mid-20s. The difference in talent and ability was clearly defined by this and their status. As a core disciple, he was equal in sectoral status to an inner elder. The inner disciple that had arrived with Sume and the others noticed the swift preemptive saves. He gasped in shock. He looked towards Waiyan's faint smile and relaxed expression, and his heart shook. "Is the rumor true?" he thought to himself. It wasn't just him who noticed Elder Jai's actions. There were those of higher cultivation who noticed, particularly other inner disciples and elders watching the event. A few had their eyes flicker with a curious and intrigued light, and others reacted wildly at this obvious show of favoritism. The worst was that some of Tao Gui's and Zhu Lang's faction members would call for surrender, but would only receive it a few seconds later. A few had lost their lives as a result of this delay, or was maimed as a result. Elder Jai has decided to break his neutrality. A female outer elder, with the cultivation at the 2nd stage of Kai condensation, external flow, cried in disbelief. Elder Jai was a neutral core elder, someone who held little connection with those of the core disciples' factions. This was one of the 2 main reasons he was sent to act as an overseer and protector of the event. The other was his cultivation base. All elders were over 50 years of age. In general, outer elders had 1st or 2nd stage of Kai condensation cultivation bases, with the 1st phase, Kai creation, being the low end and the 2nd phase, external flow, as the high end. This was about the same strength of upper-tier inner disciples and lower-tier core disciples. Waiyan had promoted to the core rank nearly 3 years ago at the 2nd stage. Inner elders were a little different. They were all at the 3rd stage of Kai condensation realm, elemental birth. If one reaches the first truly difficult watershed of cultivation, the yin-form phase, then they would be directly promoted to a core elder. Therefore Elder Jai, a person at the 5th stage, yang growth, was at the top. In fact, he was in the top 3 core elders in the entire sect. For him to suddenly and brazenly reveal his side was beyond their imaginations. Impossible. Elder Jai has maintained his neutrality throughout the last generation of core disciples. There's no way he changes that. Someone vehemently rejected the notion. However, what was happening was like a slap to his face each time. He hoped it was just a mistake, but as time went on, it became apparent as the sun in the sky. In the sect, the core elders would often side with a faction. For example, Zhu Lang also had 2 core elders within her faction, but they were lower-tier core elders. The others too had core elders, but none of them reached the upper tier. That was because nothing the core disciples offered or showed was capable of pulling them to their side. While they may be fine with greasing the wheel in certain situations or interfering in some matters for compensation, they haven't declared their loyalties. This had to do with the difficulty of cultivation. In fact, Zhu Lang could have had an upper core elder's support, but it didn't fall through. Everyone, including Wine, had their hearts clench when news spread of a possible backing of an upper-tier core elder. Luckily, the core elder wanted what Ju Lang wasn't willing to give, her primal yin and body. If she had the backing of that elder, Wine was sure he'd already be dead, so would all her enemies. There was no doubt in his mind. That was the influence and power of upper-tier core elders. As for Elder Jai, his actions declared his intent. Elder Jai turned towards Wine and slightly smiled. Wine couldn't help but nod in approval. Then his eyes flashed with various faint illusory images. No one knew he was in the crowd or noticed him watching, just Elder Jai, so he decided to thoroughly pull this elder into his fold. Elder Jai's eyes widened in shock. This reaction caught the eyes of elders, who were curious about his actions. A load of transmissions came into his crystal suddenly, but he didn't answer. He calmed himself down and shut down communication with everyone. His eyes turned calm and he went back to acting as protector. Inwardly, his heart was beating fiercely. He's reached yin form before 30. Incredible cultivation talent. To rise from an honorary disciple to a core disciple, birth metal Kai and establish yin. His future, if I side with him early, perhaps the hardest hurdle of the Kai condensation realm, the sixth phase of false reality, would be a possibility. As his mind cycled through various scenarios, he realized no core disciple could hope to match Yin's momentum in the last 200 years, a span of time inclusive of 4 core disciple generations. The subtle actions started to become blatant. Sumain the battle felt odd. She could feel essence energy funneling through the soles of her feet. It entered her body, pure and powerful, and strengthened her Kai and physique. The essence energy originated from the platform and miraculously increased her body's durability and toughness. As she circulated her Kai, she also noticed that her recovery rate had increased. She was shocked at what was happening. Latent cheating. An inner elder, a part of Tao Gui's faction, having supported him, shouted in fury. The rage in his eyes were clear, but had no outlet. Cheating? FFT. You're blind. Elder Jai would never cheat. He's only ensuring that he can better save our sect's disciples by connecting them with the platform's defensive energy. Acting as he should. The female outer elder from earlier brazenly and shamelessly stated. She was someone from Yin's faction, so she would obviously shift the narrative. The earthen energies of the platforms were entering the bodies of Yin's members throughout. They were suddenly stronger and filled with boundless stamina. Anyone could see that Elder Jai was manipulating the platforms to influence certain members in a positive way. Not only that, absolutely fucking shameless. An inner elder who was a part of Ju Lang's faction cried with grievance. If it was just helping certain members, fine, but the earthen energies were attached to his faction's outer disciples. However, instead of receiving a boon, they were weighed down, and were acting as if they had to carry a large boulder on their shoulders. It was appalling, as some of his disciples were killed then and there. Their lives reaped because of this disadvantage. Some even had bright futures. This wasn't even the start, as some members cried for surrender, but was met with weapons of death as their reply. Then, their dead bodies would be sent into the ground as if it was delayed by an accident. Yin couldn't help but grin at this point. To think Elder Jai was so decisive. He hadn't obtained the backing of a single core elder before, yet immediately obtained the support of an upper-tier core elder, and one of the top 3. It was quite interesting how quick things shift. The battle for the outer competition caused many dismayed words to sling, but no one took it up with Elder Jai. This was clear that none of them had the courage to question him. Even the other core elders watching remained silent, only lamenting at their failure with gathering intelligence. If they had known that Elder Jai was a part of Yin's faction, or any faction, they would have elected someone else to take responsibility. Someone neutral. First part of the competition soon ended. Sumei stood proudly on her platform. She was alone and had a blade drenched in blood, her eyes icy, cold yet filled with pride. Several hundred lone standers proceeded to the next competition. The rest of the participants were divided into 10 groups. 10 platforms were used and people entered at random. The fight then was more intense, but with Elder Jai's support, Yin's faction obtained 4 spots out of 10, with Sumei occupying one of the platforms. These 10 would be promoted to the inner disciple status, and a few were even crying. One was on his knees, tears falling without end. Another yelled in triumph like a ferocious lion. Sumei's eyes were in a daze as her labored breathing was met with applause. The crowd's excitement felt incredible to her, but all she could do was look towards a smiling figure. Yin gave her a smile, and an approving nod that said, "You lived up to and exceeded my expectations." Chapter 7. Ju Lang. The Scarlet Solaris Mountain was divided into many levels, with the lower levels, including its base, were locations for its mortal and cultivation clans' residences, the location of many members' families. To climb the mountain, only a disciple or elder status was sufficient. The middle levels were residences of honorary, outer, and inner disciples. Those special honorary, outer, or inner disciples that worked for elders or core disciples were located with them at the upper levels. Waiwan's residence was located at the upper levels, which had a denser concentration of essence of heaven and earth as well as scarlet Kai emitted by the mountain itself. It was a prime area for cultivation and held the envy of the other disciples. In the upper levels was a particular residence in the form of an immortal palace. Unlike Waiwan's residence, which was minimalistic and resembled a mortal mansion, this area was beyond luxurious with fountains of fresh water sprinkling about, lush greenery and flowers that emit a heavenly fragrance, and a majestic silver palace that nearly touched the next level. This was Julang, one of the 9 core disciples of the Scarlet Solaris sect. In a particular area, a woman waltzed through a beautiful botanical garden that resembled an immortal field. It contained a heavenly aura that made one feel relaxed and at ease. If someone cultivated here, their processing of energies would definitely be sped up. She wore a green-colored robe with trims of scarlet. Her blonde hair was like a cascading waterfall as it brilliantly flowed towards her back, and her blue eyes held a natural power in them. Her lithe form, impeccable jade countenance, and bountiful breasts would leave many men staring absent-mindedly and lose their inhibitions. This woman caressed the flowers with her delicate and jade fingers. As she did, the elements swirled around her finger. A deep, verdant green Kai would flow from her fingers and insert itself into the flowers. They would tremble, as if excited by the blessing of an immortal. Some even experienced a transformation, and they bloomed or grew in size. It was miraculously beautiful. Lady Ju! Lady Ju! A cute, short young girl cried softly as she raced towards the young woman in the field. Her expression was panicked and filled with urgency. Despite her rush, she ensured that no flowers in the field were damaged by her path. This girl was named Xiao. She was the most doted-on servant girl of Julang, and had an impressive cultivation at the first stage of Kai condensation. Her aura was steady as well, showing her foundation was impeccable. Julang turned towards Xiao and sweetly smiled. Xiao, what is so urgent you need to run here? She could tell that Xiao had faint sweat on her forehead. As she was sent to watch the outer competition, she knew that something amazing had happened. With grace, she lightly waved her hand, and deep, verdant green Kai was carried by the air. It washed over Xiao during her approach. Suddenly, she felt light and relaxed. Her panicked expression was gone and filled with bliss. It was only after a few seconds before she regained herself and was deeply shocked. Lady Ju, you've reached the elemental birth phase? You've birthed Wood Kai? Her shock was legitimate and appropriate. Typically, out of 10,000 third phase experts, only one would birth an advanced elemental Kai. Cultivation was simply that difficult. Even if one cultivated the innate wood essence energy born from the flowers, grass, trees, and stayed in the forest deeply cultivating for 20 years, the chances of giving birth to Wood Kai was about 2%. Even YY needed a material that had existed for 1,000 years with constant nourishment of heaven and earth, and only then was it possible for him to give birth to Metal Kai. The harsher fact was that it wasn't a guarantee to succeed, and he had only done so due to his outstanding natural talent. This was one of the main reasons Elder Jai had decisively expressed his position. Julang smiled. Tell me, why did you need to rush here? With her cultivation base reaching this extent, she was certain that she was invincible amongst the core disciples, and her position would certainly change. Oh yes. Xiao finally regained her wit and quickly explained, the outer competition has ended. But an upset happened. Elder Jai had revealed to be a part of that Waiwan's faction, and secretly and openly helped his members while attacking ours. Because of him, only one member of our outer member faction made it to top 10. None of Gui Tao's faction members made it. Her words caused Julang to start. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Elder Jai was one of the top 3 core elders and held an immense amount of personal power, sectoral authority, and influence in the cultivation world. He had lived for over 100 years and had long since removed himself from the race amongst core disciples, having stayed neutral the entire of last generation and most of this generation of core disciples. Her mind tried to rack up a reasoning, but before she could process that information, Xiao hit her with more. Elder Jai has even stated his stance verbally after the contest. He blatantly cheated, yet he declared it openly. Because he was elected, they couldn't remove him. The fact that he stated his stance was very telling and foreboding. She didn't believe that Wine had won Elder Jai due to his merits or potential, but likely a treasure he obtained during his mission against the Violet Moon sect. She gritted her pearly white teeth, and her calm demeanor broke down. She had sent him on that mission to die, and had even inserted a spy, Chuyan, into helping with the deed. Chuyan was rather capable, being at the first stage of Ki condensation. He had been placed as a spy by her into Wan's faction the moment he became a core disciple. The fact that he had died in the mission and Wan had returned had already displeased her greatly. The worst thing was her second attempt was thwarted as well. She had placed 2 of her trusted legion of assassins members to gain entry into Wai's residence using that buffoon of a butler and launch an attack. They were both at the second stage of Kai condensation and were the top members of her faction. They were honorary disciples that she nurtured for deadly purposes since they joined the sect. She even prevented them from rising in status to stealthily kill her targets. At first, she thought Wai had indeed made a break through into the elemental birth phase, and thus had even pushed her plans forward. Now, she realized it was worse. He had gained the backing of Elder Jai, an upper-tier core elder. She was fuming in her heart as she connected the deaths of her assassins with Elder Jai. With his influence and cultivation base, learning of those 2 was easy. If he decided to invest in Wai, then it made sense that they were dispatched. Her jade hands clenched. Uzayuk Xiao's expression grew concerned and fearful. She knew the implication of this, and it was huge. If Julang couldn't deal with this, even though she was at the elemental birth phase now, her life wouldn't be easy any longer. She may even be driven to his arms. Uzayuk Xiao shivered thinking this. Zayuk Xiao, tell Elder Mate to have our inner disciples withdraw from the competition. Julang ordered. Uzayuk Xiao started in disbelief. This was an extreme measure, but after a second, she realized it was the only option. If Elder Jai was helping Wai's members in the inner competition, then their deaths or injury would be nearly certain. In fact, Tao Gui and Julang couldn't allow their members to participate. Of course, not all of them would accept this, and those wishing to target the core rank would still enter. But their relationship isn't something that could be eradicated in a moment. They would be targeted, and at a disadvantage during the competition. If they faced life-threatening circumstances, they wouldn't be saved. That was devastating. But to each their own risk, to each their own goal. Uzayuk Xiao nodded and ran off. Her kai circulated as great as it could as she dashed away in a hurry. Julang stayed silent for a while and thought. Her beautiful face carried an expression of indecision and hatred. After birthing Wood Kai, she should have been a rising star. While she may still obtain first place in the core disciple competition, with Wai's new backing, that would still cause many of her plans to falter. In fact, the rewards may even change. Her dreams of transforming her heart of Kai into a heart of scarlet Kai was fading. Unless, as she thought more on the subject, her eyes grew firm and determined. She walked away from her garden and made her way into her palace. After arriving at her own luxurious room with a bed fit for a literal queen and a mirror as clear and large as 10 meters, she made her way to the mirror. Her reflection was perfect. A blonde beauty with great assets and extraordinary talent. She whispered to herself as she stared at the mirror, I will become great. I will reach the peak of Wu country. I will become immortal. Her words carried undoubtable determination and willpower. She flourished her sleeves, placing her hand lightly on the mirror and sending a strand of Kai into it. Change suddenly took place as the mirror started to become translucent, losing its reflecting capabilities as its intrinsic properties shifted. Soon it disappeared entirely. What was revealed was dark depths and gray stairs. Its unlit walls felt like a beast's throat as it descended into the unknown. Julang stepped into this newly created passage and entered. As she stepped completely inside, the mirror was recreated and only the bedroom was reflected. Julang descended until she met a wooden door with black steel latches. A torch was lit at the top of the door, allowing one to know its direction. With a press, the door opened and revealed a room. This room had dark gray walls and dimly lit torches. It gave a hollow feeling and felt suffocating, but Julang had no discomfort. Instead, she walked with a completely calm expression. Within the room was a vertical table, and on this table was a dark-skinned male. He was strapped by shackles to his forelimbs and completely naked. Near his crotch was a metallic contraption, like a liquid funnel. It was embedded below his belly button. A faint golden light was dripping into a porcelain bottle from the funnel. It was filled with his extracted innate young energies. Julang walked over and saw this man, her eyes indifferent to his situation. Instead, she grabbed the porcelain bottle and shook it slightly. She revealed a slight look of disappointment before placing a top on it and replacing it with a new one. Heap, please, heal me. A sudden hoarse voice shook the quiet atmosphere. The man had a face of agony as he begged, deciding his life wasn't worth living in this state. However, Julang coldly looked at him and left. The man wanted to howl, but his voice had long since nearly vanished because of his screams. In fact, he couldn't speak anymore even if he wanted to. He had no energy to do so. Julang appeared at another section of the room. This time, a woman was seated in a cross-legged position. Her hands and feet had short nails in them. While she could still move, the nails seemed to be permanently embedded into her skin. If one looked at her with spiritual sense, they would realize the nails were restricting her Kai flow and dispersing her physical energies. She couldn't do much besides meditate in her position. Even crawling would be a struggle that was beyond her current capabilities. Despite her inherent weakness, her eyes held an apathetic gaze, as if all of this was not happening to her. Her eyes, hair, and internal blood was the color of emeralds, dazzling and brilliant. They even glowed in this dimly lit room. As she looked at Zhu Lang, her eyes held no emotion. Zhu Lang walked over and looked at this woman. She was beautiful with long, smooth hair and a fascinating countenance that even she found hard to compare to. Despite being in rags, and in such a state, she still carried a faint air of nobility and otherworldly prestige. Her eyes sharply narrowed. "I must thank you. Because of your Yinwood essence heart blood, I've birthed Wood Kai." A cold smile hung at her lips. The young woman didn't reply, only indifferently looked at Zhu Lang like she was looking at an insignificant bystander. "Unfortunately, I'll need a little more. With it, I'll be closer to ascending to the next phase and solidify my foundation. May I have some?" Zhu Lang feigned politeness. She had already taken out a rather large syringe. It was about the size of a newborn baby's arm. The needle was long yet exceptionally fine. With a ruthless thrust, it stabbed into the woman's chest, entering her heart. The woman didn't even blink or shout in pain, her expression the same. Zhu Lang smiled as she extracted emerald-colored blood. If a drop were to dangle from a finger, the majority of the world would think it was an emerald fashioned in the form of a drop of liquid. After extracting enough to satisfy her, she smiled, "Thank you." Storing the syringe, she left. As she was about to reach the door, a melodious voice echoed. "Soon." Zhu Lang stilled. She didn't bother turning around. She softly snorted and left. Chapter 8. Core Disciples. The outer competition ended and soon the inner competition had begun. The format for the two competitions were different yet the same. They were both elimination rounds to decide the top 3 contestants. The platforms were shifted and connected. What was originally hundreds were now turned into a dozen. The amount of inner disciples in comparison was about 1 to 100. There were a little over 100,000 outer disciples in the sect, but only 1,000 inner disciples. In fact, it was only 1,000. Because of how competitions are held and how promotions work, the inner disciples rotate, and those who reach the age of 50 each year are immediately inducted as elders. Then, the outer disciples who either win, earn enough contribution points, or are recommended by elders are promoted to fill the void. Wai had nearly 80 inner disciples under him. If one included the newly added 4 from the competition, he had a total of 81. In the crowd, Wai watched the ongoing competition and couldn't help but be somewhat shocked. Those of Tao Gui's and Zhu Lang's faction had mostly withdrawn from the competition. This only left 7 core disciple factions, and since the two had a total of about 20% of inner disciples, the turnout was massively lower than expected. Not all inner disciples would participate in the competition, as the threat of death or maiming was a real possibility. Even Wai's faction only had about 20 members entering. In fact, about 300 members had registered in total. Yet now, only 100 showed up. Most of the unaccounted were those who didn't wish to battle under any disadvantage. Their lives were on the line, so facing Wai's members would be a nightmare. If they did attack them, who knew if Elder Jai would save them later? Who knew if he wouldn't place a suppressing K-art on them? It was unfair, but in life, what was fair? If that was going to be the case, they did not wish to risk the one thing that they couldn't afford to lose. Competition ended with very little suspense. Elder Jai influenced the competition, and the top 3 members were set, 2 of which were a part of Wai's faction. Wai stood patiently in his own VIP room overlooking the greater area of the Colosseum. From his height and view, he could see all things clearly. Beside him was a gray-haired old man with no wrinkles and eyes effusing vitality. Elder Jai had a stern expression on his face, his mind circulating swiftly as he internally settled on some matters and plans. After the outer competition had been brought to a conclusion, he had verbally declared his alliance with Wai's faction, solidifying his stance and buying goodwill. The young man before him had reached the 4th stage of K condensation and birthed metal Kai before the age of 30. His potential was literally limitless. As a male, someone with the ability to generate innate yang energy, reaching the 5th stage of Kai condensation, yang growth, was 100 times easier than a woman. If the person before him was a woman, he wouldn't accept this line of thought, as the difficulty to reach the 5th stage was unimaginable unless they obtained a treasured object of heaven and earth or slept with an astonishing amount of men in dual cultivation. Not many women would be willing to become the toys of men in such a fashion for so long. As for men, lone cultivation and dual cultivation was more than enough to reach that phase. He had also reached his cultivation level after 30 years of this type of cultivation. For someone as talented as Wai, it'll probably take a lot shorter. As a young man with vibrant yang, what he could accomplish was a lot more than what he himself could, as he had already neared 100 years at the time. The logic also flowed backwards. 4th phase was 100 times easier to reach for women. In fact, the majority of core elders were female, about 70%, and most disciples taken by elders were female as well. If Wai had never found a woman with a 3-point yin body, the chances of reaching the fourth phase without wild debauchery or finding a treasure even greater than the steel essence source of yin nature. It would likely take him 20 years before forming yin within Kai. Elder Jai smiled. Yes, Zhu Lang was responsible for your selection to perform the Violet Moon Sect's remnant clearing mission, Elder Jai informed. Wai Yin had been certain of the matter, but a verbal confirmation was best. After all, Tao Guis, another core disciple, could be responsible just as well. He had also sent those 2 assassins to your home, had them nest in there for an entire month after learning of your success. We've been keeping a watch on those fake honorary disciples she formed for her so-called Legion of Assassins, and those 2 held the highest cultivation level outside of its leader, Elder Nai. Because of Elder Nai's actions, the incident was swept under the rug. After all, she's a mistress of a Grand Elder. Her position may be lower than mine, but her sectoral power is astonishing. As she's the aunt of Zhu Lang, it's only expected. Elder Jai explained unapologetically. Wai Yin wasn't surprised by this news. It was this very background of Zhu Lang that she was so terrifying, capable of sending a core disciple on a mission. In the Scarlet Solaris sect, there were positions above the core elder. They were Grand Elder, Prime Elder, Head Elder, Vice, Sect Leader, and Sect Leader. Besides the Prime Elder position, which is reserved for retired Vice, Sect and Sect Leaders, the others are gained by contribution and cultivation. In fact, all of those positions had the minimum requirements of reaching the 6th stage of Kai condensation, false reality phase. This phase was considered the hardest phase to enter amongst the 9 phases, regardless of gender, and was such a huge stopgap that few ever reached it. The false reality phase entailed the perfect synchronization of yin and yang energies, establishing a complete and perfect balance and cycle to produce yin-yang Kai. Those who wielded this Kai were often given a title to those who obtained it by the mortal people, God. While it may sound exaggerated, the concept of yin-yang was beyond profound. It embodied the conceptualization of imagination with Kai as its source, giving form from nothing and vitality to form. With the 4 elemental energies infused within, one could create true water, fire, earth, and wind. These elements could then interact with the world on the most fundamental level. While Wai Yin may be able to create fire, in truth, what he did was give appropriate form and direction to fire energy. While it would be crude to say he only created heat with the illusion of fire, it was as such. If it wasn't, Wai Yin would have burned down his mansion with his fire Kai art. At that level, while the things created have yet to gain permanence, the ability of self-sustaining itself without Kai fueling it meant it could burn down forests, drown cities, and create mountains, albeit temporarily. A cultivator at this phase gives their metaphysical Kai the ability to create. Out of the 9 phases, this phase was undoubtedly the hardest to overcome. So for Zhu Lang's aunt, a core elder, to be a mistress to one such cultivator only displayed her current protection level. Even with Elder Jai now backing him, Elder Nai would easily interfere with any attempts to claim Zhu Lang's life. While she may not interfere if things were made difficult for Zhu Lang, like having to withdraw from the inner competition, if he made a move openly, it's unlikely he'll be able to stay in the sect, regardless of whether he succeeds or fails. Elder Jai was a smart, wily old man, so he knew how to pick his battles and place his bets. Wai Yin knew that he wished to use his momentum to rise. After all, those who reach the young growth phase have a lifespan of 200 years. With at least 170 years ahead of him, and his astonishing talent, Wai Yin had a great chance of reaching the 6th phase and helping him do the same. That's fine. I don't intend to make hasty plans based on rash emotions, Wai Yin reassured. Elder Jai nodded approvingly. To have your life threatened and still remain calm, it was rare in youths. However, for someone to reach Wai Yin's cultivation level, they needed a certain patience. What's the core disciple competition going to be? Wai Yin asked. Unlike the outer and inner disciple competition, which were battle royale elimination style, the core disciple competition was different and focused on trials. The only exception was the challenge before the main event, where the 3 inner disciples who place top 3 can issue challenges against the 9 core disciples to replace them. Only after will the true event occur. Elder Jai furrowed his brows. This competition was decided differently than before. For some reason, the sect seemed urgent to have the sect competitions end sooner. Usually, the core disciple competition would be a hunt, challenge, or battlefield where points can be accrued and defined placements. But this time, it seems the sect leader has changed it. Wai Yin was mildly shocked. Changed? What could the enigmatic sect leader of theirs have in mind? If it was based on a hunt, then his first placement wasn't clear, but if it was a challenge or battlefield, he was certain to obtain first place. After all, hunts used one's own faction strength. Before, when he had just replaced a core disciple, the competition was a battlefield because he had replaced a core disciple 2 years ago. Last year, it was a hunt, and he had placed last. His faction was still developing, and since no one took an inner disciple position, it was a given. If it was on faction strength, it'll be difficult to reach first, but third place was likely, as his individual strength could rival a core elder. Elder Jai's expression grew strange. What I know is that it revolves around a Kai art or method. It'll likely test comprehension ability, and regardless if a person replaces a core disciple, it'll remain the same. This is the little we've been told. Elder Jai had a little helplessness in his eyes. He wanted to help Wai succeed, but he wouldn't be able to. Wai Winyu nodded. If it was based on comprehension, then it'll test intelligence and understanding. Even though his cultivation base was profound, a few of the phases he'd overcome required some comprehension, but most were accumulation and condensation. Only those attempting to ascend the sixth stage of Kai condensation will need to comprehend yin-yang. As he pondered, an announcer voice echoed. All core disciple participants, please come to the main platform for the challenge. Wai looked outwards and saw an elder standing with 3 youths behind him. Those were the 3 inner disciples who placed top 3, 2 of which belonged to his faction. A young woman with auburn hair and a tall, lithe frame stood proudly on stage. She radiated a natural grace and her eyes radiated pride. Her name was Lai Fei. She was a member of Wai's faction and had a cultivation at the first stage of Kai condensation, Kai creation. Her aura was steady and strong. In comparison, Su Mei's aura was unsteady, and the flow of Kai had yet to abate into a calmer state. This was a sign that her heart of Kai had just been created, and her body had yet to adapt. However, Lai Fei was the complete opposite. With a little bit more, she could ascend to the second phase, allowing her Kai to externalize. The other was a young man with blonde hair and green eyes. His body exuded a regal aura, and he seemed to be nobility. As he stood there, it was as if he commanded respect. This was Hanyu. He was also a part of Wai's faction, and was one of Wai's earlier subordinates during his first few months as a core disciple. He had been a vice captain during the mission against the Violet Moon sect alongside Chu Yan. His cultivation was also at the first phase, Kai creation. His aura was just as steady, but there was a hint of a unique affinity to it that resembled the sea. Supposedly, Hanyu had a bloodline that could give birth to a unique Kai state. In fact, because of this bloodline, his heart of Kai had already transformed into a heart of aquatic Kai. While its true abilities wouldn't present itself until he reached the elemental birth phase, he could still prematurely use aquatic-based Kai arts. He could breathe in water or influence the liquid composition of his body. While it had little effect currently, it would make him a fearsome water elemental cultivator when he comes into his own. Wai had always paid him close attention because of this. At the elemental birth phase, he was bound to be a top-tier inner elder, and if he could give form to his Kai, his strength would also be top-tier. The last person was another woman. Her eyes were dark brown, and so was her hair. She had a calm, nearly eerie gaze as she just stared into empty space. She was an oddity as she belonged to no faction. However, Wai recognized her. Her name was Guis. She had a very dark history from what he recalled. Like him, she started as an honorary disciple, but she was allowed entry due to a marriage with an outer disciple and not clan connections like him. Supposedly, that disciple died from unknown circumstances, but there were malicious rumors. Because of that connection, not many attempted to recruit her, likely already knowing the full story. However, Wai had just joined at the time and was building his faction from nothing. Therefore, he attempted to recruit her. She had rejected him. Wai could even tell that her eyes looked at him with some prejudice, so he didn't press or take offense. Everyone had their own story, and he didn't intend to force a recruitment. He sighed softly. Then, I'll talk to you later, Elder Jai. Wai said this and left. Elder Jai nodded. When Wai Winyu arrived on the main platform at the center of the Colosseum, he saw several figures standing in odd places facing the elder in charge, Elder Bai. He was an old, white-haired old man at the fourth stage of Kai condensation, yin-form phase. His eyes held the distinct lack of vitality, but seemed to birth things from imagination. Wai analyzed the core disciples who arrived. All 8 had arrived, and he was last. He smiled at this and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Tao Guis, who was a muscular giant, stood tall while holding a gigantic warhammer that exceeded his already 2.5-meter height. The warhammer was drenched in gold and flickered with elemental energies of metal. If one stared at it for too long, their eyes would hurt. Jiu Lang had a calm expression, but stole the spotlight from everyone. Her beautiful face and astonishing female assets drew the gazes of nearly all the men in the crowd. Wai looked at her for a moment before looking elsewhere, but his eyes flickered with an enlightened light. She's reached the elemental birth phase. Interesting. As he glanced about, he saw the other 6, 4 girls and 2 guys. There was Long, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes. He carried a large arming sword on his back. It, like Tao Gui's weapon, exceeded his natural height. It was diagonally placed for that reason. Mei, a woman who was actually nearing her 50s, being the longest established core disciple. Despite her makeup and beautification methods, one could still see age in her body. Her height stood at 5 feet, 5 inches, had a petite figure, long brown hair cascading down her back, with a pert nose and light brown eyes. Despite her makeup, she had natural freckles on her face that were faint, but added a down-to-earth allure. The most notable traits of her entirety was her full lips that looked as if they contained the softest touch. She looked at Wine and smiled sweetly. Her cultivation base was still at the second stage of Kai condensation despite her age. Wine replied with a smile of his own. If amongst the factions of core disciples, Wine had enemies and allies, then Mei was his ally. In fact, he was formerly a member of her faction when he was an outer and inner disciple. Originally he saw her as a big sister-like character until one night where she came to his core disciple residence and stayed in his bed. At that time, their relationship and connection strengthened and Wine had a good impression of this woman. Xu Yang and Xu Yin were twins who stood together. They were similar in height and face, and both were exceptionally good looking with brown skin and light brown eyes. They were twins born from the Xu clan, a staunch ally of the Scarlet Solaris sect. Normally, Wine would have a good impression of them, but one day, while he engaged in conversation with Xu Yin, he was attacked by Xu Yang. It was then that he realized that his actions of getting close to Xu Yin, his outstanding appearance and talent had elicited jealousy and fear from Xu Yang. They had a weird and undefined incestuous relationship. While others in the sect, the majority actually, just assumed Xu Yang was overprotective. Xu Yang's eyes looked towards him with a little bit of disdain and contempt. Wine laughed inwardly at his attitude. In fact, he had nothing against their relationship or him personally. The mortal clans and even royalty often believed in tight bloodlines for purity's sake, so familial weddings happened more often than one would expect. This didn't even include the fact that with strength, power, and desire came a need for the normally forbidden or hard to obtain. As they were both at the second stage of Kai condensation, it gave them the ability to do whatever they wished. The last two were the number 1 and number 2 in the core disciples ranking in terms of individual strength, with them both reaching the elemental birth phase. Yanju, a woman who stood ramrod straight and exuded a natural magnificence. She had short black hair and wore light armor that tightly hugged her body. Despite the aura she emitted, she had excellent female assets as well. In her hand was a spear held vertical and proud. She felt like a gate guardian of heaven as she stood there. With her short hair and light armor, she cut a heroic figure. Wine looked at her and sighed helplessly. This woman was bothersome to deal with, so he didn't try to formulate a relationship. The other was Lingya, a beautiful vixen, a dark-skinned woman with dark brown, long hair with white highlights. She wore revealing and thin clothes that left little to the imagination. Her bountiful breasts larger than a baby's head and perfectly round and perky ass were eye-catching, and she was dead gorgeous as she exuded a sexy charm. Wine decided to not even look. This woman cultivated a unique Kai art and was just beyond troublesome, more so than Yanju, who was fierce and unbending. If you were to be lured to her side, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. When he arrived, the elder Bai nodded. With all disciples of core rank present, let's begin the challenge. His words caused the crowd to cheer in anticipation. This was the moment where factions changed and power shifted. Chapter 9. The Challenge. With the challenge beginning, all of the core disciples had calm expressions, and Yanju had her eyes closed. As the number 1 core disciple in terms of cultivation and ability, she didn't have to worry about being challenged. Lingya was the same as she sent a flirtatious wink towards Han Yu, who nearly broke out of his noble expression as his aura shifted slightly. However, he regained himself and frowned. Wine looked towards Lingya. As if noticing, Lingya looked towards Wine with a sweet smile. She placed her index finger on her lips apologetically, and it entered her mouth slightly, as if by accident, but the manner was very suggestive. He sighed in his heart and ignored her. Lingya was a true vixen and her unique Kai art was something to be worried about. If he didn't have enough willpower, he would have long since been her prey. Lingya revealed a sweet, lustful gaze outwardly, but her heart shook inwardly. She was the number 2 strongest, only eclipsed by that stubborn Yanju, and her prowess could throw anyone who had yet to reach the 4th stage of Kai condensation into a turmoil. However, Wine was unaffected. Did he already birth elemental Kai? If so, does he truly have a cultivation treasure, or just insanely talented? As her mind drifted with all sorts of thoughts and conclusions, Han Yu stepped forward. Han Yu wishes to challenge. His words caused everyone to be intrigued. Han Yu was at the 1st stage of Kai condensation, but all of the core disciples had long since entered the 2nd stage of Kai condensation. They expected Guis to act, not Han Yu. However, this only caused many to speculate. After all, if Han Yu was willing to challenge, then he must be prepared for death or maiming, so his confidence for success must be high. When Han Yu stepped forward, Wine frowned. He turned towards Ju Lang and saw her expression was as normal as ever, and then his eyes narrowed. He looked towards Lingya once again. this time, a flicker of killing intent within. Ling Yi grew even more shocked, feeling his killing intent. Does he know? Or is he probing my intentions? She couldn't help but inwardly think. Outwardly, she retained her normal lustful expression, and her kai didn't fluctuate irregularly at Wan's intent. Han Yu, step down, Wan directly declared, causing the crowd to be shocked. However, what happened next threw everyone for a loop as Han Yu said, I challenge core disciple Mei Mei. Oh God. I thought Mei Mei's faction and Wan's faction were allied. What is this? A crowd member with an especially loud mouth exclaimed aloud. However, the thought was on everyone's mind. How could this happen? Not to mention, Wan ordered him to rescind his challenge, but was ignored. Wan turned towards Mei Mei, and he could see her shocked expression. Be careful, he earnestly warned. At first, Mei Mei thought this was a ploy by Wan, but seeing his concerned and slightly angered gaze, she knew it wasn't him. As the oldest core disciple amongst the set, she had the most experience, but also the lowest displayed potential. Despite that, she maintained her spot for this long. Mostly it had to do with her own machinations and plans, but this was unexpected. Despite that, she was confident in beating Han Yu even if his true cultivation was concealed and higher than the first phase. She softly nodded. She stepped forward and accepted the challenge with her actions, withdrawing a blue sword from her spatial ring. She calmly faced Han Yu. Elder Bai ordered, all those not participating withdraw. Wen Yu and the rest kicked off brilliantly, landing outside the platform at its edge. Han Yu didn't pull out a weapon. Instead, he got into a martial stance and steadied himself. One could see the kai circulating through his body as earthly dust kicked up beneath his feet. When Wan saw this, he frowned. However, the challenge had very specific rules. He couldn't interfere in any manner unless he wished to lose his core disciple status as a result. So all he could do was watch and be a humble spectator. Mei Mei sprinted forward. Her speed was swift and fully exhibited the physical capabilities of a cultivator at the second stage of kai condensation. She created a thin ward of kai that hugged her body protectively. As one reached the point of externalizing their kai, they could use various elementary level kai arts, such as forming a bodily kai ward, an essential technique for any and all cultivators of any phase. Han Yu could not perform that, but he could strengthen his body via rapid kai circulation. Mei Mei reached a few feet away as she prepared to send a kai wave slicing towards her Han Yu in a probing strike, but then her eyes contracted suddenly. Han Yu's body had abruptly become like an overly stuffed doll as it puffed up. It expanded in a split second to become like a puffer fish. His lips, muscles, and fat looked swollen to their limits. Beneath his skin was a rapid flow of cyan light, like turbulent rivers being born. It was as if he could explode at any moment. Mei Mei was caught completely off guard as she tried to recall her kai flow, but it caused a slight rebound that delayed her retreat. A sudden urge to spurt blood emerged, but she suppressed it. Wan's eyes widened in shock, but not just his. Everyone, including Zhu Lang and Tao Gui, eyes widened. Only two people were exempt, Ling Yi and another. She had an expectant gaze. For love. Han Yu's voice became distorted as his kai started to surge wildly, and before long, boom. The explosion sent massive waves of intense kai flowing out in a violent manner. Han Yu had self-destructed and turned himself into a literal bomb. All of his kai, and his heart of kai, had been explosively sent in all directions in an insane suicidal attack. It was unexpected as his status was just on the rise, but his last words were very telling. Mei Mei's face grew pale as the explosion engulfed her body. With wild force, she was rocketed outwards like a flung piece of trash. Her body left a trail of violent kai and blood as she made an arc so far that she landed on another platform. The disheartening, horrific thud of broken bones was like a wake-up call to everyone. Oh shit! Han Yu actually detonated his heart of kai. Someone cried. Why? He killed himself for what? He was an inner disciple who had a limitless future. Others cried in disbelief. For love apparently. Someone who had good hearing and heard Han Yu's final words shouted in extreme derision. After all, without life, how can you enjoy love? Wan's eyes were dark. His eyes flashed a silver shine as he executed the spiritual spell, Iron Core Eyes. With that, he could sense the quintessential life energy in her body. If she were dead, it would flow out without end. Fortunately, it was steadily flowing through her body. However, she left a figure of blood. A horrifying sight. Elder Bai looked at the situation and tried to have his mind catch up to what happened like the rest. He kicked off and arrived next to Mei Mei and his gaze flickered. She's alive. The winner of the challenge, Mei Mei. As a judge, he immediately declared before returning to his original spot, leaving Mei Mei where she was. There was no medic team arriving or in wait. That was the cruelty of the challenge. Wan kicked off now that the match was officially over. He arrived next to her with a cold gaze. He could see her body squirming as she tried to move, but her muscles and flesh had been torn into places. If it wasn't for her powerful body and firm foundation, it's unlikely anyone at her cultivation level could survive that. If her current state was surviving, a self-destruction from a Kai creation phase cultivator could kill someone at the elemental birth phase if they were caught unawares. However, how long and hard must one cultivate to even touch upon the Kai condensation realm? Who in their right mind would surrender their life without a serious grudge or with utter hopelessness? He wanted to help her, but he hadn't reached the young growth, so he couldn't nourish her body with vitality. He would feed her a pill, but if she died right after, others could use that to strip him of his status or even get him crippled. He took a deep breath and left, returning to his spot. His gaze was icy, cold. No one attempted to touch Mei Mei's body. Her life and death would be decided by her willpower, and if she could last until all the proceedings were over. Elder Bai continued without care. All other challengers stepped forward. At the moment, Lai Fei was conflicted. Her gaze towards Mei Mei was like a battle between angelic and devilish forces. At the moment, Mei Mei could only forfeit her position as a core disciple if anyone challenged her. She would lose her status, power, and various cultivation benefits. Having made many enemies, it's likely her fate would be absolutely pathetic now that she wouldn't be protected by the sect in the same way as before. It would be lucky if the next time she left the sect, she wasn't crippled and turned into a slave, and just directly killed. That was, if she wasn't crippled already. Lai Fei was a part of Wai Wan's faction, and thus were allies with Mei Mei's faction. She had received her favor and support from her subordinates, so challenging her right now would be ungrateful. Worse, if Wai Wan decided to target her because of this. He now had Elder Jai's backing. A core rank status came with immensely tempting benefits. While her ongoing struggle happened, a cold voice sounded. Gui challenges core disciple Mei Mei. There was silence and everyone's gaze looked towards the woman who many were unsure was alive or dead. Her bloody body had faint drag marks as she was obviously slowly clawing her way somewhere. A feeling of pity emerged in all their hearts. Wai Wan looked at Gui's and his cold gaze turned indifferent. After 10 minutes, Gui's was automatically declared the winner and promoted to core rank. As a core disciple, she would inherit all the things Mei Mei had, and Mei Mei's subordinates and faction would be broken apart. With that, the challenge concluded in an unexpected fashion. Han Yu, a genius with a bloodline, self-destructed and caused Mei Mei, the oldest core disciple, to lose her status and position. Let the core competition commence. Elder Bai declared. Chapter 10, Haven Heart Key Method. So soon? The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Usually, the basic information about the core competition would be announced now, and then explained several days after the challenge to give participants time to plan and make last-minute preparations. This was also because of the chance of a new core disciple being bestowed their rank. During this period of time, the newly promoted core disciple had some reprieve to attempt a recruitment of some members for the competition. While they would likely place ninth, it was still beneficial and helped the core disciple establish a solid base to move forward. Now, however, it was going to just start. In that case, the situation now had to be different than previous competitions. This excited the crowd, and even the core disciples grew restless in their hearts. While some, like Wai Wan, had avenues of information and knew of the oddity that was this competition, none of them knew what it was truly going to be about. Elder Bai's expression turned stern as he looked towards the core disciples. Competition will be held at the Scarlet Dao Temple. However, before we relocate, you all will be given an explanation and choice. His words once more caused an uproar amongst the crowd, and even the core disciples were curious about this choice mentioned. As for the Scarlet Dao Temple, they knew of it, and had all entered it. It was the main warehouse for the myriad of Kai arts and spiritual spells of the sect. They waited patiently as Elder Bai continued. The competition will be cultivation. In particular, the cultivation of an ancient Kai method. Not only will you be exposed to this method, but you will be able to cultivate it, even after the trial. However, the ancient Kai method is fierce and accidents can happen, even Kai deviation. Therefore, you all will have the choice to withdraw at this moment. I will stress, Elder Bai's eyes flashed with a sense of profound heaviness. There is a chance of Kai deviation, so those with poor willpower should choose carefully. His words caused the clamor of the crowd to stop and grow silent. They were all observing the 9 disciples. Wai Wan pondered. Kai arts and Kai methods were two very different things. Kai arts were ways to exercise your Kai in a particular fashion and accomplish a particular action. Kai methods were how to cultivate Kai and its foundation. Everyone had a Kai method, and the Scarlet Solaris sect had the Scarlet Solaris Kai method that allows one to absorb Scarlet Kai to transform the heart of Kai into a heart of Scarlet Kai, allowing one's metaphysical Kai to inherently become metaphysical Scarlet Kai. This ancient Kai method must have extraordinary requirements for cultivation. If there's a chance of Kai deviation, then it had to stress talent heavily. No wonder they would only give core disciples the opportunity. According to Elder Jai, it required high comprehension and intelligence. Tao Gui spoke out at this moment, breaking the solemn silence. Has there ever been someone who successfully cultivated the method? This question perked the hearts of all the disciples. Indeed, if it had never succeeded, then it was defective, and therefore choosing to withdraw was the right decision. Which cultivator didn't value their lives, to a certain extent? They reached their current level with countless hours and days of loneliness and meditation. How could they throw that away needlessly? Elder Bai responded quickly, as if he expected the question. Yes. I'll say it has been cultivated to the 4th level, and has a total of 7 levels. However, no one has cultivated to the 5th level. As he vaguely explained this, the others now had a faint understanding of the situation. This was an opportunity and a trial. Perhaps the first obstacle required was self-confidence. However, there would still be a few cautious fellows who would sit back and not participate. For example, cultivating a risky method for no reason other than some dregs of benefits was too little. Wai knew that Mei would refuse. As he thought of that, he glanced at the bloody figure in the distance. He sighed inwardly. I will also mention the rewards for the trials placements. 3rd place will be able to receive 3 elemental stones of their choice, and a scarlet case stone. 2nd place will receive that, and the ability to enter the cultivation grounds of any area, except the Scarlet Kai Pond for 6 months. 1st place will receive an entire 3 months in the Scarlet Kai Pond and a refined yin stone, including the benefits of 3rd and 2nd place. A silence unlike ever before was born. It was eerie and only the sounds of rapid heartbeats could be heard. Yan's eyes were wider than a full moon, and his body shivered. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Yan knew that elemental stones were condensed materials of heaven and earth, requiring a century minimum of nourishment. They were great sources of cultivation, as they contained dense elemental energies that can birth elements in one's heart of Kai, or even strengthen the body. When he became a core disciple, he was told that every 5 years, he would receive 1 elemental stone of his choice. 1. Just 1. As for Scarlet Kai stones, they were stones condensed by the Scarlet Kai Pond, and were similar to elemental stones, requiring an incredibly long time before they were produced. 3rd place already exceeded last year's total prizes. Being in the Scarlet Kai Pond for a week did not amount to 1 Scarlet Kai stone. In fact, it would be better to say it was equivalent to a month of cultivation in the Scarlet Kai Pond. If 3rd place placement was already so great, then 2nd place, which included all that and 6 months of cultivation in any cultivation grounds, was miraculous. As a core disciple for the last 2 years, he had cultivated a total of 3 days in any given cultivation ground. If he wanted to use them, he had to generate an absurd amount of contribution points, and they were consumed by the hour. They were mostly reserved for core elders and above. An entire 6 months was an insane amount of time. With the elemental stones of their choice and a Scarlet Kai stone, weren't their futures truly limitless? The first one didn't need to be stated. Just being in the Scarlet Kai Pond for a week was like years of cultivation outside. With 3 months, condensing a heart of Scarlet Kai was an absolute given to anyone with a modicum of talent. They'll likely even ascend their cultivation phase to the next level. With the refined yin stone, becoming a 4th phase expert was a guarantee to anyone who placed first. Even after 3 full minutes, the entire coliseum of hundreds of thousands of members were silent. Elder Bai allowed them to process the information, especially the core disciples. Yan and the rest knew that with enticements like this, the risk must be immense. He took a deep breath and expelled a breath of turbid Kai. Calming himself down, his eyes flashed with interest and determination. If he could get at least 2nd place, he could. As his mind whirled, Julang spoke. I'll have to decline this challenge. Her voice was calm, and while many wanted to say she didn't have the heart to pursue benefits in the face of risk, no one could argue with her choice. In fact, not many were stupid enough to think that such a reward would come easy. Not to mention the risk, you would still have to compete. If all 9 participated, only 3 would receive anything outside of the ancient Kai method. As for the rest, if they underwent Kai deviation, would it be worth it? The obvious answer was no. Elder Bai looked at Julang and smiled. Hold a moment. There is also another condition. When those words were said, everyone's ears perked up. All those who decide not to participate will be stripped of their core rank and benefits, and be unable to enter the next core competition for 10 years. His words were like fireworks. What? Holy shit, that's crazy harsh. Is this for real? Either risk it, or lose one's status and faction. An impossible choice. Those that leave the core rank often have very short life expectancy. Do you remember Nai 2? Oh yeah, the one who lost to Yan and his corpse showed up a few weeks later. What will they choose? Is this even a choice? The crowd was going absolutely nuts because of this condition. Either you participate, or you lose your rank and status. You lose your right to establish and maintain a faction, and your enemies would go after you. Those in the core rank had protective barriers placed on them. In fact, if Julang's assassins had killed Yan, she would have been executed. This was not an exaggeration. They were ordered to injure, not kill. However, Only assassins would be able to sneak and find an opportunity to strike without the person being on guard. It was also why Chuyan didn't dare to resort to something like poison, or directly killing with his own hands, but wanted to use the hands of others to do so. If he did, the sect would slam down on him and investigate thoroughly. His entire family and clan would definitely be implicated. Let's not even mention the blowback would hit Zhu Lang, and she would also suffer severe consequences. If that foreign individual had killed Wai Wine, the investigation would have determined that they were not responsible, and it was due to a love affair. Nothing would come of it, but the eventual hunting and slaughtering of that man, the woman, their entire family, and clan to set an example to the world. Even Wai Wine didn't dare help Mei Mei because if she died after, even with her status stripped, he could still be killed or crippled under a misunderstanding. Inner disciples had similar, but very loose protections. As long as he was careful, he could kill an inner disciple without any fuss and get away with it scot-free. The expression of everyone grew ugly upon hearing this. This was nothing more than forcing them. However, Wai Wine's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Zhu Lang. If she became an inner disciple, as a beautiful woman with many enemies, he could find an opportunity. Or maybe he wouldn't even need one, others may just obliterate her for him. He laughed coldly in his heart. Having already decided to participate, he didn't have any internal struggles. All those wishing to withdraw, please say so now. Elder Bai had a mirthy smile. These young geniuses were now faced with a near impossible choice. How could he not have some jealousy in his heart over their talent and relish in their misfortune? The struggle was revealed in all of their eyes except Wai Wine. When Elder Bai saw Wai Wine with a calm expression and a faint smile, he was deeply shocked. This child truly might have utmost confidence in his talent. In the end, no one withdrew. Xu Yang and Xu Yin were close to withdrawing as they argued back and forth, but settled on agreeing. Good. Let's go. Elder Bai led the way to Scarlet Dao Temple as everyone followed. After a long walk, the 10 of them finally reached the Scarlet Dao Temple. Despite its name, it wasn't scarlet in color, but a dark gray. It looked like a simple monastery of a religious group. The only exception was at its doors. Characters for Scarlet were embedded in the left door and Dao in its right. They walked in. When they entered, a young woman stood at the center of the hall dressed in an azure robe. She stood next to a monolith that was completely golden with characters carved onto its surface. It stood 8 meters high and 3 grown men had to wrap around it to go from end to end. Its thickness and height wasn't its only impressive features, but the gold material it was made of. It emitted a dense aura of heaven and earth, and the area around it seemed to have a higher quality of essence of heaven and earth. If one cultivated directly beside it, their cultivation speed would definitely increase several fold. Wai Wine looked at the woman beside the monolith. A single word came to mind: gorgeous. She stood there straight with blue eyes like the ocean and long, brunette hair that flowed to her back and split at her shoulders. Those strands of hair seemed to be perfect, and they led one's gaze to a deep and bountiful cleavage. Her height wasn't impressive, being average, but her slim, bottle-like frame, incredible curves, and flawless jade skin left one breathless. Wai Wine had seen beautiful, but not this beautiful. Her long, thin eyelashes and phoenix-like eyes that seemed to carry the truth to immortality was far beyond anything he'd ever seen. It wasn't just him who was shocked by the woman. Xu Yang, Tao Gui's, and He Long were also speechless with intense eyes. He Long was the worst of the 4, his pants grew tighter and revealed a modest tent. Despite being a sword wielder, his bearing was torn down before true beauty. Elder Bai had led them in, but his head was down and he immediately said, "I'll leave them to you, God Lord Lin." He hastily left without hesitation. Wai Wine broke free from his stupor and his eyes flashed with vigilance and shock. God Lord? Those who could be called God Lord by title were insane experts. Those who have far exceeded the 6th phase and entered the 8th phase, infused spirituality. It was the last great watershed of cultivation in the K-condensation realm. The others reacted just as intensely. They knew that those at Godlord level were characters that ruled the 5 great sects in Wu country. In fact, there was only a single Godlord in the entire sect, and it was the head elder, otherwise known as Ancestral Elder by title. Even the vice-sect leader, sect leader, and prime elders weren't in this realm. However, the head elder of the sect was a male. This much they knew, so who was she? Her beautiful phoenix eyes swept them. It was as if all they had was unconcealable from her gaze. She lingered on Zhu Lang for a second, causing her heart to jump and feel insecure. She instinctively folded her arms around her chest, revealing her own bountiful mounds. Luckily for Zhu Lang, she moved her gaze away and looked at Wai Wine. There wasn't much lingering as she swiftly moved on. He Long made a step and walked forward. Bang! Suddenly, he kneeled on one knee. I, He Long, have never seen someone so beautiful, more beautiful than the moon in the sky. I have given my life to the sword, but I realize that the grand sword Dao pales in comparison to you. For what have I been cultivating for, if not for this moment? I wish to ask for your hand in marriage. His words were sincere and provoked silence and odd looks from everyone. This, Wai Wan was taken aback. Did he not hear Elder Bai's words? He had said those words purposefully so they knew not to offend a beauty out of lust. Her cultivation base was so profound, a breath could turn them into dust. Inwardly, he couldn't help but have some praise in his heart. He long had some courage to propose with a weak cultivation and young heart. His potential hasn't even been fully revealed, but he took his shot. But not many would. He expected the woman to send him to the afterlife, but what happened next shocked them even more. I will accept, if those 4 words were like thundering waves battering their minds. Her voice was also beautiful and soft, but held a unique power that could uplift the spirit. If you can reach the 5th level of this cultivation method. When her words finished, they all looked towards He Long. His gaze was focused on the monolith as a faint hope emerged in his chest. He got up and nodded with confidence then. It's a pleasure to meet you, my beloved wife. A confident smile was on his face. This guy, is he an idiot? Wai Wan didn't bother anymore, but he wouldn't lie and say he wasn't tempted to take his shot too. In fact, he may as well do so since he was going to cultivate the method regardless. Tao Guas and Shu Yong also stepped forwardly simultaneously and heavily kneeled on one knee. They also proclaimed their desire to marry this godlord whose name they didn't even know outside of Lin. Zhu Ying, Shu Yong's twin sister, had an odd expression on her face. A trace of jealousy and disdain flickered in her eyes. Zhu Lang, Lang Yi, Yanju and Gui watched this, and contempt emerged in their eyes. This was pathetic to them, and jealousy was also in their eyes. To see such beauty before them left them feeling inferior. They pushed all their negative thoughts towards those boys. Wai Wan helplessly smiled as he withdrew his thought of doing the same, and looked at the monolith. He couldn't help but grow curious about its origins and the method within. A method that, if cultivated to a high enough level, allowed a godlord character to be willing to marry someone they didn't know. However, the next words of the woman was like a nightmare from hell, dousing their ambitions. Any of you who doesn't cultivate to at least the 2nd level, I'll cripple you for your words. The 3 were shocked and their hearts shook with fear, but Wai Wan interjected, why worry about the future? Your goal is the 5th level, right? His words were like a lifeline in a cold lake, bringing them to shore. Indeed, since their goal was the 5th, why worry about anything lower? They would reach that easily. The godlord glanced at Wai Wan. Wai Wan saw her glance and turned respectful, no longer daring to speak out of turn. I'll begin and explain the rules. No one is permitted to speak during, she said before turning towards the golden monolith. This monolith records an ancient key method, one whose origins exceed 10,000 years. It is called the Haven Heart Key method, and it's a cultivation guideline that has 7 levels. The goal of the method is to develop an additional heart of Kai. Chapter 11, Second Heart of Kai. Haven Heart Key method. Wai Wan muttered silently in his heart, while it trembled with an immense amount of shock. To produce an additional heart of Kai, the concept was exceptional. A heart of Kai was condensed from one's mind, matter, spirit, and essence. Mind related to thoughts, beliefs, memories, and things of the mind. It was strictly an internal aspect, and required one to have a full understanding of self. Matter was both external and internal, condensing one's essence of flesh and external world. The essence of flesh is born when the body reaches an appropriate point in maturity. It was the first achievement on one's cultivation journey at the foundation establishment realm, physique tempering phase. Spirit was a very lofty aspect, and required one to touch upon their soul, and mix it into the soul of the world to create a spirit. The soul of the world was everywhere, but finding your own was difficult. While everyone had a soul, many would find it difficult to sense. However, once sensed with cultivation methods, directing the intermixing of internal and external, one establishes a unique spirit that they can control. The last was essence and was strictly external, the exact opposite of mind. It referred to the essence of heaven and earth, absorbed using one's meridians and stored in one's danshan. The core focus of foundation establishment was 2 of the 4 requirements, and why they existed before one could condense metaphysical Kai, energy capable of acting as an extremity and under complete control of its wielder. It was completely different than blood. The heart of Kai held about 90% of one's energy, the rest flowed through the body, in a consistent pattern along one's awakened meridians and flesh. It also acted autonomously like a normal heart and absorbed essence of heaven and heart without needing direction to restore itself to full, and refine foreign energies to strengthen itself. Creating a second would essentially double a person's reserves, double their recovery rate, and cultivation speed. The natural advantage was incredibly obvious. Godlord Lin continued despite everyone's shock. The Haven Heart Monolith describes 7 levels. You'll be graded by your progression 3 months from now. For those 3 months, this hall will be your cultivation room. You can begin. Her words were succinct and explained simply. Wai Wan calmed his heart as he stared at the Haven Heart Monolith. While he did, the others were surprised because of Godlord Lin's words. They were to cultivate here for 3 months. With everyone else? Usually, cultivation requires quiet and isolation to ensure that no one interferes. If they cultivated a method that could cause them to experience chi deviation, then doesn't that make things difficult? The vigilance in their eyes was heavy. While they dwelled on that, Wine never had any doubts towards the situation. The moment it was said, he understood the reasoning. Because there's a chance for chi deviation, those who truly reach it first would show signs of where and how, and the others could learn from this to be more cautious. Essentially, it may seem like Godlord Lin was promoting rushing and conflict, but in fact, she was promoting patience and observation. Wine walked up to the monolith and looked at the characters. There was a heading in enlarged text, his eyes focused on that line. It said, Haven Heart, First Level Mind Dissolution and Clone. He didn't read the contents, but moved to the area with the second heading and all the rest. He wanted to gain an understanding of the levels before moving forward. The levels were as such: second level matter rebirth and fusion, third level pure essence and true essence, fourth level spirit severing and spirit transformation, fifth level haven of heaven, sixth level myriad hearts, seventh level. The seventh level didn't have a name, but he could see the basic idea of the method now. It resolved around creating a fresh state of mind, matter, essence, and spirit, and congealing them using something called the haven of heaven and creating another heart of Kai. This answered a few questions of his, but this was just a conjecture he made based on the titles alone. There were still things he hadn't understood. If he wanted to create another heart of Kai as he was, it was impossible. His mind, spirit, and matter was deeply connected to his heart of Kai. In fact, if his heart of Kai was destroyed, he would become a cripple, riddled with mental deficiencies, soul damage, and his body would be weaker than a child's. The grand power he possessed would collapse, and he would be unable to cultivate again. It would be like severing his legs. He had no more flesh or ability to create a second pair. Unless, he went back into his mother's womb and restarted his birth. No wonder Kai deviation was incredibly likely. If those aspects were damaged, you'd lose control over your Kai. In fact, the first and fourth levels are the hardest. He recalled that Elder Bai said someone had reached the fourth level, but not the fifth. Mind and spirit. Without those, controlling one's Kai was a dream. You might even explode. If you can't consciously control your heart of Kai, and the metaphysical Kai it contains, it could go awry in a blink. Gulp. He swallowed a wad of saliva. This did test intelligence and comprehension. A single mistake and Hunyu self-destruction could happen. He looked towards Godlord Lin and felt his heart calm. It wasn't because of her beauty, but her power. She may be able to stop them from exploding at least, and if she acted, perhaps Kai deviation could be handled. He wasn't the only one who thought that, and many felt relieved in their hearts. Even if they suffered a little, at least they had a powerful Godlord to save them. There were already a few who had read the first level completely and went into deep contemplation and meditation. Wyan nearly patted his chest as his breathing had relaxed, but abruptly stopped. No, thinking like that is suicidal. Even if she could, would she? Relying on someone to save you is like hoping Elder Jai would protect your life in the outer and inner competitions. As he recalled Elder Jai's blatant favoritism and inaction as sect members were killed, he came to a realization. She had no reason to help. Everyone here was by choice and were warned earlier. If they die, why did she, someone who likely wasn't from the sect, need to save them? It's not like she said she would. That was even more telling. He looked towards Heilong and Shuyang, who were seated in a lotus position, while meditating on the method's mnemonic. They were competing against each other and felt confident. They had to. He didn't do anything like rush to cultivate. Instead, he read the contents of each level 3 times over, and if he couldn't remember a part in his mind, capable of completely reciting it word for word, he would read it again. His slow and cautious actions were noticed by the others, but they didn't interfere. Everyone tactfully agreed with silence that they wouldn't interfere with others. Because if you did, that made you a target for the other 7. Wyan, how about we help each other? A soft voice filled with attraction sounded. Wyan noticed it belonged to Langi. She waltzed over and smiled sweetly towards him. If you get on your knees and decide to use that tongue-in-cheek of yours, I'll consider it, he indifferently replied. His words were vulgar and attracted the gazes of Yanju, Zhulang, Shuyin, and Guiz. They weren't as rash as the boys who were already fully immersed. Caution within them wasn't much different from Wyan. Langi's expression froze. Her eyes flashed mysteriously. She knew that out of all the men here, Wyan was definitely the most talented and intelligent. He had safely ascended from an honorary disciple to core disciple in less than a decade of time without anyone's support. He was also one who had an incredible amount of self-restraint, not proposing to Godlord Lin like the other useless men here. To her, Wyan would likely obtain a top 3 spot as long as his Kai didn't deviate. It wasn't just her, Zhulang thought the same. It was why she wanted to kill Wyan from an early stage. But he grew so suddenly and explosively. With his status as a core disciple, it became an infinite amount of times harder. The worst part of it was that the enmity had been set. If one day Wyan became the 6th phase expert before her, that'll be the day of her death. If not, the pen would etch it into the stone. His words did catch them all by surprise, but shockingly, Langy smiled. If you want, I can. Her eyes turned shy, and started to exude sexual energy. Most men would see this and lose control, but not Wai. He coldly snorted, and ignored her. He went into a far-off corner and sat down. He was really far, unlike everyone else who tried to stay close to the golden monolith and Godlord Lin. Not only did the monolith exude an area of pure essence of heaven and earth, Godlord Lin was probably nearby so she could easily interfere if one experienced Kai deviation, leaving them more confident. However, Wai chose a very distant corner. This caused everyone to wake up and look at him in confusion. Even Godlord Lin glanced over. Wai ignored them all. If you cultivate with a failsafe, then you'll be willing to take any risk. Also, I can't guarantee one of you won't explode. If you do, what if Godlord Lin doesn't do anything? You'll all end up like Mei or worse. Those words of caution echoed in his heart and thoughts. If Godlord Lin wanted to save him, this distance was irrelevant, so he didn't place that much importance on it. He closed his eyes and meditated on the mnemonic of the first level, mind dissolution and clone. The first level required one to disconnect their mind from their body and melt it. The term melt isn't in a literal sense, but if it was described literally, Wai's mind could be considered a wad of different materials and minerals inside, like ore, and he needed to melt that ore. Then, he needed to create two casting molds. One that was his original mind, and the other would be its clone. As he pondered this, he truly felt that this method was devised by metalworkers of the mortal world. It may even allow the mind to benefit just from the dissolving and purify itself from the excess. However, what he didn't understand was the crux of the issue. There were two problems, solidification and segregation. Since one had to melt their minds, they would need to resolidify it as well. However, there was barely any clue on how to do this. As for segregation, that, while before resolidification, was the hardest obstacle. If he sliced his mind in two, then it'll just be two halves of one whole? That didn't seem like a clone, but like a coin sliced in two. You could only use it if it's put together, and if it is, it's considered one coin, not two. Let alone a clone, they wouldn't even be similar. He couldn't segregate his memories and all his mental functions, could he? The very thought of doing that felt like a bait lured out for the idiotic. If bitten, instant mental crippling or Kai deviation. As he thought longer on it, he felt the appropriate way was to use blade forging methods on one's mind. The method was more so a general guideline, so he decided to use his own comprehension. Segregating seemed destined to fail. The very concept was an impossibility. Anyone taking that route was likely going to fail, in his opinion, or end up with serious mental deficiencies. The safer yet also the most appropriate to him seemed to be creating two swords merged into one, and then separate them after creation. If possible, he would empty one side and completely fill the other, leaving a hollow shell of one a clone. This path was decided by him after an entire week of deliberation. After deciding on his path, he smiled with relaxation. Then, his ears perked. Garg! Help! A distorted voice filled with shock, disbelief, and fear resounded. Wai turned his gaze to see Tao Gui's, whose body was slowly growing bigger and bigger like a stuffed doll or puffer fish expanding. His muscular form looked hilarious as he grew and bulged in weird areas. Wai instinctively shrouded himself with a metal K ward. He placed his hands forward, ready to erect a defensive barrier at any time. Godlord Lin watched calmly despite Tao Gui's exceedingly pitiful gaze focused on her. He continued to expand. Plagius, help me. His eyes seemed to lose its light of intelligence as his mind seemed to have slowly collapsed on itself. His body trembled, as if he was undergoing a seizure, but the Kai in his body continued to grow wild. Zhu Lang was the first to react among the core disciples as she leapt away, her body enshrouded by an emerald Kai. The others seemed to have realized something and instinctively placed up their wards. However, He Long was nearby, and in deep cultivation, likely executing his deduced method to dissolve his mind. He still hadn't awakened despite the few seconds of commotion. Boom! Chapter 12. Mind over Death. A tempest of crimson blood, loose organs, and fragments of bone roared into chaotic existence. A storm of violent Kai battered the environment, and all those around. Wai was seated at a far-off corner, but the raging wind and violent Kai smashed into his silver Kai ward. His Kai circulated to strengthen his body and hold his position. A heavily crashing thud resounded next to him. He turned instinctively amidst the distorted area and saw a sword embedded into the wall. It was cracked and nearly in pieces, but what was shocking was the blood that drenched it. That's He Long's sword? If it wasn't for the fact that his mind had already calculated the possibility, he would have gasped in shock. Instead, his gaze turned calm. He Long was dead. His eyes searching the area and trying to find the figure to verify his belief. Then he looked at a detached finger nearby that rolled with the sword in a much quieter fashion. That was He Long's delicate finger. He realized that finding a body or at least an intact one was highly unlikely. He long hadn't fashioned a defense or retreated, and his identity as a sword cultivator meant his body was a lot weaker than other cultivators his level. His Kai was used to temper his sword rather than his body. He wasn't like Mei with nearly 50 years of time to do both. Being vaporized was a possibility. Soon the dust settled. As it did, he faintly gasped in wonder. God Lord Lin was standing next to the Heaven Heart monolith without batting an eye. Despite being so close, not a hint of blood or flesh was 10 feet from her. It was an area of absolute cleanliness. He saw a pale face, Shu Yang bleeding from his lips, a fresh wound on his face from the explosion, and holding his chest while heaving heavily. Shu Yan held him tightly and established a ward of protective Kai. He could see faint traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. Yan Zhu and Lei Yang's cultivation was higher than the rest, and they weren't as close as Shu Yang. Not to mention, they had noticed Tao Gui's chaotic expansion. They had retreated with the utmost swiftness, remaining untouched. Zhu Lang noticed first and was relatively unharmed, but Gui's was nearly a figure of blood. Her cultivation base and body was the weakest, and so her reaction was the slowest. She staggered as her eyes showed signs of lapsing into unconsciousness, but she hastily circulated her Kai to accelerate her healing. Godlord Lin ignored all this and calmly said in her soft, uplifting voice, "You only have 53 days left. All those who don't reach the first level at minimum will be unable to claim any placement. Not only that, you lose your status as a core disciple from henceforth." Her words caused all their hearts to grow cold. So heartless. 2 were injured, 2 were dead, and the others were filled with fear, but she still wished for them to continue. And, if they didn't, she was going to have their status revoked. However, no one doubted her words. In fact, they knew that if she said it was so, it was so. As a godlord, there was no way the sect would offend her for them. If she killed them this very moment, they'll likely pin the victims with all sorts of justifiable crimes, and the world would move on. Wai Wyan swept his gaze over the surroundings and frowned. However, he was confident in his own comprehension and intelligence. Not to mention, the path he was taking was a lot safer than using just the vague method's description. He calmed his mind and entered a cultivation state. Even with the dense smell of death and blood, his mind still entered such a profound state. His mind's eye seemed to be birthed, linked to his metaphysical Kai. By manipulating the spirit formed in his heart of Kai with his mind, he could influence that very mind. This was incredibly dangerous, but the entire purpose of one's formed spirit was to give commands to the 4 aspects of Kai. It was linked to the soul and acted as the brain center for one's Kai. Normally, one would use their mind's thoughts to drive the spirit, which would relay commands to the metaphysical Kai. It was like the spine and nervous system of one's motor functions. The profoundness of this was why spiritual sense existed, and how Kai could be directly controlled. With the 4 systems of mind, matter, spirit, and essence connected into one, they can influence and interact with each other. If Wai Wyan wanted, he could use his heart of Kai to accelerate his own healing like Gui's or block off memories within his mind. First, create the cast. He whispered to himself, slowly forming a cast construct in his mind. It was shaped in a very large rectangular block. He started to crave into the mental construct to form a single double-edged arming sword with perfect symmetrical portions kept in mind. If it was split in half, he wanted both swords to be a perfect match for each other. He also wanted it to be that, if combined, they would form a perfect construct. His intentions were not to create a clone right off the bat, but something with a failsafe to it. There were also 2 more details in mind. He needed it so that the size of the sword was capable of containing exactly double of his mind's size. Normally, to measure size of one's mind was nearly impossible, but thanks to his spirit's intimate connection to his mind, he had a good grasp on it. The last detail is that he needed the split halves to function completely as an independent sword. Otherwise, after forming the cast according to those exact details, he started to initiate the most dangerous aspect, the dissolution of one's mind. This was the same as melting his memories, thoughts, and sense of self-control. This could lead to an explosive rebound or render him retarded in an instant. However, he wasn't an idiot. He couldn't avoid the risk of mental damage, but he could avoid an explosive rebound caused by Kai deviation. He took a deep breath and started to expel his Kai. Without any hesitation, his body was like a steam-producing machine as Kai was sent outwards wildly. He may have drawn the notice of others, but he couldn't pay attention to them. He expelled all of his Kai in a surgical and quiet manner. He also forcefully stopped the rotation of his heart of Kai, preventing it from refining more Kai from the essence of the world. Gurgle! A wad of blood sprayed out from his mouth, staining his teeth crimson. However, as if expecting this, he spat out more and wiped his mouth. Even slowly and surgically removing his Kai would cause all sorts of damage to his flesh and organs. It was like when Mei attempted to redirect her Kai outside of its intended nature, and nearly spat out blood, but much worse. The accumulated damage left him feeling weak. Any cultivator could kill him at this moment as he was no different than a mortal. While his body was strong, he had no strength to resist. Dissolve. His memories of his life flashed through his mind. Every thought he had ever mustered flowed through him, and his ability to focus was slowly deteriorating. Bang! He suddenly heard an explosion and a heart-wrenching scream filled with unwillingness and hatred. Yet he didn't stop at this moment. He was wholeheartedly focused on one thing. It was the most difficult part, and if he failed, his entirety would vanish. His memories flowed into the cast like molten metal. However, the cast was half-filled. Luckily, the mind portion connected to his spirit still had a trace of his consciousness. Using his spiritual sense, he connected with that portion of the mind and started to create a thin, hollow layer over the cast. Now, the sword looked filled but wasn't. Only half was. Cool. He used his spirit and portion of his mind to restart his heart of Kai. Slowly it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, producing metaphysical Kai. He hadn't known how much time had passed. Only when a drop of Kai was birthed did he use that Kai as a coolant, dripping it over the forged sword. A refreshing feeling washed over him, and he felt his sense of thought and memories return. He took a sudden gasp of air, greedily breathing in all he could to ensure he was alive. His body was covered in thin sweat, and his vision swam wildly. He saw 6 figures. They were all looking towards him. Wait, 6? As he tried to account for his memories, he realized there should have been 7. There was Zhu Lang, Lingya Yanju, Shuyang Shuyin, Guiz, and Godlord Lin. He Long and Tao Gui died. So, why was there 6? As he slowly regained his mental ability, he realized that Guiz wasn't there. Guiz had taken Mei Mei's core disciple rank, and thus should have been here. As everyone looked at him, he looked at Godlord Lin. She said, "You're close. In your current state, your mind wandering is dangerous." Her words seemed to have doused his desires. Right. His current mind may be whole, but in truth, it was half-filled. He can't be careless, and if the balance breaks, then he may very well lose his mind still. He closed his eyes and started to initiate the cloning method. Now that he had an appropriate mold for his clone, he just needed to fill it in and ensure a divider existed between both halves. He saw that the shape of his mind's eye had changed, becoming a half-filled sword. The layer around and through it seemed to vaguely reveal a second sword connected, but also independent from the first. He just needed to fill it with raw, untainted thoughts. He decided to do so. The unfilled half started to rapidly fill with fluid from nowhere. This was his essence, his yin essence giving form from nothingness. He didn't derive it from his cultivation base, his heart of Kai, but from himself. It didn't describe how one should clone or what one should use, but he felt this was the most appropriate. His own yin essence was little, as he was a man, but he had dual cultivated with a 3-point yin body and wildly strengthened his own yin as a result. By using the excess left, that which was unneeded for his cultivation, he filled the second half. Now, his sword was completed with one filled with his memories, and the other ready to accept new thoughts and memories, to once more give form from nothing. When the sword solidifies from its liquid state, it would become a second mind. If he uses it right, he could split the two and execute them to do different things, such as form a second heart of Kai. He calmed himself down as he felt his breadth of mind expand rapidly. He felt his thoughts were a lot less occupied, and far more free. Was this how a newborn baby felt? A child can naturally learn things, even full languages, but an adult has its difficulties. If I wish to fill this mind with knowledge, will I become like those prodigies? This thought and feeling left him in awe. Only then did he open his eyes, revealing a silver eyes that contained deep, fresh intelligence. As he looked around, he saw Godlord Lin looking at him, and the others in deep cultivation. "How long?" he asked. "You have 45 days left," Godlord Lin replied. 45 days meant only 15 days passed, so he cultivated for 5 days. He felt a painful wave of hunger. Luckily, he was a cultivator who birthed elements, otherwise he would die from natural dehydration. What happened to Guiz? He couldn't help but ask. Did she undergo Kai deviation? In fact, he felt that talented females shouldn't have any issues with this portion, so he was naturally curious. With their innate yin energy, they could easily finish all the steps. Of course, as long as their method was appropriate. She was killed. However, Godlord Lin didn't speak. It was Zhu Lang who did. She had already cloned her mind, her eyes revealing a freshness similar to his. He didn't know what method she used, but it had obviously worked. Killed? Wai Weian was inwardly shocked. Killed? Not Kai deviation? Zhu Lang looked at Lingya and smiled. That smile looked like it wanted to watch the world burn, but her beauty made it hard to resist the temptation to watch it with her. Lingya was meditating, obviously cultivating as well. Gui tried to kill you the moment your mind slipped, Zhu Lang stated. Wai Weian frowned. Gui tried to kill him for what? He had barely any dealings with this woman, so why would she? And how did she not succeed? He was vulnerable beyond belief and couldn't take action. If she wanted to kill him and no one acted to protect him, how did he survive? Godlord Lin interfered, directly killing her. Zhu Lang cleared up his questions. He got up with a struggle, and bowed deeply to God Lord Lin in thanks. While Gui's would eventually be executed, because she would have killed him in the end, he wouldn't be alive in that case. She feigned her cultivation state and waited for you to reveal weakness or die, like her entire purpose in life was to kill you with her. Like a certain someone did for love, Zhu Lang added. Han Yu had died in a suicidal attack in much the same fashion. Wai Wan's gaze flashed to Lingya, the light of killing intent flashing within. No need to dwell on this. You all have 45 days left. Those who focus fully on cultivating the method will have no worries of dying prematurely. Continue, God Lord Lin ordered. It seemed her entire intent was for them to cultivate the technique. Since Wai Wan was earnestly cultivating it while Gui wasn't, she acted. Grateful, he once more bowed before readjusting his state. His heart of Kai absorbed the essence of heaven and earth before converting it into metaphysical Kai with elemental and yin energies. He was ready to continue. Chapter 13. Rewards. As the remaining disciples focused their efforts, several events took place. Firstly, Xu Yang had recovered and restarted more cautiously and with renewed gusto. Unfortunately for him, at day 36, he lost his mind and nearly underwent Kai deviation. Luckily, Xu Yin acted to ensure he didn't completely go haywire at the last moment. He survived in the end. His heart of Kai, however, while it hadn't detonated, it had fractured and nearly crippled him. He no longer had control over his Kai. While he wouldn't experience the soul-draining weakness that came with complete crippling, without control over his heart of Kai, refining energies or essence at will was an impossibility. Unless he repaired his heart of Kai, his realm would no longer progress, and he would be incapable of using any Kai arts. The only thing left was a strong body and spiritual spells. He was essentially useless, and his potential ruined. The next development was Yanju, Lingya, and Xu Yin successfully cultivating the first level of the Haven Heart method. It seemed what Wai Wan deduced had been true. Females held a greater advantage in this level due to their innate yin energies. It was more prominent for virgins who had intact primal yin, as Yanju and Zhu Lang had completed their first level 10 whole days before Lingya and Xu Yin. The next event was the success of Zhu Lang as she completed the second level, matter rebirth and fusion. Her physical body seemed to burn with new physical energies. The most shocking aspect of the level was her shedding skin. She had to hide away behind a Kai veil when she underwent the process. She was a whole week ahead of Wai Wan in this aspect. When he succeeded, he didn't hide himself as he just stripped naked right then and there, and let the process occur while he patiently examined the changes. He obtained quite a few stares from the women in the room. It wasn't just his skin that was being born anew, his cells were changing too. He even felt his DNA seemed to have been copied, edited, and then recorrected. His body after the fact had an all-new physical aura signature. That being said, it was still connected to his heart of Kai. This discovery left him deeply shocked. With this newfound fresh physique, he could once more exhaust his physical essence to form a new heart of Kai, while maintaining compatibility with his current one. The more he cultivated this ancient Kai method, the more he grew curious about how it was invented. Unfortunately, besides him and Zhu Lang, no one else reached the second level by the 60th day. However, Zhu Lang had reached the third level, surpassing him at the last moment. He didn't think the third level was difficult, but he was caught off guard by the requisite need of essence. Zhu Lang's third level was reached with incredible speed, like she had access to a vast quantity of pure essence. While his talent wasn't bad, he still would need months before absorbing enough external essence from the world before being able to transform his meridians. In the end, the trial ended with him taking second place, Zhu Lang taking first, and Yanju placing third. Since she reached the first level before the non-virgins, Lingya and Xu Yin, God Lord Lin looked at them, and only gave a slight nod before declaring the winners. She informed them that they could cultivate the ancient Kai method as much as they desired. They could even spread it. In fact, she encouraged it. That being said, she crippled Xu Yang completely. His luck ended because of his aggressively hopeful words from before. Having survived with his Kai intact, and then being stripped away from it was heart-crushing to watch. He even begged on his knees. Xu Yin begged too. Her tears were quite moving. Unfortunately, it did no good. God Lord Lin was decisively vicious despite her fairy-like appearance. Wai Wan couldn't help but shake his head. Truly unlucky. He decided to use this as a further lesson to be learned. Don't act careless and overconfident. With that, the 9 core disciples were lowered to 5, 4 women and 1 man. With 3 dead and 1 crippled with their status stripped from them, the sect will definitely enter a very chaotic period in the upcoming days. Wai Wan decided not to engage in those matters and swiftly returned to his residence. He would likely receive the elemental stones, Scarlet Kai stones, and cultivation grounds days within a few days, so he needed to think carefully on how to maximize his rewards. After all the disciples departed, the Scarlet Dao Temple Hall became silent as only God Lord Lin and the golden monolith remained. She had her eyes lowered, her delicate fingers placed on her lips in contemplation, and struck a beautiful figure. Any of them satisfy you? A voice sounded in the shadows. From thin air appeared a young, handsome man. He was dressed in scarlet, colored robes befitting an emperor and a crown with a ruby embedded within. This ruby was like a neon object, shining ever brighter, effusing all sorts of light like a red sun. A dense aura of scarlet K flowed around him naturally. Godlord Lin frowned but didn't speak. The man didn't mind as he walked softly next to the golden monolith and marveled at the etchings. His hands twitched as if he wished to reach out and touch it, but he held himself back. I didn't think my sect was so useless. I must apologize. He turned his scarlet gaze away from the monolith and spoke apologetically. They weren't useless. The other so-called 5 great sects' results weren't much better. Godlord Lin said, facing the scarlet-dressed man known as the Scarlet Solaris sect's ancestral elder, the only godlord within the sect. There is one that interests me, she suddenly said, as if recalling something. The Scarlet Solaris sect's ancestral elder knowingly smiled. That boy Wine? He is extraordinary for reaching the first level. I heard that only 1 out of 100 men could even reach it. I wonder if that's true. Wine was talented, far more than the other 3 male disciples. One could tell how difficult it was for men to cultivate the first level from the display just now. Out of the 4 men that arrived, only 1 walked away unscathed. The other 2 are dead and 1 crippled. Of course, he long died an unjust death before being able to prove himself. You mean the little boy you saved? Godlord Lin inquired. Her words indicated that Wine wasn't the one she mentioned. She hadn't even known his name. The ancestral elder, Wu Xinghang, tipped his head a little in curiosity. Yes, he's only in his mid-20s and reached the 4th stage of Kai condensation. The fact he successfully cultivated the Haven Heart Method's first level only proves his talent. Godlord Lin only slightly smiled at his words. Wu Xinghang had acted earlier, protecting Wai, not her. She never had any intention of interfering with their cultivation, squabbles, or accidents. Otherwise, she would have saved He Long or Tao Gui's. Wai wasn't anything special to her. Are you saying he's not talented enough? Wu Xinghang frowned slightly in displeasure. Wai was the most talented core disciple of this generation's set in his opinion. He even believed he had some cultivation treasure to help him. However, without intelligence and talent, most treasures were useless and only brought damnation. He's not. He took a safer method when cultivating it, and used the remnant forces of others within his body to accomplish the task. In my eyes, he was no different than a woman, so his talent could be considered equal or less than the rest. His entire cultivation base may seem solid, but that's only because he had fortuitous encounters and found rare cultivation treasures to do so. Luck never lasts, only true talent. Her words were soft but filled with certainty. She was right, of course. Because of the steel essence source and 3-point yin body, he was capable of reaching his current cultivation and cultivating the first level as if he was a woman. In my eyes, that girl with the seed of Spear Kai forming is far better, Godlord Lin plainly stated. Spear Kai? Is it Yanju? Wu Xinghang grew somewhat shocked by the news. Spear Kai was a weapon Kai in the ethereal category, making it incredibly difficult to cultivate and profoundly powerful. Is she the one that interests you? He asked. She shook her head. That woman with wood Kai and incredibly powerful innate yin in essence reminds me of someone. If my thoughts are correct, she may have an incredible opportunity at hand. If she's careful, perhaps she'll become a godlord one day. Oh, Ju Lang? If she's careful, that's a very high evaluation. What if she's not? Wu Xinghang found her words quite interesting. Godlord Lin looked at Wu Xinghang in the eyes and slowly said, Then I fear the Scarlet Solaris sect will become a distant memory. With that, she waved her hand, and the monolith shrunk until it reached the size of a chicken egg. It was placed within her sleeve before she turned around and left, leaving Wu Xinghang speechless. Wu Xinghang stayed silent and wore a look of contemplation. It seemed he was considering Godlord Lin's words heavily. Only after a long while did he move, his eyes shining like 2 scarlet suns, as they seemed to pierce through all forms of obstacles. In his scarlet eyes, Ju Lang's figure could be seen reflected clearly. We'll see. 3 days later, Wai's residence. Wai stood next to a table. The table had a variety of glowing objects on it. The various energies emitted by these objects truly inspired the spirits. Could I do it? Wai's expression was deeply conflicted. After several days of thinking, he realized that the choices before him were numerous and the results of many of them were unable to be defined. In the end, his plans could fail. He reached out and touched an oval stone the size of a chicken egg. Its surface was smooth and emitted a faint scarlet glow, while being deeply red in color. This was the Scarlet Kai stone, an object formed from centuries of nourishment from the Scarlet Mountain's inherent traits. Scarlet Kai was a material-type Kai, and held very aggressive properties. If he could convert his heart of Kai into a heart of Scarlet Kai, every one of his Kai arts would gain an additional power-up, especially his offensive arts. His flames, raging water, winds, and earth created would have a scarlet influence. However, he wasn't sure if he wanted that. In fact, scarlet Kai was incredible, but not many would go for it unless they decided it suited them. Instead, he intended to use it to refine his yang energy, as the scarlet Kai had a deep connection with the yang attribute. I'll use the scarlet Kai stone for my cultivation, but it won't allow me to ascend to the 5th phase in one go. Should I go for immediate gains and focus purely on yang energy cultivation, or on establishing a Kai for my heart of Kai? As he tried to decide, he looked towards the 3 violet-colored elemental stones that quietly laid there. They weren't kidding when they said one could choose any elemental stone. These stones were lightning stones. They were stored in translucent boxes made from non-conductive materials, the surface of which was incredibly hot. Not only did they give me lightning stones, they even gave me the hottest and most volatile lightning stone. In the cultivation and mortal world, the color of lightning determined its characteristics, with red being the coolest and gentlest of lightning, while violet was the hottest and most volatile. As a bonus, violet lightning stone had 10 times more lightning energy than a single red lightning stone. With 1 or 2 of these stones, I'm confident in birthing lightning Kai, and likely even violet lightning. They would give me such benefits. In that case, Zhu Lang must be enjoying even greater treatment. A slight frown tugged at his lips when he thought this. In truth, Wu Xingheng had given Wai these stones out of his personal wealth because he favored him. Those 3 stones alone were worth more than 3 months in the Scarlet Kai Pond. In fact, they could cause great bloodshed if brought out in the cultivation world. If I can birth metal, lightning, wood, ice, and magma Kai, I could try to condense a heart of elemental Kai. With this, my strength would reach an insane level. The 4 natural elements and 5 advanced elements were extraordinary, and if combined, you can tap into the most origin-like elemental energy called elemental origin energy. However, to even give birth to such a heart of Kai, one had to first birth all 9 elements. The difficulty was immense, as just having the elemental energies only helps, but isn't a certainty. I'll avoid establishing a heart of Scarlet Kai, and go long-term with the heart of elemental Kai. Deciding thus, he also decided to have a 2-fold plan, 1 long and 1 short. I'll cultivate in the Yang Yor field for 6 months and use the Scarlet K stone to nourish my Yang energy. If I don't ascend, I'll at least be closer. I won't get a second opportunity like this, but having a higher cultivation base will increase my options in the future. He carefully stored the materials before walking out of his room. As he left, a woman dressed in a well-fitted maidservant outfit stood outside the door in diligent wait. This young woman was Lai Yin, the former Violet Moon sect's outer disciple. Wai had spared her life. She wasn't the only life spared, as women and young children were also spared as long as they didn't resist too strongly. However, their fates were similar yet very different. She became the maidservant to a core disciple of one of the great 5 sects, but they likely became slaves for manual labor or sexual duties. Unlike them, she had no spiritual spell restrictions, and were provided resources for her cultivation. She even ate well, was dressed in clean clothes, wasn't abused sexually, and lived in an area filled with dense essence of heaven and earth. The other servants were nice to her and greeted her properly, only because Wai had brought her in personally. She couldn't believe it, but her status and treatment now was far, far better than before. As an outer disciple of the Violet Moon sect, her days weren't nearly as peaceful or enjoyable. Having to avoid lustful men, jealous women, well-connected cultivators, and fighting for resources was by no means easy. As she respectfully bowed to this handsome, young man, her eyes flashed with ardent desire. If she could become his woman, no one would care about her past, and her future would be limitless. Unfortunately, Wai hadn't made any sort of move, leaving her disappointed. She later learned that Wai had an unspoken code of honor, that he did not partake in things like that with his subordinates, whether they wanted to or not. It disappointed her, but didn't dissuade her from ensuring her cleavage was alluring and her makeup was on point. Wai smiled at her, as Du Lang returned. Du Lang was sent to check in on Mei. Luckily, she still had allies and backup plans in place. With a safety net that allowed her to recuperate from her injuries, she was doing well. While she did suffer severe injuries, she had retained her life and her heart of Kai was undamaged. The only real issue was the damage to her muscles and meridians. As long as she received the right medicinal pills and cocktails, she could heal that damage in a few years. However, he was curious about her state, so he sent Du Lang to check on her. Mr. Du Lang has not returned, she answered. Wai frowned slightly but didn't ask anything else. He wanted to see Mei, but it seemed she had developed some distrust towards him and prohibited him from seeing her. He understood, as Han Yu was his subordinate, but it left an itch in his heart. After all, Mei and him had a relationship that wasn't just defined by their factions. When he returns, tell him I'll be gone for 6 months. He'll know what to do. After saying this, he left. He didn't have time to spare in relaxing or indulging other desires. Zhu Lang was given the same resources as him, and that put some pressure onto his shoulders. He needed to be ready for anything. Chapter 14. Yang, your grounds. In the Scarlet Solaris Mountain, a large double-doored gate was embedded into its existence. This door was grand, golden, and gave off a strong, forceful aura. Standing beside it was a male, nearly 7 feet in height, and looked like they were made of muscles. His arm was larger than a grown man's thigh, while his legs were thick and powerful. As he stood there, he revealed a dense and powerful yang aura. He was dressed in casual sweatpants and no shirt. His feet were bare, but his toenails were painted black. There was a thick display of veins protruding beneath his skin, with bead-like eyes, and a bald head so shining in wax that it reflected the sun's rays. He could intimidate the toughest of warriors. Wai flew to this gate with his crane. He jumped off and landed right in front of this man. His eyes were calm and indifferent, but a powerful aura quietly stirred within his body. A pair of beady eyes met a pair of silver eyes. A spark was ignited. Without a word, the beef of a male exploded forth with a kick. The rock beneath his feet cracked and splattered everywhere. With a heaving roar, he launched his large, nearly basketball-sized fist towards Wai. A trace of Kai flowing through his body. Wai clenched his fist, a thin silver Kai emerging around his fist. He shot it forward to meet that giant fist. Bang! A cataclysmic explosive sound erupted. The surrounding ground looked like it was ripped off and sent behind them. The middle ground seemed to have been impacted, as nothing but a myriad of cracks was there. A figure flew backwards like a cannonball. That large figure smashed into the side of the mountain, causing a roaring tremble of the area. Wai walked forward, massaging his neck with an icy, cold smile on his face. Gah! A breathy exclamation sounded before the humanoid beast of muscle escaped from the surface of the mountain. A heavy thud echoed as he touched the ground. The beady-eyed male looked up with surprise clear in his gaze. You've birthed metal Kai? You've given form to Kai? A very gentle and soft voice sounded, like a small-sized boy who'd yet to go through puberty. It originated from the beady-eyed man. YC, didn't I tell you to stop being so aggressive? The only reason you're a guard here is because of your huge body being a good meat shield, haha. Wai laughed freely, his icy, cold smile replaced with a jubilant one. Come give your cousin a proper hug. Wai gestured with his hands for YC to come. This oaf of a man was YC's cousin. He was the son of his father's little brother, and was 5 years younger. He was the guardian of the Yang fields, and only received the position because of Wai's recommendation. His cultivation base was only at the first stage of Kai condensation, Kai creation, but he was born with a divine strength that made him as physically strong as someone who birthed elements and tempered their bodies with them. This is why he was given this position. However, his unique body had its issues. Because of this physique, he needed an enormous amount of Yang energy, and his food intake was incredibly high. There was also an issue with his Kai cultivation, so the sect gave him this special position and the status of an inner disciple. The Yang fields emitted dense Yang energy every day, so it fit his needs. If not for those factors, he could have tried to become a core disciple. Despite that, he was still a part of Wai's faction. YC gave a dumb smile, losing any intimidating aura, and rushed up with wide arms. As he wrapped those thick arms around Wai, he was shocked to find that he couldn't squeeze this cousin of his like when they were younger. Wai knew his intent, so he squeezed in return. A panicked series of squealing happened. I give. YC felt his bones nearly break from Wai's hug. Wai let go and confidently smiled, looking at this younger cousin of his up and down. You've grown. YC chuckled in embarrassment. Yo, you too. Then, as if he had just thought of something, when did you reach the 4th phase? During my mission, he casually replied. Oh, I heard there was a rumor you've reached the 4th phase, but I thought it was fake because I knew you were only in the 2nd phase. YC was confused by this matter, knowing how difficult cultivation was. Wai and being talented, to take 3 years to ascend from the 2nd to 4th phase was definitely some sort of record. The person who started that rumor blessed me, he laughingly said. However, his expression changed slightly as he thought of something. A formless pressure once more descended on his shoulders. Anyways, I'm going to be in the Yang fields for 6 months. He handed a badge to YC. YC was shocked for a moment, then smacked his forehead. Right, you placed 2nd in the core disciple competition. I can't believe Tao Guis, Heilong Mei Guis, and Shu Yang all suffered this year, with 3 dead, 1 recovering, and 1 crippled. He emotionally sighed. The 9 core disciples of this generation were extraordinary, but with twists and turns, they suffered immense calamities. The sect would later hold a formal selection ceremony to pick 4 new core disciples. That selection will definitely be filled with bloodshed and plots. Wai had no intention of swimming through such crap. Instead, he gave orders to anyone in his faction to be careful, and that Elder Jai will help as much as he could if they needed it. His generosity was tremendous, but in fact, it didn't cost him anything to have Elder Jai, who already stated allegiance, help them. He left Sume with the recruitment of new disciples and the vetting process. He wanted to give her more responsibilities, and with the void of 4 faction leaders and the dissolution of Mei's faction, she can show her potential. He didn't care if he obtained more members for his faction. The strength of an army can only do so much in the cultivation world. A single godlord could level the entirety of the Scarlet Solaris Mountain as long as the ancestral elder didn't act, so he didn't care much for group strength. It was convenient, and what he already had was more than enough to meet his needs. "I'm entering," Yan informed. He walked past YC and touched the doors. However, when he did, he felt YC's meaty hands grip his shoulder. "What?" He didn't want to waste too much time. "Lady Yanju has entered." YC had a fearful expression on his face as he responded. Yan frowned. "Yanju? How did she get in?" According to his knowledge, the cost for a single hour was immense. "How long?" He didn't mind waiting a few hours to avoid any conflict. Yanju may not be his match, but he respected the publicly recognized #1 disciple of the sect. This, YC's expression turned awkward. "How long?" Yan asked again, his voice deeper. 6 months. The silence was stifling. Yan was frowning deeply, his mind in thought. Then, he recalled his 3 violet-colored lightning stones that were like 30 elemental stones. His eyebrow twitched. Someone had given them rewards beyond what was publicly described. Could it be due to the 3 deaths? He knew that the Scarlet Solaris Mountain was shrouded by Scarlet Kai, an aggressive Kai that geared towards yang energy. That's why there's no yin equivalent on the mountain. Using yang to nourish yin. She's trying to tackle the 4th phase of Kai condensation. This method is risky. As he thought of this, his frown turned deeper. If Yanju was currently in the yang fields, her body would be heavily influenced by the yang energy, causing her to go into a constant state of heat. Even Yan would find it difficult to offset the yin energy. If he cultivated in an area of yin, he would find himself experiencing all sorts of changes. This was why he was willing to wait a few hours despite no number of members' restrictions being officially placed. YC had stopped him for this reason as well. "She gave you orders not to allow anyone to pass?" Yan asked. YC silently nodded. Yan sighed. He took a minute to think. If it was anyone else, telling them that Yanju was cultivating would have them just back off, to avoid offending someone monstrously powerful. However, some may be wanting to take advantage of her current state. YC was his cousin, so he didn't lie. Perhaps if Yan was weaker, YC would have halted him despite being his subordinate without saying anything. However, with Yan being stronger than him, it left YC in a bad position, so he had to tell the truth. "I understand, but I have to cultivate. I can't give her 6 months. Don't worry, she can't do anything to me, and I don't intend to do anything to her." After reassuring YC, Yan walked in. The gate opened, and he was washed by the dense aura of yang. His heart pumped heavily and his blood felt like it was boiling. As he walked in, his keen senses heard sounds of heavy breathing. He facepalmed and bit his lips. That was the sound of moaning. He looked around. This Yan Fields was just a cavern carved out of this location. A myriad of formations were inscribed on the walls that filtered out the Scarlet Kai specifically for yang energy and kept it sealed. This would build up the yang energy within. The reason it was given the title of fields was because of the ground. He saw wisps of golden strands that looked like unharvested barley. The strands were thick, visible, and swayed from left to right as if a wind was pushing it. It truly resembled a well-maintained barley field. He breathed in. The strands of yang energy flowed into his body. It entered his meridians, and were filtered until it became refined yang energy which entered his danshan. With a thought, the Kai within him acted like hands that gripped the refined yang energies and dragged them into his heart of Kai. Like a farm waste shredder, all of it was turned into bits and became a part of his heart of Kai. A slightly stronger yang aura emerged in his heart of Kai. "This place is far better than I ever thought." Yan couldn't help but grow excited. As a man, it was far easier to process yang energy than women, and the effects only benefited his natural body. He could feel his innate yang absorb the surrounding yang energy without his will as well. With this, various aspects of himself would be improved. This was his first time stepping here, as it was usually restricted as a luxury for inner elders and core elders, those at the 3rd and 4th phase. Now that he had 6 months to cultivate here as he wished, he felt certain that ascending to the 5th phase was incredibly likely. "Ah!" Suddenly, a very loud exclamation sounded, and the heavy breathing subsided, thinking that someone had reached their climax. Chuckling softly to himself, he went to find an area far away from the moans. He had no wish to offend someone for no reason, and his natural curiosity wasn't that strong. There wasn't really much to be curious about. In a lotus position, he started breathing exercises as his heart of Kai circulated, pulling in more strands of yang energy. He processed all the bits he pulled in and absorbed them thoroughly. After several hours, he felt adjusted to the aura of the fields. After eating a little bit of prepared rations for the 6-month-long seclusion, He took out the violet, colored lightning stones. I'll birth lightning Kai first and foremost. If I use the yang energy to help subdue the lightning energy, it'll be much easier to absorb it into my heart of Kai. Lightning was a naturally aggressive element, but violet, colored lightning contained an affinity with yang energy. This was why he didn't just absorb them, but waited to arrive here. Just as he took out a box with a single violet, colored stone, the moans from earlier continued. Wow, she's that devoted. Wai was shocked that she had already restarted her cultivation and finished it so soon. It had only been a few hours. With her body constantly absorbing yang energies, she would be in a state of arousal every time. To alleviate that state and concentrate on cultivation, she would need to satisfy herself beforehand. His mind wandered for a bit, a hint of temptation eating away at his heart. He sighed deeply. He'll need to find a partner after these 6 months are finished. Those moans were just far too stimulating. He refocused and removed the stone from the box. His Kai enshrouded his hand as he grabbed the stone. The stone's energy was volatile and violent. Before he could even absorb it, it had already responded to the yang energy in the surroundings, and the energy of his body, as it abruptly flowed into him. What? Shocked, he panicked. The energy numbed his entire arm in a split second, and the entire right side of his body felt like it was being electrified. He clenched his teeth, traces of violet electricity surging through his body, and even flashing through his silver eyes. He executed his spiritual spell, Iron Core Eyes, as he analyzed the stone with his spiritual sense with haste. He could see that his body was acting as a lightning rod to its energy. Metal Kai? He cried internally before he realized his vision had turned violet, colored as if he was seeing the world in the ultraviolet spectrum. A wave of panic surged in his mind, as he nearly lost himself. A flicker of coolness flowed from his mind, calming his emotions. He felt a wave of calmness. My mind's eye? As he felt calm and his emotions were suppressed, he realized his mind's eye had aided in it. Right. As if someone had told him what to do, he agreed. With a wave, he brought out the Scarlet Kai stone. With the lightning stone in one hand, and the Scarlet Kai stone in the other, he started to draw in both of their energies. He then drummed up his own innate yang energies to direct both energies to clash. With their battle, his body felt like it was going to explode, but it had direction, and thus was less destructive. He was pitting two beasts together instead of handling one. With each smashing clash, bits of lightning energy and Scarlet Kai escaped from the main source. He drew in the surrounding yang energy, refined it, mixed it in with the three forms of energy, and sent them to his heart of Kai to be crushed and absorbed. Soon, a delicate yet explosive balance was reached. After several hours, Wai felt the Scarlet Kai be rapidly absorbed by the refined yin, yang, water, earth, fire, and wind energies and strengthened them with miraculous means. Scarlet Kai truly is a blessing. As he recalled his mind's eye, he couldn't help but congratulate himself for swift thinking. He hadn't realized it before, but this clone of his mind held the ability to access his other mind's memories without the influence of emotions. That's why he felt a wave of calmness. His primary mind had gone haywire with fear of the unknown, but his cloned mind was like a machine working methodically. It had found out a path of survival. As he was thinking about his next actions, the wild moaning once more echoed in the fields. He turned his head to look and smiled. If I can keep this up, in 6 months I can ascend. He felt more confident than ever. He hurriedly went back into his cultivation state, keeping the continuous balance. Chapter 15. 6 months. 6 months flew by seamlessly. In the Yangyor fields was a figure surrounded by gold-colored energies. In his right palm, violet lightning and silver mist flowed endlessly. They danced like companions of the night in perfect balance. In his left palm was red, blue, brown, and green energy. They were the 4 natural elements of the world: fire, water, earth, and wind. They existed in an even greater balance and flow. Wai took a deep breath and exhaled. The gold energy rippled, and the strands of golden yang energy beneath his feet wiggled wildly. He opened his eyes to reveal various images flashing within. Each image was illusory, but contained a powerful source of vitality. He had ascended to the 5th stage of Kai condensation, yang growth phase. His Kai now had innate vitality, capable of exhibiting far more power and influence over the elemental energies birthed. This was a defining moment for cultivators, and allowed them to actively control the forms of their Kai, as if they were truly alive and sentient. If before, Wai was a stationary faucet, then now he had obtained a fire hose, where he could redirect and control the output of his Kai. The intricate level of control enabled all of his Kai arts to reach a new level. Soon, the various energies and vitalities started to subside, until it was completed reined in, being concealed deeply within Wai's body. He had reached the 5th stage of Kai condensation 4 months in, and the remaining 2 months were mostly used to solidify his cultivation base, train in some Kai arts, and spiritual spells. I had never thought that the Yoryang fields would be so beneficial to me, YY grinned. He now possessed the strength to fight top-tier core elders, and his cultivation base was short from reaching the god level. If he could take that step, his chances of becoming a godlord were close. That being said, the two-word sixth phase were like an endlessly stretching chasm for many, unable to be reached in their entire lives. It wasn't just the untalented, but those who had greater talent than him before, and the full support of an entire sect had failed to cross this chasm. YY once heard the story of a beautiful and talented daughter of the former sect leader of the Aqua Echo sect, one of the 5 great sects, had reached the 5th phase at 16. Even to this day, a full 80-odd years later, she still remained at the 5th phase. This illustrated its difficulties perfectly. Therefore, YY wouldn't be overconfident. His goal wasn't to reach the 6th phase at the moment, but to transform his heart of Kai into a heart of elemental Kai. That's his far long-term goal for himself. If the opportunity to reach the 6th phase happens along the way, he'll definitely seize it. But until then, he had other things to achieve, such as the Haven Heart Key method. Within these 6 months, he had absorbed enough essence to allow his meridians to be reborn, transforming and giving his essence a higher purity grade. While it may be a minuscule difference, the change in purity grade related to one's cultivation speed and talent. The fact he enhanced it, even by 1%, was enough for him to celebrate. The change in purity also meant he had new innate essence to draw from. He now had a freshly cloned mind, a renewed body, and pure essence. All he lacked was a spirit. According to the Haven Heart Key method, the 4th level was titled Spirit Severing and Spirit Transformation. He knew it was similar to the other levels, but far more dangerous. It required one to split their current Heart of Kai spirit, that which acts as the brain center, to create another one. It was cloning, but more direct and had far less leeway in methods capable of being deployed. In truth, he had a deep level of fear and natural aversion towards this level. If he messed up even a tiny bit, Kai deviation was a certainty, and there wouldn't be a way to stop it. Without his spirit, his Heart of Kai would just be a volatile bomb filled with elemental, yin, and yang energies. A silhouette of a finger rolled next to him, causing him to shiver. He didn't explode, but his fate was horrific. Tao Guis, however, didn't even have a piece remaining. That terrified him greatly. While he had a strong willpower and strength to press forward despite risk, the logistics of the spirit severing wasn't something he could safely direct like mind dissolution. Shaking his head, he got up and looked around. The moans had long since ceased. It seemed Yanju had left around a month in, unable to stay the entire 6 months. It made sense. She was going at it every few hours. That had to be exhausting. He was actually surprised she lasted a full month. He felt admiration for someone who's willing to do such a thing. While her self-intimate actions weren't out of the ordinary for women in general, he heard yang energy refinement for women were like having your body controlled by a ghost creating an itch you can't scratch. That sounded very uncomfortable. He decided to leave. He had already run out of time anyways, so he had to leave. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel emotional. If he had full access to something like this 24/7, his cultivation would reach untold levels. He looked at the golden strands and noticed that they had shrunk an entire 40% in height. With just him and Yanju, they had consumed 40% of the yang energy within. This was the reason why the sect limited the numbers within and required contribution points to enter, for both disciples and elders. The limited amount of top-quality resource grounds like this was far too few, and never everlasting. If he spent 2 years here alone, there would be no more energy for others. After exiting, he saw YC's bulky body. He stood like a quiet guardian, absorbing the remnant yang energy emitted by the gate. When the gate opened, YC's eyes opened along with them, and he turned around. When he saw his cousin, there was a dense light of joy within his eyes. "You finally left," YC happily exclaimed. YY smiled the man. "Finished my 6 months, so I had to leave." After saying that, he looked around. There was something strange about the environment, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the oddity. "Oh yeah, I nearly forgot." YC pulled out YY's entry badge and handed it over. On the badge, what originally said 6 months had now said 1 day. Seems like he was cutting it quite close. These badges were designed so that the guardians can activate a formation on them to measure time. As he kept the badge, he still had this odd sensation in the back of his mind. He frowned once more, looking around. YC seemed to notice YY's actions, and his beady eyes flashed. Spiritual formation was set up here about a month ago. Oh, YY's eyes lit up as he inspected the surroundings. His eyes shone a faint silver light as he executed the iron core eyes. The ground no longer looked ordinary, but seemed to be linked by some profound means. A faint trace of energy was exuded, nearly minuscule, but it was being directed by a spiritual sense. "This is an alert formation? They are commonly used as an early warning system. Why did someone establish one here?" he inquired, but YC only shrugged his broad shoulders. As the formation was harmless, he didn't feel the need to delve too deeply. Just as YY was wondering why, a figure was riding over on a crane. This crane was black, not white like the ones given to core disciples. It was also nearly 3 times larger in size than the white cranes and gave off a powerful aura. They were the aerial partners of core elders. Elder Jai? Wai looked at the white-haired old man without wrinkles on the crane. He cut a powerful figure as he stood upright on its back. He had a flat expression, one devoid of happiness or sadness. Elder Jai arrived swiftly, his aura faint yet filled with vitality. When YC saw Elder Jai, he greeted him respectfully. Wai, however, only gave a perfunctory greetings. Had something happened? Wai was concerned why Elder Jai had arrived, but it confirmed that he had set up an alert formation for when he left seclusion. Elder Jai looked at Wai, his eyes measuring him up deeply. Did you reach the 5th phase? Despite asking, his heart couldn't help but tremble at the possibility. Such talent, resources were all anyone needed to reach the 5th phase. There wouldn't be any 4th phase experts. However, the time it takes to refine and mobilize energy effectively to progress one's cultivation base was incredibly long. After all, it took him decades to reach the 5th phase from the 4th phase, and he definitely used far more yang resources than Wai. Wai smiled, but he didn't answer. Elder Jai's eyes narrowed, but then he smiled and his flat expression became one of faint happiness. I've come to inform you that the sect has given you a mission. Luckily it fits your timeline as you leave today. Today? Mission. Wai furrowed his brows in thought. The Scarlet Solaris sect would often give missions out to inner and core disciples, especially if they don't take the initiative. It was this way of action that left him vulnerable to Zhu Lang's schemes. He was sent to kill the Violet Moon sect's remnants, knowing there was a talented 3rd stage of Kai condensation expert amongst them. In the information report, that bit had been scrubbed out. It was also removed from the sect's intelligence report, causing the mission to go down in difficulty from requiring a group of inner elders to requiring just 1 core disciple. If Wai hadn't reached the 4th stage of Kai condensation during, he would have been killed. Elder Nai, Zhu Lang's aunt, definitely had a hand in such corrupt practices. Elder Jai explained, it's a joint mission with 2 other sects, a task force of sorts. You'll be joining members of the Aqua Echo sect and Sky Sword sect. You're assigned to go with Yanju, Shu Yin Xingfu, and Elder Bing. Elder Bing? Xingfu? He frowned knowing the former, but not the latter. Elder Bing was a core elder who's aligned with Yanju's faction. She had a cultivation base at the 4th phase of Kai condensation, yin form, and had birthed an advanced elemental Kai ice. She could be considered to be top tier amongst core elders. As Xingfu, he had never heard that name before. Xingfu is Elder Bing's disciple, and took one of the vacant core disciple spots. Elder Jai cleared up. Wai pouted his lips slightly. So, why was he asked for this mission? Why was I assigned to this mission? Shi Yin is allied with Yanju, so I understand, but I've kept a distance from both of them. Wouldn't anyone else be better, probably a 5th female? He felt somewhat annoyed. It felt out of place for him to be assigned to such a mission. Elder Jai smiled in response. One could see that he wasn't worried about Wai. It was Elder Bing herself who asked for you. I don't know why, but she insisted. Yanju and Zhu Lang were not allies, so there weren't any obvious schemes afoot. Massaging his temples, he deeply sighed. Fine, what's the mission? Elder Jai suddenly turned serious, his expression becoming somewhat gloomy. There's been a string of disappearances. A total of several tens of thousands of people, male and female, have been vanishing. It wasn't all at once, which has brought about deep panic from the public and surrounding powers. Even several 2nd stage of the Kai condensation experts have gone missing. The areas and people affected have already touched all 3 sects, so they've established an agreement to handle it together, establishing a task force. They're taking this seriously. Elder Jai's solemn tone caused Wai to take this seriously as well. Seeing how the sect was sending a core elder and 4 core disciples, he knew the severity of this matter was great. He expected the other sects to take this just as seriously. All right, when do we leave? He decided to handle this matter first, and then focus on his other goals. Now, let's go. Elder Jai leapt onto the black crane, and it prepared to fly. Wai said his goodbyes to YC before following suit. Whoosh! They took to the skies. Chapter 16, Task Force. While they soared through the skies, Elder Jai informed him that the others within the sect were still ignorant of his exact cultivation base. There were quite a few speculations, but no one had any real concrete idea. This brought him some comfort. If there was a scheme being laid out with him as a target, he would be underestimated, and thus more likely to overcome the threat. However, Elder Jai also stated that the mission was legitimate, and no one had doctored any information within. After all, 3 of the 5 great sects were working in concert. It was best not to throw in junior rivalry or petty schemes that could lead to all sorts of unwanted conclusions. Elder Jai similarly explained to him the various changes within the sect since he went into seclusion. There had been a few new developments. Firstly, Mei had healed her injuries sustained during the competition and regained her spot as a core disciple. Not many are aware as to how she recovered so quickly, but she did, and her strength seemed to have surged, ascending to the third phase. Zhu Lang and Lang Yi have also ascended to the third phase as well. Xu Yin absorbed Xu Yang's faction into her own, and has been looking for a way to help him repair his cultivation. She requested to be a part of the task force because of the great amount of rewards for its completion. I don't know how likely she's to succeed at her goal, but she's relentless and determined. Xingfu, Jiang Wei, and Zhang Bai were elected as the new core disciples, replacing Tao Gui's, He Long, and Xu Yang. Wai Wan's eyebrow rose slightly. The Zhang brothers. Wai Wan had known these two deeply as they were elite members of Mei Mei's faction, like him. In fact, they had fought, partied, and cultivated together when he was a part of her faction as well. Yes, in a round of blood and pain, they earned their spots. Elder Jai seemed to recall something and said, "They both transformed their heart of Kai, and have immense potential now." Oh, Wai Wan felt somewhat curious, but mostly excited. He was happy that two of his comrades from his inner disciple days made it to a higher rank. Now, they stood on equal footing with him status-wide. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Scarlet Solaris Mountain's eastern gate, at the base of the mountain. There was a steady flow of entry and exit from the mortal members and cultivating families who lived there. His eyes swept over these people, and a deep melancholic feeling emerged in the depths of his heart. Memories entered his mind as his heart felt constricted by a giant hand. "There they are," a voice broke him out of his emotions. A feeling washed over him that cleansed his mind, and he looked at the area Elder Jai directed him to. There 4 women stood. Xu Yin, with her brown skin and light brown eyes, was looking at them approach. Wai Wan saw this beautiful woman, and saw a deep level of exhaustion suffused within her eyes. She stood with energy, and had a determined expression, but her eyes, they reminded him of his own. She must have a world on her shoulders, her brother's world. Yanju still stood as straight as a spear, her body exuding a heroic and valiant aura, like a general's spear. Every time he looked at her, she reminded him of a grand spear willing to cleave through the winds and rain. Her short black hair and tight, fitted light armor suited for battle cut a powerful figure. However, as his eyes roamed briefly around her physique, a series of moans couldn't help but resound in his mind. His blood increased in temperature a little before he smiled. Xingfu was a young girl that had nothing particularly outstanding about her. She was a little shorter than average sized women, and her eyes were sharper, but besides that, she simply did not leave a decent impression. Even her long black hair felt common, as there was no sheen or luster to it. Her female assets were also below average, which made him recall Sumei. Elder Bing, however, was different. Her icy, blue hair that emitted faint traces of frost left a definite impression. She had mature features, beautifully appropriate attire, and assets that couldn't be ignored or missed. While she didn't dress in a revealing fashion, her body's curves were clear. Her slim and long legs may be hidden beneath her long skirt, but they were definitely satisfactory. They all wore scarlet colors with unique dressings, but each had the Scarlet Solaris Sex symbol embroidered somewhere visible. When Elder Jai sent the crane down, the 4 women all glanced upwards. They landed nearby, and Wai Wan immediately leapt off. His silver eyes, handsome visage, and unfathomable aura was quite attractive and eye-catching, unable to be ignored. All of them were looking at Wai Wan with an intense gaze of observation. He could even see Xingfu wildly using a spiritual spell to observe him. However, he wasn't concerned that his cultivation base was revealed. He had long since familiarized himself with his new cultivation base to suppress its innate vitality and yin manifestations. Unless he wished for it, they would at most see his body suffused with elemental energy, placing him at the 3rd stage of Ki condensation, elemental birth phase. They wouldn't even be able to tell that he possessed metal Kai or lightning Kai, unless he exhibited his strength. "You're finally here, huh?" Xingfu said begrudgingly. Her tone was filled with annoyance. This shocked Wai Wan, as he hadn't recalled what he did to receive such a reception. After all, it was her master who requested him. "All right, let's get going. We'll be late if we continue to delay," Yanju said. It seemed that despite Elder Bing being the elder of the group, Yanju was in charge as they all listened. A black crane was already waiting for them nearby. Before Wai Wan could even offer greetings, all 4 of them jumped on the black crane and readied themselves, with Elder Bing acting as its navigator. Wai Wan frowned. He turned to Elder Jai, who had a frown on his face as well. They had requested him to participate, but they didn't seem to care about him. It felt out of place. Wai Wan sighed, muttering lightly to himself, "I hope this is just a mission." With that, he kicked off and landed on the black crane's wide back. Just as he was about to take a seat next to Xingfu, she coldly spat. "Who gave you permission to sit next to me?" "I sure didn't." Her eyes reflected disdain and contempt. His expression changed. However, seeing that no one seemed to care, he just sat alone and avoided conflict. They took flight. According to Elder Jai, we're supposed to meet the Aqua Echo sect and Sky Sword sect at Lake Mu. That's in the central area where the most disappearances took place. This task force. Elder Jai had given him all the information about this mission, including a jade inscripted with spiritual markings, a dossier that could only be read through spiritual sense. In it, he learned that many subordinate powers and cities in control of the three sects had been struck with abnormal disappearances. At first, many believed it was just evil cultivators practicing a dark art, but it became different when, after several hundred people vanished, no evidence of dark arts were performed. Dark arts were Kai methods that used blood, souls, and life force for its execution. They could even siphon energies from others. However, it corrupts one's mind, and can even cause all sorts of horrendous mutations in the body. However, for those who are untalented or seeking swift revenge, they would sometimes have no choice but to resort to that. With people as cultivation resources, they rise. With the absence of evidence in that avenue, they believed it was a concerted effort done by normal cultivators. In fact, this was still the prevailing theory. That being said, Wine felt that the incident was surrounded with the scent of demons. Demons were strange existences. While many attached the title of being malicious and evil to them, Wine didn't. Demons had unique abilities and cultivated differently than humans, so the vanishing people felt more in line with one of them. While they all might not be evil, there were quite a few who were detestable, enough to establish the stereotype. However, the Wu country treated demons like the plague. They would hunt down at the first sign, and eliminate them with the strongest of prejudice, including all those involved. As he thought of this, a wave of sadness battered his heart. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts back, as he started to cultivate. He breathed in the essence of heaven and earth and entered it into his heart of Kai. While cultivation like this would no longer progress his cultivation base, it still could increase his strength, no matter how small. The sixth phase, the false reality phase, was known as the gateway to godhood, and relied on mixing one's yang and yin energy in a perfect cohesive whole, creating yin-yang energy. With this, one's Kai could become real, integrating with the natural order of the world. While it may not be able to gain permanence, the fact one gains the ability of creation was extraordinary. It was the first watershed of cultivation that required only comprehension, rather than the accumulation of the appropriate energy and a hint of understanding. To understand yin and yang and perform a fusion. It's this bit that can cause others to forever be unable to move forward. The worst of it all was that the help of others did very little. Even if a sixth phase expert were to give you their experiences, it wouldn't help much. In fact, it could even hurt you. Wine knew that this phase was the true defining moment of a cultivator and moved them from being just a cultivator to being a powerhouse in Wu country. Luckily, he had nearly 180 years to delve into this. After several hours of continuous flight, a beautiful, clear lake entered his view. It was surrounded by forestry, natural and pure. He felt a dense aura of water energy from within the lake. The Mu Lake was within the area of the Aqua Echo sect. It was a cultivation ground for them, where many disciples practiced water-type K arts. In the Jade, it noted that the Aqua Echo sect was the first hit, and their forces suffered some losses. In fact, the majority of people missing originated from their territory. Then, the Sky Sword sect and Scarlet Solaris sect decided to act after receiving the request from them. Wine smiled as he thought that the two sects were like boys trying to gain the attention of a pretty girl. The Aqua Echo sect was a female-only sect. This wasn't always the case, but due to a tragedy that had happened that nearly crippled the sect, it became that way. With all their cultivators being female, they had their share of difficulties, but one thing couldn't be ignored. They had the highest number of fourth stage of Kai condensation, yin form, experts out of all the 5 great sects. In fact, they were the second strongest sect in the entire 5 great sects, hands down. The Sky Sword sect being the first, as they had 2 godlords upholding their banner. However, in terms of expert cultivators outside of godlords, the Aqua Echo sect had the highest number, be it 4th or 6th phase experts, while the Scarlet Solaris sect had the highest number of 5th phase experts. This dynamic was formed because of innate resources. The Scarlet Solaris mountain exuded Scarlet Kai, which carried inherent yang properties. "You better behave when we get there," Xingfu said. Wine realized she was talking to him. A twitch occurred at his eyebrow. He felt a sudden desire to send this girl flying with a slap. As if ignoring Wine's face, she scoldingly continued without pause. "The Aqua Echo sect has countless beauties, and if you say or act in an improper way, it'll be very disadvantageous to us and the sect, so I hope you keep that in mind and control your urges." What type of person did she take Wine as? Elder Bing directed the crane to descend near the lake. As they approached, they saw 2 groups of people. The first group were dressed in blue robes that seemed to ripple like water. They were all female and all had beautiful countenances. There were a total of 6. The second group was a mix of male and females. 2 males and 2 females. With the way they stood and their aura, it seemed that they were masters and disciples. The middle-aged gentleman wearing white robes and a sword strapped to his waist gave off a scholarly aura. A young woman with black hair and white robes stood behind him. Her eyes were clear and infused intelligence and will. She also had a sword strapped on her waist. A beautiful woman that looked no less than 20 years old also wore white, but her sword was strapped onto her back. She looked young, but her aura and stance demanded respect, and her eyes revealed aged wisdom. Behind her was a young man with his eyes closed. His body emitted a sharp aura, unlike the other three. It was like he was an unsheathed sword. They had the insignia of the Sky Sword sect, an upright golden longsword, embroidered onto their robes. When they arrived, the gazes of all except the young man were drawn over. They landed and walked forward. Elder Bing halted them with a gesture, and continued. The middle-aged man and young woman from the Sky Sword sect and 2 female members of the Aqua Echo sect walked forward. As they gathered, they seemed to be discussing something. As all of that happened, Wine inspected everyone here. The Aqua Echo sect truly lived up to their reputation, that all of their disciples were beautiful. As for the Sky Sword sect, he couldn't make any judgment. Supposedly, they were all like sharp swords, arrogant and fierce. However, rumors weren't always true. There's 10 disciples and 4 elders. As he counted, he couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. They were taking this mission very seriously. Each of the elders were in the yin form phase, and all the disciples were at least at the 2nd stage of Kai condensation. They must all be core disciples of their sects. Just as he was looking around, his gaze fell on a particular woman from the Aqua Echo sect. She had strawberry blonde hair, bright eyes, long legs, and a strong and prideful chest. Her eyes contained a strong strength and confidence that left one impressed. That coupled with her beauty left one intrigued and wanting to know more. Her body had a heavy aura of water, likely having transformed her heart of Kai into a heart of water Kai. With that, her water-type Kai arts would increase 3-fold at the very least. Control yourself, you're drooling, Xingfu called out loudly. Wine turned towards her and saw the disgusted expression on her face while she pointed. This girl, before he could say anything, he felt the gazes of everyone reach him. While he wasn't drooling, it was still embarrassing to be singled out for such a reason. However, he quickly calmed himself and smiled. Jealous? His tone was teasing and filled with insinuation. Xingfu was caught off guard and huffed, as if. She turned away. Her leg twitched slightly as if she wished to stomp the ground and leave. Shaking his head, he felt this girl was only slightly bothersome. Now he understood why she took the initiative to engage him. She had a crush on him, and was just immature in how she was approaching it. As she was unremarkable in many areas, there weren't many ways she could make herself known to Wine, who had his pick of women, doing whatever she could to leave an impression. It was cute, but he didn't have time to deal with such matters. Xuyin looked at him, her brows furrowed. She seemed as if she wanted to say something, but Elder Bing was already returning. When she arrived, she directly spoke. I'll give you all flares as we'll be splitting up in groups. She handed out red orbs the size of baseballs. If crushed, a brilliant red light would be released that'll be visible in a 500-mile radius. She explained that there would be 3 groups, one covering about 60% of the area, and the other 2 handling 20% each. Supposedly, they figured out how to find the culprit or clues to them. However, they just didn't know where. So they decided to split up to hasten the search. The elders will be in one, and the disciples will be split into 2 composed of 5 people. She also gave them crystal balls. Supposedly, these were dead spirit crystals. If they approached an area where an enormous amount of people had died recently, it'll shine with light. As they were assuming it was a mass murder done by conventional cultivators, these were excellent tools to find the site of the killings. From there, they can investigate further. If nothing comes up, they'll move to the next suspected area. This was only a preliminary method deployed, and they had several other methods to find the culprits. Xu Yin and Xingfu, you'll be in the first group. Yan Zhu and Wine, you'll be in the second group. Any objections? Elder Bing asked. Master, isn't this inappropriate? Yan Zhu and Wine have the highest cultivation amongst us 4. They should be split. No. Xingfu immediately raised an objection. Her words weren't without merit, but the response she received shocked her. Xu Yin has reached the elemental birth phase, so her cultivation base is similar to Wine. You'll also be with Dao Xin. It's appropriate, Elder Bing explained. Dao Xin? As she said that, Wine glanced towards the Sky Sword Sect's members. That young man was like an unsheathed sword. Sword Kai? His brows furrowed. If that was the case, that young man was definitely strong. Those who comprehended the ethereal type Sword Kai had one of the highest combat abilities known to modern cultivators. He also didn't forget Xu Yin. I think she had ascended to the 3rd phase. It seems the sect had placed deep importance on those who successfully cultivated the Haven Heart Kai method. He had received violet lightning stones. Yanju received 6 months of cultivation ground training, and Xu Yin likely had support as well. Xu Yin smiled as he looked towards her, a hint of pride within. He replied with his own smile that said, "You're extraordinary, I'm impressed." Soon, the disciples were divided into 2 groups of 5. Wine Yanju, the female disciple from the Sky Sword sect, and 2 disciples from the Aqua Echo sect. Wai noticed that the woman with a dense watery aura had been assigned to their group. His silver eyes couldn't help but appreciate her serene beauty and calm elegance as she arrived. Yanju stood out with a map in hand, her expression commanding and charismatic. Our assignment is to sweep the southeastern section of the Mu Lakes forest. We each have a dead spirit crystal, so we can split up further into 2 groups and divide the section into 2 areas. She pointed at an area and cut down, dividing their area into 2. Wai realized that Yanju had the bearing of a natural leader. Even though he also possessed that inherent quality, the degree was several times lower than Yanju. However, while he was praising her in his heart, others found the sight unsatisfying. "Hold it! Who gave you the title of leader?" the Aqua Echo sect member coldly asked. She obviously didn't like that Yanju had abruptly taken the leadership role. "Him? Then, what do you think we should do?" Yanju calmly countered, her eyes narrowing dangerously. It seemed that she didn't like her momentum being broken. The other 2 girls, who were obviously extraordinary, hadn't said anything. "I think we should vote and decide the appropriate leader," the Aqua Echo sect's disciple offered. Yanju shook her head. "Impossible. If we voted, then the Sky Sword sect will be at a disadvantage and a tie could form." Yanju highlighted how the method was ineffective. Suddenly, a sharp voice interjected, "You're right. The best and most fair choice is to allow the strongest to lead." It was the Sky Sword sect's female disciple, Mingyu. She stepped forward, her eyes containing a powerful battle intent. Yanju nodded without hesitation, her courageous demeanor and firm stance agreeing without a word. The Aqua Echo sect's Zhu Gao was taken aback for a moment, but then coldly smiled. "Agreed." Wai saw the intense atmosphere formed and couldn't help but be intrigued at this development. Of course he wouldn't participate. His cultivation exceeded everyone present, and he birthed metal and lightning kai. He didn't believe anyone here was his match, and he cared even less about who led. Instead, he looked at the only one who hadn't said a single thing. The serene beauty with an unshakable aura. She was aloof and proud. "Shui Wuhan, what do you think?" Zhu Gao asked. Shui Wuhan smiled mildly and replied, "You 3 can decide." With that, she slowly walked away, as if she had no intention to get caught in the crosshairs of their little competition. Yanju furrowed her eyebrows slightly. This woman was powerful, she knew this much. There was little fear and vigilance in her heart facing Mingyu or Zhu Gao, but Shui Wuhan gave her a frightening sensation of danger. "Why, Yanju was going to ask something, but was interrupted by Zhu Gao. "You want a man to fight your battles?" Zhu Gao coldly mocked with a sneer. She had the expression, as if Yanju was afraid of handling her own mess. Yanju's frown deepened, her eyes flashing with anger as she was obviously provoked. When did she ever need to rely on a man? Her rage had missed the vigilance that both Zhu Gao and Mingyu had when Wai was mentioned. If she knew their elders told them to not offend Wai, who knew what she would think? In fact, Zhu Gao's elders told her to avoid conflict with Wai under any and all circumstances. "I need no man to fight my battles, do you? Let's do this. Vrongus will be the leader," Yanju heroically declared. She withdrew her spear. It was 9 feet and 9 inches longer, slender, and scarlet-colored. It exuded a faint scarlet kai. This was the Scarlet Hell Spear, a spear she constructed using the Scarlet Kai stone gained from the core competition rewards and other materials. It seemed as if it was pulled from hell as she pointed the bladed portion emitting scarlet wisps of smoke at Zhu Gao. "Good. It seems you're not so useless." Zhu Gao waved her hand, a folding fan emerging in her hand. She unfurled it. When it did, ripples surged around it as if the air had turned liquid. Mingyu excitedly smiled, pulling out her sword from its sheath. A bursting flow of metal kai pervaded her surroundings and formed the faint silhouette of a sword behind her. This was a sign that her cultivation was incredibly close to reaching the yin form phase. When this image formed, the other 2's expressions turned serious. Metal kai was one of the 5 advanced elemental kai, which included ice, wood, lightning, and magma, formed from the extreme of the 4 natural elements in various combinations. They were powerful and fierce. With this, they had to take her far more seriously. This was bound to be an interesting battle. Chapter 17. Triple Threat. A 1 versus 1 versus 1. That makes things more interesting. Wai was mostly ignored, but he was okay with it. With a kick, he quietly retreated. The elders had already left, and the second group was leaving with Dao Xin as the lead. There was no one to stop this battle for supremacy amongst these strong-willed women. The surrounding atmospheric aura grew tense as Kai manifested around their bodies. It was a beautiful sight as the 3 women stared intently at each other, battle intent surging about and radiating for their eyes. Wai decided to watch Mingyu intently. She used a sword and metal kai, similar to him who used a saber and metal kai. Perhaps he'll be able to pick up some battle tactics or strategy from her. While the sword and saber had their differences, in the end, they were bladed weapons meant to kill. Shui Wuhan looked as if the battle didn't concern her, her gaze passive, as if enjoying a televised event. From time to time, she would discreetly glance at Yan. Earlier, her elders had specifically warned her against entering any conflict with this man. To her, he didn't seem special at all. She even knew who he was, how talented he was regarded, and his background. Her information network was definitely solid and extensive. Other than being handsome, a little cunning, and slightly talented, there wasn't much else to regard as noteworthy. Yan, 26 years old this year, born to the late Y clan from Starlight City. His current cultivation base is a relative unknown, but looking at him, he seems to be at the elemental birth phase. She wasn't impressed by any of this. In fact, 26 years was rather old for core disciples of their status. Yanju and Julang were younger by quite a bit. As for her, she was only 20 this year, a full 6 years behind Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that he worked his way up from an honorary disciple to a core disciple of one of the 5 great sects, there would be no need to pay attention to him. Before she could think more, the battle began. Scarlet Solaris Heart, raging thrust. Turbulent wind surged wildly about as Yanju made the first move. She roared, her spear held in both hands as she dashed forth with valiant and peerless momentum. Her spear stabbed towards Mingyu, not Zhugao. The spear was true and fierce, enshrouded by scarlet kai infused with elemental energies. Sky Sword Art, Sky Sword Wall. Mingyu retaliated swiftly. She swiped her sword forward. A slicing maelstrom of silver mist formed before her and swiftly shot towards Yanju. The surrounding ground was shredded, and the air resonated with the piercing sound. Within that storm of metal kai, images of swords emerged. They were faint, but there. Yanju didn't yield in the face of this counterattack, thrusting even harsher than before. A wall of scarlet wind was birthed from the tip of her spear, and met the storm head-on. Boom! An explosion erupted with a wall of scarlet wind and metal swords as its epicenter. A raging wind sent the surrounding loose rocks and grass flying about. The folds of everyone's clothes fluttered, pressing tightly against their bodies. The outlines of these women's exquisite figures were faintly revealed. Yan's eyes flashed a silver radiance. He firmly steadied his stance as he withstood the wind. The wind smashed against his body, sending his robes into a flutter, but he remained without taking even a half step back. Around Chui Wuhan, a faint ward of water kai emerged. It was like a secondary skin, mere inches from her body, and formed a watery outline. The wind was blocked effortlessly by this protective ward. Water elemental art, Ma of the depths. The colors of scarlet and silver changed the surroundings, but before the collision could come to a conclusion, an oceanic wave of water wide and high enough to engulf Yanju, Mingyu, and their conjured kai hole was created. It was ferocious like the gaping mouth of an apex predator, hungry and ferocious. Zhugao had launched her first attack, and it was impressive. Her timing was impeccable as she struck. Yanju hastily reacted, taking a step back as her feet were infused with wind kai. She executed a movement, type kai art. Swiftly, she exited the attack range of the oceanic wave of kai. Mingyu, however, didn't retreat. Unlike Yanju, she was a sword cultivator with unprecedented courage. Her eyes flashed crazily as she decisively conjured a silver ward of kai and fearlessly dashed towards the monstrous wave of water kai. With a sharp exclamation, she proceeded to slice her sword upwards in a vertical angle. The metal kai conjured seemed to gain a subtle form as a sword image pierced into the wave. Metal elemental art, slicing force. The wave was cut into two. Its gathered force collapsed, as its center mass no longer existed. Mingyu dashed through the gaping hole created and mercilessly forward. Her eyes contained deep killing intent. As a sword cultivator, she was truly courageous and fearless in battle. If you're not willing to lay down your life in battle, then you shouldn't have won. That was her mantra, and it was clearly reflected in her determined gaze. Zhugao wasn't surprised by the killing intent displayed, as she was familiar with the methodology of the Sky Sword sect. Her eyes flashed with contempt as her folding fan unfurled further and swung lightly outwards. She used her previous elemental art once more. However, she didn't use it just once, but flapped her fan 3 full times. The 3 waves were formed at different times, but like a snap of a finger, they merged into one and grew 3 times in size and force. The truly dangerous aspect of water kai arts were its many layering and merging capabilities. This was one of them. Mingyu's eyes grew sharper, her body erupting fiercely with silver kai. She became like a silver sword goddess as she roared and held her sword with 2 hands. Without hesitation, she brandished it horizontally. Sky Sword Art, 1 line, World's End. A condensed line of compressed kai, an inch thick and 3 feet wide, was sent forth, slicing and concentrated in its intent. This attack was absolutely powerful and held an intense degree of killing intent within. The 3 waves combined didn't stop its momentum as it was sliced through like a hot knife through butter. What? Zhugao was shocked as she witnessed her kai art be rendered useless in the face of this assault. She immediately shrouded herself in several layers of kai wards as she tried to commence her retreat. However, as she did, a scarlet light flashed in her peripheral vision. Her eyes widened as she felt the sensation of death. Scarlet Solaris Art, crushing thrust. Yanju had also struck at this opportune moment. A wall of scarlet was formed and smashed downwards with fierce, unyielding momentum. She had taken to the sky above and used gravity to increase the force of her attack. Yu Gao's surprise attack had earned her the target of both cultivators, but it was too late to realize her mistake as those two attacks seemed intent on ending her life. No, she shouted with unwillingness. Her multi-layered water Kai ward expanded and became further fueled by her Kai. It grew thicker and thicker, but it wasn't fast enough as the silver line of Kai pierced through the wards and approached her body. If this hit, she would be directly bisected. A crushing collision also occurred as her ward rippled from Yanju's attack. Shockingly, the ward held. Water was a defensive-oriented attribute after all, and while Yanju was channeling the Scarlet Kai of her spear to use Scarlet Solaris Sex Core Arts, she hadn't formed a heart of Scarlet Kai, so its power wasn't at its highest. That being said, the exerted pressure had heavily deformed the ward, and seemed unforgiving in its exertion of force. Dao Gao's retreat was halted as the ward was connected to her body and forced her in place. Her eyes widened when she realized this disadvantageous outcome. Wai Wai knew that this moment was Yu Gao's defeat. She had been pushed into a corner, shocked by Yanju's decisive attack locking her down, and Mingyu's absolute resolve to not hold an ounce of strength back. Even Wai Wai found her move merciless, as it could truly kill Yu Gao if it connected. Perhaps it wouldn't be so horrible if Yanju hadn't pushed down on her ward, forcing her in place. The battle between cultivators was often decided by the first few moves, and if not, then it could become a battle of attrition. The only issue is that Yanju, as a spear cultivator, and Mingyu, as a sword cultivator, were offensively oriented and struck with everything. They wouldn't hold back or allow the battle to reach a point where attrition would happen, whereas Xiao Gao, as a water cultivator, hoped for it. That fierce aggressiveness was much like his own combat style. As a saber cultivator, how could he not strike to kill? "Help me, Shui Wuan!" Yu Gao screamed in panic. As if her prayers were answered, a swirling whirlpool formed beneath her feet and expanded in the blink of an eye. It crashed into the silver line of Kai and shredded it into nothing while pushing back Yanju's attack. Both Yanju and Mingyu retreated calmly. Their eyes were dark and solemn. To form a whirlpool with one's Kai or any construct required the inform phase. As they saw the stability within the whirlpool, their eyes constricted. They were only cultivators at the third phase, elemental birth, and their attacks consisted mostly of walls, wild storms, or condensed and compressed attacks. This was the same with Yu Gao. However, forming a whirlpool of water was far more powerful than any of their attacks. If they were trapped in that whirlpool, its continuous rotations and stability would wear down their attacks, preventing escape. They would be left at the mercy of their attacker. That was the clear difference between just birthing elements and giving elements form. The whirlpool vanished as the scarlet and metal Kai disappeared along with it. In the middle, Yu Gao was breathing heavily as she looked at the two. She angrily cried, "You bitches! You almost killed me!" Wai Waiyan looked at Shui Wuhan as she had a helpless expression on her face. She had to reveal her cultivation base because of her sect mate. He smiled. "I think if you're deciding on the strongest, the winner has been decided." Yanju and Mingyu were silent. Their attacks were dealt with so easily. Not to mention, they even suspected that Shui Wuhan had a heart of water Kai. If that was the case, they were definitely not her match. Yanju was the first to break the silence. "If you're willing to be the leader of our group, I have no objections." Her open-minded words and stern manner were clearly displayed. However, Shui Wuhan felt a headache coming. With a heavy sigh in her heart, she decided to nod, accepting the role in the end. If she gave Yu Gao the leadership role, knowing her, she may think that she had her backing and cause all sorts of issues amongst the team. In actuality, Yu Gao wasn't her ally in the sect. Their relationship could be said to be like Yanju and Wai Waiyan's, filled with neutrality and avoidance. Mingyu sheathed her sword. "Okay." Yu Gao felt indignant at nearly being killed, but what could she do? They all had similar statuses, and it was an agreed battle. She only glared hatefully at Yanju and Mingyu. When her gaze met Wai Waiyan, who was off to the side smiling, she felt a surge of anger due to his affiliation with Yanju. "What are you smiling for? You're so dickless, you're not even man enough to try to battle for leadership. Never have I met a coward like you. Disgusting." Her words were sharp and without retreat. An angered woman's words were often sharp and merciless. Wai Waiyan furrowed his brows, but he thought of something and shook his head. "If you're done venting, can we go on with the mission?" "You!" Dao Gao raged, her eyes turning red with anger. Wai Waiyan's indifference at her insult was an insult itself, as if she was unworthy to argue with or talk to. She gripped her fan, and her Kai erupted. She unfurled her fan and sent a wave of water towards Wai Waiyan. Yanju and Mingyu backed off instantly. Shui Wuhan was curious about Wai Waiyan, and thus didn't interfere. Wai Wan's eyes locked down on the wave. His silver eyes pierced through it and landed on Zhu Gao. He had his own limits and patience. First there was Xing Fu, and now it was this Zhu Gao. He wasn't willing to reveal his cultivation base, because it wasn't necessary. But the underestimation and disrespect was approaching his limits. Elemental lightning art. Thunder step. Boom! A tremendous boom of thunder roared. The ground beneath Wai Wan's feet was crushed explosively. A crater as large as half a meter deep was created, with flickering traces of electricity at its depths. A large, gaping hole was left within the wave of water, as it directly collapsed from the sheer force it met. Wai Wan appeared in front of Zhu Gao with lightning-like speed, his eyes flickering with violet lightning, the most volatile and hottest lightning. It was like his eyes contained the most dangerous beast of the lightning realm. He stood before her with those eyes. "Ha!" she gasped and shrieked. The booming sound had caused her heart to feel like it was going to explode, but the sudden appearance of Wai Wan's handsome visage and fearsome eyes caused it to nearly stop instead. There was absolute silence for 5 seconds. Wai Wan was mere inches away from her face, his breath on hers. Only now did she realize that Wai Wan was rather tall, and his body held a fair amount of muscle. "Kiss me." His voice was soft but was like resounding claps in her mind. Without a thought, she leaned forward and pressed her soft, red lips on Wai Wan's lips. Her eyes closed, as if she was enjoying the sensation of intimacy to its utmost limit. She had even opened her mouth, and allowed Wai Wan's tongue to meet her own in battle, their lips pushing against each other without end. She was ravenous, as if trying to eat his lips. "Yan Zhu. Mingyu. Shui's Wu Hen." After a few seconds, their lips separated, and Zhu Gao's breathing was labored as if she had just walked a mile. Her eyes looked dreamy. She pressed her fingers to her lips, and slowly caressed it, as if recalling the feeling she just had. "Is that man enough for you?" Wai Wan grinned triumphantly. He turned towards Shui's Wu Hen as he walked away, the violet lightning in his eyes gone. "Shall we get going?" Chapter 18. Search. They traveled through Mu Lake's forest swiftly. On foot, the 5 carried dead spirit crystals and spread out with a 50-meter distance between them. Wai Wan was calmly looking at his surroundings, finding the fascinating flora and fauna of the Mu Lake's forest as he did. The flowers were lively and shone with faint traces of water and wood energies. The mystical lake was somehow transforming the inherent properties of the water that enters the soil, and thereby affecting the inhabitants who live from it. The animals were incredibly peaceful, as if the calming qualities of water had been instilled into their primal instincts. He found that many of them were herbivores, living off the lush greenery within the area. The forest was like a wealth of food for them. Off to the side, Zhu Gao fumed from time to time, her eyes shifting out of focus and muttering all sorts of indistinct comments. As she did, a faint blush would surface on her face before swiftly fading. Wai Wan had taken her first kiss, and he had done it so forcefully that she felt aggrieved. However, while she had her grievances, whenever she recalled his eyes filled with power, that visage of handsomeness, and tall figure looming over her, she'd feel all sorts of emotions and heat within her heart. Her gaze would then shift over to Wai Wan, causing her heart to beat faster than before. 2 words and she had fallen into his claws like a helpless butterfly. At first, she assumed Wai Wan had used some sort of spiritual spell to influence her mind, but there's no way he could do something like that. Only godlords had mind-affecting abilities, as their Kai held its own spirituality. Not to mention, even if he did, there would be some traces of manipulation. She knew it was done in the spur of the moment, and while her emotions and senses may have been overwhelmed at that particular instant, instinctually and deep within her heart, she wanted to do it. The only issue was that she didn't know why. Yanju and Mingyu were silent most of the way. Shui Wuan was the only one talking actively as she gave directions on where and how to sweep their assigned area. This search lasted for an entire 16 hours. They had combed through the entire section of their forest and came up empty. "We finished our assignment. For now, let's return to the lake and set up camp by the lakeside," Shui Wuhan said. They unanimously agreed, as it took them roughly 15 minutes to arrive back at the lake. Now that they weren't moving with caution, the time to return was considerably less. When they arrived, Wai Wan noticed a campsite had already been established. A fire was lit, and a spiritual formation was set up as an early alarm system. It was similar in structure as the one Elder Jai had established. However, it was a little lacking in flexibility. With the appropriate spiritual spell, Wai Wan felt that he could bypass it. As they walked deeper, his eyes shone with a silver light. Another formation was layered beneath the alarm formation. It was intricately done, and even he had nearly missed it. It could be an assault formation, but he wasn't sure. "Nothing." An Aqua Echo Sex elder approached. Shui Wuan shook her head helplessly. Wai Wan noticed the short exchange and realized the importance of finding the culprit responsible for the mysterious disappearances to their sect. In fact, they were plagued by the disappearances and had to ask others for help. Elder Bing arrived to meet Yanju and Wai Wan. Her hair that gave off traces of frost seemed to have dimmed in luster. Wai could notice some exhaustion in her eyes, but also a hint of frustration. It was somewhat concealed, but her mood was clearly not good. "We're set up over here." She gestured towards a location where Shu Yin and Xing Fu were located. He couldn't visibly see them, as a rather large tent had been set up. While Wai had followed, a pair of eyes was watching him. It was Shui's Wu Hin. She hadn't said anything about Wai's actions towards Yu Gao, but only because of her wariness and unwillingness to broach the subject which could compromise their mission. However, now that she had returned to her elders, she had given a full report, including Wai's actions. The Aqua Echo sect elders had solemn expressions as they sat in their own unique tent. Yu Gao and the other 2 Aqua Echo sect members also had various expressions, mostly filled with anger. "He has birth metal Kai and lightning Kai, and seems to be hiding his cultivation base. I can't say for sure, but he could be at the 4th stage of Kai condensation," Shu Wuan voiced her assumption. The expressions of everyone changed the moment those words were said. The 4th stage of Kai condensation was the inform phase, and the difficulty of reaching this phase for men was immensely difficult. It was equally difficult for women to reach the yang growth phase. For Wai, a young man in his mid-20s, to reach this level would say much about his potential. There was a possibility he could ascend into godhood or even become a godlord in the future. The other issue was birthing 2 advanced elemental Kais. Many people spent decades trying and failing. Even if you absorbed an enormous amount of elemental energy, it was by no means a guarantee that you could birth that element. However, if you do, the benefits were astonishing. Those who birth the 4 elements have tempered their bodies and Kai to be tougher, more fluid, easier to control, and resilient to high temperatures. Metal Kai would increase durability, allowing the Kai in body to reach an exceptionally high level of hardness and its ability to withstand pressure. Lightning Kai affected one's reflexes, speed of movement, and explosive power. With 6 elements, Wai's body and K would receive this level of tempering that would jump his combat strength to another level. The Aqua Echo sect members couldn't use any methods to deal with him because, frankly speaking, they weren't strong enough if Shui Wuhan's words were true. They could only swallow the humiliation for now. Yu Gao was of similar mind, her heart enraged by Wai's actions. The fact that she had kissed him could even ruin her status and chances of becoming the sect leader in the future. How could she not be furious? Within the Aqua Echo sect, those upheld to the highest standards in the sect had to withdraw from men and women relations. As a core disciple of the sect, she was one of the few who had to uphold that standard. Now, her entire status could be jeopardized because of him. As for going to war, that was a pipe dream. Neither Wai nor her was important enough to go to war over a mutual exchange of contact. That would be ridiculous to the cultivation world, if it actually happened. Perhaps if it was a forced sexual event, which would result in a humiliation to the sect, and the destruction of their core disciples' future potential. Only then would it result in war. Wai was capable of relaxing in his tent because he knew this, and thus felt comfortable placing his mind elsewhere. The current elsewhere was Elder Bing. "We've searched through the entire forestry area with dead spirit crystals. The 4 of us even tried to use various spiritual scrying methods, but we couldn't find a single clue. In fact, we can be certain that no human has died within this forest in the last 6 months since the disappearances began," Elder Bing said with exhaustion. The search they had deployed clearly heavily taxed her spiritual sense and mental energy. "The entire forest?" Wai softly muttered. Seems that the 4 elders didn't want to rely on the disciples not making a mistake and scried areas they had already searched with their spiritual spells. "Not a single clue?" Wai asked. "Not one," Elder Bing said. "Odd. Then, is it possible the people are still alive? But if that's the case, where are they being kept, and how can someone hide tens of thousands of people without a single trace?" Wai asked, confused. This wasn't possible. Xing Fu interjected. "Maybe with spatial rings? They have their own space to store things." Everyone was silent as they simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xing Fu. "What?" Xing Fu was confused by everyone's silence. Elder Bing broke the silence. "Spatial rings don't store things into their own space. Cultivators don't have the ability to actually create an independent dimension, keep it stabilized, and allow passage into and out without any inconsistency or constant maintenance. They don't." Xing Fu truly thought those at the false reality phase could create independent spaces and store them into spatial rings. She looked at the spatial ring on her finger given to her by the sect when she became a core disciple. They had told her its function, but never the mechanics behind it. Yanju answered, "Spatial rings are temporary gateways from one physical point to another. It's a tunnel that allows travel both ways, not a container. The gate leads to a storage container stored by the sect, private and safe, that only 7th phase experts could enter forcefully. You place and pull objects from this container. It is called a spatial ring because it contains a small amount of spatial energy that enables this tunnel to open and close." Oh, Xing Fu was shocked. She had no idea that was the case. Then doesn't that mean that as long as one goes to her container, they could take everything from her ring? Thinking this, she turned slightly pale. As Yanju said, because it's only a gate to a tunnel, it can't store past its limit, and transporting life takes far too much energy. As you know, the larger or stronger the object in terms of Kai or energy, the more Kai it takes to extract or enter the object. Even if the sect leader herself wanted to store a newborn child, she'd exhaust herself to death before she could get it through. The child would probably remain unharmed as well, so it's not an effective weapon. Elder Bing informed. Wai had long since known these specifics. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a vault in sects or cultivation clans. They could just store things in spatial rings, these small objects, and hide them away. There would be no fear of being robbed. However, life wasn't so simple. What's our next move? Yanju asked. We'll recover our strength and try other ways. We'll likely employ your cultivation bases to help. Elder Bing took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The icy frost on her hair seemed to recede somewhat. She looked like she was conserving energy and attempting to speed up her recovery. We'll do so in 2 days. For now, rest, cultivate, mingle with the other disciples. Elder Bing left these words before going to a corner and sitting in the lotus position. The surrounding essence of heaven and earth was absorbed rapidly by her. Wai decided to see the Mu Lake up close. He left and walked the lakeshore, while his spiritual sense swept the lake surface. It contained a high concentration of water energy, which was far higher than natural lakes. If he was cultivating here at the second phase, he could have birthed his water Kai far easier. In the elemental birth phase, one could only be said to have reached completion when they've birthed all 4 natural elements, but birthing one was sufficient to reach the phase. Only with elemental energy can one enable the intermixing of yin, and with yin comes yang, hence the order at which cultivation was set. As he walked and pondered cultivation, he grimaced. His knees nearly buckled as he fiercely gripped his neck. A crushing sound could be heard as he pressed heavily. His teeth clenched as he stifled a shout of pain. What is this? He had just felt an absolutely inconceivable amount of pain in his neck and shoulder area out of nowhere. His body became wrapped around by a ward of elemental Kai. Within this Kai was yin and yang energies. The ward nearly looked like a perfect silhouette of himself. His actions definitely elicited many inspections from the elders and disciples nearby. But Wai couldn't care about this. Even if his cultivation base was revealed, this pain was too intense. He circulated his Kai to the area in hopes of easing the pain. This pain? His face paled as he recalled the injury from before. While on his mission to eliminate the Violet Moon Sect's remnant forces, he met a crazed, nonsensical prisoner who bit him. The injury had long since healed, with not even a scar left behind. This prisoner had clearly gone insane, and because of his mission to eliminate the force, he had killed him regardless of his identity or status. Gaw! A bit of spit escaped his lips as he shouted with clenched teeth. Wai? Elder Bing had noticed, arriving with a trace of frost Kai to her steps. When she looked at Wai's ward infused with elemental energy, yin, and yang as well as its nearly perfect encasing, and her eyes widened in shock. 5th phase? She found this inconceivable. This junior of hers was nearly 70 years behind her in age, but exceeded her in cultivation base. The middle-aged elder from the Sky Sword sect arrived as well. His gaze was sharp as he inspected Wai. Even his expression changed as he saw the traces of elemental energy, violet lightning and steel metal energy. He became stunned. Elements had various origins, and weren't always the same. For example, fire could be gold, blue, or even green. It denoted various chemical differences, and thus affects the Kai itself. However, condensing them was incomparably difficult. Violet lightning was one of the most volatile lightning known, not to mention the hottest, yet to birth it was incredibly difficult. However, if one used violet lightning crystals, it would be easier to birth standard lightning, to actually birth violet lightning. As for the steel metal, it was one of the most difficult forms of metal to establish. Its inherent properties take metal characteristics and drive it to a generalized extreme. It was, simply put, the jack of all trades of metal Kai. This meant any and all metal Kai arts could be used by it, and it was stronger than normal metal Kai. These two were exceptionally difficult to birth, high-level elemental energy that many could only hope to have. Such talent. One of the Aqua Echo sect elders arrived. She was immediately shocked by Wai's display. While the numbers of people grew, Wai felt paralyzed by the pain. His nails had already dug into his skin, causing blood to flow. His Kai ward was infused with more energy, as it repelled his own fingers, preventing further self-harm. However, his hands still gripped his ward harshly. What is happening to me? His mind spiraled, unable to remain clear because of the pain. A voice suddenly entered his mind. Sin come. Sin run. Chapter 19. Sin. Ark. Wai shouted the moment this voice entered his mind. The shout was bestial and filled with desperation and unwillingness, like the last throes of a dying animal. By this point, all the elders had gathered. Elder Bing had a grave, solemn expression. She was considering if Wai was going through a backlash or Kai deviation. No one approached because of the latter. If his Kai deviated from standard paths, he could detonate suddenly. As he was in the 5th phase, the destruction would take her with him. She didn't believe she could outrun it if she was close. The elders were also using their spiritual sense to investigate, but couldn't determine what was wrong. No one dared to get close. Dao Xin, with his eyes closed, arrived beside the other members of the Sky Sword sect. Despite not having his eyes opened, his eyes were pointed towards Wai. He's birth metal and lightning Kai, and from 2 high-level sources. His words were calmer than others. The middle-aged man turned towards Dao Xin and asked, is he undergoing Kai deviation or suffering a backlash from a Kai method? With his cultivation base at the 4th phase, he didn't have the spiritual strength to penetrate a 5th phase cultivator's defensive ward. Dao Xin, however, was different. He had cultivated a unique spiritual spell that made his perception exceptionally piercing. Dao Xin frowned. His entire body is going haywire, like he's simultaneously undergoing a backlash and Kai deviation, but no obvious sign of either. The middle-aged man was shocked after hearing this. That made no sense to him. As he looked at Wai, he couldn't help but think that this boy had a secret. As if Dao Xin heard his thoughts, he said, it seems that a treasure inside his body is causing the effect. When those words were said, everyone became silent. Xu Yin's eyes grew sharp as she looked at Wai. Zhu Lang had been trying to kill Wai for this treasure, but there was never any confirmation if he had one. No one could tell, and everyone just called him talented and an underdog who rose from hard work and dedication. However, how could that be true? That treasure had allowed a nobody like Wai, who could only start as an honorary disciple, become a core disciple. Now, he was at the 5th phase and birth 2 high-level elemental Kai. If she could obtain it, she had a chance to save her brother's cultivation future. A faint killing intent emerged in her eyes. Unfortunately for her, Wai did not have any cultivation treasure. He simply had intelligence, willpower, and luck. There was no trick or shortcut that took him from 0 to hero. Gnashing his teeth fiercely, his eyes had already turned bloodshot. Beneath his feet, violet lightning Kai formed. Elemental lightning art, thunder step. Boom! He took off. He took off towards that voice echoing in his mind, telling him to come, telling him to run. It grew louder and louder, but as it did, the pain became worse. He continuously executed thunder step despite its fierce consumption. Before the others could react, Wai was out of sight and spiritual sense range. Dao Xin looked at the direction Wai took off, and his frown deepened. The middle-aged man took out a transmission crystal and sent a message. Dao Xin stealthily withdrew his transmission crystal and read the message. His frown ceased, and he shook his head. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly, but didn't show it on his face. We'll rest if he doesn't come back in 2 days, we'll continue without him. An Aqua Echo sect elder said. To her, the mission was more important. Wai may be a genius, but he wasn't their genius. If anything, she wished he'd fall down a pit and die. If he didn't have a treasure, then his talent meant he was truly going to become a future godlord. If that happened, the Scarlet Solaris sect and Sky Sword sect may get various ideas towards their Aqua Echo sect. Xingfu went to Elder Bing and cried, let's go after him. She looked ready to take off, but a cold energy entered her body and sobered her erratic emotions. I know you have taken a liking to him, but the current situation he's going through is volatile. He could explode. If you're around him when that happens, you'll die. Elder Bing calmly explained. Xingfu paled. Suddenly, she regretted getting her teacher to invite Wai. An hour later, an exhausted figure covered in dirt and tree leaves stepped into a clearing within the Mu Lake's forest. This figure was Wai. He tumbled into the clearing and fell to his knees. His Kai ward had fizzled out not too long ago, as his Kai had been reduced to nothing. Besides his powerful body, he had no other means of protection. The voice had vanished suddenly, and so had the pain. He felt relieved as he wanted to just lay down and fall asleep, but his mind knew better. If someone decided to take action against him, he could never wake up. How? He slapped himself to bring his mind back to an alert state. Stay awake! As he told himself this over and over again, he got up and started to slowly trudge forward in hope of a safe location to rest. Finally, you're here. A voice that was incredibly familiar to Wai, a voice he'd recognize his entire life at this point. It was the voice in his head. The voice that told him to come and run. He had come while running. With blurred vision, he looked towards the origin of the voice. His eyes widened and subconsciously took a step forward. Way forward? He meant to take a step backwards. He tried to step backwards again and retreat, but he took 2 steps forward. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed this. With swift thinking, he decided to take a step forward. When he did, he took 3 steps forward. Before he could figure out what was happening to his body, a white robe appeared in his vision. A skeleton. A pure black skeleton was wearing a white robe. It had a hood and stood with its arms crossed over its chest. Wai could even see each tooth clearly. This was a female skeleton. He could tell by its bone structure. He had learned a lot about death and killing, including what happens to the body after death and how it decomposes into a skeletal state in certain environments. There wasn't an ounce of flesh on this black skeleton, but it gave a physical aura that left him breathless. Good. Your mind is telling you to run, but your soul is pushing you forward. Nice soul-body compatibility. The skeleton spoke, but its lips didn't move. However, the sound definitely came from it. Wai was stunned by her words. Soul? He knew that to establish a heart of Kai, one needed to merge mind, matter, spirit, and essence. Spirit related to the soul. Your soul is definitely compatible with your body, even exceeding your mind in authority. Good. Good. The voice was neither male or female, rather ambiguous, but it gave one an exceptionally odd feeling like they were listening to a million-year-old sage. Wai desperately tried to calm himself down. He stopped moving just a few feet away and looked at the black skeleton. What do you want? He asked. Since he was either going to die or going to live, he may as well act as if he was already safe. He had a feeling that this skeleton could take his life away with a flick. Good mental stability, a solid mind, a good soul, body compatibility, but your body is still too garbage. The skeleton appraised, ignoring Wai. That's fine since you're one of the 49. The black skeleton said. 49? One of them? I can't stay too long, so I'll make this quick, the skeleton said. Wai nodded. He didn't know what was happening, so he followed the flow. The black skeleton pulled out a clear crystal ball the size of a basketball from nowhere. It was as if it had just appeared into existence. Wai hadn't even sensed a hint of spatial energy used. Wai, thief of sin. You killed an inheritor of sin. In the end, he bestowed it to you instead of cursing you. Therefore, you're now the inheritor of sin. As the black skeleton said these confusing words, the crystal ball started to surge with white mist. Soon, images appeared that retold the story of his meeting with the prisoner of the Violet Moon sect. At the end, it showed Wai beheading him. The images faded away. However, karmic luck is not in your worldly path. Your heavenly fate was decided by the actions of others. They accumulated the sin of greed with their actions, and the complicit willingness to watch and wait, the sin of sloth, produced a rank 2 calamity. The images of the crystal ball flashed once again. This time, Wai became shocked. The image was of Ju Lang. She was fighting in the war against the Violet Moon sect, but she suddenly received a message, broke away, and met a beautiful woman with emerald hair and eyes. The images flashed quickly. The woman with emerald hair and eyes had been imprisoned, and Ju Lang had stabbed a deep syringe into her heart. She extracted a fluid that looked like liquid emeralds. The sin of greed, the black skeleton said. Then, the images flashed into others. Wai saw the ancestral elder of the sect, the only godlord figure of the sect. He was standing near Godlord Lin beside the Haven Heart monolith. Godlord Lin seemed to have said something that sent the ancestral elder into silence. The sin of sloth, the black skeleton said. Wai felt that, based on the skeleton's words, the ancestral elder was warned of Ju Lang's actions, but did nothing about it. Which would lead to. As if reading his mind, the crystal ball shifted images. This time the images were clearer than before. Wai's eyes widened. An army of warriors dressed in emerald armor had besieged the Scarlet Solaris Mountain. They encircled it. A giant green dome of energy prevented anything from escaping. The images sped up and Wai saw himself. He was facing a young man wielding a black, colored sword who didn't wear emerald armor, but a black martial robe. Beside him was Ju Lang, who looked severely injured and clutched at Wai's sleeve in desperation. Wai could see the struggle in his own eyes, but then firm determination replaced it. He faced this young man with his saber out. With a shout, he released Scarlet Kai infused with metal and lightning energy. It seemed to be some fascinating and powerful Kai art, but Wai was shocked. I formed a heart of Scarlet Kai. While he was shocked, a grand battle took place. He clashed with the young man, but in the end he was bested. The young man came to as severely injured him and swung his sword. Wai grimaced as he almost felt the sword slice through his throat mercilessly. He died. The images ended. Because of your worldly fate, I had to lure you out of that sect. I abducted tens of thousands to change it, ever so slightly without the Heavenly Daos noticing. The black skeleton said somewhat aggrieved. Changed my fate? Lured me? You took those people? He couldn't help but feel a deep throbbing of his heart, the shock cascading his mind like a violent waterfall. The black skeleton calmly nodded. I had to change the blessed fate of tens of thousands to move the fate of one in silence. After I'm done, they'll be returned. You, in the face of a rank 2 calamity, cannot survive. You do not have sufficient karmic luck. You did, but not anymore. I did. Wai was confused. The prisoner had talked about karmic luck and karmic sin before, but he found it to be gibberish and nonsense. The crystal ball flashed once more. It was an image of a younger Wai. He had Du Ling in tow as he arrived at the Scarlet Solaris Mountain and was inducted into the sect. Karmic luck expended, 0.1. Then, he found an essence stone that enabled him to break into the Kai condensation realm. Next, he helped an old retired man on a whim, and he turned out to be a blacksmith. The blacksmith decided to put his all into a legacy weapon as a gift, the last weapon he'd ever craft in life. His saber was made and given to him. Next, he found the steel essence source. Then the 3-point yin female. Karmic luck expended, 0.3, 0.2, 0.5, 0.8. You were born with a 2.2 karmic value. Your current karmic value, 0.3. Requirement to have a chance to survive a rank 2 calamity, 1.5. To avoid and have a chance to benefit, 2.2. The black skeleton was nearly mechanical in its words. Wyan was dazed. Could things really be quantified as such? Was it that simple? This felt too fake, too unreal. Do you understand? The black skeleton asked. He had to take several deep breaths. This could all be fake, but for some reason he knew in his heart that it was true. Even his future. In the end he nodded. He became the inheritor of sin, forcing this black skeleton to intervene and arrive in the face of an impending calamity. If that was the case, then he can accept it. He didn't fully understand, but he knew enough. What now? He asked. The black skeleton looked at him with its hollow eyes. A strange atmospheric change occurred in the air. Now you steal sin from hell and luck from the heavens. Chapter 20. Inheritance. Before Wyan could react, his vision experienced an abrupt collapse as his world became dark. The darkness was cold, sinister, and gloomy. The only sound he could hear was the declining throbbing of his heartbeat. He felt death. It tasted like iron grinding on one's tongue, and felt icy like a frozen tundra. However, the fear that he had expected to overwhelm him did not come. It was instead a feeling of calm indifference that entered his heart and mind. He sent out his spiritual sense in an attempt to gain an understanding of his current state, but all that he sensed was darkness, cold and lonely darkness. A bottomless pit that never met an end. It didn't fall, but simply kept one in a state of stasis. Wyan felt cold. A sense of existential dread surged into his mind. Was this death? Is this how it felt to be dead? Time flowed on. A minute, an hour, a day, a week, a month. It continued for years. At some point, he lost the will to calculate time. It could have been decades or centuries, maybe even millennia. He was alone with his thoughts. This period of isolation could provoke insanity, but Wyan felt clear-headed. Many questions he had in life were answered. While he did recall his past, that was merely a brief moment before his mind shifted elsewhere. Spirit is the soul, and the soul is the spirit. When I created my spirit, I used my soul as its source. He felt like he touched upon something simple yet incredibly profound. If I sever my spirit, I'll have an imperfect spirit. No amount of nourishment would make two halves whole, but if I could condense a new spirit from my soul, this, normally, it would be impossible. But I already have a new mind, a fresh physical aura and pure essence. The Haven Heart K method is flawed. As he pondered those countless years, he figured out an issue with this ancient Kai method. He couldn't feel his body or life, but he knew it was there. He had to believe it was. Slowly, he meditated. It took an unknown period of time before he connected with his soul, on an enlightened level. Normally, contact with the soul was beyond difficult. However, during K condensation, one catches a glimpse of their soul within their soul sea. They would take a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of spirituality from the soul, and condense their metaphysical Kai. However, one must reach the requirement of mind matter, and essence before that could be achieved. Now that Wyan had established all new versions of those, he once again started the process. Poof! Without warning, without any suspense, his four qualities merged in perfect unison, as if they were a practice quartet. Having gone through this transformation before, Wyan knew how difficult it was to condense Kai, but the second time around was as easy as breathing. In truth, if he had severed his spirit, he would have required the 5th and 6th level of the K method, especially the Haven of Heaven level. That was a protective barrier that made up for the inadequacies of a severed spirit. The 6th level is nourishing the two spirits until completion and creating a myriad of hearts. While it may sound grand, it left many issues behind that could affect a person's future cultivation, particularly breaking through the K condensation to the realm beyond. Now, Wyan felt that his body had two perfectly synchronized and compatible heart of Kai. I can feel it. He had now realized that he could feel his Kai in this black void. He felt the rotation of his Kai, the absorption of essence from the outside, and the return of strength in his body. I'm not dead, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. An intense emotion of relief and excitement erupted from his very soul. Now, all he needed to do was wake up. Just wake up, got him it. Gasp. A pair of silver eyes opened as Wyan's body exhaled deeply. His body lurched into a sit-up position. He grabbed the grass and ground to steady himself. His breathing was long and powerful, as if every breath of air was precious beyond belief. He tried to look for the black skeleton, but found nothing. Looking to the skies, he realized it was night as the astral stars shone brilliantly. A grin, one of happiness, crept to his lips. What was that all about? As he said that, a black color caught his eye. He looked towards his right arm and realized that it was now entirely covered with tattoos. These tattoos were beautiful and looked similar to mystical runes or divine letters. As he held his arm up to get a better look, a burning pain erupted in the back of his head. He grasped his head slightly. A fear emerged in his heart as he did not wish to experience that pain or isolation again. Luckily, the burning pain lasted for a mere few seconds before he felt a gush of new information enter his mind. There were 3 scriptures in his mind now. The first was the scripture of karmic sin and karmic luck. It denoted the teachings of sin and luck, how it is obtained, how it is avoided, how it is changed, and how it can be stolen. It was systematic in structure and ranks for calamities and benefits. The first part of the scripture answered a question he had from the beginning: birth. When the black skeleton informed him of his fate, she had said his karmic luck had been too little to survive the upcoming calamity, and he was born with a numerical designation of 2.2. He had expended his luck starting from when he entered the Scarlet Solaris sect. Everything he'd experienced as a fortuitous encounter, as dumb luck, seemed to have been geared for him to benefit. Even the 3-point yin-body female, he found. In the scripture, it said that the concept of rebirth and reincarnation was true. When one is reborn, their karmic value is reset and they can gain or lose karmic value during their life. If one is reincarnated, they retain their karmic luck to pass into the next life. To think there truly is an afterlife was what he took from this. If someone had just told him these things randomly, he would have told them to piss off, but now, according to the scripture, anyone who earns enough karmic value in their life can live amongst the Heavenly Daos in peace until a certain point of time, where they'll be reborn. Those who gain enough karmic value relating to sin, they'll be sent into hell. A place where there was only one description, a single word in the scripture: suffer. The very thought sent shivers as his imagination went wild. So, a person can live according to the Heavenly Dao's concept of good in their life, but they can't obtain karmic luck until the next life. Only karmic value? However, they can gain karmic sin? As he read this part, his expression turned ugly. Then, he sighed. Supposedly, there were 3,000 commandments of the Heavenly Daos. If you break one, you receive a negative karmic value or karmic sin, and if you follow one, then you gain a positive karmic value or karmic luck. As he read these 3,000 commandments, he flipped out and became enraged. He didn't even want to read more. He felt like these things shouldn't be read by mortals. They could scar one's will or perception of the world's sense of morality. Some of these commandments were straight evil. For example, there was a commandment that had to do with killing and the judging of it. As long as one kills another who has karmic relations with them, it was fine and dandy. And karmic relations was a very loose terminology. It simply meant as long as you killed people you knew for more than a few minutes of casual engagement or had a connected history with, you're okay. However, if you kill someone you never interacted with on any connected level, it's a negative karmic value. This was a complex, ambiguous concept. This meant that as long as someone from a clan, sect, or force offended you, you can slaughter their family and power without accruing a hint of karmic sin. However, let's say you saw a stranger being taken advantage of or possibly close to being raped. If you interfered and killed the culprit, you sinned. After all, that stranger and perpetrator held karmic links to you. However, there was another one that says if you're fighting on the orders of another, as long as your actions are aligned with their will, you'll be free of sin, and all of it will pile on them. Soldiers were given a pass, but all generals likely went to hell. Another one, which was beyond ambiguous, was the concept of theft. You can steal, but you can't steal more than you need. This was so ambiguous he didn't even want to delve into it. The commandments overlap too, so you can break 10 and follow 2, and your value would be scored as such. It wasn't possible to follow this. It was arbitrarily structured and lacked any cohesive belief or understanding of general morality. Recalling the words of that madman prisoner, he said that he had done nothing wrong yet he suffered. It seems by the heavens, he was deemed a sinner, but morally speaking, the human moral sense, he may have been an upright person. Then, he suffered a calamity that he could not avoid. Incredible. The next scripture was the bloodline of sin. Wait, as he read through the information in his mind, his eyes widened as he looked at his right arm. Those symbols were physical manifestations, like birthmarks, that identified those who held the bloodline of sin. The bloodline of sin originates from the first sinner. It allows the absorption of karmic sin. However, it can evade the eye of heaven. According to it, whoever is the wielder of the bloodline of sin shall not be judged by the Daos of heaven. That's, as he recalled how karmic sin can be accumulated and provoke a calamity, while karmic luck can only be gained for the next life, he felt some relief. At least his actions cannot provoke calamities. This Those who wield the power of sin will have to undergo the 18 calamities of hell after obtaining the rights of a sinner. What type of bullshit is this? So I can avoid the calamities brought by the heavens, but not by hell? He felt like crushing something. He really didn't even want to sift through this anymore. All he knew was that the 18 calamities of hell were random, and cannot be divined by those who can see worldly fate. So, he'll have to go through these calamities randomly and without warning. Not to mention, he had to overcome them or die. Moreover, he had to pass a trial against heaven, earn the right of a sinner, before he could awaken the 18 calamities of hell. What type of inheritance was that? The third scripture, soul of true sin, a soul cultivation art. By absorbing karmic sin through the bloodline of sin, I can temper my soul. As he read through this, he frowned. The soul was a concept he had barely come into contact with, and even still, it was too little. The black skeleton said that if it wasn't for this calamity, she would have waited until I reached the realm of sages. Does that have something to do with the soul? Is this the true inheritance? As he pondered more on the subject, he felt that that was indeed the case. Not to mention, the black skeleton kept saying things relating to his soul in the beginning. He had obtained the technique prematurely, and thus, he had no use for it. Again, he sighed. All three of these scriptures left him sighing with all sorts of emotions. He gained pretty much nothing from this, just a rather dreary understanding of the world. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at his tattoos. A wave of shock battered his mind. He saw a number on the tattoos. It was a very simple number, but it hit 3 digits, 176. The number didn't shock him, but what it represented, it was his karmic luck value. In the scripture bloodline of sin, it mentioned using positive karmic value to gain immediate karmic luck via the bloodline. However, your own actions and sin cannot be counted, as the Heavenly Daos cannot judge you, but the karmic value of others, and the main way to obtain it was through an exchange. This was why he didn't take much notice of it. The willing exchange was essentially asking someone to give you the luck they would have in their next life, or their ticket to literal heaven. Who would agree to anything like that willingly? Not even a saint would be willing to give you everything they've worked their life towards, even if it would save your own. How did I? His mind raced like rapid winds as he tried to figure out a reasoning. Wait, the tens of thousands of people. As he thought of the black skeleton snatching those people, the more likely it seemed. They were mentioned as blessed briefly by the skeleton. Could it be? As he thought of that, he felt his arm sting a little. He looked at it, and saw the number dwindle as it went from 176 to 171.2. His eyes twitched slightly. An odd sound whirled into being. It felt like the whistling of grass. Wyan looked towards the grass, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Pure, emerald color glowed around him, originating from the grass in the clearing. He looked upwards towards the sky, and saw a brilliant full moon. It was beautifully silver, and left one's heart filled with serenity. This emerald glow became lights, as emerald motes like fireflies started to rise from the grass. His eyes shrunk in disbelief. The motes of light contained a vibrant life force unlike any he'd ever seen before. Life meadow wood essence? The disbelief turned to shock, which turned into a sense of surrealism. The life meadow wood essence was one of the top 3 recorded wood essences known to cultivators. However, it would only appear randomly, and sometimes, reports of it appearing can be hundreds of years apart. It contained a life force that was beyond miraculous, could be used to heal the most horrendous of wounds, or even restore one from a state of near death, possessed a unique resistance against a myriad of poisons, and was powerful to boot. If someone could condense wood kai from this fully, they would gain all of these traits. The last person to condense it left a legend that reached even today, lasting thousands of years. The Wood King of Everlore, a figure who united the surrounding countries under his name. When he ascended to the stars, it was said that his empire collapsed and created what became the 7 countries of the myriad Yor continent. The Wu country was merely one of them. He reached out and touched the emerald motes. They entered his body without the slightest resilience. I lost 4.8 karmic luck for this. Is this an opportunity? Wyan knew that finding the steel essence source was considered worth a 0.5, while his discovery of the 3-point yin body female was 0.8. Now for it to take an entire 4.8. He did not want to waste this opportunity. It was one that could only be chanced upon, a blessing from the heavens themselves. He sat down and started to circulate his heart of kai. He had nearly forgotten. He had 2 heart of kai. As he inspected them, they were like carbon copies. The second heart of kai seemed to have wildly absorbed the first heart of kai's energies while he was out and reached completion. They were both at the standard of the 5th phase. He started to circulate his hearts of kai, absorbing the life metalwood essence. With 2, he found that they complemented each other, devouring nearly 4 times what he could do with just 1. It was as if he had 4 heart of kai working in conjunction. It seems achievements I make myself with opportunities presented normally don't consume karmic luck, only the opportunities discovered with its support. I condensed violet lightning kai, cultivated the Haven Heart K method to completion, and used the rewards of the sect to enter the on your fields, but the black skeleton hadn't mentioned it. Nor did I lose karmic luck. As he came to this realization, he also realized that the benefits obtained from these lucky chances was still what you can take from it, rather than receiving automatic benefits. So, even if someone else was given this lucky chance, they may not condense their wood kai or the meadow life wood kai. He would not waste this opportunity. Chapter 21. Return, Xing Fu. Wai Waiyan spent the entire night wildly absorbing the meadow life wood essence into his hearts of kai. The birthing of an element was a delicate practice, and required a certain level of comprehensive ability. While the realm of kai condensation could be said as a realm of accumulation, it contained a high-level requirement for talent too. The condensation of kai requiring the 4 essential qualities was the first example of such. The creation of elemental kai was the second, and the infusion of yin and yang energies as well as its combination to the 6th phase, yin-yang energy, was another. When Wai Waiyan had revealed his violet lightning kai and steel metal kai, the only thoughts that the elders had in their minds was regarding his frightening talent. This was because they were high-level elemental essences that required a higher-than-average level of talent to birth. While one could use the essences to birth normal metal kai and lightning kai, actually birthing those specific kai types were incredibly difficult. The meadow life wood essence was the same. While it could be used to birth normal wood kai, birthing meadow life wood kai was a far more difficult endeavor. However, if there was one thing Wai Waiyan had in spades, it was an unbelievably high level of comprehensive ability. The motes of light continued to enter his body until the stars faded, and the sun rose from the east. He stayed in his cultivation posture throughout, processing the refined essence and its energy, all the way until the sun set to the west. Hoo! Ha ha! He took a deep inhale, and a powerful exhale, and sent out a wad of turbid kai. This kai was smaller than he expected, as the meadow life wood essence had far less impurities. In fact, the majority of the turbidity originated from the essence of heaven and earth. His eyes opened, revealing an emerald shimmer that contained an abundant amount of life force. Beneath his skin, the faint glow of bright green traced his muscle fibers, veins, and arteries. The wood energy formulated by his new wood kai was already tempering his body, gaining a higher degree of flexibility, resilience to poison, and heightened regenerative prowess. A lucky chance indeed! With his 3 elemental kai, his yang growth phase cultivation base, and myriad of kai arts, he felt his strength had risen to a whole new level. Subconsciously, he looked at his arm and saw the number 171.2. It wasn't written out normally, but in a unique numerical language only those with the bloodline of sin could understand. Will I receive more lucky chances? More importantly, will I be able to overcome this calamity now that my karmic luck exceeds 2.0? The black skeleton once said that a rank 2 calamity required 1.5 to have a chance of survival and 2.0 to avoid with a chance to benefit. What would a 171.2 do? He pondered briefly before shaking his head. He'll see if he can bring this forward to the sect leader or ancestral elder. Hopefully, he avoids the sin of sloth and acts. He stood up, dusted himself off and steadied his breathing. Only when he familiarized himself with his newly enhanced body did he take off. Whoosh! In the Scarlet Solaris sect, Xing Fu, Yanju, Shu Yin, and Elder Bing had long since returned to the sect. Since Wai Waiyan's departure, 2 weeks had passed. While they searched for Wai Waiyan, they could not find him anywhere nor traces of his disappearance. There was a lot of speculation, including backlash leading to a quiet death. While uncommon, it was possible. However, his disappearance or death didn't cause any huge waves. In much the same way as Tao Gui and Yilong's deaths, many were just preparing to take his position. Unfortunately, until a year had passed without any response, Wai Waiyan would still be considered alive due to his missing status. In the upper level of the Scarlet Solaris Mountain, Xing Fu was in her residence. She looked a little pale, and her eyes had sunk a little. She seemed to have been crying, experienced a lack of sleep, and seemed to be a little malnourished. She laid on her bed clutching her pillow. From time to time, she'd sob and groan. Lately, her mind had been racked with guilt and self-hatred. It was her pleading to her master, Elder Bing, that led Wai Waiyan to that mission. She didn't know what happened, but she learned that the Aqua Echo sect had a little grudge against him. To her, she believed they did something, and blamed herself because of it. She was an ordinary-looking girl with no outstanding features. Even with makeup, she only reached the level of decently pretty. She couldn't compare to Yanju's valiant beauty, Lang Yi's extraordinary sexiness, or Zhu Lang's holy beauty, but she was a girl. Like any girl, she had her crushes and likes. She had her dreams and desires. Wai Waiyan was one of them. No, it'll be better to say he was the entirety of them. She was accepted by Elder Bing as a disciple because of her mother being a sworn sister to her, and this elevated her status, but her cultivation base was forcefully pushed to the second stage of Kai condensation. She wasn't very talented. In fact, She was a chess piece for Yanju. However, she was excited to be that chess piece because of Yan. She had first met him 3 years ago when he was freshly made a core disciple. Before then, she had heard about this kid, who went from an honorary disciple to a core disciple, exhibiting exceptional talent and intelligence. At the time, she felt it was all just elevated nonsense. Until there was a public commotion between an inner disciples' harem. The harem members were picking on another harem member because she was favored by their man over them. That very man had watched in enjoyment as the young lady was tormented and beaten. There were definitely over 100 people watching like it was a show, but not Yan. He leapt down from his variant eagle and directly crippled the main offender. Then, he took that young woman in. She had seen many cultivators before, talented, high status, and all the core disciples were selfish and intent on killing each other or others for benefit. However, Yan didn't exhibit any of that. He felt warm and familiar. Whenever she thought of that moment, she wondered if she, as an average-looking girl, would also receive such treatment if she was mistreated unjustly. Perhaps not even Yanju would interfere. That moment had been seared into her brain, and she couldn't get him out of her mind since. However, she didn't have the status nor was the faction she had been a part of, Yanju's faction, an ally to Yan's faction. This made interacting with him quite difficult, as all sorts of politics would interfere. Then, she became a core disciple. It was a dream come true. It was a chance to make her dreams a reality. The only issue was, how could she come into contact with him? A heavenly way opened up as the mission requesting elite disciples to participate arrived. Yanju showed initiative, and the rest of the story is history. Alas, she stuffed her face in her pillow as she reveled in her self-hatred. If something truly did happen to Yan because of her. Knock, knock. She lifted her head up to see the door. Are you in? A familiar voice sounded behind the door. It was Elder Bing. Yes, come in, she sheepishly replied with very little energy. Her mood was down, right horrible. Elder Bing entered and saw Xing Fu's impoverished state. Her expression couldn't help but feel a little pain despite her chilly exterior. Have you eaten? Like a caring mother, she walked up and caressed Xing Fu's hair. Xing Fu didn't answer. Ha! I know that boy was all you had on your mind, but you still need to focus on yourself. Your talent isn't the same as everyone else, so to ensure you keep your spot, you need to work harder to cultivate. You can't let a boy, who only knew you existed a few weeks ago, hinder your progress. Elder Bing softly berated while advising. A caring heart was infused into those words, but even she felt it was a pity. Yan had birthed 2 high elemental Kai, Ipes, and reached the 5th phase in his mid-20s. Even if Xing Fu became a concubine to him, she'd already be far reaching her potential and worth. Xing Fu still didn't respond. Elder Bing warily sighed. This little girl. Just as she was about to use all sorts of methods to get Xing Fu back on track, she received a message from her transmission crystal. She retrieved it and read its contents with her spiritual sense. He's back, she couldn't help but say in shock. However, those words were like heavenly heart, nourishing nectar to Xing Fu as her eyes brightened. Was he back? Yan entered the Scarlet Solaris X mountain entrance. It's been a while since he trekked here by foot, but it wasn't that difficult or long. He even took a slower pace to familiarize himself with Wood Kai and Elemental Wood Kai arts. As preparations for his Heart of Elemental Kai, he had taken arts relating to metal, lightning, wood, ice, and magma from the sect. Therefore, he was quite prepared. The Wood Kai arts he liked best was definitely the Earthly Wood Heal art and Siphoning Weed art. The former could heal injuries of one's self and others, both internal and external. But it required either reaching the 5th stage of Kai condensation or birthing a Wood Kai with life force energy inherently generated within. As he had reached both, its effectiveness was quite amazing. The latter was capable of rapidly absorbing wood energy to refine Wood Kai for immediate usage. It was exceptionally useful in battle, if combined with offensive and defensive wood arts in a forest or other green areas. It could also be used in conjunction with Earthly Wood Heal to heal injuries without consuming one's combat strength. Ice and Magma, the last 2 elemental Kai, were quite interesting. While Ice Kai shouldn't be too difficult, Magma energy was only located in one area within the Wu country. He would need to take a trip there. Just as he arrived, a squeal from a crane sounded in the skies. Yan looked up and noticed it was his own, and riding it was Du Ling. Du Ling was grinning from ear to ear as he landed next to Yan at the base of the mountain. The surrounding crowd was in awe at seeing the rather large crane plummet down like an immortal beast. When it landed, its head reached towards Yan where he gently gave it a few rubs. A sound of excitement and pleasure resounded from it, giving Yan a warm smile. Du Ling landed near him. Master, I'm happy that you've returned. Likewise, Yan echoed his sentiment. During his isolation, he was left alone with his thoughts, and outside of cultivation, he realized that there were many things in this world that he left uncherished. He felt that he needed to enjoy life a little more. He pushed his right arm forward towards Du Ling's face, prompting a confused look. Do you see anything? Wai Waiyan was curious if the tattoos were visible to others. His right arm from fingers to shoulder was covered in tattoos. Du Ling looked at Wai Waiyan's arm intently, even squinting, but all he saw was a well-defined musculature and impeccable skin quality. No? Should I? Du Ling asked, confused. Wai Waiyan shook his head. Guess not. Let's go home. He leapt onto the crane's back and primed it for flight. Du Ling hurriedly followed along and they took flight. Chapter 22. Informed. While flying towards his residence, Wai Waiyan came to know about the shocking reappearance of the tens of thousands of cultivators that went missing. Supposedly, they were all found unconscious in a long-forgotten underground tunnel network. The tunnels exuded a natural gas that could influence humans and have them undergo a hibernation of sorts, placing them in a stasis-like state. So while they were unconscious for months, some even a full 6 months, they were only a little malnourished and drowsy. It left one shocked because there was still no explanation as to why and how they got there. When interrogated, their responses were all the same. They only remember falling into darkness and then waking up. That was it. It was a great mystery that rumbled the country. The 3 sects then left, returning to their domains and continuing to monitor the situation in case something like this happened again. Luckily, no one was hurt or killed. Wai Waiyan knew that the black skeleton had stolen them, likely even taken the positive karmic value they've accumulated in their lifetimes and gave it to him. He had a strange feeling that these people might suffer a series of catastrophic events down the line. They soon arrived at his residence. He felt an odd sensation in his heart. This place had been his home for over 3 years, but he felt a sense of distance from it. Despite that, he still referred to it as home. Thinking up to here, his heart felt heavy as memories of his family flashed through his mind. The sound of wings battering the wind roared to life behind them. Wai Waiyan turned around and saw a white crane soaring through the skies carrying 2 people. One of them was an exceptionally beautiful mature woman with faint traces of frost exuding from her hair. The other was a young girl who looked somewhat pale and malnourished. Elder Bing? Xing Fu. The pair landed next to his crane. Wai Waiyan was about to offer greetings when a figure shot towards him like the wind. His reaction was great, as his eyes narrowed and his kai readied for retaliation, but he didn't do anything. His spiritual sense saw the image of a girl in tears lunging towards him with wide arms. This? Shocked, he let Xing Fu embrace him. Her arms wrapped around his torso tightly and the hot tears seeped through his scarlet robes. Elder Bing watched this with a helpless expression. Du Ling stepped back and let Wai Waiyan and Xing Fu have their moment. He didn't know much about Xing Fu, except she was a core disciple and disciple of Elder Bing, but seeing this made his mind wander. The sound of muffled sobbing and wailing was all Wai Waiyan could hear. First, he didn't know how to react, but for some reason, his heart felt warm knowing someone cared so much about his return. He embraced this average-looking girl and softly comforted, "It's okay. I'm fine." He had this belief that Xing Fu had a crush on him, but he didn't think it was this strong. If it wasn't for his powerful body, her tight grip could have bruised his skin. The sobbing lasted for several minutes before it abruptly ceased. Before he knew it, Xing Fu had fallen asleep in his arms. Her body had reached a state of worry and peak exhaustion at the moment she knew he was all right. She had collapsed. He lifted her in a bridal carry and used his shoulder and neck region as a resting area for her head. Looking at Elder Bing, he could see the relief in her eyes. She walked over. "I'm relieved that you're safe. I don't know what happened to you before, but it concerned many. The sect leader even sent a search party out for you. That's a rarity." Wai Waiyan was somewhat shocked by the sect leader's actions, but when he thought about it, it made sense. He revealed his exceptional talent, and thus his value. While resources can be accumulated with time, top-tier talent required luck to obtain, especially for a sect. "I apologize for leaving abruptly. It was not my intention." Wai Waiyan felt it was sufficient to at least state this, albeit wholly unnecessary. With his status, he had no need to be polite or offer apologies to a 4th stage of Kai condensation core elder of the sect. Whether in value, status, or cultivation base, he exceeded her several times over in the eyes of everyone. Elder Bing was taken aback, but smiled in the end. Her normally icy expression seemed to have melted, revealing her incredible beauty. Even Du Ling was awed by that smile of hers. "You want to take her?" Wai Waiyan asked. Elder Bing pondered for a bit and nodded. "She also said she was the one who requested you for the mission. That little girl hoped to get your attention and connect with you in some way. You should know her thoughts now." Wai Waiyan stilled. "So, she was the one, huh?" According to the black skeleton, it had altered his fate to meet him. Originally, he shouldn't have left the sect so soon. It had factored in this girl's personality and will to lure him away. That's why it was incomparably suspicious. It was a scheme of love. He chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. No wonder she was worried about him. She must have blamed herself. He looked towards this sleeping girl in his arms and sighed. He owed her one, maybe even the entire sect owed her, so if she felt that he was worthy, He'll take her as his woman for as long as she desired. This was a promise he had made to himself. I understand. He carefully handed her to Elder Bing. They soon took off to return to their own residence. He watched as they left his senses. A wave of emotions emerged in his heart. He recalled his death and that figure with the black sword. A single swing of that sword left his body a little lighter. It's best I handle this before the calamity descends with no return, he thought to himself. He left Du Ling at his residence. Taking the white crane, he flew towards the true upper levels of the mountain. He was going to inform the sect leader, or ancestral elder, about Zhu Lang's actions and their possible fate. At the top of the Scarlet Solaris Mountain was a grand palace reminiscent of immortal abodes of legends constructed of pure scarlet stones. It exuded an exceptionally fierce and aggressive aura that left one in awe and fear. The scarlet Kai roiled off the palace walls. It was so dense that the Kai had transformed into a mist that flowed with the wind itself. In this palace, a figure dressed in scarlet, colored robes befitting an emperor and a golden crown with a ruby embedded within. This ruby was like a neon object, shining ever brighter, effusing all sorts of light like a red sun. A dense aura of scarlet Kai flowed around him naturally. This was Wu Xinghang, the Scarlet Solaris sect's ancestral elder and lone godlord figure, the true pillar of the sect. Around him were several grand elders, all of them having reached the god level, the 6th stage of Kai condensation, false reality phase. There were 11 of them standing in discussion, with the sect leader acting as a core figure of said discussion. The sect leader was not a man, but a woman. She wore a simple scarlet robe, had phoenix eyes, thin eyebrows, cherry lips, a lithe figure and hair tied up in a bun. She exuded a natural aura of supremacy and authority as she talked. I've received word that Wyan has just returned. I've already called back the search team. Her voice was powerful, and only made one forced to listen. However, a grand elder hastily added, he's returned. That's great. We can now figure out what cultivation treasure he possesses and use it for the benefit of the sect. His words were alluring and tinted with greed, and many of the other elders had their eyes shine with faint desire. Wyan was a nobody from a third-rate clan, subordinate to a second-rate sect that was just a subordinate of theirs. He entered the sect early and suddenly revealed an explosive rise in cultivation. Not many believed it was a treasure, but innate talent, until Zhu Lang started to spread rumors of a cultivation treasure. The rumors seemed to be further validated by Wyan's birthing of 2 high-level elemental Kai and reaching the yang growth phase in his mid-20s. Barely any of them could believe such rapid and astounding progress. He had to be the most talented individual ever since the Scarlet Solaris sect's inception. Now very few believed that sheer innate talent contributed to his achievements. They attributed it to a cultivation treasure that could increase one's talent or potential. There were many records of objects like that existing. In fact, the Imperial Wu clan had one, which was why the country was called the Wu country. In fact, Wu Xinghang, their ancestral elder, was a descendant of the Imperial Wu clan and couldn't be any more familiar with cultivation treasures. If their sect had one, they could reach unprecedented heights. They may even create a few more godlords. The thought left many of them salivating. However, the sect leader, Su Linya, had other thoughts. You think we haven't investigated the rumors? Both I and the ancestral elder have inspected him thoroughly. There is no cultivation treasure. In fact, his talent is purely his own. Her words silenced them all. Of course, even if Wyan had a cultivation treasure, the moment it was rumored, how could Wu Xinghang and Su Linya not investigate? If they couldn't find anything, then likely there was none. However, this frightened a few of them. An elder skeptically said, so he condensed 2 high-level elemental K with talent alone? Su Linya shook her head. The ancestral elder generously bestowed him 3 violet lightning crystals as a reward for his outstanding performance during the core disciple competition. He had also found 1,000 deer steel essence source while out on a mission. With those 2 things, he birthed them. What? This brought an even greater uproar than before. Only 3 violet lightning crystals? With 2, a person has a high chance of forming elemental lightning Kai, but actually birthing violet lightning? I personally watched him during his mission hunting the Violet Moon sect, and while he cultivated in the Yangyor fields. With his talent, a bit of ingenuity, and luck, he reached his current cultivation without any foul play involved. Su Linya stated calmly. Since hearing of Zhu Lang's rumors, she had to make sure of the validity of it. Besides being a little lucky, Wyan had outstanding talent. If Wyan heard this, he would be incredibly shocked, perhaps even a little creeped out. However, more relieved than anything. With this being known, his status was essentially solidified, and so was his importance to the sect. The Grand Elders all had various expressions, some intrigued at the prospect of Wyan's talent and the Scarlet Solaris sect's future, others disappointed that he didn't have a cultivation treasure. It's not like they could steal one's comprehension or thoughts. Him? Su Linya looked towards the entrance suddenly. She waved her hand, and the door to the room opened, revealing a figure. With silver eyes, scarlet robes, and a steady aura, he announced himself. Core disciple YYN seeks an audience with sect leader. The other grand elders turned towards YYN. They weren't shocked that he arrived. If someone as outstanding as him didn't take initiative to meet the leaders of the sect, they would find it odd. Come. Su Linya beckoned for him to approach. YYN did so immediately. He was completely calm despite arriving before the true top figures of the sect. Quite a few elders liked his stability and confidence. A few others with loose relations with Zhu Lang felt it was him being too confident. Wu Xinghang inspected YYN, and his eyes brightened imperceptibly. This child had actually birthed Wood Kai. He could feel the faint natural aura exuded. It seemed his elemental birth had been a recent endeavor, making it difficult to conceal from his gaze. He truly was a lucky one, to birth metal, lightning, and wood. He must be pursuing a heart of elemental Kai. The very thought made Wu Xinghang place an even greater level of importance on YYN. He was even considering using his own wealth to obtain high-level magma and ice essence sources. If YYN actually established a heart of elemental Kai, he had a shot at becoming a true king. Seniors, if I may. YYN greeted and politely requested to speak freely. Speak what's on your mind, Su Linya responded. Yes, thank you, sect leader. While I was out, I discovered a piece of information that may bring a calamity to our sect. YYN said confidently. What? Calamity? What do you mean? Elder immediately questioned, but was interrupted by Su Linya. Let him speak. After quieting the room, she gestured for YYN to proceed. She took this very seriously. Wu Xinghang's eyes widened slightly. YYN's words felt familiar to him. I learned that there was a person kidnapped by our sect's disciple who may be linked to a powerful force. I fear that a powerful force is looking for, or already knows where that person is, and will soon be descending upon us swiftly. At first he was a little vague but purposefully. He wanted to instigate questions and disbelief, and then they'll feel compelled to verify this. Everyone frowned and many wanted to speak, but no one did. They allowed him to continue. This person has emerald hair, eyes, and blood. It is a woman, and she was captured by Zhu Lang, a core disciple of our sect. It's possible that she is being held in the sect, and may or may not already be dead. Those words were met with resounding silence. Chapter 23, Elven. Where did you obtain this information? Wu Xinghang had finally spoken, his brows furrowed into a slight frown. This information was far too specific and accurate. YYN did not hesitate. To be honest, it was from a person outside during my latest mission. I do not know if that person was male or female, where they originated from, or how they found me, but they did. They lured me over, and told me that a calamity was going to befall our sect. YYN did not lie. Not a single word of his was false. If he did, he knew their spiritual sense and instincts of experts would immediately deduce that he was lying. So, he simply told the truth. The calamity was due to the greed of Zhu Lang, and the presence of that emerald-haired girl. I was shown images of her location and her fate, and then, the person showed me an army of armored warriors with the ability to push our sect into a calamity. It is only my assumption that they would come for the woman, as none of them had her particular features, but the armor they wore looked as if it was fashioned from emeralds. The Grand Elders, Su Linya, and Wu Xinghang were all silent as they sent their spiritual sense to wildly inspect YYN. Any hint of lying and they would know immediately. However, to their surprise, YYN had not resisted their spiritual sense and seemed to be telling the truth. Su Linya pondered in the silence. Her fingers caressed her cherry lips in thought. Hair like emeralds, emerald eyes, and emerald blood, you say? Su Linya asked for verification. YYN nodded. One of the Grand Elders could help but say, could it be the elf race? The rulers of the mystic elven forest? YYN frowned. He knew that the myriad your continent had multiple humanoid-like races. They were believed to be hybrids born from the copulation between demons and humans. Because of that, their cultivation path was similar to theirs in many other things. The elf race was collectively called the Elven. They were a race of humanoid figures with long, pointy ears, pale skin, and slim bodies. They had a longer lifespan than normal humans by about 3 times, but their birth rate was abysmal. They controlled the mystic elven forest, a piece of land belonging solely to them, and oftentimes stayed away from human affairs. Their hair colors were either white, blonde, or black, while their eyes were a myriad of resplendent colors, such as resembling emeralds if green or sapphires if blue. It was uncommon for their hair to be emerald, which is why YYN hadn't thought of them. YYN had seen the image, but the woman's long hair also disguised her ears perfectly. It was impossible to determine if they were pointy or not. Wu Xinghang also frowned. This frown was very heavy and wrought with worries. He knew that there was a girl kept captive by Zhu Lang, but he only knew her features, and even he hadn't linked it to the Elven. He never personally inspected her, so her ears could be pointy. The Elven were divided into a myriad of races and factions. The Dark Elf race, the Meadow Elf race, and the High Elf race. Those races were further divided into various factions and forces. The mystic elven forest was just as large as the Wu country as a whole, which goes to show how extraordinary the elven were. They were only a measly Scarlet Solaris sect. They would be crushed if the elven saw them as an enemy to be destroyed, even if it was just a singular race making them their enemy, or just one of their major factions. No wonder Godlord Lin said that Zhu Lang could bring the annihilation of the sect. Not to mention, he had sat on this information for 6 whole fucking months. The panic set in faster than the movement of light as he started to sweat. A revered godlord such as himself was feeling fear. Immense fear. If they would send an army, then that girl must have an incredible status. How did Zhu Lang capture her? Su Linya noticed Wu Xinghang's aura erratically fluctuate. It caused her to realize the situation was a lot more dire than she had guessed. Wu Xinghang seemed to know that what Wai Wyan had informed them of was true. It wasn't a guess but a fact. She sent Wu Xinghang a transmitted message, and Wu Xinghang read it. His eyes looked towards Su Linya and nodded. All right, we'll investigate as this matter is of the utmost importance. If what you say is true, our sect will owe you greatly, and you will be appropriately rewarded, Su Linya said as she dismissed the Grand Elders and Wai Wyan. Wai Wyan bowed and left. He did what he could. What would happen will depend on the leaders of the sect. Before long, only Su Linya and Wu Xinghang were left alone. Su Linya frowned, grasping Wu Xinghang's hand intimately with her own. She tried to calm him down with her touch. It seemed to have worked as his aura stabilized. Let's see the situation before we decide anything, okay? Her commanding voice turned gentle like a wife comforting her husband. Wu Xinghang nodded. Let's go. With a shadowy flash, they left. 1 week had passed since that day. The morning sun rose and shined its radiance on Wai Wyan's residence. Within, Wai Wyan was sitting upright at the edge of his bed, his eyes contemplative. While during this week, Wai Wyan had kept tabs on Zhu Lang. He wondered if there would be any consequences to her actions, and if they did take action, it's unlikely Zhu Lang would come out unscathed unless they killed the girl and hid it from the world. That wasn't a scenario he wanted to see, because it could still lead to the army marching their way to the mountains. What he wanted was Zhu Lang killed to appease whatever woman she captured. Unfortunately, there had been no news as of late or movement. A soft, feminine hand touched his back and reached his shoulder. It rubbed it gently, as a waking moan echoed behind him. Can't sleep? A voice asked in concern. Wai Wyan turned his head and warmly smiled, just thinking. The woman rose up and placed her chin on his shoulder from behind, wrapping her arms around his torso and leaned her cheek against his skin. He could feel her naked body and breasts press against his back. Xingfu, he whispered softly. After that day, Xingfu returned the very next day. She confessed her heartfelt feelings, and Wai Wyan had accepted it without hesitation. Shockingly, she had no qualms giving him her body and primal yin. It was as if she didn't care about the 4th stage of Kai condensation. In truth, she wasn't very talented, and had very little chance of ever reaching that realm. She may never even fully complete her elemental birthing of the 4 elements in her entire lifetime. The only reason she had her status and cultivation base was due to a forceful increase by Elder Bing, and Elder Bing's relationship as her godmother. He realized she was just a simple girl who just wanted to be loved. I'm fine, he comforted. With a smile, he shifted his naked body and faced hers, gripping her hips in his hands as he brought her closer to him. As they stared at each other, saw the light within each other's eyes, a simultaneous smile surfaced on their faces. He pressed his lips against hers and felt her warmth, her taste, and her vital pulse. It was long and intimate, inciting all sorts of emotions and arousal. Before she could escape his grasp, they were already on the bed and commencing another battle of pleasure. It was moments like these that make cultivating worth it. The struggles, the schemes, the periods of isolation. All of it. Moments where you can comfortably stay with those you wish to be with without fearing for your life in a world with a strong rule. Several hours passed before they concluded their session. Wai Wyan was now out in his courtyard, looking at the night sky dressed in a grey robe. His silver eyes saw the myriad of stars and astonished at how beautiful it all seemed. In legends, it was said that the stars were true gods worshipped through the ages, those cultivators who have become immortal and left that which will last for as long as they lived. Wai Wyan knew they were far away, celestial bodies. But, as a child, he would love to hear the stories of these gods, how they overcame their struggles, and became who they were. Even if they were fake, to him, it was as real as himself. He looked at his bloodline of sin tattoo and saw the 171.2. This represented his karmic luck beneath the heavens. While he cannot be judged, the Heavenly Daos would still do everything to help him as within its limits. Own. He twitched. A sting of pain entered his arm. He recognized this feeling as he hurriedly checked the number. The 171.2 had changed. It was now 171.1. His expression changed as he looked around, suddenly feeling as if someone or something was watching him. An opportunity had been brought here? As he thought of this, he heard a voice behind him. You've noticed me? Your talent truly is exceptional. He turned around and readied his Kai. The 7 elemental Kai flows surged within his body. At a moment's notice, he was capable of casting any Kai art or spiritual spell required. He saw a white-haired man dressed in odd garments. This man was exceptionally young and gorgeous with thin eyebrows, flawless skin, tall and lithe body, and green eyes that were like emeralds. If this man was a woman, he would cause the inner flames of many men to go ablaze. In fact, he could still do so. The most notable feature was his pointy ears. They were sharp like knives at the top, and slightly longer than normal humans. Elf, as Wine deduced this, his mind rumbled with all sorts of thoughts. I didn't originally intend to show myself, but I wanted to see the young man who helped my daughter, the elf man said. Daughter? Helped his daughter? A thought occurred to him. Was that emerald-haired and eyed woman his daughter? You don't need to speak. I know you had a long-standing feud with that Julang woman, and perhaps you intended to use us to deal with her after discovering who she kidnapped. Perhaps you truly were thinking about your sex future. Regardless, your actions were absolutely correct. I've just sent my daughter back home, and that Julang woman, she'll be a slave for our people until she dies. Because of you, we found her alive. Your sect leader and ancestral elder informed us directly and told us of the situation. They were even kind enough to even offer a high amount of reparations, so we have no grudge against your sect because of the actions of one person. The man's words got Wyan thinking, especially the last part. Perhaps in his previous future, Julang killed that woman and led them directly to the sect. He knew that some powerful experts could leave marks on people to determine if they were alive or dead. If they died, it would reveal where and how they died. If the elven were as strong as he believed, they should have the means. At that point, to ease the hatred in their hearts, they decided to bury the entire Scarlet Solaris sect with her. That being said, if you hadn't told them what you did, when you did, perhaps I could only see my daughter's corpse. These words said by the elf man confirmed his thoughts. There was definitely more to the situation that he didn't understand. For example, why did the sect leader and ancestral elder give the elf man information about him? Or how come Julang was even capable of capturing that woman? Or, why was she in Wu country in the first place? The elf man walked forward and held out a hand with his palm facing the sky. Wyan didn't execute any Kai arts or spiritual spells in response to this. He became much more accepting that those experts, who far exceeded his cultivation base, held his life in the palm of their hands. He also felt that this might be an opportunity, so he wanted to at least see it before doing something futile. I heard that you're talented. You've reached the 5th stage of Kai condensation in your mid-20s. I'm intrigued by your talent, so I have an opportunity for you. Just as he finished those words, jet black and bright white strands of energy started to rapidly gather above his palm. Yin and yang energy? Wyan was startled. The yin and yang energy swirled around briefly before touching each other. As they did, they seemed to become stuck by some powerful adhesive-like force. Before long, the jet black and bright white strands of energy started to merge, not just touch. What was birthed as a result of this fusion was a clear, translucent energy without color. This continued until only a single strand of translucent energy was left. The elf man closed his palm, and a brilliant flash of colorful lights from all over the spectrum erupted. Between the gaps of his fingers spewed resplendent rays of light. It soon died down, and when he opened his palm, only a solid construct remained. It was a translucent crystal ball the size of a walnut. This is a yin-yang god sphere. While they are easy to create for true experts, they were one of the few methods of providing help at reaching the false reality phase. That being said, it has a mortality rate of 99%. It contains the purest form of yin and yang energy in the myriad your continent, and reaching the false reality phase with this would make your entire future path far easier. The elf man pushed the sphere to appear and levitate just a few feet from Wyan. However, you can meditate on this sphere and increase your chances of reaching the 6th phase normally too. This is my gift to you for helping my daughter return to me. After saying those words, the elf man vanished as if he was never there. Wyan stood there somewhat shocked. He hadn't said a single word to the elf man, but he just stepped and left. Wyan couldn't even find any lingering aura from where he stood. He frowned. No wonder only 0.1 value was lost. This thing is a death trap and purely dependent on one's talent. He knew that the help the Heavenly Daos had given him was to have noticed that man's existence, and then receive this orb. Because it had such a small use, it only took 0.1. He expected that meditating on this orb would be exceptionally useless to all except the most talented of cultivators. In fact, he had heard of the yin-yang god sphere in books. It could only be created by those who exceeded the realm of Kai condensation. At least that's what the books noted. He had also heard that the Wu Imperial clan had hundreds of these, and it was used to establish a cultivation field much like the Yangyor fields. Members of the clan would meditate on those dozens of spheres, using it to increase their chances of fusing yin and yang. Well, since it's an opportunity, how can I waste it? He had never been one to waste a lucky chance. Getting into the lotus position, he swept his spiritual sense over the yin-yang god sphere. However, he didn't sense much. He stayed in that meditative stance, constantly roaming over the yin-yang god sphere trying to decipher something with his various senses. But as the sun started to rise, he hadn't discovered a single iota of a hint or insight. He took a deep breath and exhaled a wad of turbid kai. No wonder it is only a cultivation tool. He shook his head. If just a single one was capable of helping someone earn the title of God in the cultivation world, there would be far more wandering the world. That was a whimsical notion. He got up and walked towards the levitating yin-yang god sphere. With the intention of relocating it to his spatial ring storage space, he touched the sphere. Boom! An abrupt change caused his expression to flash. He hurriedly tried to pull away his hand, but the sphere seemed to be drawn by something. Before he knew it, the sphere the size of a walnut had vanished inside his body. His eyes widened with horrified shock and utter disbelief. Shit. Chapter 24. Yin, Yang. Within Yan's body, the hearts of Kai were like starving, ravenous wolves seeking a delicious meal. They rapidly rotated like Category 5 hurricanes, targeting the walnut-sized yin-yang god sphere. He felt a rising sense of panic and danger in his heart as this took place, completely oblivious as to why or how this was occurring. Usually, a heart of Kai was a passive entity, unless actively given a command by the cultivator. He had never experienced something like today, where it seemed sentient and felt desire. That raging hunger made even his abdomen sting in pain. He clutched his abdomen. The walnut-sized object had been drawn into his dantian. He hurriedly calmed himself down, realizing that panicking would only exacerbate the issue and leave him helpless. With a thud, he returned to his cultivation stance, his eyes closed and his hands forming hand seals non-stop. He utilized several spiritual spells to better connect with the spirit within his hearts of Kai, and sent his spiritual sense inward. When his spiritual sense arrived, the scene toppled his belief in cultivation. In fact, it taught him an exceptional lesson. When an abnormal aspect of cultivation is entered into any pre-assumed fact about cultivation, absolutely anything could happen. He had felt this when his metal energy in his body attracted the violet lightning energy. Right now, both of his hearts of Kai were outright devouring the walnut-sized yin-yang god sphere like it was a marshmallow. They pulled it apart into two directions, deforming its spherical shape, and extracting and segregating the yin and yang energy into itself. When he received the sphere, the elf man had mentioned using this to reach the sixth phase had a 99% mortality rate. He didn't know why, but recalling the book he read, it did detail the vast danger of absorbing unrefined yin, yang, or yin-yang energies, especially pure ones. The yin and yang energy within people's bodies were naturally refined during fetal growth and could be easily used for cultivation. However, the purer it is, the more dangerous its influences on one's heart of Kai and body. He had read once that a man had absorbed pure yin energy and directly turned impotent, grew breasts, and lost his masculine energy. He was barely a man. He had also heard of women absorbing pure yang, but instead of changing gender, the changes caused all sorts of unpredictable health issues, some even resulting in death. There were speculations and rumors that they literally exhausted themselves to death in self-lust. However, pure yin-yang energy was far more deadly. That being said, his hearts of Kai looked as if they just said fuck it, and were devouring the energy like it was breakfast. Not only was it devoured, they were refining this exceptionally pure yin-yang energy. Am I going to die? As he thought of that, he subconsciously looked at his karmic tattoo. It still read 171.1. Nothing had changed. So the heavens can't assist if you cause the issue yourself. He felt like flipping the world, but he forced himself to remain calm. The energy was currently being split and refined into his hearts of Kai, which will definitely influence his body in some way. He just had to be prepared. For now, he decided to pay rapt attention to the hearts of Kai. Time went on. A minute. An hour. When it reached 3 hours, Sing Fu arrived and saw Yan silently cultivating. She pondered whether to disturb him, but decided against it. When she left, Yan's eyes opened and looked in her direction. The whites of his eyes were like a battlefield as jet black and bright white energy intermingled continuously. He wanted to speak but couldn't. His entire body was filled with this energy that restrained even his movement. At first, he thought the walnut-sized sphere wouldn't have a vast quantity of energy within, but oh boy was he wrong. His hearts of Kai was still trying to devour the walnut-sized sphere, only getting it down by about 10%. It was like that walnut contained an ocean's worth of energy within. He didn't even understand how. He had never had his hearts of Kai rotate so fast before. They were truly like violent hurricanes intent on sending the world awry. That being said, he felt enlightened. He had never had the opportunity to examine such pure yin and yang energies before, both unrefined and refined. It deepened his knowledge into those two energy types by a fair amount. Not to mention, he felt like he had grasped something. That adhesive force that was generated to combine both energies would be split apart, some of it would be dispersed, while some would linger, but none of it was absorbed. He used his spiritual sense to observe the lingering portions of this force. It felt highly familiar, but also unknown. It was an odd feeling, like meeting the mother who birthed you after not seeing her for 20 years. It was beyond strange. In fact, he didn't know if his description was accurate, but it was the closest emotion he felt when he observed it. Hours continued to slip away, and his body remained motionless. At this point, his entire body felt like it was going to fall apart. The energies had done a number on his body, ripping his muscle fibers, pressuring his bones, and erupting within his blood. It truly felt like his body had become a battlefield. If it wasn't for his life metal wood kai that had enhanced his body's flexibility and regenerative abilities, he would have long since collapsed, maybe exploded. I think I've figured it out. After what felt like an eternity, he finally realized what that adhesive force was. It was an unrefined kai, termed by him as world kai. This was a common kai. In fact, it was so common that it was everywhere. It was the metaphysical kai produced by the world itself. It was said that cultivation had been born from studying the world, taking the world as a teacher, and slowly but surely, cultivation was birthed. World kai was a force that the world generated. One could feel it when they breathed, when they moved, when they jumped up and it pushed them down. The scholars would call that gravity, a unique force of the world produced by its own heart. It was theorized in some writings that the world's core was its heart of kai, that the layers and layers of earth were its muscles, and the sky was its skin. This was only an assumption, but it left a profound mark on Wyan when he heard it, because it felt like it said that the world was alive. If so, if the stars outside were celestial bodies, then wouldn't their world be one as well? If that's the case, it was possible for their stories to be epic and truly be gods. It was this unique force that acted as an adhesive to the yin and yang energies to give birth to yin-yang energy. However, grasping this force was profoundly difficult, unless one knew what they were looking for. In the various cultivation guides and methods I've read, they stated that the sixth phase was a phase where no outside instruction held any benefit. Now I understand. Most people would find describing this world kai exceptionally difficult. He deduced and concluded in his mind, and he felt even more certain. If he was to instruct his students, he would tell them what he understood. You need to use the world to help you merge the yin and yang energy. Then, they would ask, but how do you do that? This was something each person had to figure out on their own. They had to find a unique way to connect and use the world kai in the environment. While two people may use similar or the exact same methods, their description of what to do may be wildly different. After all, Wyan was drawing from his personal knowledge and experiences. He took a deep breath and urged his hearts of kai to focus. They started to slow down. The yin and yang energies had been split apart and refined, but it was too much to contain, and it was too pure. While the hearts of kai acted like hungry beasts, they had no way to get their food. That was why the energies rampaged throughout his body. He needed that adhesive force to combine these renegades. He also needed it to reduce its surface area. While his hearts of kai devoured the yin and yang energy, the world kai was decidedly ignored as if irrelevant. In fact, when he tried to absorb the last bits of it, the hearts of kai weren't willing, actively rejecting it. He had never experienced a direct refusal to follow orders before by his hearts of kai. It truly felt that his hearts of kai were sentient. This stunned him immediately. Fortunately, he soon realized it had to do with the force itself. They didn't want to accept it. It could be because it was refined by the elf-man or another reason. His hearts of kai started to receive his intentions and seemed to share his comprehension. They started to rotate slowly, trying to connect with the world. After all, the spirit had a faint connection to both the world and the soul. It was like a thin bridge or a tightrope that required absolute expertise to cross. It was now that Wyan realized that the connection to the world via the spirit was the clue and gateway to the sixth stage of kai condensation, false reality phase. The world kai in the air became apparent to him. When it did, he now realized why those in the sixth phase were capable of creation, and why he couldn't interact with the world with his elemental kai before. Without that worldly force, all metaphysical kai wouldn't be a part of the world. It seemed so simple when discovered, but a conundrum of epic proportions when unknown. The world kai was absorbed, refined, and converted by his hearts of kai into its own unique worldly force. When both hearts of kai birthed this force, the wild and rampant refined yin and yang energies were drawn to it like moths to a flame. In a blink, they entered both hearts and condensed into a mist at the center. The mist was translucent like glass, but still visible, also like glass. This was yin-yang kai. At the moment it was formed, he collapsed with his arms and legs spread about haphazardly. He took several deep, inconceivably heavy breaths. A wave of exhaustion entered his mind. Oh! He immediately rose up, inspecting his body with his spiritual sense. His eyes widened with excitement. The pure yang energy contained a vast vitality that promoted his healing factor, and the wood energy flowing through his body seemed invigorated by the pure yin and yang energy. He lifted up his palm and produced a trace of non-elemental Kai, gave it the form of a cube, and instilled a sense of vitality within. It looked ethereal, but present. Now, he drew upon the mist within his hearts of Kai, the yin-yang Kai, and infused it into the cube. It solidified, gained a shadow from the light, and interacted with the world normally. He even felt it tremble from the faint, but consistent seismic activity of the ground when he placed it on the floor. This was something that wasn't possible before. He had just created an actual cubical construct with mass and matter. While it hadn't gained permanence, he could maintain its shape, form, and weight with just the infusion of his Kai. When he stopped sending in Kai, it slowly started to shift. It first lost its solidness, and it became like a drawn object in a painting. It didn't affect the world, unless the creator wanted. Then, it lost its vitality, and started to lose its sense of realism and life. Its opacity lowered, making it more translucent. Then, it lost its form, and turned into a mass of unrecognizable Kai. Incredible. He had done it. Using a lucky chance, deemed 0.1 on the karmic luck scale, he entered the world of gods. A grin of utmost excitement formed on his lips. You finally finished cultivating? He heard a voice nearby. Xing Fu was dressed in her core disciple outfit, obviously having just returned from her usual daily activities. For some reason, she seemed far more attractive than normal. His eyes flashed as arousal and lust born from his success emerged in his heart. With a step, he had already reached Xing Fu and lifted her up in a bridal carry. With her cultivation base, she could barely react before being picked up and held close. She cried softly in surprise. You? She had questions, but the way Wai looked at her caused her to blush and become embarrassed. She had only recently learned the aspects that were relations between men and women, but that look of his had already been ingrained into her mind. She stayed silent as Wai laughed, swiftly carrying her into his room. Chapter 25. Resolution. Within the Scarlet Dao Temple, Su Linya stood upon a tall platform. Beside her were several grand elders. They all had neutral expressions and looked downwards at the various youths that stood in a line. There were 8, all of which were disciples dressed in signature scarlet garbs. Wai and Xing Fu, Jiang Wai, Jiang Bei, Mei Mei, Xu Yin, Yan Zhu, and Ling Yi stood in a line shoulder to shoulder. They all had various expressions as they looked above the platform of upper echelon members. Su Lanyi, the sect leader of the Scarlet Solaris sect, started to speak. As some of you are aware, the sect has experienced the highest series of core disciple deaths or crippling since its inception this generation. With the latest addition to this, Zhu Lang. Her words induced a gloomy atmosphere. Zhu Lang was the latest addition. She was added to the list with Yilong Tao Guis, Gao, and Xu Yang. Mei Mei nearly made this list, but her rapid recovery allowed her to reclaim her position. Wai quietly glanced towards Mei Mei. Outwardly, he carried a neutral expression, but internally, he felt all sorts of emotions. He knew that the trust Mei Mei had given him was no longer there. This was the first time he saw her since the incident. Whenever he tried to meet, she refused him outright. He respected her choice, but still wanted to explain away his involvement in her injury. While he wasn't at fault, Han Yu was still a member of his faction, and a trusted one at that. Their relationship was close before. They had shared night skies, white sheets, and passionate intimacy together. He had feelings for her, respected her intelligence and will. To lose that, it felt painful. Due to this, we'll be investing more in this set of core disciples in the hopes that events like this won't happen again. Therefore, each one of you will have a grand elder personally instruct your cultivation and answer any questions you may have. We'll also be assigning personal bodyguards to ensure your safety, Su Linya announced. Wai coldly laughed inside hearing this. While the others were happy about this, he knew this was essentially a way to keep tabs and spy on their actions. Zhu Lang nearly brought down the sect due to her freedom, while Xu Yang was crippled because of his hubris towards a godlord. That would have taken a turn for the worse if Godlord Lin attributed his actions with the sect. Those events were a reminder that these disciples had all sorts of schemes, brash confidence, and haughty arrogance. These were recipes for disasters. While Zhu Lang had contributed heavily to this, the sect also wanted to tailor the future core disciples to their maximum potential. Giving them personal guidance by grand elders who were gods were useful in that regard. Understand? Su Linya asked. Yes, the core disciples responded in unison. Any questions or objections? Say so now. Su Linya's eyes swiftly swept the faces of each court disciple. I have one, Linga spoke up. She was still a vixen, as her voice contained an attractive charm that drew one's interest. Speak. These bodyguards, will we have the ability to choose them? I'm concerned that the men, Linga's words trailed off, but her intentions were clear. She didn't trust men serving beside her closely, especially those equal or stronger than her. Her unique art could induce all sorts of ill intent within their hearts. To be frank, She had no desire to fight for her life or body because of dangerous lust from her own bodyguards. She also had that concern that the Grand Elders may be the same, but if she voiced her distrust of their intentions, perhaps she wouldn't even know how she died. You'll be given a selection. The women will have priority over the other women guards. I understand your concern, Sulinya answered, causing Ling to take an exaggerated breath of relief. Anyone else? A wave of silence was met, prompting a nod from Sulinya. You all can leave. We'll have someone bring you a folder for guards you may choose from in the coming days. As for which Grand Elders, they will choose you. Her words were stern as she dismissed them. Abruptly, she added, Why Wyan stay? Why Wyan paused. He stood where he was and watched Xingfu and Mei leave. Xingfu looked back with a hint of concern, but Mei remained face forward, never turning back. A soft sigh echoed in his heart. Before he knew it, only he, the Grand Elders, and Sulinya remained. I said before that if what you said held water, allowing the sect to prevent a calamity, then we'll reward you accordingly. As you know, Zhu Lang had abducted and kept prisoner a woman of great personage within the Elven. We have since dealt with that issue, Sulinya said with a hint of frustration in her tone. Teen Sulinya doesn't know that elf man visited me, or that I know she's the daughter of someone who exceeded the realm of Kai condensation, Wyan thought. If a person like that decided to bury the Scarlet Solaris sect, no one would say a thing. Sulinya continued, therefore, the council has decided to allow you access to the top floor of the Scarlet Dao Temple. You can select one K-art, spiritual spell, or K-method of your choice. Also, we'll be bestowing you with 100 essence stones. Wyan was shocked. 100 essence stones was a tremendous amount of wealth and resources. He had used one to ascend into the Kai condensation realm. A single one could help accelerate recovery or help cultivate any key method. They were small oval stones that had been refined and purified through a Kai formation, allowing them to be easier to absorb and process. According to the Black Skeleton, him discovering a single essence stone was worth a karmic luck of 0.3. Yet, now they directly rewarded him with 100. Wyan didn't display happiness or excitement from this. Instead, he furrowed his brows in contemplation. He was certain that his cultivation base had not been exposed, because if they knew, perhaps the one meeting him would be the ancestral elder. That being said, he sighed in relief. They were directly showing their belief in his value. He knew they wanted to nurture him into a godlord figure, and he was fine with that. The more support they visibly gave, the more he would be indebted to the sect, and the more they could use him. Sulinya wasn't bothered by Wyan's silence. In fact, if he displayed happiness instead, she would be wildly suspicious. Wyan had shown a high level of talent, intelligence, and great luck. Someone like that would and should question every wind, fall they were given, and it worked out for her. At least, he would know her intentions and her actions. You may choose now or when you're ready, Sulinya added. She then walked up to Wyan, stepping off the platform and arriving in front of him. She turned over her hand, a trace of spatial energy rippled, and a black bag was held in her hand. She handed it over, the 100 essence stones. Wyan didn't bother with any hesitation. He directly accepted and gave proper thanks. After storing it away, he turned towards the stairs leading to the upper level of the Scarlet Dao Temple. The Scarlet Dao Temple had 7 floors. The first was the main hall and was essentially the entrance. The second floor was for all outer disciples, and above, they contained basic K-arts. The third floor was only for those at the Kai condensation realm. They had internal K-arts and K-methods of a slightly higher level. The fourth floor was for those at the second stage of Kai condensation, external flow. At this phase, spiritual sense is born and external K-arts are enabled. Therefore, it contained spiritual spells, K-arts, and K-methods. It also contained various information about cultivation and lore of the country. Much of what Wyan knew about cultivation originated from this floor. He must have spent over 1,000 hours on that floor when he had become a core disciple. The fifth floor was only for core disciples, inner elders, and those above those ranking. The sixth floor was only for core elders, grand elders, prime elders, and the sect leader. The seventh floor contained the core material and doctrine of the Scarlet Solaris sect. Only sect leaders, prime elders, and the ancestral elder were allowed entry. Wyan wasn't actually sure what was above the fifth floor, but he was definitely interested. He walked to the stairs, the eyes of the grand elders watching him curiously. I'll go now. Saying this, he didn't show a hint of hesitation as he walked upwards. It wasn't long before he passed the second, third, fourth, and fifth floor. He paused at the first step of the sixth floor, looked back, and felt like he saw his younger self 3 years ago. He had a lot more energy and excitement in his heart and life. He saw the smile on his face, and his dreams at the time. The blurry image of his past self looked up, with gleaming eyes of anticipation, to one day ascend these steps. It was as if it was looking at him. He smiled. He was now a god figure, and had the right to enter the top floor. Could his past self ever believe this? But he still felt somewhat hollow in his heart. He glanced at the tattoos on his right arm and felt a pressure on his heart. Could his past self believe this? He shook his head. His path had just started, and it would either end in his death or his triumph. There was no way to know what the future will bring. He continued upwards, directly ignoring the 6th floor, and proceeded to the 7th. When he arrived, he saw 4 bookcases filled with scrolls and thin books. They were well maintained without an ounce of dust. He approached one of the bookcases and grabbed the book. He realized there was a string wrapped around the book, preventing it from opening. However, its cover had its name and a brief description. Manual Battle Kai Creation Method. A method in cultivating Battle Kai. He recalled the Colosseum that contained traces of Battle Kai. It was an ethereal Kai birthed from spirit and mind. According to the description left, Battle Kai contains a dense aura that can elevate one's concentration while lowering your opponent's willpower, influencing their mind and spirit. At a high enough level, just your aura can force an army of 10,000 to lower their weapons in fear. Wyan was truly intrigued. He had only read stories about Battle Kai, but now he felt that he had a greater understanding. Will you choose that? A voice sounded from the corner. Wyan wasn't shocked. He hadn't even moved because of this abrupt voice. While that figure had hidden himself purposefully, Wyan had given birth to life meta wood Kai. His perception of life force was far greater than now. While his aura and presence was lower, the owner of this voice couldn't conceal his life force perfectly. No, he placed the manual back and looked towards the corner. An old man with white hair, wrinkles that seemed capable of crushing berries, and gray eyes that felt lifeless was dressed in a black robe. From those gray, lifeless eyes, Wyan could sense some appraisal and surprise. He hadn't expected Wyan to be so calm before him. Greetings, Senior. I'm Wyan. He offered his introduction with clasped hands in respect and waited. You can call me Old Bai. It seems our sect has given birth to a decent seed, Old Bai responded with a smile. Wyan smiled in return, thank you. After that, he started to search the room. There were a lot of K methods, K arts, and spiritual spells in 3 of these 4 bookcases. He arrived next to the only bookcase with just scrolls. His eyes lit as he realized that none of the scrolls had a string connected to it. He picked one up and read its inscription. The Origin of Mortal Gods. He picked up another one. World of the Myriad Your Continent. He kept reading each scroll's inscriptions and knew that these were documents detailing a wealth of information. The origin of mortal gods had to be about the god and godlord's title, and how they came to be. He looked towards Old Bai. Can I read these? Old Bai frowned slightly. It seemed he was trying to come to a decision, but after a while, his brows loosened, and he nodded. Normally, only leaders of our sect could read those, but I don't see why not. After all, since you've been brought here, they must have boundless belief in you. This brought excitement to Wyan's heart, and he stopped caring about the arts, spells, or methods, and focused solely on these scrolls. A whole new world seemed to have been opened up to him. Chapter 26. The Truth of Mortal Gods. During the reign of the divine King Hanzé, the title of Mortal God was born. Originally, it was decided for those at the 4th stage of Kai condensation, yin form phase, but near the end of his reign, it had changed. It became the designation of those at the 6th stage of Kai condensation, false reality. This continued through the 3 later eras of the Myriad Your Continent. The titles are as such: Mortal God at the 6th phase, Mortal Godlord at the 8th phase, and Mortal God King at the 9th phase. The full title for Mortal Godhood actually was shortened for False God of Mortal Dao, False Lord of Spirit, Mortal King of Kai. This became divided into the 3 titles. Wyan continued reading and felt shock and awe in his heart. So those considered gods are nothing more than false gods. It's unknown if Divine King Hanzé was mocking those at the Kai condensation realm or praising them. As someone who had just become a false god of Mortal Dao, a mortal god, he had mixed feelings when he read this. He kept reading and learned much. The most important detail that he had read from these scrolls was a detailing of the Kai condensation realm to an even greater level. In the 6th phase explanation, it never mentioned world force or the Kai of the world, but that one needed to meld their innate yin and yang energies with the ever-present life in the air. This was just the personal description of whoever reached the 6th phase at the time. This only reinforced Wyan's belief that those who ascended to the 6th phase had wildly different beliefs as to how they ascended. If Wyan heard this before, he wouldn't know what to do with that. Hearing it now, Wyan still felt it didn't fit, but he knew that it held truth but from a different perspective. The 7th phase, Sublime Kai, is all about refining one's heart of Kai to its limit with essence, expanding its size and abilities. It's a realm for refinement and solidification of one's foundation. It was considered the simplest phase, and had no requirement for talent or comprehension. It embodied the realm of accumulation that the Kai condensation realm was often described as. Recalling the 100 essence stones, he wondered if it would be enough. It didn't describe how much one would need, but that it required an immense amount of essence from the heaven and earth. The 8th phase infused spirit with Kai on a higher level, giving Kai spirituality and a unique connection. Even if one's Kai was no longer in direct contact with the Creator, they could sense it and the activity around it. They could direct and control it while its form still existed. While one's spiritual spells would take a huge leap that could influence others' spirits or minds. The ninth phase gave birth to Kai essence. Before, Wai-Wyan wouldn't have any idea as to what that was, but now that he had grasped world force, he had a clearer view of cultivation. Kai essence was a condensed force similar to the world's force, allowing one to work on producing their own internal world. According to the scrolls, the next realm involved creating a world. Wai-Wyan was awed by this. A door had been opened to his path of cultivation. Yin, Yang God spheres. Wai-Wyan found a scroll describing it in detail as well. He had many questions about it, and this scroll answered all of them. It was true that only those who reached the realm beyond Kai condensation could create them, and that it wasn't difficult. Supposedly, it used the purest of Yin and Yang energies within the world to structure. However, the force used to keep it together wasn't the force he was completely familiar with. It was the world force refined and produced by those experts themselves, not the ambient force prevalent in the world. This was why Wai-Wyan's hearts of Kai rejected that force. While it had similarities to the world force, it was the elf-man's personal force. It was different from Wai-Wyan's current world force that fused Yin and Yang. This could be considered force birthed from the world and refined by him, but their force was birthed by their Kai essence and refined by them. It was solely belonging to them. No wonder. Wai-Wyan's eyes lit in excitement. This question had kept him awake at night, and now it had been answered. It also explained how the Yin-Yang God spheres helped others ascend to the sixth phase. It gave one a very small, nearly invisible clue, but it was also the most vital. If one could grasp it, the sixth phase was near. He continued reading and learned many things. Before he knew it, 4 days passed. He had finished reading every last scroll. Incredible. He sighed in utter amazement at the sheer amount of information he'd just consumed. Yesterday, there was so much about the world he hadn't known. Today he felt like he had seen the light above his dark well. He had an itch to leap out and see the true world now. Licking his lips, he turned towards the Kai art, spiritual spells, and Kai methods. Grinning, he browsed through them quickly and found what he wanted. Kai Manual Divine Element Formation. It was the Kai method used by the Divine King Hanzei. It had been publicly distributed before his death in hopes of finding a successor. However, according to the stories, he had never found a successor, which led to the collapse of his legacy, and thereby his empire. The reason was that, unlike the current method he had, the Elemental Kai Transformation Method, this required one to establish high, evil metal, lightning, wood, ice, and magma Kai. The Elemental Kai Transformation Method was basic in comparison, only requiring the 9 Elemental Kai birthed. Wai-Wyan had met the high, evil conditions with his metal, lightning, and wood Kai. All he needed was a high, evil ice and magma Kai. He could then transform one or even both of his hearts of Kai into a divine heart of elemental Kai. It would change not just the Kai his heart produced, but the core of the heart itself. The benefits noted to his mind, spirit, matter, and essence that was connected to it was described, and Wai-Wyan knew that description did not do it justice. He felt thrilled at the prospect of this method. Normally, he wouldn't have picked this K method, as finding a high, evil ice or magma essence might be rarer than phoenix feathers and killing horns, but with his karmic luck value, he felt that the heavens would help him. No, he knew it would. He laughed heartily, causing old Bai to be caught off guard and flinch. He was somewhat embarrassed as he quietly turned his blushed face away. Having become used to the silence, how was he supposed to react to Wai-Wyan's spontaneous outburst? Stretching his limbs, Wai-Wyan was ready to leave. He bowed to old Bai in respect, giving him thanks for watching over him before departing. When he exited the Scarlet Dao Temple, he was caught by surprise. A bulky giant of a man with beady eyes and bald head was pacing back and forth, mumbling words underneath his breath. Wai-Wyan frowned. "YC, why are you here?" This was YC, his cousin. Usually, he stayed near the Yan Yor Field's cultivation grounds to absorb the trace of Yan energy and handle the unique condition of his body. Wai-Wyan hadn't seen him since he departed for the joint mission with the Sky Sword Sect and Aqua Echo Sect. "Wai-Wyan!" YC cried after hearing Wai-Wyan. He hastily made his way over. That bulky body of his, and the momentum he could generate caused a turbulent wind current to form. Wai-Wyan felt battered by the wind before YC even reached him. "Hold up!" He held his hand out, sending a strand of Kai to halt YC's advance. YC's large body touched that strand of Kai and felt like he was being held by an almighty hand of God, forcing him to a complete stop. He was shocked, looking down and witnessing a silver string of Kai. "I'm sorry." Realizing his rushing may have caused some discomfort, he immediately apologized. "Amen. Just tell me what's wrong." Wai-Wyan walked up to YC instead. He had always taken special care of this cousin of his, and helped in any way he could. "Yes, it's Big Sis May." His voice was filled with panic. "May? Speak." Wyan ordered, his expression changing and his aura leaked. YC trembled slightly. He had never seen this cousin of his so fierce and powerful. Mei had disappeared. She vanished 2 days ago. Disappeared? Wyan's mind trembled as he searched his mind for information. How? She should have had bodyguards. YC hastily added, yes. The sect gave her 3 third-phase guards, but they were found unconscious. The sect did a search but came up empty. A hole was punctured in Wyan's heart, forming a pit of despair. Mei was his former leader, his former lover, and most importantly, his friend. She was important to him. They found nothing? His voice trembled slightly. No, they didn't, but I know who's responsible. YC dejectedly said, but added the last bit with gusto. You do? Why haven't you told the sect? Wyan shouted and raged. YC shrank back. He timidly muttered, I did. Wyan frowned. The person who's responsible is also the one she made a deal with, and the sect can't act. I know because they needed my blood. YC said. Blood? YC had a unique constitution and physique. It was heavily influenced by yang energies, forcefully giving him a powerful body and strong vitality. His blood could theoretically be used as a medicine or a cultivation resource. However, it wasn't that potent or reliable, so the sect didn't waste its time. They used my blood to create a tonic to help her recover. She was pretty badly injured after the challenge, so much so that she was physically crippled. She couldn't walk or feel as her nerves and spine were practically destroyed, in complete shambles, the medics said. She called over someone by the name of the Helios Witch. She took my blood, and Mei rapidly recovered. Her cultivation even strengthened. I smelled that witch when I arrived at the scene of capture. YC explained. Wyan had all sorts of thoughts running through his mind. Wait, the Helios Witch? The moment he recalled this name, his expression turned ugly. No wonder the sect couldn't do anything even if they knew. That was because the Helios Witch wasn't a normal human, but one who had deep affiliation with the elves. She was rather well known, classified as a mortal god level character. If they wanted to find Mei, they would have to travel to the elven's homeground, the mystic elven forest, and search for the Helios Witch. Wyan deeply frowned as his heart felt conflicted, yet incredibly curious. A high-level elf was captured by Zhu Lang and Mei had dealings with this Helios Witch. Could there be a link between this, or was this a coincidence? Suddenly, Wyan's eyes became incredibly focused and driven. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain, because when she took my blood, I heard the Helios Witch mention taking back something, and her scent was at the scene. Who else but someone at her level could escape the scope of the sect? YC fearfully said. YC had a unique physique, and this physique elevated his physical senses. His sense of smell was greater than a dog's. Therefore, Wyan trusted him. If the Helios Witch's scent was there, then she was there. Someone at the Helios Witch's level wouldn't leave any trace of aura, but it would be difficult for her to hide her smell. This was similar to how Old Bai could disguise his aura, but not his life force. The sect said they couldn't verify it, and that they'll do their own investigation, but I don't know if it'll be too late then. I don't even think they're taking it seriously. YC had a deep connection with Mei, even willing to give his blood for her. During the time Wyan and Mei were together, YC had interacted with Mei many times. She wasn't judgmental about his appearance and treated him nicely, so he didn't want to see any harm come to her. Even if they verified it, they couldn't take action. The mystic elven forest isn't some place they dare to march an army against. Wyan said with an ugly expression. I'm going, he decided. I'll go with you. YC was willing to throw himself in the fire for Mei, but Wyan shook his head. I'm going to the mystic elven forest. You may have the physique rivaling a third-phase expert, but you're still too weak. You can barely hold your own against a true third-phase expert, let alone a god-level figure like the Helios Witch. You'll stay. Wyan's tone brokered no argument. But Wyan, you can boom. YC was just about to argue, but his mouth closed shut in an instant. Wyan's aura, infused with yin-yang kai, the 4 basic elements, lightning, metal, and wood kai, exploded like a volcanic eruption. His black hair fluttered with the wind as various energies coursed through his veins. As he stood there, it was like the world had become one with him. He had become a god. Through fire, crackling lightning, vibrant leaves, streams of water, wads of clustered rock, wild currents of wind, and silver mist was birthed as real as they could be. I am enough. If she's alive, I will bring her back. If she is dead, I'll bring her murderer's head. I promise. His words were like thunder as they resounded within YC's eyes. He had never seen such power, such force, such realism before. He could feel the biting wind, heat, and electricity in the air. Gulping heavily, he subconsciously nodded. Wyan gently smiled. His aura faded, and the elements dispersed. He whistled. F-wheat. Gree. A shriek sounded not too far away. His crane, which was stationed at a stable near the Scarlet Dao Temple, took to the skies and flew over with immense speed. Wyan leapt upwards, his descent met by the crane's arrival perfectly as he landed on its back. He looked at YC as the crane turned directions. "I'll be back." With fierce eyes, he looked towards the east. With a pat, the crane took off eastward. "Mystic Elven Forest, here I come." Oh, karmic luck value 171.1 right arrow 162.4. Chapter 27. Mount Inferno. Flying away from the scarlet Solaris mountain was one man and one beast, soaring at maximum speed through the skies unobstructed. Wyan's expression was the picture of solemnness. He was currently examining his right arm, and the karmic luck value imprinted in it. The moment he decided to travel to the Mystic Elven Forest in search of Mei, his arm stung with pain. His karmic luck value decreased by 8.7 to 162.4 from 171.1. He harnessed his powerful spiritual sense and swept it around himself. Now that his hearts of Kai contained world force, yin-yang energy, he had a greater perception of the world itself. His spiritual senses range increased by nearly tenfold, while its clarity was greater than ever before. He could even sense moisture levels, the degree of temperature in his surroundings, and the minute dust particulates in the air. This was one of the benefits of absorbing and refining the pure yin and yang energy within the yin-yang god sphere. The elf-man was correct in saying the pure yin and yang energies would benefit one throughout their cultivation. Yan already knew his Kai's basic strength had skyrocketed nearly 20-fold from the yang growth phase. According to records, the increase in strength was typically 3-fold while one's spiritual sense doubled in range. This was the average rate of increase. That being said, despite the sweeping of his spiritual sense, he discovered nothing. This left him confused as to why his karmic luck value would drop so suddenly. When it dropped before, the world underwent an immediate change, or the opportunity revealed itself quickly. He hadn't understood much about how the timing or mechanics of karmic value worked even with the scripture, but he did know that he'll be given an opportunity soon. "I hope it doesn't delay me," Yan muttered before he started to cultivate atop the crane. With 2 hearts of Kai, his absorption and refining speed was 4 times as great as before. With his cultivation base rising, the refinement speed also increased. He decided to use this time to refine his hearts of Kai. He withdrew the black bag given to him by Sulani, and pulled out a grayish-white oval stone. It was the size of a baby's fist, and as smooth as its skin. He clutched it within his hand and drained the essence within. When it was absorbed through his meridians, as it was already refined and pure, it was easily refined to make it suitable for him in minutes. The stream of refined essence made its way through his various Kai pathways and into his dantian. The 2 hearts of Kai, which like cyclones, rapidly rotated and drew the essence towards them. The strand of essence split off into 2 paths and entered the core of the hearts of Kai. Slowly, the multicolored spherical core started to expand ever so slightly. The core contained various colors, and was about the size of a fingernail. Its colors embodied the various types of energies within. These were elemental yin-yang and yin-yang energies. So it can grow. Yan was caught in a wondrous feeling. Before, whenever he had sent essence into his core, it would merge it with the various forms of energies and send out strands of refined Kai, like a fleshy heart pumping out oxygenated blood. There would be no growth. However, now, he felt a secondary option made available due to the yin-yang energy within. The yin-yang energy kept together by the world force refined a unique form of force that could expand the core. As the core expanded, so did its ability to refine, the amount of energy contained within, and its durability. The sublime Kai phase, also known as the 7th stage of Kai condensation, was reaching the peak size of this Kai core. It'll grow from a fingernail in terms of size to an actual walnut-sized existence. With each increase in the quantity of energy, the quality of Kai would also increase in turn. It was a fabulous balance that left him in awe. I wonder, Yan suddenly had an idea. Since he had 2 heart of Kai, could he independently refine them both? Normally, it would be impossible as the heart of Kai had to focus on an object to absorb it. This would take all his mental power. Now, he could be considered to have 2 times the mental power. He had to at least try. Pulling out another essence stone, he clutched one in both hands and focused. He had both hearts of Kai honed onto just 1 essence stone each. Suddenly, he felt a miraculous feeling as his mind seemed to be joined by another. This was his cloned mind. In his mind's eye, an arming sword stood tall, thinly split perfectly in 2 from a clearly divided point. When they split, Yan felt like he had 2 sources of thought. He tested it out. Mei, Xing Fu. Simultaneously, he heard 2 overlapping voices in his head, both his own. Incredible, he shouted aloud. The excitement in his voice was nearly tangible. The profound feeling of possessing 2 independent yet interconnected minds was intoxicating. As the 2 essence stones were absorbed through his meridians by force of his hearts of Kai, directed into Dantian, he found an even greater, far more miraculous discovery. Unlike before, the 2 hearts of Kai didn't split the essence, but focused solely on their own strands of essence. Yet, the refinement speed hadn't decreased. This was a true representation of twice the result with half the effort. Cree! The crane beneath his feet cried. He awoke from his cultivation, and noticed that the sky had become dark, and the astral bodies were brilliantly shining in the starry sky. How long have I been cultivating? He quietly muttered. If the crane was reaching its limits, it should have been morning, not night. After taking a look behind him, he noticed the scarlet Solaris mountain was no longer in sight, and the area was mostly filled with rocky, barren terrain with sparse trees and vegetation. The wood energy was lacking, but the earthen energies were brimming and full. There were hills and smaller mountains in the distance. He recalled the map within his mind, and the noticeable features of the land. Having traveled eastbound the entire trip, he should be in the earthly Titan sect's Gaia state. They deemed it as a state, but it was a part of Wu country. Only now did he recall the vast distance to the mystic elven forest from the sect. Even if he had the crane fly without rest, it would still take 2 weeks. If he had a black crane, that time could be shortened. He communicated with the crane using a spiritual spell, gaining a rough estimate of his cultivation time. It had been roughly 39 hours since they left. The crane also communicated its immense exhaustion and desire for rest. Wine couldn't help but give a helpless smile. He had been so riled up that he forgot his mount's limitations. A true god-level character would have a unique mount that was both faster and had a greater degree of stamina than his white crane, such as a black crane that was several times the size of a white crane. He hadn't exposed his cultivation base, and because of rank requirements, the sect hadn't given him an exception and bestowed a black variant crane to him. He understood, and had little need for a better mount until now. In truth, he enjoyed having this crane as a mount. It had served him faithfully, and their relationship was stable. Sorry, he apologized with a rub to its feathers. It cried in acceptance, the exhaustion evident by its weakened sounds. Let's find a place to rest. After instructing this, he once more recalled the map of the Gaia state. There were several important locations marked in that mental map, such as the earthly Titan sect, Mount Inferno, and Dao Canyon. Mount Inferno was the location where magma essence and magma stones were located, bought, and traded. According to legends, the heart of the mountain contained a high-level magma essence called the Blazing Inferno Magma Essence. It was reported to be so hot that it could melt mountains. From the ranking of elemental essences noted in the 7th floor records of the Scarlet Dao Temple, it was also in the top 3 of all known magma essences in the myriad Yor continent. Wine examined his karmic luck value and then recalled something. The route he was taking, whether by fate or coincidence, was Mount Inferno. His eyebrow twitched. The Heavenly Daos are quite interesting. If I didn't have this karmic value tattoo, I wouldn't have noticed various oddities. For one, this crane usually lasts 18 hours maximum, but it exceeded double that time. I thought it was just its healthy state at first. As he said this, he recalled his first thought waking up, finding it strange, but dismissed it soon after. I also just said eastward, but many things can shift the path the longer you travel, and I didn't particularly pick a route. Yet, I'm heading straight for Mount Inferno. And there's a city next to it, suitable for resting while also being the closest city. Incredible. He had never been exposed to this coincidental type of karmic luck before, at least not since he became aware. Now that he thought about it, the 3-point yin body female he came across was also coincidental and appropriate at the time. He just took it as luck, but he shivered slightly, fearful of the Heavenly Daos. Regardless of his emotional shock, he still steered towards the city. He didn't have much choice in this matter, nor did he wish to waste his karmic luck. Communicating his plans to the crane, it cried in happiness before speeding up towards the city. Several minutes later, he saw Mount Inferno and the city, Ash Dragon City. It had obsidian walls that towered 20 feet, had towers positioned in 8 locations, and it created an octagonal city. The towers radiated a powerful chi fluctuation, indicating the inherent formations built within. According to the legends, despite being mere 14 miles away from the base of the volcanic mountain, and suffering 3 separate eruptions, the city still stands due to its unique formation that can withstand the flowing lava. Magma originates from beneath the earth. Lava is the excess that rises above. Theoretically, with magma chi, one can withstand great pressure and the liquid heat of lava. Is that how the formation works? Wyan speculated as he observed the walls. Let's land. Wyan rubbed the crane as he sent his instructions. The crane shot down and arrived at the city gate. This gate also stood 20 feet and was created from a silver metal. Wyan realized it was frost steel. He had come across it when he met the crazed prisoner. When he landed, he had the crane take steps towards the gate. At the city gate, 2 guardians radiating auras at the first stage of Kai condensation stood guard. This elevated his understanding of the city. To have gate guards at the Kai condensation realm meant the city held strength. In his clan, those who guarded the gate were measly meridian awakening phase cultivators, those at the Foundation establishment realm. He saw their weapons and realized they were Kai weapons which contained faint traces of fire Kai. It was similar to Yanju's Scarlet Kai spear. This was quite valuable. As for their armor, they emitted an aura of Earth Kai. His own silver saber contained metal Kai. However, its quality was only on par as he obtained it before reaching the elemental birth phase. He knew the strength of weapons imbued with Kai were far stronger than those without. After all, weapons of that level required refined Kai stones, or those at the elemental birth phase to set up a formation and spend months to years of infusion. "Halt!" one of the guards ordered with his palm out. His voice was powerful, and his aura was already circulating in intimidation. Yan laughed inwardly at this. Did they want to intimidate him? Regardless, he halted with a smile. "Entry is currently restricted. You can return after the entry ban has been lifted," the guard stated coldly. Yan was shocked. He thought this was an extortion tactic, but instead, it was a direct order of denial. He grew curious as he saw that the gate had indeed been closed. Also, everyone who was at the gate was lingering around with idle expressions. He had thought it was the issue with the fee, but now he knew it was something greater. Curiosity grew. He wanted to see inside. Wait, he frowned. The strong feeling to stick his nose in others' business, while not unlikely, wasn't natural. Then he smiled as realization dawned on him. Fine. You want me to look inside, then so be it. As if speaking directly to the Heavenly Daos, his eyes grew bright. He fully intended to wreak havoc, and forcefully enter. Boom! His eyes widened as the closed gate dented, and then straight blew off its hinges. One of the doors, that rocketed outwards like a bullet, crashed into one of the guards. He didn't even get a chance to yelp before his entirety was crushed in meat paste. His bones made a crushingly eerie sound, as a splatter of his organs painted the ground. The other guard was swatted away like a fly, blood creating a crimson line following the trajectory of his body. He even saw an arm twisted oddly, nearly ripped off at its joint. Yan hastily conjured a strand of silver Kai, creating a square wall to defend. One of the doors that flew towards him were directly halted like a flying marshmallow meeting a stone. It deformed but couldn't even cause a ripple in the wall of Kai. A swift figure shot out from the entrance, and directly past him. Chapter 28. Thieves and Chase. Kill her! A commanding voice bellowed in anger and with power. It caused the nearby loose rocks to tremble, and the generated air currents to push them away. Even Yan's ears slightly rang in response. Then, Yan finally saw the figure clearly. It was a hooded woman. Her breasts and slim physique were clues to such, and she was speeding away with wind Kai beneath her feet. She seemed to be gliding across the earth, like a speeding bird soaring close to the ground. He turned towards the voice, and his eyes lit up. He saw from the destroyed entrance dozens of elite soldiers outfitted in Kai armor, and wielding weapons of death. They were rushing forward without mounts, executing a variety of movement-based Kai arts that propelled them. The leader of this group had a set of dark crimson wings constructed from Kai on his back that carried him forward. He was dressed in black and red armor with a scaled helmet that covered most of his face. However, his eyes were revealed, and they radiated fierce killing intent and ferocious determination. They soon passed him, ignoring his existence. He dispersed his Kai and watched them silently. That commander with wings had reached the fourth stage of Kai condensation, yin form phase, and had birthed magma Kai. Those viscous-looking dark crimson wings that emitted heat was proof of that. Is she a criminal? Did she steal or murder someone? Regardless, I can't just let something so interesting go, no? He coldly chuckled in his heart. He hadn't felt like this in a while. Before, he had always been cunning, cold, and inherently did as he wished when he could. He was the type to slaughter an entire force, enslave a portion, and make one of them his servant. He had maintained his state of a cautious mind and always kept his arrogance in check due to the sect. But in the outside world, he could allow his desires to flow free. After meeting godlords, and those who exceeded that, he had felt that his life was no longer directed by his own choices, but having to follow the flow. While the Heavenly Daos had brought him here, why would he just patiently listen or allow that manipulation? After all, wasn't he abusing and using the heavens? Wasn't he fooling it? His blood boiled as he felt a shift. The bloodline of sin seemed to resonate with his thoughts, influencing them as well. He grinned. He rubbed the crane and transmitted his thoughts. It made a soft sound in acceptance. He jumped off and it flew into the sky to find a resting location nearby, one that was safe. Luckily, the crane itself was as powerful as a first stage of Kai condensation expert, at least its basic physical attributes. In the outside world, apart from sex, it was an elite expert. He concealed his aura, life force, and smell with an earthen scent and shot forward. He was like a shadow as he remained at an appropriate distance to tail. He traced their route and actions. His spiritual sense kept keen watch over all things. He realized that the woman was at the third stage of Kai condensation, elemental birth phase. She seemed to have transformed her heart of Kai into a heart of wind Kai. With that, her wind-based Kai arts were at least 3-fold in strength. This was the reason she could outrun an expert at the yin form phase. However, that commander still maintained a certain distance and never lost sight of this woman. As for his soldiers, most of them were at the first stage of Kai condensation, with 3 at the second stage and 1 at the third stage. The weaker ones immediately fell behind. Only 2, 1 at the second stage, and the 1 at the third stage kept up. They followed their commander closely with their utmost ability. Wai could see the second stage soldier falter, the exhaustion of Kai taking its toll on his body. After a full 30 minutes, the 2 had long since been left behind. Only the commander remained, fiercely chasing the woman with daunting determination. This commander has an exceptional spiritual spell. He marveled at how this commander had kept the woman's aura on lock, never losing her for a second. She had even employed several stealth and disorienting spiritual spells in an attempt to lose his tail. Unfortunately, none of them worked, as the commander was like a poor dog after a golden bone. Looking at their cultivation difference, it's unlikely the thief will be able to escape. With every cultivation base increase, one's physical body would jump in quality. Thus, as a result, their movement type Kai arts use less Kai. I could faintly hear heavy breathing from the thief at this point. Her fuel was running low. Wai couldn't figure out her goal. She seemed to be wholly intent on going in one direction. If she was looking to escape, she should have known outrunning the commander wasn't possible. Her best option was to fight at this moment, yet she kept running. If I was a thief, I would leave a contingency plan to resort to in case I was being chased. There are generally 3 ways I would do it: a pre-established trap, backup ambush, or a location suitable to lose my enemy. The last would require a lot of intel gathering beforehand, and is the least likely given the terrain in the Gay estate. Wai pondered her options. At her current Kai levels, it'll be difficult to do anything but stall her enemy for a short period, but who knew what trump cards he had? The last option he would take would be, as he was thinking this, he sent his spiritual sense further outward in the direction she was running towards. He grinned. There were 2 figures lying in wait. He could feel a yin and yang energy with strong life force. They were youths, 1 male, 1 female, but their cultivation was only at the second stage of Kai condensation, external flow phase. Beneath their feet was a spiritual formation. He could feel the faint traces of spirituality within. This had to be a bewildering or offensive formation, set to attack the spirit. If someone's spirit was attacked, controlling their Kai would become rather difficult. Wai now knew her plan now. He decided to see how this played out. If this commander truly had a powerful spiritual spell, it's likely he also has a strong defensive spell. If he could defend against their planned ambush, things would get rather interesting. Before long, the 2 arrived at the location of the formation. The woman thief shot right through it like there was nothing there. The commander following eyes lit up as he frowned, but he quickly concealed his expression. He tightly gripped his spear in his hand and continued chasing. He landed on the spiritual formation. Now, Jade Spirit Crushing Formation. A young man shouted, holding a cyan arrowhead in his hand. A young woman also rose up, holding a cyan arrowhead as well. These 2 arrowheads were the formation flags, or control tools, for the formation. They both injected their Kai within and their spiritual energies. Beneath the feet of the commander, a scintillating cyan light erupted outwards in multiple rays. His eyes turned dark crimson as he hurriedly executed a defensive spiritual spell. Knew it! Wai wanted to slap his thigh at his prediction. This was quite fun. The cyan rays of light entered his body with a swiftness. Ha! A steel blade with a faint wind K shot out towards the commander's heart. It was a deadly strike. The thief had been decisive. The moment the formation activated, she urged all her remaining Kai into this strike, condensing it into a single blow. The commander reacted swiftly. With his spirit protected, he used his spear to meet the sword aimed at his life. A fierce clash of wind and heat erupted, and a minor explosion was produced. The thief let out a panicked yelp, retreating after the failed killing blow. She barely had any Kai left, if any, so she couldn't do any more. That being said, the commander couldn't follow up as the clash had sent him backwards, smashing against a nearby boulder. The wind was knocked out of him as he gasped upon impact. I got him, the young woman shouted with gusto. She wielded a thin short sword and sent a wave of non-attributed Kai towards the commander. This attack was the full strength of the second stage of K condensation realm expert. The commander coldly sneered, recovering from the impact rather quickly. He grasped his spear's spine, and with a heft, he threw it fiercely towards the retreating female thief. He keenly decided to rely on his K armor to protect him from the wave of Kai. Crossing his arms into an X, he intended to use only his K armor in defense. With his spirit protecting against the cyan spiritual light, he had no choice. The spear was like a missile. The thief hadn't expected it, as the spear pierced through her right shoulder and nailed her to a rock. She screamed in pain as the sound of crushed bones echoed in the air. The sheer force had destroyed the left arm, shoulder and ribs, rending her flesh, and even a faint burnt smell lingered in the air. The surrounding skin was burning, destroying her nerves. It was unlikely that her left side will ever be the same at this rate, unless high-level treatment was performed. Elder Jiao, the young man shrieked in panic. He seemed to have seen red, as he rushed to her aid without care. He tried to grasp the spear, but his hands burned and he winced away. His expression was full of concern, and the deflated left side of the thief didn't offer any relief. Wai Wan watched this with a calm expression. His mental state was quite neutral. At this rate, the three were going to die. Perhaps their fate may be a little worse. How? Just as he said that, the commander had already withstood the young woman's blow with his armor and struck her fiercely. She was incapacitated instantly. With the difference in cultivation, and sharp difference in physique, the commander, even in his tired and weakened state, dealt with the girl in a single dash and strike. It was laughable, really. There was a reason why cultivation level was important. The difference between each was massive, accompanied by a wide variety of benefits. For example, those at the elemental birth phase establish 4 elements throughout. Each element tempers the body. When one reaches completion, they are tempered by all 4 energies in unison, being far stronger than individual enhancement. The yin form phase not only had all 4 elements, but yin energy that benefits one's mental capabilities, clarity of spiritual sense, and strength and kai. The young woman had yet to have her body tempered by a single element, so against someone with the 4 basic elements and magma kai, she was not even close to being his match. Ku, the young man cried as he witnessed this horrific scene. His expression was incredibly ugly as he realized his situation. Retrieving his sword, he was ready to kill the man before him or die trying. Wai Wan felt a little hungry. He rubbed his stomach lightly. He had just realized that he hadn't eaten since the meeting at the Scarlet Dao Temple. While he had abundant energy and didn't require mortal sustenance, he still felt hunger and cravings from time to time. I should find some meat later, or maybe the city will open after. As he considered these things, the commander had already struck. Despite not having a weapon, he clashed with the boy with just his armored fist. The last stand of hope in putting his life on the line, or achieving some form of breakthrough and becoming a hero to those 2 women, was all just an impossible dream. He didn't even last a single exchange before being struck on the stomach. A geyser of blood spurt out of his mouth as his organs were definitely injured. He kneeled with his face flat on the ground. His posture was incredibly awkward, with his ass in the air. "Haha! You fez! You think you can steal our city lord's treasures from his vault and leave alive? Haha!" The commander gave an exhausted laugh as he roared in jubilation at his victory. He had already swept his spiritual sense, and felt no other presence around. He went towards the thief, her hood covering her face, and hid her identity. His curiosity got the better of him as he violently ripped it off. "You?" The commander was shocked. Then, he laughed coldly. "You seduced the profligate son of the city lord, just to set up the scheme? I knew you were a slut, but who knew you were also an idiot? Haha!" He zipped on her right leg on her femur and pressed down. Horrific cracking sounds echoed along with the thief's pain screams. She clenched her teeth after a bout of screams. Her eyes spat flames of murder and death. Wai Wan got a good look at this woman. Outside of the blood stains on her lips and dirt on her face, she was quite beautiful and young looking. Her short-cut light brown hair, black eyes, and full lips were definitely the marks of a beauty. The commander saw her eyes, and his own turned ruthless and filled with ridicule. Abruptly, his eyes lit up. "I have a little while before my men show up. I should have some fun." He coldly laughed as he walked towards the young girl who remained unable to move from that earlier strike. "No." The hoarse voice of the young man spat with a trace of dirt. The despair was clear in his eyes as well as hatred, regret, and unwillingness. "Stop!" the thief shouted. "You can do anything to me, but leave her alone," she begged. The fire in her eyes dimmed. "Fools!" he coldly mocked. He arrived near the young man and kicked his face. A wad of his adult teeth and blood flew towards the other side. It was deliberately done so the teeth and blood landed on the thief's face. The splatter caused horror to flash in the thief's eyes. Arriving next to the young woman, he licked his lips. He rubbed his crotch quite heavily, and fire blazed in his eyes. "Quite a pretty one, aren't you?" He could see the fierce hatred in the young woman's eyes. If looks could kill, the commander's soul wouldn't even escape. It excited him further. This was a common scene and occurrence in the cultivation world. It was so common that Wai Wan didn't feel an ounce of pity. Not to mention, he had done similar things in the past. While he hadn't forced himself on enemies before, the 3-point yin body had to trade her purity for her life. Otherwise, reaching the yin form phase at his age was nearly impossible. He preferred mutual consent, but on a realistic level, no cultivator at the complete stage of the elemental birth phase would ever let a 3-point yin body escape. It would be foolish as fuck. Whether she agreed or not didn't matter, the end result would have been the same. The only difference was her state afterwards. It was the misfortune of having a treasure others wanted or needed. Didn't Julang try to kill him using various schemes for some imaginary treasure, despite being a core disciple of the same sect? There was barely any difference. That being said, whoosh, a sharp silver kai shot out, at an unprecedented speed. It formed a saber image and traveled like lightning. Before another step could be taken, the commander's head was already separated from his body. It took a few seconds before death caught up to him. A red line of liquid flowed ceaselessly from the commander's neck, nearly popping off his head. He grasped his neck as if it were the last command his mind had given his separated body. With a look of horrified confusion, the commander's head tilted back and fell. Thud. Chapter 29. Three-layered ring. While Wai held zero pity for the thief's situation, he still felt that letting the situation devolve further was a little too extreme. After ascending to the sixth phase using pure yin and yang energies of the yin-yang god sphere, Wai's combat prowess was exceptional. Even if he ascended using normal means, he could still instantly kill any fourth phase expert easily. Therefore, when he sent out his attack, it wasn't any Kai art, but just the manifestation of yin-yang and metal Kai in the form of a saber. Even he was taken aback by its strength and swiftness. In a blink of an eye, it had reached the commander from nearly 200 meters away and severed his head before a reaction could be made. Is this why those at the sixth phase are considered gods to those below? As he pondered this, he leisurely made his way over to the commander's beheaded corpse. When he arrived, he observed the three thieves who had open mouths and bulging eyes. They didn't even see how the commander died, and their souls had nearly left their bodies in shock. When they suddenly saw Wai waltz over without a care, their expressions all changed. The girl and boy let out yelping sounds, while the female thief remained quiet. Wai praised her inwardly for being able to regain her calm so quickly. He swept his spiritual sense through the commander, and found two spatial rings, one of which was on his finger, the other was stored deep in his flesh, hidden away from prying eyes. A secret ring? As he noticed this, he couldn't help but wonder. Spatial rings were gateways to off-site storage areas. Usually, they would be set up within the stronghold of a powerful force and made from incredibly durable materials with no way to enter except through the spatial ring. His spatial ring was the same, connected to the Scarlet Solaris Sex storage department. Only those who reached the sublime Kai phase had a chance to forcefully rip through those containers. Therefore, keeping a secret spatial ring embedded inside one's flesh left him curious. He deduced that even if he was at the fifth stage of Kai condensation, his spiritual sense would not be powerful enough to locate the ring. In fact, he wasn't confident normal sixth-phase experts could either. Only because he refined the purest of yin and yang energies, established a secondary heart of Kai, did he have enough spiritual strength in his spiritual sense to recognize the spatial ring. At first, he thought that the lucky chance was the city lord's valuables in the thief's possession, but now he was rethinking things. Could it be, the higher the karmic luck value decreases, the easier it is to obtain the maximum benefits for the lucky chance? The lower, such as with the yin-yang god sphere, meant the harder it is? This crossed his mind as he decisively stabbed his finger into the commander's flesh, extracting the spatial ring stored inside his body. When he extracted it, his eyes flickered as he realized it had a unique spiritual formation embedded on its surface. There were three types, and as he examined it more, he realized this ring had three different containers. Despite his incredibly powerful spiritual sense, he could only enter two of them, being decisively blocked by the third. Three layers, each requiring a stronger spiritual strength than before. This was his first time encountering a ring so odd. He could also tell that there was originally a gate-like formation that needed to be broken. There were traces of dense magma energies that seemed to originate from dozens of years of constant infusion. He quickly realized the commander had used his spiritual sense and several decades to wear down and destroy the gate ahead of the required strength. The most recent infusion was about 3 years ago. At this point, the pieces were now gathering together. The commander had found this ring and discovered the gate formation and its uniqueness when he had been at the elemental birth phase. Slowly, he used his spiritual strength to wear down and destroy the gate formation, preventing access. Then, 3 years ago, he gained entry and used whatever was in the first storage container. He realized the first container and the first layer had been swept clean. Could it be that his spiritual spell originated from this ring? He did find it odd that the second strongest soldier beneath the commander's elite soldiers was at the beginning of the elemental birth phase, while the rest were at the second stage of K condensation. The disparity was a little too great. The ring likely contained resources too that helped the man reach the informed phase. However, the spiritual sense of the commander hadn't reached the level of requirement to reach the second layer. He smiled. Fortune truly comes in pairs. He took the standard spatial ring from the commander's corpse and turned his attention to the three thieves. "You can decide. I can kill you all here and now, or you can give me what you stole," he said with a faint smile. His handsome visage, black hair, and silver eyes left a heavy impression on all three. The female thief struggled slightly. Through clenched teeth she said, "Help us and it's yours." "Help?" Why, Wyan found this hilarious. "Fine, I'll just kill you all. As he said that, a flame was conjured in his palm. This was true fire made by fire Kai and yin-yang energies. This Kai could incinerate them all into ash and leave no evidence, just like a normal fire would. Wait! The young girl shouted with all her strength in a hoarse voice. She had barely been able to speak or move, but she forcefully did so by rapidly circulating her Kai. Her eyes clearly revealed that she did not want to die like this. She pulled out a badge and threw it on the ground. Wai looked at the tossed badge and examined it. It was made from a trace of wind Kai. The image etched in it was of a white lotus in full bloom. It looked alive and pure. Jade Lotus Sect? He realized that those two youngsters were members of the Jade Lotus Sect. How interesting. Spare us, and as members of the Jade Lotus Sect, we'll owe you our lives, the girl cried. It seemed all three were members of the sect. Looking at their cultivation bases and ages, if one used the standard of the Scarlet Solaris Sect, then these two were core disciples. As for the female thief, she was likely an inner elder subordinate to the two, or related to them. With her heart of Wind Kai, she could be a core elder. After all, the Jade Lotus Sect was slightly weaker than the Scarlet Solaris Sect. In fact, it was considered the weakest of the 5 great sects. In accordance with overall strength, from first to last, it would be the Sky Sword Sect, Aqua Echo Sect, Scarlet Solaris Sect, Earthly Titan Sect, and Jade Lotus Sect. The Jade Lotus Sect members are so brazen as to invade into the Earthly Titan Sect's Gaia state and rob one of their most prominent cities. Such gall. I give praise. He felt like clapping in applause. Of course they failed horrendously, but it was still enough for effort. The expressions of the young girl shifted with fear, seeing Wai unmoved. She asked, Who are you? The despair in her voice was tangible as she felt death looming. Scarlet Solaris Sect's Wai, he answered without hesitation. Those words were like a bomb on all three of their minds. The Jade Lotus Sect and Scarlet Solaris Sect had entered into war several times. They were anything but allies. Here, the female thief decisively extracted the spatial ring with a little bit of her recovered Wind Kai and sent it over. She had even thrown over her own. After realizing Wai's status, her only chance was to give up the gains. It's not like she wanted to die. However, the young girl felt a wave of hopelessness, unsure if this was enough after declaring their identities, and fiercely pleaded, Please. I'll do anything, please don't kill us. She bit her lips and forced an awkward smile as she once more said anything with meaning. Wai smiled. Fine. He dismissed the fire Kai and retrieved the rings. After a brief inspection, his eyes brightened up. I owe your Jade Lotus Sect a favor, so this can be considered repaid. As he recalled the old retired blacksmith who forged his silver saber, he couldn't help but sigh. The old man originated from the Jade Lotus Sect and was even a disciple. However, his talent was poor and he resorted to crafting to make a suitable living to raise his family. He had made weapons for the Jade Lotus Sect for decades, finally quitting and retiring to the Scarlet Solaris Sect's domain where his grandchildren had moved. Although the man had never said to spare any disciples, he knew he had strong feelings of loyalty and gratefulness. While Wai was cold and callous at times, he still held importance to relationships, even to those who have passed. A small connection was all he needed to spare the Jade Lotus Sect members. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't gain anything from this. With a wave of his hand, a trace of Kai wrapped around the spear and pulled it out of the female thief's shoulder, inducing a hellish shout of pain in response. Wai retrieved the K weapon and examined it with rapt attention. Definitely of high grade. It has yin and yang energies structured within, including magma Kai. If my saber is compared, it's like steel to rock. He sighed with emotion. This spear was useful to even 5th phase experts, let alone a 4th phase expert. His saber had already become obsolete, unable to withstand the infusion of his powerful Kai. That's why he hadn't used it often, especially when he reached the 5th phase himself. After a few more looks, he stored the high-grade K spear into his storage ring. He placed the other spatial rings in his various pockets and walked towards the young girl. He observed her and realized her primal yin was still intact. While she could be considered a beauty, but after realizing she didn't have a unique physique, he sighed. If he decided to dual cultivate with her, the one who'd benefit massively would be her, not him. With his dense elemental and yin-yang energies, her cultivation would probably reach the peak of the 3rd phase, with a chance to birth lightning, wood, or metal Kai with her talent. Not to mention, her foundation would be paved. As for him, he'll just get a mild insignificant increase in his yin energy. With how strong it was now, that increase was truly unimportant. He wasn't so heartless as to pluck her primal yin one-sidedly, and that wasn't very enjoyable for either party. Shaking his head softly, he decided to just take both of their spatial rings. He quickly dumped out the contents of the 3 rings and stored it into his own sec-located spatial ring. He also dumped out the contents of the commander's personal ring and relocated it into his own. Then, he returned the rings. He took the things important to him, pills, elixirs, manuals, objects with various types of energies, or oddities that stood out. What was left was just trash at that point. He didn't want them communicating with their sect and having their possessions removed from their storage containers before he could take them, so he retrieved all his desired contents. Witnessing their stuff being taken caused them to clench their teeth in indignation. The young girl saw Wai Wan's lustful eyes and shrank back, her heart feeling fear, but when he revealed a trace of disappointment, she felt a sense of loss, like she had just lost out on an outstanding opportunity. Well, good luck. He brushed his hands and readied to leave. Wait, the woman originally referred to as the female thief shouted while grabbing her nearly collapsed left side. My name's Jiao Ning. I'll remember you. Jiao Ning? Wai Wan looked towards her and smiled. Okay. Just as he was about to take off, within his spiritual senses range, he noticed several soldiers approaching rapidly. He frowned. The commander must have left trails for them to follow, otherwise just a slight degree off, and they would have been somewhere else. Instead, they followed the path straight to here. Noticing his gaze shift towards where they came from, the young boy who couldn't speak, as his jaw had been dislocated and several of his teeth had been knocked out, realized the soldiers were approaching. He mumbled incoherently in panic. Even if Wai Wan spared them, those soldiers will definitely capture them. He was likely dead, and those two females, they were in no shape to escape or run. Their fates were sealed. However, Wai Wan's eyes lit up. More wealth. Chapter 30. Easy fool. In terms of wealth, Kai condensation realm experts had deep pockets. Even the first stage expert had a wealth worth at least an essence stone. However, considering they were all elites, they may have 2 or 3 essence stones worth of resources. Their Kai weapons and armor were already worth a fortune. Thinking this, he nearly forgot about the commander's armor. If he sold just their armors to the black market, he could gain dozens of essence stones, and what he needed most for cultivation was pure essence stones. Just from absorbing and calculating the rate of growth 2 essence stones gave, he realized that his requirement for cultivation was high. If it was just 1 heart of Kai, he may need about 400 essence stones to reach the walnut-size requirement to step into the sublime Kai phase. But with 800 essence stones was an absolutely disgusting amount of wealth. And this was only an estimation. Who knew if he would need 1,000 or more? Now that walking bags of money were racing towards him, an insatiable greed emerged in his heart. With a quickness, he removed the commander's armor and stored it into his storage space. His eyes were the picture of avarice. Seeing Wai Wan's hasty actions, the young man panicked, thinking he was taking what he could before abandoning them. He started to incoherently plead, but even if Wai Wan could understand him, he would still ignore him. The young woman and Jiao Ning noticed this as well, but what could they do? Like before, the young woman cried, this time trying to rise. The other soldiers are coming, aren't they? Please don't leave us. She was about to beg or show her willingness to do anything for a chance at life when the rustling of the earth caught her attention. In her view, several dozen soldiers were marching forward with murderous momentum. Jiao Ning's heart clenched. She gritted her teeth and wanted to cry. There were even thoughts of killing herself, if she landed in those men's hands. After ensuring that he took everything of value from the commander's corpse, Wai Wan revealed a self-satisfied expression. His gains would be massive. Just as he was about to slaughter those incoming soldiers, Jiao Ning once more shouted, if you save us, I'll tell you a crucial secret. Secret? Wai Wan's ears perked immediately. What secret? It relates to the city lord, and why he's not chasing us, she said, her panic increasing as the soldiers' footsteps neared. There they are. Forward, men. In the distance, the highest-ranked soldier shouted with power. Well, out with it. Wai Wan urged, his expression a little bored. Looking at the soldiers, she clenched her teeth and decided to bet it all. While this secret was important, whether it was of any worth to this unknown youth was still up to question. If she revealed it and he lost interest, wouldn't she suffer? Originally, she wanted to use it as a lure to get him to defend them, but that didn't seem like it'd work. The city lord found a piece of MT. Inferno's heart essence. He's trying to refine it now and give birth to the blazing Inferno magma Kai. She spilled it all. As she had seduced the city lord's profligate son, many secrets were revealed, including that. It was because of that she was willing to rob the city's vault. Oh. As he heard this, his eyes burned with desire. No wonder the Heavenly Daos urged him to spread his spiritual sense through the city and let him hear. He thought it had to do with the 3-layered ring, but it was he who misunderstood. The Heavenly Daos also gave him an opportunity to enter without the city lord having his elite protection while simultaneously being preoccupied. Wasn't this a glorious chance? However, with his cultivation base, did he need to avoid those soldiers? That's strange. Did the Heavenly Daos miscalculate his strength? As he thought about it, he considered how strong he would be if he hadn't used his own efforts and relied solely on the Heavenly Dao's lucky chances. He wouldn't have 2 hearts of Kai or reach the false reality phase. Was this lucky chance predicated on his assumed cultivation? According to his current knowledge, the city lord wasn't a mortal god level character, but that might be wrong. Or, If he considered it with the assumption of a fifth stage of Kai condensation strength, then he couldn't avoid the commander's powerful spiritual means. He would be noticed, and if the city lord was a recently established mortal god, he could die. However, if he acted while the city lord was occupied with refining the magma essence, then even he as a fifth phase would have a small chance to snatch it or kill him. Even if he failed, he would still have an opportunity to escape, as breaking the refinement would have injured the city lord. Without his soldiers, he couldn't catch up. Wow! He exclaimed in awe, as if he felt the puzzle piece together nicely. With that, he pushed out his palm as sharp sabers formed from his metal kai and sliced forward. Without any suspense, the heads of all the incoming soldiers left their shoulders, and soon, they became corpses. You all stay here and remove their armor, weapons, and spatial rings for me. I'll be right back. He was filled with urgency as he executed the thunderstep elemental KR and left with an explosive boom. The three had eyes of shock on their expressions. He dealt with them so easily. In Ash Dragon City, in the city lord's palace, there was a sealed room that was suitable for cultivation. It had a myriad of spiritual and Kai formations that promoted cultivation and gathered yin, yang, magma, fire, and earth energies. The room was fortified on the outside, making penetration by anyone less than a mortal god level figure extremely difficult. Even a fifth phase expert would require several minutes to break into the room. Within this room was a man with dark hair and obsidian eyes. His long beard was majestic, his eyebrows were thick, and his body was fit. He looked like a middle-aged general. Before him was blazing inferno magma essence. It was a dark crimson stone that emanated a high degree of heat. Within it, traces of magma continuously flowed without end. It was as large as a basketball, and had no real defined sharpness. However, it looked like it was only a piece of a whole. The man was using his heart of Kai to absorb strands of magma essence from the stone. Carefully, he refined that essence with his meridians, passed it to his dantian, and absorbed it through his heart of Kai, entering its core. He hoped to give birth to blazing inferno magma energy, which would in turn give him blazing inferno magma Kai. The commotion outside had not reached him, and he was not disturbed. That being said, his son, a gaudy-dressed young man, paced back and forth with anxiety outside the door. The city's vault was robbed, and he had an idea as to who took it. Fearing his father may kill him in anger, he wished to beg for forgiveness the moment he left seclusion. He didn't dare to disturb his father and try, otherwise, he would truly be killed. A shadow emerged in a corner unbeknownst to the young man. Wyan had suppressed his aura and presence as he looked at the young man. He realized that there were formations set up to protect the room, and while he could breach it, it would give the city lord a few seconds to notice. He needed the formation key to enter inside quickly and quietly. Then, he could strike without anyone noticing. Is this boy the son mentioned by that commander? He recalled a profligate son who gave up core secrets for some ass, and couldn't help but feel pity for him. Can't men simply lay with a woman without giving up all their secrets? This was even worse for powerful men. Their women oftentimes knew everything and were their most trusted confidants. Even Xing Fu didn't know he reached the mortal god level. He made it a habit to keep his strength unknown. Loose pants usually meant loose lips. Wyan felt satisfied that he didn't indulge in a lifestyle of debauchery. While he had many sexual partners, most of them were one-night stands with mutual benefits. Only Xing Fu, Mei Mei, and another girl named Dai Lin were more than that. If Wyan had known that the profligate son hadn't even enjoyed any sexual relations with the pretty thief, Jiao Ning, yet still he gave up all those secrets, what would he think then? He refocused. Swash! With a swift strike, he beheaded the son without hesitation. He used only his saber so no Kai fluctuations would be generated to ensure that no one would notice. After searching the boy's body and spatial ring, he found a formation flag in the shape of a small spherical rock. This flag was a control tool interconnected with the myriad of formations here. Is it really that easy? This city lord trusted his son a little too much, no? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but coldly chuckle in his heart. After using the flag, he bypassed the formations quietly and entered the room. The temperature within the room was up by 100 degrees from outside, making it a literal scorching chamber. If a normal mortal was in here, their blood would start to boil. Luckily, with his cultivation base, there wasn't even a mild discomfort. When he arrived, he realized the man was focused wholeheartedly on refining the magma essence of the Mount Inferno heart. It can't be this easy, no? He questioned the Heavenly Daos as he swiped his saber at the city lord's neck. With what should have been an epic battle, was only a head falling off a shoulder and crimson blood spewing everywhere. Wyan was taken aback so much that he just stayed where he was, stunned for several seconds. So, it was that easy? Shaking his head with a sense of loss, he inspected the city lord's body and felt yin-yang energy within his rapidly dispersing heart of Kai. He truly was a mortal god. He took his spatial ring and swept the container. The city lord's spatial ring wasn't connected to the vault, but to his own secret container. He immediately transferred all the contents to his own ring and took the magma essence. He didn't store the magma essence in his ring, but in the 3-layered ring's first layer, which was empty. If he placed something like that with other objects, who knew if he would come back to a container filled with ash? Rubbing his face, he still felt this was a little surreal. He now realized that not only was the Heavenly Daos unable to judge him, but it can't even properly perceive his cultivation strength, running off on an assumption of strength. While he could be wrong, he felt that that lined up with the bloodline of sin's abilities. So is that how one overcomes the 18 calamities of hell? By fooling the Heavenly Daos into giving easy lucky chances. Haha, how hilarious. His laugh was a little self-deprecating because the calamities will still hit, and he wasn't sure when it would come or if he could survive them. He gave a low sigh and left. Just like when he came, no one noticed him leave. Before long, he had arrived back near the 3 thieves. When he returned, he found the spatial rings, armor, and weapons lying separately from the corpses. The 3 were patching up their wounds and using medicinal energy from pills to heal. His eyebrow twitched when he realized they took some of the soldiers' pills to do so. That was his wealth, you know. But considering she had given him this windfall and did what he asked, he would let it slide. When he arrived, the 3 pairs of eyes sharply turned to him with hints of worry and fear. It was as if they expected someone else, but when they saw Wai's handsome countenance, silver eyes, and tall figure, they inadvertently gave a sigh of relief. The young woman said, "We're sorry, but we needed the medicinal pills." Her expression and tone would normally invoke pity and a desire to protect from her vile male counterparts, but Wai indirectly ignored her. He swept up the armor and weapons, emptied the storage rings, and sent everything into his storage space. As a core disciple of the Scarlet Solaris sect, his storage space was incredibly large and barely a third had been filled with all those things. After tidying up everything, he needed to find the crane. He would find somewhere to rest, inspect his gains, and quietly cultivate before leaving for the next city. He'll needed to find Mei and the Helios witch. If she was alive, he would definitely bring her back. If she was dead, he would bring back the head of those responsible. However, he wasn't in a rush. It would take 2 weeks of non-stop flight, but realistically speaking, it would take at least 2 months with the white crane. If Mei was kept alive, it's unlikely they'd kill her at all. She didn't have much importance anyhow. And if she was already dead, then it didn't matter when he arrived. He rather strengthened himself before making his way there. While he cared for Mei, the most important thing was still his own safety and strength. That may sound cold, and a tad bit heartless, but he was realistic in his thinking. Only with strength could he do what he wants, whenever he wants, and however he wanted. As he thought of that, he felt a hot itch in his heart. A tinge of lust emerged, and he looked towards the 3. While dual cultivating would offer benefits and expend his energy, normal relations wouldn't do much. He could scratch the itch of his while finding a place to rest. Walking up to the woman named Ning, he warmly smiled. Chapter 31. Inferno Blazing Magma Kai. In a cavern near Mount Inferno, the sounds of heavy breathing and feminine moans echoed wildly in the air. At times it would be low, and then abruptly rise in volume. There were even faint sounds of the word God being uttered, always predicated by an O. The sounds continued for nearly an hour before ceasing altogether. Outside this cave was a lit fire, and a white crane resting near it. It seemed wholly unbothered by the intense sounds in the cavern. Near the fire, feeding it with dry wood, 2 figures sat away from each other with blushes. The young woman and man from the Jade Lotus sect were named Dai Qiyu and Zhang Mu respectively. They were lofty core disciples who were traveling with their core elder. Originally, they were a group of 6 with 3 core disciples, each having their own core elder following them. Unfortunately, they had split due to some internal sect drama, and now Zhang Mu followed Dai Qiyu and Zhao Ning, who was her supporter. His own core elder switched sides last minute, leaving him to rely on them. Should Elder Zhao be doing this? I mean, isn't she, you know? Mary Zhang Mu had an embarrassed look on his face as he thought of the actions of those 2 in the cave. He was fortunate enough to heal his jaw, and while his teeth would take some time and medicinal pills to grow back, he could talk normally now. Silence! Dai Qiyu angrily shouted with a pink blush. She knew that Zhao Ning suffered immense injuries to her left side. Her meridians and muscles were fiercely damaged due to that spear throw. It would be lucky if she could cultivate like normal or even move normally if it was not treated. An injury like that, even the sect couldn't treat it fully unless one of the mortal gods of their sect decided to sacrifice their vitality and life force to do so. Who would do such a thing for a married woman who'd reached the end of her potential? Without her primal yin intact, reaching the yin form phase was as difficult as doing so as a man. Not to mention, Zhao Ning's husband was weaker than her, weaker than them. What could he do? Yet, this young, handsome man had approached and said he could heal her injuries in full for an exchange. Zhao Ning didn't even hesitate to accept after verifying his claims. If she was in her position, would she decline? Actually, would anyone? If Zhao Ning went back to the sect in that state, her family, clan, and every friend she had weaker than her before may be targeted by her enemies. Her combat strength would be greatly diminished, her physical mobility shot, and her cultivation restricted. If before she still had a chance to reach the 4th phase, with her meridians damaged, that was a dream for another life. The sect would deem her totaled and unworthy of future investments. But with the miraculously powerful wood kai filled with life force and a powerful vitality, her injuries healed in a matter of hours. So, she couldn't help but shout at Jiang Mu. He needed to use his brain sometimes. Perhaps then he wouldn't have been betrayed by his core elder. After a few minutes of quiet, Wai Wine walked out of the cave with a hearty stretch. That itch in his heart had been scratched quite thoroughly. Now, he could focus on organizing his gains and deciding on his cultivation schedule before leaving for the next city. He arrived next to the white crane who lifted its head and rubbed itself against Wai Wine's palms. Rest up. You can go hunting if you need anything. White cranes like her needed meat and had a big appetite. Normally, Dulang would handle her meals, but now, she'll have to tap into her foraging instincts and find food for herself. He wasn't worried. With her strength and size, she was an expert that could slaughter Foundation Establishment realm humans like swatting flies. He looked towards the 2 disciples of the Jade Lotus sect and smiled at them. If they had met any other mortal god-level figure from the Scarlet Solaris sect, their fate would definitely be a whole lot worse. They lucked out meeting him. With a leap, he went into another hewn-out cave of his. This one was made for his own privacy, and the other was for them. A few minutes after he entered the cave, Jiaoning exited her cave. Her expression still somewhat flushed, but her complexion was more rosy than before. Despite not dual cultivating with Wai Wine, just normal relations had some benefits. He had a dense and pure yang energy, vitality, and life force. She felt herself brimming with energy despite that exhausting activity. Elder Jiao, Daikei called out with emotion. She ran up and immediately wanted to make sure that Wai Wine hadn't done anything too intrusive or inappropriate. She was also showing her concern. Jiaoning saw her concern and felt warmth in her heart. It was unfortunate that their plans left them with nothing in the end, but the alternative was truly leaving with nothing, not even their lives. So, she quickly came to terms with this. I'm fine, she warmly smiled. It wasn't like she was taken by force or blackmailed to do anything. This was a choice she made, and it was one she could live with. As for her husband, she didn't feel a bit of guilt in her heart. Perhaps if she was a mortal woman, but as a cultivator, she essentially was the breadwinner and protector of the entire family and her clan. If she was left with a serious injury that would put them in danger, perhaps it would be her weak husband who'd voice his dissatisfaction with her risky decision first. That was just how the cultivation society was. If the situation was reversed, wouldn't it be the same? Would her husband keep his loyalty if a beautiful, top-grade woman was offering to heal him of a crippling injury for a night's worth of intimate relations? FFT. Fuck no. Let's eat, Zhao Ning calmly said. Wai Wine had organized his newly acquired wealth. According to his rough estimation, the Kai weapons and armor he obtained from the soldiers should be worth about 60 essence stones. The amount of essence stones obtained from them totaled only 22. If he added the pills, elixirs, materials he didn't need, and other oddities, he could probably receive 20 or so essence stones. A little more than 100 essence stones, but still worth it in his book. The true wealth was the city lord and that profligate son of his. They had an immense wealth totaling about 300 essence stones, with pure essence stones totaling 57. The magma essence aside, if he included the vault's raw materials and valuables, he earned a total of 800 essence stones, or about. He was shocked to find out the vault had no essence stones, but thinking about it, if the city lord had just become a mortal god, he would have taken all the essence stones out of the vault, which explained why he had so damn much on him. Even to a large sect, 100 essence stones were a lot. That was the rough equivalent of 100 Kai condensation realm warriors at the first phase, or 100 inner disciples. When I convert all of this into essence stones, I should have enough to reach the sublime Kai phase. He was excited making this conclusion. With a cultivation base at that level, how strong would he be? He would be one step away from becoming a mortal godlord. If he took that step, establishing his own sect wouldn't be an issue. The excitement caused his heart to pound fiercely. Even the sect leader, Sulani, was only a 7th phase expert. With 2 hearts of Kai, the ability to refine separately, and their rapid rate of refinement, his speed of cultivation would be at least 8 times faster than others. As he thought of this, his eyes lit up as he recalled the piece of Mount Inferno's heart. He stored everything away and retrieved the magma essence. The temperature of the cave increased by 40 degrees instantly. He didn't mind that as he focused on the stone. If I can birth high, Evil Blazing Inferno Magma Kai, I would be one step away from cultivating the divine element form. With a divine heart of elemental Kai, who knows how strong I'd be? His anticipation was palpable. Even Jiao Ning, who had a heart of Wind Kai, was 3 times stronger than her equal in terms of Wind Kai arts. Wouldn't all his Kai arts receive an immense jump in strength? What about that divine heart said to benefit his 4 components of metaphysical Kai, mind, matter, spirit, and essence. While vague, he knew it would be miraculous. After all, Divine King Hanzei had cultivated this exact art. In truth, unbeknownst to Wai, Divine King Hanzei did not use all high-level elemental Kai, but simply wanted his successor to. Even after 3 eras after his, no one had been capable of doing so. However, quite a few have developed elemental Kai. The state of cultivation in the present had changed heavily since the past eras. If Divine King Hanzei entered this time, his strength would be middling at best amongst the continent's top experts. The grandeur people emphasized on past eras were mostly bullshit. They were rife with mistakes and cultivation advancements that had been fixed or missing in today's age. Wai didn't know this and felt enlivened at reaching the heights of the Divine King Hanzei. He sat down and started to circulate his 2 hearts of Kai independently. They each started to draw magma essence from both sides of themselves. Time slowly passed. An hour. A day. 3 days. A week. 10 full days. Wai had cultivated without interruption for 10 full days. When his eyes opened up, a blazing heat and dark crimson light effused from his eyes. The magma essence stone had shrunk by 70%. 30% was enough for several people to give birth to normal magma Kai. I did it. His heart felt deeply satisfied as he drew a trace of magma Kai to his right hand and externalized it. When he gave it a spherical form and infused yin-yang energies within, it became a ball of molten lava. The lava was slowly turning from bright gold to dark crimson with a tinge of black. It grew more viscous and semi-fluid. This was the state of magma. However, as it was created, the temperature of the cave jumped nearly 500 degrees. The cave walls seemed to even show faint signs of melting. While it didn't extend outward, this was an insane level of heat. He infused more Kai within, and the heat jumped by double, reaching 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and continued to rise steadily. The walls truly showed signs of changing colors and melting at this point. His eyes glowed with an even brighter dark crimson light. He knew this wasn't the limit of temperature it could radiate, but shockingly, he experienced absolutely no discomfort. Absolutely none. His body had been infused and tempered with magma energy, adapting to its potential heat. When he refined fire energy into his physique, he gained a bit of heat resistance, but also could sustain himself in cold temperatures for longer than normal humans. Now, this took one portion to an absolute extreme. He was essentially immune to heat. His skin cells, muscles, hair follicles, protective eye layer, all of it. The heat did not affect him in any manner. Not even his spiritual sense was distorted by the intense heat. Blazing inferno magma Kai. That wasn't all. He felt the durability and flexibility of earth and water merge within the magma energy. As it tempered his body, those traits were enhanced too. The theory that advanced elements originate from extremes and portions of the 4 natural elements feels truer and truer as I birth more of them. He sighed with happiness as he dispersed his Kai. The temperature dropped drastically as a result. He recalled the Kai art he had read. It was called Magma and Water Fusion Art. Explosive Rupture. It fused magma and water Kai, causing a destructive explosion. It reminded him of the black skeleton image, where he merged metal and lightning together into a single strike. He was curious after seeing that and entered the Scarlet Dao Temple to find it. It was called Metal and Lightning Fusion Art, Control Bolt. Normally, lightning was the hardest element to control and direct. In fact, condensing it was nearly impossible. However, by using metal Kai in conjunction, lightning can be drawn in and directed with little effort. This added the 2 traits together and created an even greater power. He would definitely need to spend some time on both of those arts. Who knew how much stronger it'd make him? That being said, he wondered why the previous him formed a heart of Scarlet Ki obviously inferior to the heart of Elemental Kai he had plans for. It didn't make sense to him, but that's the issue with looking at your future. The moment you do, it changes, and you won't know what your previous self experienced or thought of. Shrugging, he stretched his body and left the cave. It was time to get traveling. Chapter 32. 1. Strike. When he exited the cave, he fully expected the 3 members of the Jade Lotus sect to have long since left. However, to his surprise, the 2 core disciples were cultivating near the camp, while Jiao Ning protected them. Her wind Kai circulated quietly within her body, ready to defend against any and all perceived threats. Wai frowned. He swept his spiritual sense outward, and saw his crane using its beak to grab a fish from a nearby river. Wheat. Wai whistled, causing the crane to lift its head and excitedly return. The whistle broke Dai Qiyu and Mu Zhang out of their cultivation states. They looked towards him, and had very odd expressions. He jumped and landed nearby. A brow of his formed an arch as he looked at them questioningly. Mu Zhang released a stifled cough as he looked away. Wai was only curious as to why they stayed. In truth, they hadn't. Earlier, they left. However, when they came across the news that the city lord and his son were found murdered, while the elite soldiers that had gone out earlier had also been found dead in a similar fashion beheaded, this created all sorts of a commotion. They soon realized that Wai had killed them. To be able to do that, he had to be a fifth phase expert, or even a mortal god. Despite having such a strong, youthful life force aura, he was such a high-level expert. They also realized that the Earthly Titan sect had acted quickly. They had already locked down the surrounding area and were investigating the situation. After all, the City Lord was a recent mortal god and a newly promoted Grand Elder of the sect. They had to take this seriously, if only for face. They directly sent 3 Grand Elders and several prominent core elders to investigate. They were looking for a young woman with a heart of Wind Kai. Therefore, Zhao couldn't leave and was helpless. They believed she was an accomplice, drawing the forces of the City Lord away before an assassin took his life. They predicted the person who did the act was a fifth phase expert, hence the need to kill in a stealthy manner. So, they came back and hid here. If trouble came, Zhao would do her best to get Wai to help. In truth, they weren't looking for him, so he was safe. However, she was different. Zhao walked forward with a calm expression, but when she saw Wai brazenly taking his full of her chest, she blushed slightly. She calmly explained the situation. Oh, so it's like that. Wai realized these 3 could not catch a break. If at any time since their meeting he had decided to just not bother with them, their fates would have been horrible, either death or worse. The crane arrived near him and stretched out her head. He rubbed it softly and pondered on the situation. This white crane was a signature beast for those in the Scarlet Solaris sect. Considering the 2 territories were neighbors, it could be taken as a coincidence of him being here. However, if word of his 5th phase cultivation base had spread, and his identity was discovered, then he would immediately be suspected. This made things difficult. Of course, he could just avoid the lockdown and escape, but the crane would be left alone and he wasn't willing to abandon it. Worse was these 3, if he left, they would soon be discovered and killed or worse. After all, it was likely that she was the only person who had a heart of Wind Kai in the immediate area that was not a top-tier Earthly Titan sect member. She wasn't a suspect, she was the immediate culprit upon discovery. After interrogation, it's likely they would learn of his identity and involvement. Killing a Grand Elder figure were grounds for war, and with him being so exceptionally talented, they would probably want to capture him to kill or trade for a vast amount of concessions and resources from the Scarlet Solaris sect. The politics of the situation was troublesome. His mount wasn't fast enough to escape the pursuit of the Earthly Titan sect. He wouldn't even be able to escape now with the crane. He felt like he was in a bind. He subconsciously looked towards his right arm and checked his karmic value. 162.5. Still 162.5. Guess no luck. His eyes widened in abrupt and mine, shaking shock as he looked at the number again. His pupils trembled as they focused heavily on the numerical text written on his right arm. 162.5. It was 162.5. How the fuck? Wasn't it 162.4? When did it change? How did it change? No one voluntarily gave him their karmic reincarnation value, right? Right? Because he didn't know when it had increased by 0.1. He didn't know why this happened. Could it be an inverse response? If he suffered bad luck, he gained more karmic value as a result? That didn't make sense at all, but was it the case? The 3 watched Wai stare at his right arm in disbelief, like he didn't notice his flawless skin or toned muscles before. This caused them all to have various expressions, mostly confused and awkward ones. Ignoring them, Wai swore to check his karmic value more often. Yeah, the situation is a little much. However, we only have a few limited choices, don't we? First, wait and hope we can dodge their inspection. In a few weeks maybe they'll leave and forget. Second, try to avoid their lockdown efforts and leave. Third, take the direct approach and plead our innocence. Wai surmised. Zhao agreed. There were other choices, but none of them left a safe option. These were the 3 non-violent options, but even still, they didn't seem like very good ones. If they find them hiding, they're suspect -1. They get discovered trying to bypass the lockdown, they're suspect -1. They get called on their bullshit, they're suspect -1. It really was a thin tightrope to walk. Why worry about those things? Wai slightly smiled as he leapt onto the white crane's back. He looked towards the trio. You coming or not? They stood stunned. He was going to just leave? But what about the lockdown? If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving in 5 seconds. His words were swift and direct. Zhao directly grabbed Daikai's slim waist and leapt onto the crane's back. Yang Mu hurriedly followed suit after a bit of a daze. If he was left behind, where would he go? Let's go. The crane flapped its large wings and took to the skies. Without a word, it traveled east. In the skies, Earthly Titan sect disciples littered about on their mounts, hovering idly while other disciples commenced their searches. They mounted eagle-like mounts similar to the variant eagles used by inner disciples of the Scarlet Solaris sect. However, they were far bigger, and their colors were brighter in comparison. Atop a particular eagle larger and more dominant than the rest, a large man towering nearly 3 meters and wore nothing but loose pants tied by thin straw stood atop his hovering bird, while vigilantly glancing at the surroundings. He had no facial hair, bronze skin, and bulging muscles. The black hair on his head, however, was long and wild. With his uncovered feet laid bare to the world, he gave off a fiercely savage and natural feeling. Whenever the disciples glanced at this man, there was undisguised respect held clearly within their eyes. His name was Gufutu, a mortal god and grand elder of the earthly Titan sect. He possessed a heart of Earth Kai, and had a unique feral bloodline that gave him stronger than average senses, heightened natural instincts, and stronger physique. There were rumors he was raised in the wild by wolves, devouring human flesh in his youth. The dozens of elders and disciples stood in a blockade formation. With them hovering, no one would be able to leave without their permission. Suddenly, an avian cry sounded that drew their attention. In the distance, a bird flew towards them. It was shrouded in violet lightning and wind Kai, concealing its racial identity and passengers well. It was moving swiftly like a miniature thunderstorm. "What is that?" a disciple asked. "Is it an attack? Are they fools?" Another disciple cried, a hint of a sneer on his lips. "They're only coming to their deaths. Perhaps they're the ones responsible for the murders." An elder coldly spat, his gaze mostly indifferent. With Gufutu here, he felt confident any enemy could only wait for capture or death. When Gufutu saw this, his eyes narrowed sharply. He sent his spiritual sense outwards. When it came in contact with the shroud of Kai resembling a thunderstorm, his pupils contracted. "Retreat." His expression turned fierce and solemn as he coldly ordered with haste. His order came abruptly, but the disciples and elders acted almost without conscious effort. They retreated away from the shroud of Kai's path. Gufutu stayed in the path of the shroud, and his aura erupted. The winds raged, the temperature fluctuated, the earth trembled, and the world felt heavier. He was influencing the world's natural elements with just his presence. The false reality phase was exceptional. As he stood there, he seemed like a savage god from legend. Within the shroud, Wai slightly smiled. The Jiaoning trio panicked, as they immediately recognized the identity of Gufutu. Every mortal god-level character was widely known, such as the Helios Witch. He sent the order for the crane to stop before Gufutu. The shroud of violet lightning and wind Kai kept their identities concealed. As they stopped, he waited for Gufutu. Gufutu's eyes became like a wild beast as his spiritual sense tried to penetrate the shroud of violet lightning and wind Kai, but there was a terrifyingly powerful spiritual strength preventing his entry. He frowned, his canine teeth showing with a growling aggression. "How cowardly! As a mortal god, do you need to hide yourself?" Gufutu coldly asked. "What? That's also another mortal god-level character? Who?" The crowd of earthly Titan sect members went into an uproar. No wonder Gufutu had them retreat. In a battle between mortal god-level experts, they could only be easy kills or in the way. If Gufutu had to worry about them, his combat prowess would drop. That was an unnecessary risk. Wai didn't respond, but the faces of the Jiaoning trio changed into wondrous expressions. "Immortal god?" Jiang Mu shouted almost instinctively. Dai Qiyu had her eyes shine with an odd light. She looked towards Jiaoning and felt envious. She had actually enjoyed a period of intimacy with a mortal god, and a handsome one at that. Jiaoning was silent. She looked at Wai's tall and strong back and couldn't help but recall their previous actions. There was a faint hope that kindled in her eyes as she tried to recall if Wai had been satisfied before. The thought of her husband faded out of her mind. In the Wu country, there were tens of millions of cultivators. A majority of them were in the foundation establishment, with hundreds of thousands of Kai condensation experts. A majority of those were in the first and second phase, as they just required accumulation and essence. With time and effort, every cultivator who reached 80 years of age would break through to Kai condensation, even with horrible talent and no resources. The ambient essence of heaven and earth was enough. The number of mortal god and higher stage characters in the Scarlet Solaris sect numbered less than 20. This was a decent average, so within the 5 great sects of Wu country, they had merely 100 or so. This was why keeping track of them was exceptionally easy. In the entirety of Wu country, there were no more than 300 of these experts. Wai threw a transmission crystal out of the shroud towards Gufutu. Gufutu frowned and grabbed the crystal. He read the message and frowned. "You say you're on a secret mission and can't reveal your identity, wanting to pay me off for passage. You dare be so brazen and arrogant in the Gaia state in front of the earthly Titan sect? You can reveal yourself voluntarily and stay until I say otherwise, or I'll rip your concealment, and you don't even need to think about leaving with breath in your lungs and warmth on your flesh." He snarled out viciously. Gufutu looked as if he was insulted and disrespected at the same time. Wai helplessly smiled. He wanted to avoid suspicion and a war if possible. This was the most direct way lying and bribery. Unfortunately, he met a direct man like Gufutu. He sighed. He sent out another message, one strike. When Gufutu read this message, his eyes suffused a battle, lust, and fiercely roared like a ravenous beast. His bloodline seemed to boil as his aura spiked. He brought out a large, 3-meter-long blood-red saber with a serrated edge. It looked like a monster with teeth and exuded blood Kai. Wine didn't have any other alternatives but using brute force. If he proved to be superior in combat, then Gufutu would have no choice but to concede the way. That being said, the 2 other Grand Elder figures had certainly been notified the moment he arrived. Even if Gufutu didn't personally send a message, the other members should have. He had about a minute before being forced to face 3 mortal gods. He needed to strike and severely injure Gufutu. If not, he needed to display a sufficient amount of strength capable of acting as a deterrent to prevent them from chasing or forcing him into a corner for fear of their own lives. After all, in the face of a true life or death battle, to hell with face, their lives were far more important. Furthermore, he wanted to display absolute strength. The Ash Dragon City Lord was a newly ascended mortal god who was killed in a sneak attack. If he showed strength that made the action itself pointless when he departed, they would rule him out. Wine clenched his right hand into a tight fist and gathered his Kai. Without any arts, he unleashed his full cultivation base with the myriad of elemental energies fueling it. His earth, water, fire, wind, metal, lightning, wood, and magma, yin-yang Kai were all conjured and condensed into a solidified image of a clenched fist. Its manifestation was over 10 meters tall and wide. Steel metal Kai, violet lightning Kai, life metal wood Kai, and blazing inferno magma Kai were imbued within the single fist to its maximum. Nearly 30% of his Kai was injected into this direct strike. A large fist rivaling a 1-story building formed from vibrant yin-yang energy and caused the world to shift. Even the sky grew darker from its influence. It was like the entire world was using all its means to kill. It may be missing ice Kai, but it contained nearly every element of the natural world. Gufutu's eyes became like full moons. A fierce, never-before-felt deadly sense of crisis emerged in his heart and detonated in his mind. His wild instincts screamed with its entire might that he needed to flee. Flee. The fight-or-flight response that he hadn't felt since he became a mortal god went into overdrive as his brain became overly panicked. And when that fist that seemed to contain the world emerged from the shroud like a fist of God and flew towards him like a myriad of elements in full fury, he did something unexpected. He froze. Yes, he froze like a deer in headlights. While many didn't realize that there's a third response to fight or flight freeze, there was. One's brain would become overloaded with emotions and thoughts that they simply couldn't process anything in a rational or appropriate manner. For a human, this was rare, but inherently an ever-present possibility. Boom! The fist comprised of various elemental Kai heavily smashed into Gufutu's unprotected, burly body without the slightest of resistance. His skin, muscles, bones, and organs started to disintegrate beneath the sheer force of that fist. In moments, he was engulfed and his body vanished within the Kai. Not even a whimper was heard as the fist continued to blaze through the skies. Yan's eyes widened in undisguised shock and utter disbelief. Even his mouth was agape, feeling as if his reality had been altered somehow. However, the truth pierced into his eyes, with Gufutu's body dispersing beneath his attack and his senses, as Gufutu's life force aura had abruptly ceased. No fucking way. From this moment on he knew, the legacy of the mortal god Gufutu was no more. Chapter 33. Will, Void, and Weapon. Silence. Complete and utter silence. Yan's eyes flashed with enlightenment and swiftly acted. With a shouting spiritual command, he instructed the crane to immediately depart while the off-actor was still in effect. The crane cried and flew forward with haste. The remnant elemental energy that crackled, sizzled, swished, and whistled was the only evidence to the death of a mortal god. A lofty mortal god. Yan felt that he should have mounted a tombstone there, saying, "Here lies Gufutu. He died as a stupid beast." Gufutu belonged to the Earthly Titan sect, and just like the Jade Lotus sect, the Scarlet Solaris sect weren't allies, so he didn't feel an ounce of pity in Gufutu's sudden demise. In fact, if he informed the sect of his exploits, he would be deeply rewarded. He coldly laughed and sighed as he left the murder scene behind. They departed without a single person attempting to stop them. Even if they were shocked frozen, they still wouldn't try, as Yan could easily kill them in a blink of an eye. Why throw away their lives? After Yan was out of visible sight, several eagles soared towards the area. 2 of them were riding 2 huge eagle beasts. They exuded auras of strong yin-yang, setting them apart from normal cultivators. They arrived with solemn expressions. The dumbstruck members of their sect left them both confused. One of them asked, "Where's God Gu?" A beautiful woman's expression in the crowd had turned exceptionally ugly. Her face seemed like it became twisted and sour. Fear and despair surfaced in her eyes. She was Gufutu's third wife, an expert at the elemental birth phase. Usually, she was arrogant and haughty. There was no lack of enemies she possessed, and even her clan relied on Gufutu's influence. Now that he was gone, what would become of her? What would become of all his wives? All his concubines? All those women and children of his who relied on his peerless strength and ferocity. Many of them hadn't even entered the third phase yet, and some kids weren't even in the kite condensation realm. Let's not even mention the hatred within the harem itself. This, a disciple who had a little more courage and a whole lot of fearlessness said, he was killed. We must get revenge, God Jin, God Nuez. I beseech you to hunt down and slay our sex-vile enemy. His rage was palpable, but it didn't incite the boiled blood and rallied mentality he hoped for. There were quite a few people who looked at him like an idiot as if saying, did you not see Gu Futu get one shot? He couldn't even defend himself. God Nuez, a thin and middle-aged man, facial expression had changed upon hearing this. He shouted, explain clearly what happened. The courageous disciple stepped forth and explained what had happened from beginning to end without embellishment. But it was only from his point of view. He couldn't deduce what messages were exchanged, except that Wyan had said he was here on a mission, and couldn't expose his identity. However, Gu Futu refused, and was then killed swiftly as a result. God Nui's expression turned ugly. Gu Futu was the strongest mortal god of the three. He wasn't foolish enough to chase after the enemy, but if he didn't, the culprit would have escaped without a clue to their identity. As for relying on the energy signature left behind, that's beyond his level. Only a godlord would be able to track someone off their spiritual signature. At that level, their Kai enabled stronger spiritual spells. However, godlords were ancestral, level figures to sects. The earthly titan sect only had one. God Jin was silent as well, but wore a contemplative expression. Swiftly, he withdrew a transmission crystal and sent out a message. It was to a fellow mortal god, a sublime Kai phase expert. The message was brief. Gu Futu is dead. Storage take. After sending that brief yet concise message, he used his spiritual sense to establish a spiritual spell. A surging stream of spiritual energy exited his body before encapsulating everyone present within a spherical barrier. This barrier effectively locked down all spiritually transmitted messages. God Nu's ugly expression turned uglier witnessing this. What do you mean by this? God Jin said with a serious and intense expression. How do we know the expert left this area? I think it's best everyone stays where they are and make sure none of these disciples are allied with that expert. Gu Futu could have been poisoned. That's why he was so easily killed. God Jin didn't even try to make sense or keep a linear reasoning. The amount of bullshit he spat was tremendous. But he had no shame and a thick skin. He looked towards the disciples with a fierce glare. They all shivered. God Nu felt as if he had gone stupid and realized his shock had led to him missing an insane opportunity. He was considering whether he should fight God Jin to send out a message, but considering this would likely lead to other disciples with connections and a brain to also send out a message, he decided against it. Instead, he sent his own transmission from within the barrier to God Jin. 5% and I won't disturb your plans. While transmissions within a certain range would be intercepted, those outside that range would be sent out fine. God Jin thought for a moment and slightly nodded. God Nu then shouted, I agree. Let's inspect to ensure no spies or traitors are in our midst. All the disciples' expressions changed upon hearing this, feeling something amiss, while the elders quickly realized the situation. Gu Futu's spatial ring had been destroyed. If they claimed his storage container and said everything was missing, blaming everything on the murderer, they could get away with so much wealth. However, they didn't dare say anything. If they did, maybe they wouldn't live beyond today. God Nu sent another message. Gu Futu's third wife is mine. A lustful gleam appeared in his eyes as he looked at the beautiful woman with the ugly and panicked expression. When she wasn't making that expression, she was quite a beauty. God Jin didn't care. He sent, we'll make her an accomplice of the murderer as a spiteful, jealous woman. You can do what you wish to her then. God Nu coldly grinned. Wyan and the Jioning trio were flying leisurely on the white crane without a shroud. They were already hundreds of miles away from Ash Dragon City in Mount Inferno, so they were in the clear. Even if they were chased, there were other mounts flying in the sky, those stronger than the white crane, so suspicion would be difficult to place on them. Wyan meditated on the white crane as his thoughts simulated various scenarios. He hadn't realized his strength before, but now he had an idea of it. He had a physique tempered by 4 natural elements, 4 advanced elements, pure yin, pure yang, and yin, yang energies. He had risen so quickly that he couldn't get an appropriate measure of his strength. The yin-yang god sphere contained such pure yin and yang energies that his spiritual sense, mental abilities, physical senses, stamina, and healing factor had shot through the roof. With his eyes closed and his ears honed, he could hear faint conversation a mile away through the rushing wind. He felt God-like at the moment. He had read and been told that those who ascended using the yin-yang god sphere were stronger by several fold in comparison to someone who hadn't. This was most certainly true. He also hadn't thought about the true benefits of 2 hearts of Kai, but he now realized it wasn't limited to energy reserves, cultivation speed, and recovery speed. The amount of tempered energy coursing through his body was doubled as well. He had two-fold the physical attributes and qualities of someone with his elemental energy types. The two separate minds allowed him to do two things at once. He now knew why Godlord Lin was willing to marry anyone who could cultivate this technique. This didn't even factor in his high-level elemental Kai that numbered 4. They were top-grade Kai. His strength was extraordinary to say the least. I should be as strong or stronger than a 7th phase expert. I don't even know if Gufutu could have blocked my attack even if he defended himself. He instantly evaporated upon contact. That's definitely not normal. A joyful grin tugged at his lips. God, why? Where are we going? Dai Kui respectfully said, her voice tinged with fear and inferiority. With Wai Wan's identity as a mortal god revealed, she changed her form of address. Wai Wan didn't even look towards her as he said, Golden Milk City. Oh, Golden Milk City was a nearby city that dealt with high-end trades and resources. It also had a lucrative black market within, allowing one to sell off undesirable merchandise without revealing their identity. He had a vast amount of pills, elixirs, weapons, armor, and materials he didn't need and had to sell off. What he needed now was refined essence stones. If he could gain 1,000 stones, he might just enter closed-door seclusion immediately and strive to ascend into the 7th stage of Kai condensation, sublime Kai. It was the true phase of accumulation. But most importantly, he hoped to find a high-level ice essence there. If he could purchase it, he would be on the path of establishing his divine heart of elemental Kai. At that point, he was certain that he could face Godlord characters. He licked his lips. A surging heat scratched at his heart. He opened his silver eyes and glanced with a sigh. Diet Jiao Ning. However, he decided he would resist his thoughts. He remembered the promise he made to himself as a child when he had just started the path of cultivation. He didn't want to become someone who slipped into habits of debauchery. Even if he gained absolute strength, he needed a code of principles and limits as to not lose himself. Jiao Ning said, God, why? Can you take us to the border of the Jade Lotus Sex domain? Wai Wan thought for a moment. He considered his direction and realized there was an interconnecting point that hit the border of the Jade Lotus Sex domain nearby. He nodded. A sigh of relief emerged in Jiao Ning Trio's heart simultaneously. They didn't know if Wai Wan would let them leave or take them back to his sect of slaves. After all, that wasn't unheard of. While they wouldn't argue if he did, they definitely liked their freedom and status that was accompanied by family, lovers, and authority. If they became slaves, they'd lose all of that. Wai Wan pouted his lips and thought, let's check and see what's in the second layer of that 3-layered spatial ring. He removed the spatial ring and sent his spiritual sense into the second layer. He had done so before, but because there were only 2 things inside, he didn't put too much emphasis on it. After all, they weren't essence stones. He inspected both items. The first was a pendant. It was of a silver crescent moon with characters etched into it without any specific order. When he tried to read it, he realized it was nonsense. It didn't have an aura, and the materials were something he didn't recognize. He grabbed the pendant and frowned. However, he liked its color as it matched his eyes, and the material was cool to the touch. The necklace was made of silvery silk. It seemed to have been twirled around continuously until it became thick enough. It felt soft to touch. He placed it around his neck. Nothing happened. Shrugging, he checked the second item. It was a manual. When Wai Wan picked it up, there was a description on the front page. To those who are fearless. To those who wish to be free amongst the starry skies. To those who are willing to die for that freedom. Those without bravery, concede and depart. You are not chosen. Wai Wan frowned. The title of the next page caused his heart to fiercely tremble. Will. Only a single word. The manual was thin and lacked any substance, but he continued to flip through the pages. Each page had a title, but underneath that title was a vast blankness. There were 3 thick pages and 3 titles. Will. Void. Weapon. He frowned. Was this it? Was he missing something? A unique sensory method, perhaps? He searched his spatial ring and tried to find the unique spiritual spell used by that commander, but he found nothing remotely close. Could he have hidden it away for his family in case of his death? Or placed it in a different spatial storage? Or did he burn it after memorizing it? Unfortunately, he would never know. Shrugging, he placed the manual back in the 3-layered spatial ring. He took out a single essence stone and held it in his hand. He learned from the Ash Dragon City's Lord that wholehearted cultivation without the appropriate protection was suicidal. That being said, he didn't want to waste his time while traveling. He divided his mind. One focused on his hearts of Kai, as it absorbed the essence within, while the other mind's focus was on his surroundings and spiritual sense. The hearts of Kai once more split the essence between them. When the Jiao Ning trio noticed Wai Wan started to cultivate, their expressions changed, but they remained silent in the end. Chapter 34. Golden Milk City. The border of the Gaia State and Jade Lotus Domain. Wai Wan had decided to firstly drop them off. In the end, he didn't want them accompanying him. Not to mention, their weight slowed down the crane's traveling speed. The Jiaoning trio was shocked that Wai had made them a priority. They had assumed he would go to the Golden Milk City first, and then send them away. Jiaoning had an odd expression. Was this it? As she fantasized various scenarios, she had left her heart open to all sorts of possibilities, but none of those scenarios happened. Is he tired of me? She felt somewhat down. She attributed Wai's desire to hurriedly drop them off by her own inability to seduce and please. You all can leave, Wai casually said. Dai Qiu looked at Wai's visage and felt like she was losing an opportunity. She couldn't help but ask, will this be the last time we see each other? Yang Mu frowned as he saw Dai Qiu's eyes and how she looked at Wai, but he didn't say anything. The way he softly bit his lower lip, however, was very telling of his current emotions. He swore to himself that he would one day become a god-level figure. If our sects ever go to war again, probably not, Wai jokingly said. However, the expressions of the three changed drastically. They had almost forgotten. Wai was a mortal god of the Scarlet Solaris sect, their enemy. Perhaps it was because of his calm, casual way of interacting with them, or him having saved their lives several times, did they forget who he was. Seeing their dejected expressions, Wai sighed. He couldn't give them anything like a transmission crystal or some way to contact him. If he did, and the sect found out, theirs or his, it could lead to assumptions of spying or being a traitor. Otherwise, he would give them a transmission crystal to keep in contact. In fact, he decided to avoid too much contact, and send them to the border mostly because of this. If they stayed for too long, developed true feelings, then if their sect ever went to war, Wai would suffer internal conflicts. Now, as they didn't have much interaction, Wai could still coldly kill them one day or watch them die if required. His session with Jiaoning was one of mutual exchange and temporary lust. It held very little importance in his heart. He also felt that she had a potent yang inside her body from constant contact. She could be married or have a lover already. Of course, he didn't judge. If he was nearly crippled, and was given the same choice, he would choose to save himself and send loyal thoughts to the back of his mind. After all, without strength, how can you keep what you have? Mei knew this, and that was likely why she received the help of the Helios witch. The cultivation world was just too cruel. After dropping them off, he gave them a few pills, elixirs, and a bit of wealth to make their way. While he didn't have any feelings for them, he didn't leave them high and dry. As he flew away, they all looked towards the sky with varying emotions. Wai, God why? Dai Qiu softly said as she looked towards that fleeting figure. She got lucky and she knew that. It was her who set up a plan to rob the Ash Dragon City, so she knew the responsibility of it all fell on her shoulders. Jiang Mu clenched his fists. He had interacted with a mortal god up close and saw one die. His horizons had been broadened, and his will for power awakened in his heart. As his eyes looked at Dai Qiu, a passionate gaze filled with resolve appeared. Jiaoning bit her lips and said, let's return. Her fantasies were impossible. They were enemies to begin with, and why would he ever fall for her because of one session of relations? She realistically set her goal to continue with her life and hope her children could reach the mortal god level one day. A city with gray walls that were 30 feet high and several meters thick appeared on the horizon. On the back of the white crane, Wai had finally arrived. He looked at this city and spotted a glimmer of gold. He already knew where this originated from. A statue that reached 200 feet high was constructed from gold. It was of a cow and looked incredibly realistic, like taxidermy was used before being dipped in gold. Even the hair follicles were there. While they were stiff, they existed. Golden Milk City, the city of nourishment. It is Gaia State's most well-known trade city and possesses a black market suitable for all types. It has a no extradition policy against the Earthly Titan sect, so many criminal cultivators reside within and hide from the sect. They know this, yet can't do anything about it. That's because they possess the backing of a godlord. His eyes brightened as he recalled the various bits of information regarding the city. The total number of godlords known in the 5 great sects amounted to 6, with the Sky Sword sect possessing 2. However, while there were no more than 300 mortal god-level figures in the entire Wu country, there were exactly 19 godlords. Godlord Lin was a mystery, as even he hadn't heard of her before. It's possible she originated from another country, power, or was a lone cultivator outside of the Wu country. The Wu Imperial clan had the highest number of mortal gods and godlords, with about 130 and 8 respectively. Their total strength eclipsed the entirety of the 5 great sects. If you included Wu Xinghang, ancestral elder of the Scarlet Solaris sect and member of the Wu Imperial clan, then they had 9 godlords total. However, with 14, there were still 5 godlord characters left unaccounted for. There were 3 lone cultivators that established cities of their own, and the Golden Milk City was one of them. The others were in the Aqua Echo domain and the Sky Sword domain. The last 2 established clans, the Jai clan and the Bai clan. They lived in their own domains, but they were much smaller than the 5 great sects, but had better cultivation environments. Wai expected there could be more, but those are all that had been made public and were active in their operations. When Wai arrived before the gate, he saw many cultivators flying in the sky on mounts. They exited and entered the city in vast quantities. The high amount of traffic gave Wai a look of awe. The population was dense and its people lively and vibrant. In his life, he hadn't traveled outside of the Scarlet Solaris domain. Even his clan was a subordinate of the Scarlet Solaris sect, and within their territory. Therefore, his horizons were being broadened with each mile. The freedom and variety made his heart grow wild with excitement. While finding Mei was a priority, it had never been his most priority. He wanted to cultivate and see the world. After all, it had been a year or so since he made the massive leap from a second-phase expert to a mortal god-level character who had killed 2 mortal gods. It was a wild ride, and knowing that there were calamities that could descend and take his life at any moment, he wished to make the best of his time. Who wouldn't? As he entered the flying gateway that resembled a circular ring, he was paused at the gate by a guard on a platform embedded in the ring. He stopped at the platform. The gate guard's eyes seemed arrogant, but he didn't attempt to extort Wai. Instead, he said, "Price of admission for all Kai condensation experts is 1 essence stone." This took Wai by surprise, but he softly sighed. This wasn't the only guard on the ring, as others arrived too. When they arrived, many had already prepared an essence stone. An essence stone was a tremendous amount of wealth and could total an entire first stage of Kai condensation experts' wealth. At least, the average cultivator at that stage had no way to enter. He removed an essence stone and handed it over with a hint of unwillingness. The guard retrieved the essence stone, took out a tool with a spiritual formation inscribed within, and briefly waved it over the stone. The stone flickered with a faint white light, and then he waved Wai forward. They have to verify the authenticity of the stone. Wai proceeded forward as he couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't even known an essence stone could be faked. With his spiritual sense, he would never mistake a true essence stone for a fake. The skies of the Golden Milk City had aerial lines that directed traffic. Wai quickly understood the logic and traveled accordingly. This was the first time he had seen sky roads, but he had read about it. Sky roads had a formation that separated aerial travel from grounded travel, and unless in designated locations, one couldn't recklessly land. In fact, if they tried, a formation would produce wind energy that would keep one afloat and ensnared. That person would be met by the local authority and be given a hefty fine on the spot. You had to stay above a certain altitude. He followed that rule as he looked around. The foot traffic and roads were heavy and wide. The buildings were mostly square in design and left him in awe. The buildings were very close, with narrow alleyways between them. Space was important here, so much so that traveling outside of the main roads was restricted. He also located several figures above the sky roads. They hovered around and glanced downwards from time to time. They were the Golden Milk Authority. They upheld its laws and prevented crimes. Since criminals had a habit of entering and staying, they kept an iron fist on their rules. He flew for a bit until he found a mount stable nearby. It was wide and spacious, with various avian and four-legged beasts idling about, eating, walking around, or sleeping. He directed the crane downwards and landed at the designated spot with a bright orange circle. A middle-aged woman arrived swiftly. She smiled, and Wai looked at her with interest. This woman had a good set of breasts that, while covered, didn't hide its size. Her looks weren't bad either. "Greetings. Thanks for choosing Orange Circle services. If you would," she started to quickly explain prices, discounted deals, and various packages within, clearly ignoring Wai's inspecting gaze. Quite the professional. He then learned that he had to pay by the hour, with deals starting at subscriptions for a full day. He realized that air travel was likely the most suitable form of transportation, so hourly pay was normalized. However, for those who want to house their mounts and have them taken care of for extended terms, they had that option too. He smiled and chose the 3 full days package with all features, including top-quality feed, resting area, and spacious storage. The white crane cried in delight and caused Wai to pet her softly. "Only the best." The middle-aged woman's attitude brightened and she seemed more friendly. "That'll be 2 essence stones or 2,000 milk coins." He didn't hesitate and paid in essence stones. For the white crane, this was a small price to pay for top-quality treatment. However, it was still a frightening amount of wealth. He also learned that essence stones weren't the most common form of currency in Golden Milk City. There was another currency called milk coins, but he didn't like it very much. Outside of Golden Milk City, they were essentially worthless. While you could exchange essence stones for milk coins, you can't do the inverse. You could only get food and other services available. It was a privatized currency with limited uses, but unless you paid for everything with essence stones, services were far more expensive with Wu country's currency. After settling everything, he also received a complimentary map and locations of interest. He realized that these locations were shops and restaurants, and only a few were listed. They likely pay a small fee to be added to this map, so those who use this service will be more likely to use their service. This was the first time he was exposed to such business practice. The world was truly expansive and filled with all sorts of things. He left through the streetway and located a shop, Sarabi Emporium. Weird name, I haven't heard that naming sense before. It is the largest and central store of goods. They also bought products at a decent price. If they bought everything I have at a good price, I won't need to go to the black market. He made his way there, his eyes wandering to and fro. Own. Chapter 35. Myriad War Dao Palace. His brows twitched in pain as he looked at his right arm. The karmic value had experienced a change. 162.51, 162.4. The value lowered by 0.1. Wai's eyes lit up as he recalled the yin-yang god sphere. Meeting that elf man and receiving the sphere was considered a 0.1, but he had turned it into his greatest lucky chance to date. Could he do something similar here? What type of lucky chance would it be? Spontaneous? Just as he thought this, someone bumped into him. It was a teenager who looked anxious and wary. It was a young boy with gray eyes and black hair. He wasn't particularly handsome, but there was a certain quality to him. He apologized with panic and left, constantly looking back in fear. Normally, he would ignore this. After all, he had already seen 3 separate incidents of people bumping into others, and he had bumped into a person before. However, because of the timing, he grew suspicious. Wai frowned as he swept his spiritual sense towards the boy. Tis. A feedback he hadn't expected stung him. His spirit shivered. A spiritual sense prevention formation. He was shocked. This was his first time coming into contact with one, and it prevented even him, at the 6th stage of Kai condensation realm, a mortal god, from sending out his spiritual sense. He had a far stronger spiritual sense than normal too. No wonder people bumped into each other by accident. He frowned instantly as he looked at the boy's back. He didn't feel a sudden desire to follow the boy, so perhaps the lucky chance is easily presentable, but still left for one to grasp. My first 0.1 was finding an essence stone and using it to propel me to the Kai condensation realm. The second was receiving the yin-yang god sphere for comprehension. What I gained from it was dependent on myself. Could it be a true chance where a slight decision or inability in discernment leads to failure? As he thought of this, he couldn't be absolutely certain. However, with 2 minds processing his thoughts at its fastest speed, he had already decided to follow the boy. He lowered his presence and used his keen physical senses to follow along. He also noticed 3 sets of footsteps following along the same path without fail. They were also following the boy. After a while of observing, he realized the boy was injured. A faint smell of blood wafted out of his abdomen area. The 3 men also had a faint blood smell, but they didn't seem to be wounded. He wondered if the authority was watching this, and if the boy was in trouble, why didn't he make a show of it? It would have saved him at least. It was only when the boy had traveled for 2 hours trying to dodge their pursuit that the men were soon lost in the crowd and all the zigzags. Besides a little cursing, they redoubled their effort to find him. But since they lost him, finding him was going to be difficult. After another hour, the boy ensured that he wasn't being followed. He was paranoid as he would take the narrow alleys and spontaneous turns, seeing if anyone else was following. With Wai's sense of smell, he could track the boy from a mile away indirectly. So he just stayed away and kept his trail. Nightfall soon came, and the boy seemed satisfied and entered an abandoned building. Wai frowned. The Golden Milk City looked so prosperous and active, with every space treasured like gold, but there was an abandoned and tattered building here. This didn't make much sense. When the boy entered the door, he vanished. Literally. Wai lost his scent trail, and it was as if he had just vanished. He couldn't even hear footsteps within the building. As he approached the building, he entered the door. However, he just passed through it like it was a normal door. Inside, there were dusty and old areas within. Suspicious, could he have been fooled and given the runaround? Thinking about it, he didn't find it too likely. Think about this logically. Without your spiritual sense, what could you have missed? What could cause a person to vanish? An illusionary formation? No, it couldn't hide from my sense of smell unless I entered it beforehand. Even if I did, as he pondered, he picked up an object and crushed it. The objects were real. An illusory formation that could fool his senses would need to be of the highest level, established by someone who reached the God Lord at least. He shook his head. What else could cause one to disappear suddenly, and why did he need to lose people? There has to be a way for anyone to enter, otherwise, just entering here was enough to lose any pursuers. What was the point of all that then? Could he have been obliterated? No remnant energies of any type to feel. Wait, to feel? As he thought about this particular bit, he frowned. He had tempered his physique with Kai and 11 types of energies, so he was sensitive to them all. The one energy he wouldn't be sensitive to would be, he went out and stood where he last saw the boy. His spiritual sense didn't exit normally. Instead, he used his hand to grab the doorway, and sent his spiritual sense through his body and channeled it into his fingertips. Using direct contact, he sent his spiritual sense into the doorway in much the same way as interacting with a storage ring. A faint ripple he hadn't noticed before formed. Then, he appeared elsewhere. He had entered a different location. It was like another world. In fact, as he looked at the sky, his pupils constricted to its limit in shock. The sky looked like the sky, but there were hexagonal outlines that made it seem more like a reflection than a true sky. The sky was a dome. He quickly calmed himself down as his two minds worked in conjunction. A spatial gate. It was far larger than a spatial ring and could transport living creatures. Who could set something like this up? He looked and saw a silver pillar behind him. That must be the spatial gateway medium. If he sent his spiritual sense inside, would he be sent back? He frowned but didn't test it yet. He looked around and sent out his spiritual sense. Almost immediately, he realized this place was mostly barren except for a single palace. Everything else was grassland and the sky was clearly fake. The palace, however, was dilapidated and ancient. Could this be his lucky chance? I had the slightest of opportunity to grasp onto it. In fact, if I didn't notice my karmic value drop, I wouldn't have been suspicious. However, if I smelled his blood, noticed people following him, and had good intentions to help the young boy, I could have also been brought here. No. As he pondered the scenario, he felt that the situation was to benefit the good-natured, but a piece was missing. How many people did this fellow bump into and lost their karmic luck value because they decided to not help? How many people lost karmic luck value just from interacting with this kid? They sinned because they kept to themselves? How hilariously ridiculous. As he thought of this, he ruefully sighed. He wasn't good-natured and definitely wouldn't have helped otherwise. In fact, he would have only helped because his karmic luck value dropped. This palace had definitely been established by an ancient and powerful figure, and it had a great opportunity within. He walked forward until he arrived at the palace. It had 99 steps. He stepped towards the first step. When he did, his vision blurred slightly and a figure emerged in his vision. It was a short old man that had a low-opacity blue body, eyes, and hair of different shades. He hovered off the steps like a ghost, and had a smile on his face. Wyan started. The blue ghost kept smiling, and said in a monotone voice, "To ascend to the Myriad War Dao Palace, you must select your Dao." It was robotic, and a sharp contrast to his lively and smiling appearance. Myriad War Dao Palace? My Dao? He heard of the Heavenly Daos, and had been in places such as the Scarlet Dao Temple. He knew that Dao meant a way of life. The Heavenly Daos supervised life's morality, placed sin and gave luck on those it deemed worthy, having lived a past lifestyle of their liking. The Scarlet Dao Temple contained the cultivation Dao, where all its K-arts, spiritual spells, cultivation methods, and information about the cultivation world was gathered. So he knew it meant a way of life, a path to follow, and it was broad and limitless. The blue old man said, "There are 3 Daos to choose from. The weapon Dao, the mind Dao, the material Dao." Wyan's eyes brightened. So archaic. He now knew what the blue old man meant. Weapon Kai was an ethereal Kai born from oneself. He had never heard of mind Kai, but there were many ways to temper the mind's eye, and even the Haven Heart Kai method cloned it. The Scarlet Kai was a material Kai, birthed from the world external, and not oneself. It must mean the cultivation of the weapon, mind, and world. Can you explain what each meant in depth? He asked to see if the blue old man could explain. He was just trying his luck, but shockingly it yielded fruit. Yes, the weapon Dao encompasses all forms of war. The mind Dao encompasses all forms of enlightenment. The material Dao encompasses all things born from the celestial bodies. The old man did not specify as much as he hoped, but it answered his question. Heart of Scarlet Kai, heart of elemental Kai, heart of aquatic Kai. Those were 3 material forms of Kai he was familiar with. They were all born from the world itself, essence and matter. Heart of battle Kai, heart of spear Kai, heart of sword Kai. Those born from belief, memories, and experiences. They originated from the mind and spirit. He contemplated what he should choose. Since he was striving for a heart of elemental Kai, the material Dao seemed like the best choice. However, I'll choose weapon Dao. The blue old man nodded with his static smile and said, "Please choose amongst the 3,000 weapon Daos." Wyan was taken aback, but not by the multitude of choices, but by the limited number of. Heavenly Daos had 3,000 commandments. Was 3,000 the ultimate limit of a Dao? Saber Dao, he answered swiftly. The blue old man nodded and vanished. Suddenly, Wyan felt that a myriad of ghosts-like sabers floated at the base of each step. He took his second step, and an illusory saber turned into a ray of light and entered his glabella. He trembled briefly. After a few seconds, his eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. That was a trace of a saber's spirit and intent. It entered his mind and spirit with the intent to destroy them both, but his mind was two-fold and so was his spirit. It barely left a scratch. With dense and pure yin energies bolstering his mind by a decent amount, while his pure yin-yang gave his spirit boundless potential by subtly influencing his soul. He didn't fear this type of attack. He also realized that faint traces of saber intent lingered in his mind and spirit due to its failure. He had no doubt that failing this meant death of the mind and spirit. If he chose mind Dao, would he receive pure mind attacks? If he chose material Dao, would he need to use his Kai and body to resist? He took a deep breath and felt relieved that he hadn't taken either of those options. While he was confident in surpassing the mind Dao, that would never be his choice, only material and weapon. He didn't know if the material step scaled off cultivation or was flat for everyone. How would he compare to ancient cultivators? He took another deep breath and entered the third step. 2 saber images entered his glabella, and he trembled. His eyes grew brighter as he continued taking step after step, absorbing the saber intent within. As he reached each step, the sabers would double. By the time he reached the 10th step, he had to deal with 512 saber images. Looking at all 99 steps, he realized that the difficulty was insanely high, but he strived forward fearlessly. This was an opportunity. This gave him a chance of giving birth to an ethereal Kai. If his spirit and mind gave birth to a saber seed, he could use his meridians to create saber essence, convert that into energy, and use it to refine his heart of Kai or produce saber Kai. Even if he doesn't use it to form a heart of saber Kai, he could still use saber energy to temper his spirit, mind, and produce saber Kai. He continued pushing forward. By his 77th step, his spirit and mind shook. His eyes flashed as he entered a state of enlightenment. A grand saber formed in his mind's eye, and even his spirits transformed into sabers. They were valiant, ferocious, and commanded respect. They were peerless in their killing potential, and had no equal. Haughty, murderous, without limit, and extremely forceful. It was like he had become a saber. He was the saber, and the saber was him. He hadn't formed a seed, but the constant tempering of saber intent had allowed him to direct birth his own intent, to mimic its state. He straightened his palm and forward. The faint illusory image of a saber's edge flashed, and completely replaced his arm for a moment. After that moment vanished, his eyes flashed with a domineeringly saber light. It was fierce and murderous. There was no elegance, only battle and slaughter. In comparison to the myriad of forms and elegance a sword possessed, it was single-minded and basic. Most sabers were similar, while swords can be wildly different in size, shape, and structure. So this is saber intent. He marveled as he felt his spirit return to its original state. His mind's eye changed. His arming sword had changed. It was reshaped into a saber, symmetry be damned, but it was perfect. It was as if his two minds had become perfectly connected by the saber intent. As he released his saber intent, the saber images fell flat, all their tips pointing towards him, as if he had become their new king. They were bowing before their new king. The seemingly countless sabers were all bowing. He felt an incomparably majestic feeling surge within his heart. This moment would never fade from his memories for as long as he existed. The blue old man appeared abruptly beside him. You have formed a saber Dao. Completion. 77th step. Initial state, none. Grade, astral star talent. The robotic voice echoed out, and Wyan smiled. He didn't understand what an astral star talent meant, but he felt proud. What he didn't know was that he had gone from no saber intent to forming it in 77 steps, a feat that hadn't been performed since the creation of the myriad war Dao Palace. While there have been people who used less steps, they were already nearing forming an intent at step 1. You have no need to enter the forge. Your reward, nascent saber soul. What? Wyan felt his body ripple with spatial energy. He was going to be sent away? The forge? Was that the palace? What's a nascent saber soul? Why can't I enter? He had so many questions, but before he could get any words out, an egg the size of a walnut entered the glabella. Then, he felt his surroundings shift. When he blinked, he was right outside of the abandoned building. He hastily tried to re-enter, but his spiritual sense was rejected. He stood there frozen. What? Chapter 36. Sarabi Emporium. Wyan hated abrupt endings. After a bit of sulking, he calmed himself down and shrugged. What happened had happened. He had formed his saber intent. With his heart of Kai, he would be able to convert essence into saber essence into saber energy, and saber energy into saber Kai. If he wished, he could use the saber Kai to transform either heart into a heart of saber Kai. However, he didn't do that, nor did he have plans to do so. He'd much rather have 2 divine hearts of elemental Kai than 1 heart of saber Kai, and 1 divine heart of elemental Kai. After deciding this, he found himself a nearby inn and rested. A nascent saber soul. Him. He sat in his cultivation stance, as he slowly considered the previous events. He had definitely piggybacked on that young man's lucky chance. However, was he supposed to find the palace or befriend the boy? Was he an expert in the making? As he thought more about it, he felt more certain of this possibility. He wasn't supposed to find the boy's lucky chance, but befriend him with good-natured actions. The forge. It sounded like a place to temper and train. It's likely that the boy chose a Dao and didn't form his intent or reach completion, so he gained access to the tempering grounds. The reason I was sent away was because I had finished forming my intent, skipping the seed form of intent. As he started to ruminate further, he had a 90% belief that was the truth. He sighed. He checked his karmic luck value, 162.4. So piggybacking on someone else's lucky chance doesn't decrease or increase one's karmic value? Then, how did I increase it before without voluntary transmission? This question still bothered him. At first, he thought it was killing others to steal their luck, but he killed a mortal god. His karmic luck couldn't be zero, right? Let's just move on, it'll make sense sooner or later. For now, the nascent saber soul. He opened his mind's eye and connected his spirit to his soul. When he did, he saw an egg-like object. He touched the egg with his mental and spiritual senses, but nothing happened. He frowned. Oh. He formed saber intent and touched the egg. It then trembled and started to crack. In a split second, the shell faded away and a saber appeared. It had the shape of a Chinese saber. The curvature of its spine and sharpness established a raw potential within. When the saber formed, it emitted a light that embraced his mind's eye. Information started to stream into his mind, enough to rival the scriptures he had obtained before. A saber soul, he exclaimed with a tinge of excitement. He had obtained information about its origins and uses. It was a literal soul of a saber spirit born from the Tao of sabers. Its rarity was beyond imagination, and the creation of which was heaven-shaking. It had no memories outside of its birth, and it possessed a will. This will was what Wyan connected with when his saber intent merged into it. Now, its will was his will. He exited his mind's eye and started to cultivate. The essence of heaven and earth entered his meridians. This time, he had his saber intent flare within his meridians, allowing the essence to inherently be imbued with saber qualities. It was transformed into saber essence. Then, it was directed to his Danshan. After his hearts of Kai sensed the minute saber essence, they drew it in, absorbing it into their cores and refining it into an energy form. A pure energy form. Because of the saber intent, this energy took the characteristics of a saber, sharp and forceful, and became saber energy. With a thought, the saber energy was refined into metaphysical Kai, merging with the cyclones that spun continuously around the cores. In a blink of an eye, that newly produced saber Kai was directed outwards and manifested itself in the air from his palm. A miniature saber formed. This is saber Kai. According to the ethereal Kai guides, ethereal Kai gave benefit to the mind and spirit, not the body. Material Kai affected the body and spirit. Mind Kai must affect the mind and spirit. He had already experienced a change in his mind's eye. With a thought, his spiritual sense swept out. Formation that had prevented him from sending his spiritual sense outwards interfered once more. However, how could it be so easy to hinder the movements of a saber? It was peerlessly sharp and fierce beyond description. His spiritual sense sliced through the formation's restrictive force and exited outwards to flow freely. My spiritual sense now has saber-like qualities. If I used offensive spiritual spells, I can only imagine its power. As he marveled at his newfound power, he felt awash with pride. He stretched out his palm and started to circulate the core energies within his heart of Kai. All 13 types of energies, including saber and basic essence energy, were drawn out as a whole. A trembling emerged in his soul as he called out with his spirit. Saber soul. Suddenly, he found himself holding a saber. It was pure white and of solid form. This was his saber soul. In fact, this was its material body. He used his various pure energies to create a body for his saber soul to enter and materialize into the real world. He grasped it and felt the myriad of energies within. But the most dominant and leader of all these energies were the saber energy laced with saber intent. This wasn't Kai, but pure, refined energy of its highest quality, completely controlled by saber energy and intent. They were obedient like good children. I need soul nourishing and strengthening materials to refine you. Unfortunately, I don't think the Wu country has such things. But from now on, I can use you in place of a true saber. As long as you become stronger, so will I. As long as I grow stronger, so will you. According to its memories, it was a level 1 saber soul. It was at its most basic strength, but it possessed the inherent ability to materialize using a body of pure energy. As it grew stronger, new and greater abilities would be unlocked as well. Taking a deep breath, he swung the saber lightly. A trace of multicolored light lingered in space like a comet's tail. The energy of the world was being subtly influenced. It was likely due to all the elemental yin-yang and yin-yang energies used in its creation. It was nearly the ultimate elemental saber. I'll call you Element. Since it was close to possessing all the natural and advanced elemental energies in the world and led it with saber energy, he felt the name was befitting. It would soon become its own element, a king of otherworldly elements. With Element in hand, his eyes flashed with anticipation. He wanted to fight, however he knew that was currently unlikely. He may have been sidetracked due to events, but he came for a reason. With essence stones in both hands, he decided to cultivate till morning. When morning arrived, he immediately left and made his way to Sarabi Emporium. The Sarabi Emporium was impressively massive. It was a complex that stood nearly 20 stories high, and was as wide as a football field. Wai was struck speechless by its sheer enormity of its existence. Even the Scarlet Solaris Mountain, which was many times its size, hadn't brought him to such an odd state. The only reason was because of its status as a building. This was the tallest and widest building he had ever seen built. From afar, it didn't look impressive, but as he stood at its base and looked up, his eyes shook with amazement. Incredible! Even though he was a mortal god, capable of creating rivers of fire, water, magma, and lightning, he still felt that child-like awe one experienced when coming across something new. Before, this type of existence wasn't a part of his natural beliefs. Now, it was material and before him. It took him a few minutes to adjust and regain his calm, a smile on his lips as he felt satisfied in his decision to experience the world. However, he was soon struck speechless once more. When he entered the Sarabi Emporium, his eyes widened. It was so spacious, dazzling, and fancy. There were glass chandeliers, expertly crafted statues radiating power, a fountain that spat clear water containing dense water energy, and there was a huge opening in the center, with interconnecting bridges and kiosks set up on those wide bridges. The true stores were all placed near or inside the walls, and there seemed to be a vast variety of them. They had bright signs radiating neon lights and various attractive energies. It was as if they were begging for his attention. He walked in and saw stairs. Wait, no, those stairs were moving on its own. As he watched the constantly rising stairs, he realized a unique earth-kai formation was set to carry one upwards naturally to any floor they wished. It was like a complex maze with people traveling to and fro with ease. He gulped. Looking at those sturdy bridges, he counted the amount that connected the second floor from the 8 cardinal directions. Any bridge could take one to the other area. There were 4 full bridges, all of which merged together at the central point. The central point, from below, he could only see stone as there was a platform. It was circular and large, capable of fitting hundreds of people at a time with enough space to spread one's arms. Many of the largest kiosks that sold a variety of food and simple merchandise were set up here. This continued throughout the 19 floors. The final floor above, the 20th, had no bridges and was just a normal floor. He basked in amazement as he looked all around. There were kids, the elderly, and adults going places, arriving and leaving. They chatted and talked. Some sat at tables and ate as if it was a restaurant. That's convenient. His mind spiraled as he nearly got a culture shock. He felt like a country bumpkin in comparison. What was this? Why didn't the Scarlet Solaris sect have one? Did they have one? As he asked himself that question, he was approached by what seemed to be a female attendant assigned to help and assist others. It was likely his gaped expression and bright eyes of wonder and ignorance that brought her his way. When he saw that young 20 or so young woman, he similarly gawked at her outfit. Before he could completely take in the cute outfit, which seemed like a uniform, the woman asked in a friendly voice, "Sir, do you need any help?" He cleared his throat as he realized he had lost himself like a child at a candy store. How embarrassing. If this woman knew he was a lofty mortal god, where would his face go? "Yes, I want to sell materials, pills, elixirs, weapons, and armor for essence stones. Where can I do that?" he calmly asked, trying to regain his composure. The young woman was shocked at first, but quickly said, "There are many stores here willing to do trades, and finding specialty stores would be the best. If you're selling high-level things, I believe you should make your way towards the 13th floor. They specialize in high-level sales, like kai weapons and energy pills. Those mid-level sales such as low-grade pills and high-grade crafted weapons, you can take it to the 9th floor. As for low-level sales, the 5th floor will handle your needs." "Is that all?" The woman answered with a good attitude. Wai memorized that and felt that he needed to make a trip to all those floors. His materials were all over the place in quality, and he wanted to sell it all. "No, is there a place I can buy high-level ice essence?" he directly asked. Her eyes lit up and she nodded. "Things like that are up on the 15th floor and higher. You may have to check all the stores suitable for it. You can try King Essence or Kasha's Energy. Those are at the 15th and 16th floor respectively. You can find them by their signs." Wai had never been helped in such a clear fashion, so he thanked her and gave her an essence stone for her troubles. After all, good service deserved to be rewarded. Shockingly, she refused. "I can't accept gifts or tips. I'm merely doing my job, sir." She declined with a gentle smile and followed up with, "Do you need anything else, sir?" Impeccable. This place's standard was exceptional. She didn't even accept a reward because it was her job in the first place. He sighed and realized this place was toppling his beliefs and faith in the world. He had to praise the creator of this place. It was perfect. He shook his head, and she properly said her goodbyes before saying that if he needed anything else, he could come to her, or those dressed in similar outfits. He nodded and she left him to his own devices. The next couple of hours were truly a frightening shift in his perception of business. There were some areas that accepted some materials for higher or lower prices, so he had to run around and get the best prices and estimates. But it was worth it. At the end of the day, he had unloaded all his unwanted materials and received 837 essence stones. It was far greater than what he originally believed, but going to the highest buying places truly gained him a decent profit. He felt drenched in wealth and wanted to cultivate almost immediately. With what he already had and this, he neared 1,000 essence stones. That was more than enough to cultivate to the sublime phase, but instead, he decided to see about the high-level ice essences available. He had already tried King Essence and came up short, so he went to Kasha's energy. When he arrived, he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 37. Meeting her. It was a woman. She had ocean blue eyes that seemed to contain a dense spirituality. Long, brunette hair cascaded down her back like a perfectly gentle waterfall and split at her shoulders. Those strands of hair seemed to be perfect, and they led one's gaze to an utterly mesmerizing valley that was her chest. Her height wasn't impressive, being average, but her slim bottle-like frame, incredible curves, and flawless jade skin left one breathless and desiring to see more. Her long, thin eyelashes and phoenix-like eyes that seemed to carry profound truths of the world drew one further into the abyss that was her beauty. Godlord Lin. When Wai saw her, he stilled. She was gorgeous and seemed to be even more so than before. He had never expected to meet the possessor of the Haven Heart monolith here of all places. She had a beautiful frown that made one wish to eliminate all that could cause it. When he had first seen her in the Scarlet Solaris sect, he was only at the 4th stage of Kai condensation, nothing worthy of her notice, but now, he had become a mortal god. He often recalled what would happen if he told her about his successful cultivation of the Haven Heart key method. Actually, that's not true. He had changed the 4th level and directly bypassed the 5th level. What he successfully cultivated could be considered a unique, more perfect version of the technique. Would she stay true to her words and become his? This thought crossed his mind like a pervasive lightning bolt. He saw another beautiful woman standing next to her. This woman was more modest and, while beautiful, had a very holy feeling to her. He could have sworn that she was emitting faint traces of intent that subdued the spirit. It felt transcendent and sacred. When he looked at that woman again, he couldn't help but marvel. His first impression had changed immediately. She was a heavenly beauty. Her blonde hair and blue eyes were perfect. She was shorter than Godlord Lin, but her physique was shapely and her breasts and ass were perky and tight. One can tell she had an exceptionally powerful body beneath those white robes of hers. He licked his lips unintentionally, as a fire was lit in his heart. He had the urge to strike up a conversation, but then he recalled Godlord Lin, and his mind cleared up. He chuckled to himself and inwardly shook his head. He didn't want to die by making rash decisions with foolish confidence. Xu Yang was a constant reminder to him that things needed to be taken slowly. He took a deep breath and walked up to the counter. The two ladies didn't even notice him as Godlord Lin had a frown and a look of contemplation, while the blonde-haired woman was silently waiting. Her eyes shone with a faint want. That faint desire almost made Wai loudly gulp a wad of saliva, but he suppressed it. His heart was burning for her. It was like her every action could tease a man dry, birthing an intense desire of conquest. The store clerk was a thin-looking, bearded man who was looking at the two with glowing eyes. When Wai arrived, he shot him a brief glance and thought for a moment. He looked at the two women, but seeing that they were still thinking, he politely called out, "Excuse me." The two didn't even react to his words. The clerk, however, made his way over with a smile, but Wai could sense a tinge of impatience within. Wai smiled and said, "I'm looking for high-level ice essence. Do you have any?" The clerk's eyes shined, and he nodded. "I have top-quality ones. If you gave birth to their Kai, you would reach the heavens in a single leap." Wai became excited. He needed a high-level ice essence. He thought he would need to wait for a lucky chance, but he forgot that the world didn't revolve around lucky chances. Instead, it was more tangible and consistent. The things you're looking for, others could have them, and they could be ready for purchase. After all, the sect had violet lightning crystals, no? The clerk smiled and listed off his ice essences. There's the Everfrost ice essence. This ice essence can give birth to Kai that is difficult to melt even at high temperatures. If you birth Everfrost ice Kai, your advantage against fire arts would be absolute. I have 2 stones, worth 42 essence stones each. Wai frowned. The Everfrost ice essence could be considered a high-level essence, but it was rather weak. While it was resilient to heat, it was fragile in terms of offensive and defensive means. It couldn't even win a battle of attrition. It was only a counter-type essence. Observing Wai's expression, the clerk snorted inwardly. There's an exceptional ice essence, even better than the Everfrost ice essence, the Cryo-Life ice essence. If birthed as a Kai, it can seal life force. If you use it to temper your body, you'll extend your life. I have 3 stones of such, worth 70 each. Wai was shocked that he had such an ice essence, but he still frowned in the end. The issue was that it could seal life force, but it required an immense consumption of Chi daily, lowering one's combat efficiency. It can also contain life energy and be used to store it, but unless you reach the Godlord level, the 8th phase, infused spirituality phase, you can't have it leave your sight. The uses were limited, and if you wanted to trap someone, putting them in ice was pointless. They would become icicles, and they'd either die or live anyhow, so sealing their life force was pretty irrelevant. The clerk smiled, witnessing Yan's high standards. Those two give you a higher chance of birthing ice Chi. The next essence is impossible to birth as Chi. Impossible? Yan became intrigued. Yes, impossible, he said with a sigh. I'm interested, Yan stated. The clerk gave him a long look, but coldly smiled inwardly. The price is incredible and it's very, very, very dangerous. I recommend you pick one of the other two, he informed with a helpless expression, as if to say, you can't do it. I said I'm interested. Yan knew what the clerk was doing, playing upon his ego to bait him, but he didn't care. He was curious about this last essence, and he already had some ideas of what it was. Okay, the absolute zero ice essence. It is so deadly that touching it can freeze your blood in an instant. It has the highest frost energy purity out of any ice essence, and is the coldest essence rumored to exist. There have been many who have tried to refine it, but everyone who's tried has died, the clerk said solemnly. This, Yan's eyes brightened. Absolute zero ice essence. That was said to be the coldest form of ice in existence and takes frost energy to its extreme. It was rumored that it can flash freeze literal fire. However, he also knew that what the clerk said was the truth. No one had ever succeeded. It didn't have a talent requirement, but because it was truly dangerous and lethal. Absorbing that pure frost energy was as dangerous as absorbing pure yin and pure yang. In fact, pure energy in general was fatal. However, frost energy can instantly kill, making it especially dangerous. Yan had to say that, if he compared all his elemental energies, none of them matched the pure frost energy within a single absolute zero ice essence. He closed his eyes and thought. How much? He asked. I have only one stone. It's worth 150 essence stones, the clerk said with a little mocking in his voice, as if saying, I told you, you won't do it. Know your limits. Yan wasn't provoked by the man, but he was calculating his possibility of success with a single stone and survival chances. He had 2 hearts of Chi, and it contained 12 types of energies, excluding the most basic type, and he felt it could work. A single stone may be little, but he had to try at least. If he could only birth a normal ice Chi, he would just come back and buy one of the other 2. He decided to purchase it. I'll take it. The clerk's eyes lit up, and he ran off to the back in a hurry. When he came back, he brought a child-sized blue box. It emitted frost energy, and the temperature of the room dropped by 60 degrees, even with the box blocking off a vast majority of frost energy. Comparing it to the blazing inferno magma essence, who increased the temperature by 40 without being sealed, there was a clear difference. After ensuring that the item was the actual item, without any tricks, Yan made the purchase. The clerk was happy. He had just sold off a product no one wanted. He felt like laughing, but it would be a little much with those 2 guests here. Yan placed the ice box in the second layer of the 3-layered ring. Only the weird book was there, and the paper won't suffer from the temperature drop. Just as he was about to walk out of the shop, the blonde woman abruptly said, That stone is a calamity. There is no fortune there. Her voice was like a beautiful lark, and it caused his body to shiver. He didn't turn around. Instead, he asked, How do you know? The woman was silent for nearly a minute, but Yan wasn't willing to leave without an answer. The word calamity was like a trigger to him. The 18 calamities of hell was constantly lingering over his head and left him desiring strength to overcome it. Then, she spoke, the world says you, at the 5th phase, cannot overcome it. It is certain failure, certain death. As she said that, her eyes turned around, as those blue eyes suffused with a trace of heavenly karma. Yan stilled instantly. What? Then, he abruptly laughed. He laughed loudly and with heart. An amusement suffused his entire body. This came from his very soul, as if it considered HSR words an absolute joke. She was a fortune-teller? Seer? Oracle? He had read about them in the scriptures of sin. They were beings who could peer into the Heavenly Daos. No, the truth was that they can ask them questions and receive vague answers, sometimes in words, sometimes in images. For example, if Yan had asked her if his mission against the Ash Dragon City Lord would be successful, she could only give an idea of what the heavens arranged. The Heavenly Daos had an improper understanding of his abilities and strength to begin with, so it would have been considered as a high-risk, small window of opportunity, but a tiny chance for great benefit. Instead, it was exceptionally low to no risk. There was no time window, and the benefits were incredible. This was why she got his cultivation base wrong. His cultivation was powerful and pure yin-yang energy was stored in his hearts of Kai. Unless he revealed his strength by using yin-yang Kai, at most, they would assume he was at the 5th phase. This was why Wu Xinghang, the ancestral elder of the Scarlet Solaris sect, was also unable to determine his cultivation base with a glance. The heavens would also assume wrong, because he wasn't guided to have 2 hearts of Kai that helped refine the yin-yang god sphere, and it couldn't properly judge him due to the bloodline of sin. So it's going off a fool's assumption. It likely didn't even realize he had a nascent saber soul. You here to make a bet? Wai turned around, and looked at her directly in those beautiful eyes. She frowned. I was only warning you. Heed or not, it's your future. To her, she was doing Wai a kindness. If he wanted to throw his life away, she couldn't do anything about that. With her eyes, she could see the flow of karmic fate interlaced in the heavenly Daos of people and events. She knew that according to karmic fate, Wai wasn't destined to succeed in refining the absolute zero ice essence. If he tried, he would without a doubt die. He didn't have sufficient luck or ability to succeed in that endeavor. Scared? Wai coldly mocked. The blonde woman frowned. Scared? Do you not see that I'm just trying to save your life? If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. Why would I bet with a dead man? She screamed internally, but only pouted on the surface. Her pouted lips were exceptionally cute, causing Wai's heart to stir. I'll give you a piece of blazing inferno magma essence. If I fail, you can keep it. He withdrew a piece of magma essence, causing the temperature to abruptly rise. The clerk and blonde woman were shocked as they looked at the dark crimson stone. Moreover, Wai was holding it with his bare hands. The stone itself definitely burned hundreds of degrees, yet he held it with ease. That stone was rather large, and was definitely enough for multiple people to birth the rare magma Kai. A tinge of desire entered her eyes. If she had that, and was lucky enough to birth blazing inferno magma Kai, then the long-term benefits were immeasurable. She bit her bottom lip, her eyes suffused with temptation. When Wai saw that action, a fire was lit in his heart once more. This woman may come off as sacred and holy, but she had the looks of a temptress. God Lord Lin noticed the sudden shift in temperature and saw Wai. She frowned as she saw his silver eyes, handsome visage, and confident smile. Aren't you? She thought for a moment and recalled. You're that boy who reached the 4th phase in his mid-20s, the Scarlet Solaris sect's disciple. Wai slightly smiled after finally grasping God Lord Lin's attention. He greeted her with a slight bow and clasp of his hands. It is a pleasure to meet you again, God Lord Lin. The blonde woman was surprised that the two knew each other. Agree to the bet, God Lord Lin casually said. She trusted the blonde woman's deductions and didn't care about Wai's fate. Why not benefit from an idiot's confidence? Recalling Xu Yang, who she crippled, her impression of the Scarlet Solaris sect disciples was that they were rash, hasty, arrogant, and stupid. The men thought too much with their lower head, and not their upper one. She clearly saw Wai's lust and wrote him off. I don't usually like doing something like this, but sure. The blonde woman lightly shook her head and sent out a trace of Kai to retrieve the magma essence. Wai let her take it, shaking his head inwardly at her confidence. I haven't even said what I want if I win this bet and succeed. No, that's some confidence. The blonde woman just gave an indifferent smile. She stopped caring about Wai, so she didn't care about the condition. To her, he can't win, because he can't birth the absolute zero ice Kai without dying. God Lord Lin interjected, there should be a time limit. A month is enough. Wai knew why she would say that. If he waited until he became a god lord and birthed it by some god-forsaken luck, then the losses wouldn't be worth it. He had to refine it in that short period, otherwise her prediction would fail. I agree, but if I win, I think I want you as a... You shouldn't demand what you shouldn't demand, God Lord Lin interrupted, her eyes flashing with a dangerous intent. Wai stood there stunned. Weren't they certain he would lose? Why can't he say what he wants to say? The blonde woman chuckled softly. She seemed to grow excited by God Lord Lin's actions. With a sigh, Wai said clearly, fine. You must listen to my every order for an entire day. I won't force you to become a slave forever, give up your primal yin, force you to marry, and I also won't order you to bring physical harm to you or put you in harm's way for that entire day. However, besides that, anything goes. Is this good? God Lord Lin's eyes frowned. Sure. The blonde woman cheerily agreed. She had already stored the magma essence in her storage space with a holy smile. Swear an oath on your spirit. Wai said. A spirit oath was a serious internal promise. If broken, one's spirit would shatter. Only Kai condensation experts can make this promise, and without one's spirit, well, boom. I swear an oath with my spirit that this bet will be upheld. She swore. I swear an oath with my spirit that this bet will be upheld. Wai also did so. A formless pressure enveloped his spirit. This wasn't the first time he had sworn an oath. However, he was shocked to discover only one spirit had the restriction. If he broke the bet, he could abandon a heart of Kai and survive. His eyes flashed and he smiled. 1 month. I'll be here in exactly 1 month from today, he said, taking his leave. The two didn't seem to care. Godlord Lin had already turned away and went back to contemplation, while the blonde woman smiled with glee at her sudden windfall. She didn't care if Wyan became an icicle. It was his own fault, no? Chapter 38. External Heart. After departing from the Emporium, Wyan immediately made way to the Orange Circle service and purchased a month-long subscription for the White Crane. It was a little pricey, but he felt intent on making heavy achievements during this month, and knowing the Crane was enjoying a luxurious stable left him feeling at ease. While he wasn't sure if he could reach the Sublime Kai phase in a month, he could at least attempt to refine the Absolute Zero Ice essence. Even if he failed, the bet would only give him a small loss. The magma essence was definitely worth a few hundred essence stones and had its uses, but he didn't value it too much. If he could form a divine heart of elemental Kai, he could bolster his allies' cultivation bases and give them a high chance of birthing any elemental Kai. This was one of the undisputedly prominent abilities known to those who transformed their heart of Kai into a heart of elemental Kai, let alone a divine heart of elemental Kai devised from high-level advanced elements. If he wanted, he could sell his services to others and earn quite a fortune. In the long run, he could earn tens of thousands of essence stones, so this loss wasn't huge. Wyan searched the map and realized there were locations suitable for secluded cultivation. As a city of cultivators, how could such an establishment not be made? These locations offered protective and preventive formations, closed-off rooms, and dense heaven and earth essence. There were those suitable for cultivation of one's realm, and those suited for cultivation of spiritual spells and Kai arts. After finding one listed that had a decent overview description, he made his way over. The establishment was called Road to God. It was a very apt name as it focuses on selling rooms that were effective in the cultivating of one's realm, so it inspired desire and ambition. The reason why people cultivate was to reach supposed godhood and gain immortality. No. The location wasn't very wide like the Emporium, but it did have many floors. He could tell it had a total of 9 floors, and as he looked up, he could see a gathering of essence that even condensed into a state of mist. Of course, flying up there was an illegal action, so it was likely there just for the attractive qualities. When he first saw the dense mist, he wanted to see how thick and pure the essence of heaven and earth in the upper floors were. As a cultivator, those areas had an incomparably irresistible allure. When he entered, he was met with a rather fat man who had a jovial smile and bright eyes. He had that harmless aura that made one lower their guard and treat him kindly. "Greetings," the man asked. "How may I help you today?" Wyan asked for various information about the rooms. There were 8 floors and each floor had 8 rooms. Therefore, the space was limited. However, generally, those who cultivated here were attempting to reach a breakthrough, so they didn't stay long. The environment was decent, and the materials that constructed the walls of the room were called darkness steel. It had an inherent ability to restrict spiritual sense probing, and could contain energy rather well. The durability was extraordinary, and even those at the 5th phase would find it difficult to breach in a short period of time. It offered privacy and safety. A month's rent for the 2nd floor was only 3 essence stones. As one rose up, the prices also did as well. At the top floor, 30 essence stones was the price. Wyan didn't need dense essence energy, but it couldn't hurt, so he purchased the 5th floor for 10 essence stones. The jovial man laughed and gave him all the necessary materials, including the key to the room, and formation flag to the spiritual formations within. After taking this, he made his way up. The density of essence was truly higher than below. Even though he hadn't entered his room yet, he could already see faint signs of essence mist lingering about. When he entered the room, the mist was visible and his hearts of Kai became hungry beasts. They drew the essence within and refined their cores even though he hadn't taken any action. It was as if they could cultivate without him. This caused him to freeze for a moment, but he dismissed the ludicrous thought. Settling in, he calmed himself down and removed the child-sized box storing the Absolute Zero Ice essence. The temperature dropped dozens degrees instantly. A chill entered the air and frost energy flowed out of the box. According to the records, one of the most dominant characteristics of Absolute Zero Ice essence is its flash freeze ability. It makes harvesting it incredibly delicate and incomparably dangerous. A single touch of its pure frost energy can freeze one's blood and life force, deteriorating it instantly, leading to death. There's also mention of a material change in physical composition. It could turn flesh into ice, which can shatter instantly. That had to do with the inherent moisture within, right? As he recalled the various forms of information about the essence, he couldn't help but feel some concern. He actually had a few ideas as to how to approach the refinement, but he wasn't sure if they would work. Firstly, he thought of using magma or fire Kai as a counter to reduce the frost energy's lethality. But if he did that, the frost energy would be diluted at best, contaminated at worst. Even if he refined it, he'll be lucky to birth normal ice Kai, let alone Absolute Zero Ice Kai. Another idea was to let his hearts of Kai do the job and pray, but considering how the frost energy had to come in contact with his meridians and flesh, that wasn't very smart. Rushing in blindly and hoping for the heavens to keep you safe was ridiculously stupid. Immediately, his eyes widened as he thought of a crazy, absolutely insane idea. If the pure frost energy came in contact with his flesh, moisture in his body, or life force, it could flash freeze and end up harming or even killing him instantly. But what if it didn't come into contact with his body? What if he externalized the entirety of his hearts of Kai and absorbed it directly? Usually, essence was filtered through the meridians and refined, then directed to the Danshan to be absorbed via the hearts of Kai cores. However, refining the frost energy with his meridians was the same as destroying them. Pure yin and yang energy was equally dangerous because of the implications they had with prolonged influence when in contact with the body. They could induce mutations and physiological responses that could lead to violent and life-threatening conditions. Even a trace of yang energy can influence a woman's innate libido, and yin energy can turn a man impotent. That's if it was improperly handled or wildly refined through the meridians. If he directly absorbed them through his hearts of Kai rather than his meridians, wouldn't he bypass the possibility of all those complications? A Kai method that he had never seen or heard of before was slowly taking shape in his mind as an idea, a radical concept. However, if I extract my hearts of Kai, could I still control it? What about the Kai that's constantly circulating in my body? He pondered these things. Without the spine and brain center, that was the heart of Kai, a person's body of Kai would undergo a state of unrest and uncontrolled behavior, leading to Kai deviation. Wait, I can just extract one and leave the other to handle the Kai in my body. That's right, I have two, not one, so I can do this without exploding. Realizing a crucial benefit of having two hearts of Kai, he became more brazen in his thoughts. If he had one heart of Kai, while he could theoretically externalize it, he had a near certain chance of undergoing Kai deviation. Taking a deep breath, he considered multiple points and felt that this line of strategy was his only choice. I can do this. He felt more confident the further he pondered on the situation. His hearts of Kai contained 12 types of energy, excluding basic energy, and he believed they couldn't be flash frozen so easily. He started meditating. Slowly, he considered the various points of egress for his heart of Kai. The heart of Kai's size was very difficult to determine by standard means, but it could be said as roughly the size of a tennis ball. Mouth, he decided. When he had this thought, he communicated with his spirit that controlled his heart of Kai. Shockingly, it trembled with excitement. He didn't hesitate for a moment as he opened his mouth. Before he could even use his Kai to guide the heart of Kai outside his Danshan and out of his mouth, it started to move on its own as if aware of his thoughts. It shot out like a bullet, passing through his body with an unprecedented familiarity. Only now did he remember that metaphysical Kai, and the core was constructed with his matter composition in mind. His heart of Kai was more familiar with his body than him. He couldn't help but warily laugh as a multicolored cyclone shot out of his mouth in a flash. When he saw it, his eyes lit up. This was the first time seeing an externalized heart of Kai. It was very transparent looking, but also gave off an impeccable level of realism. Metaphysical Kai. The concept of metaphysical is related to reality, both false and true. It manifested reality and thought into one. He had never understood why it was dubbed metaphysical until this very moment. It was absolutely beautiful as the cyclone surrounding the core was shockingly symmetrical in shape. He could see that within the core were various images flashing of elements, sabers, memories of his very soul and thoughts were present. When he looked deeper, he saw his very first sexual experience and defining moments in life. It was like looking at a movie of his own life in a third person's perspective. He could even see himself via a bird's eye view. Was the surroundings real or based on his memories and beliefs? It was as if what he felt and experienced, so did his spirit. As he thought about this, he felt an urge from his soul. The spirit of his heart of Kai informed him that being externalized was a temporary state. It couldn't stay outside for long, so he needed to be quick. It exhibited mutual excitement at refining the absolute zero ice essence. It was like a reflection of himself, a clone. It was only now did he realize the heart of Kai was a clone of himself in energy form, with his thoughts, personality, and memories. After all, it was condensed from his mind, matter, essence, and soul, creating the spirit itself. He didn't hesitate any longer. He shrouded his body in a Kai ward infused with all of his various Kai types, which produced a multicolored ward. Then, he opened the box. Whoosh! A wave of pure frost energy froze the walls and floors instantly. A dense mist of frost emerged in the air as white wisps fluttered about. Wyan was shocked at how quickly the ice essence shifted the environment. It turned the room into a winter wonderland of sorts. With his protective ward, the pure frost energy couldn't penetrate or harm him. That being said, if he absorbed it through his meridians, there would be no protective layer. Glancing at his heart of Kai, he found that, like his Kai ward, it was similarly unharmed. A level of excitement rarer than anything he'd experienced before was birthed in his heart. "Go," he instructed. The heart of Kai entered the box with a swishing sound. Wai couldn't tell what was happening, but he could see the pure frost energy diminishing rapidly. His expression changed instantly. This was too fast, no. Before a minute had passed, the frost energy that had shifted the environment was all drawn into the box and disappeared entirely. His left eye and eyebrow twitched. Then, after a while, he felt his soul scream with content. This scream originated from his spirit, the spirit of his heart of Kai. Whoosh! The heart of Kai swiftly exited the box. Without him having time to analyze it, it shot into his mouth with haste. His head tilted back in recoil, and he had a weird expression. Before he knew it, his heart of Kai was in his dantian. He realized a bridge of Kai had been immediately formed upon its arrival, connecting the two hearts of Kai. This bridge carried faint traces of icy, blue energy like a tube. It went from one cyclone to the other. His mouth was agape. That icy, blue energy was absolute zero frost energy. It was as pure as his yin and yang energies. He calmed himself down and started to feel the changes in his hearts of Kai. This was the first time he didn't need to comprehend an energy source and its composition, absorb the energy, and replicate its features, so it would become self-creating. This was why talent and comprehension was required for elemental birthing. The self-creating energy wasn't automatic. One had to understand the composition, differences, and traits of a certain specific type of element so it can auto-convert. Otherwise, one would just give birth to lightning Kai instead of violet lightning Kai, or fail giving birth to it altogether. Essence into energy, energy into Kai. After several hours, his hearts of Kai had finished their exchange. His silver eyes now exuded an icy aura, and sparkled with pure frost energy. Within his mind, all sorts of insights into absolute zero ice energy emerged. I've actually birthed absolute zero ice Kai with such relative ease. At this point, he didn't know if the circumstances, and his innate talent attributed to it all, or if it was because his karmic luck was absurdly high. It was utterly laughable how easy it was. Moreover, blazing inferno magma Kai was far more difficult to birth. No, it took a full 10 days. However, when his heart of Kai absorbed the energy directly, it took less than a minute. He inspected his body and felt an astonishing feeling of comfort. His body was still being tempered by the refined absolute zero frost energy, and there was no harm. In fact, he couldn't physically feel anything but warmth now. He wasn't entirely sure, but he had the feeling that regardless of which spectrum of temperature he faced, he would constantly feel this level of warmth. Like a permanent homeostasis. Was this what immune to heat and cold meant? As he pondered on his state, he recalled something. A grin formed on his lips, suffusing a victorious excitement. I won. Ha! Chapter 39. Elemental Lesson. 1 week later, Wai's athletic figure was surrounded by mystical energy, white and pure, light and free. He deeply inhaled, and the energy entered his nostrils, openings of his closed eyelids, mouth and ears. It was as if every orifice of his body was breathing as the energy used any means to enter his body. When the energy had been fully consumed, Wai's closed eyes snapped open. A scintillating multicolored light effused from his eyes, bathing the world in variety. A shimmering mixture of colors were beautiful and majestic. A soft exhale later, and he spat out a wad of purified essence. There wasn't a hint of turbid or tainted essence within that breath of his. It was exceedingly pure, and could be used by others to cultivate to great effect. Extraordinary! Wai excitedly exclaimed as he analyzed the myriad changes occurring in his body, in his Kai, and in his spirit. During this week, he had designated a majority of his efforts to fuse his fire, water, earth, wind, metal, lightning, wood, magma, and ice energies into one. It was the initial birthing process of elemental energy. Condensing elemental energy wasn't difficult. In fact, the most difficult portion was birthing 9 elements rather than combining them into one. That was because the 9 elements were like pieces of a puzzle, and with all 9, one can easily fit them into a single whole. Therefore, creating elemental energy wasn't difficult. Neither was transforming one's heart of Kai. The sole reason why he took a week had to do with the Kai method he was cultivating. Divine element form. The divine element form didn't just require the birth of elemental energy, but required the transformation of the core within the heart of Kai. The core contained its quintessence, all of its energies, all of its substance, and was the hub that housed the spirit. The divine heart aspect referred to fusing all the 9 types of elemental energies within the core into true elemental energy, replacing the 9 types entirely. At that point, he would no longer possess absolute zero frost energy or life metal wood energy, but divine element energy. Divine element energy contained the inherent abilities of all his elements and advanced elements, multiplied by several fold in terms of intensity and might. Therefore, the inherent vitality and life force within was far stronger than before. He had spent an entire week on this fusion process, making that completed puzzle into a single whole picture. There was no longer a way to disconnect or segregate them. His core was no longer multicolored, but a pure white color. He could still feel yin-yang, and saber energies within, but its substructure had become true elemental energy. The elemental energy generated elemental Kai that swirled within the cyclone surrounding the core. From this cyclone, streams of white Kai circulated throughout his body and tempered it as per usual. He felt an exceptionally powerful strength emerge from his body with each tempering cycle completed. The attributes of his body from before had jumped considerably. He squeezed his fists and felt like he had endless and boundless power within. I have 2 hearts of Kai, but only one has been thoroughly transformed into a divine heart of elemental Kai. Now it no longer contains basic energy or Kai, just elemental energy and Kai. As he muttered this, he checked his other heart of Kai. Its core wasn't white, but multicolored, containing all the 13 types of energy, including basic energy. I can produce elemental Kai with either core, but the elemental Kai from my divine heart is far stronger. Is this the inherent difference between a transformed heart and a standard one? One contains the energy, and one becomes it. As he regarded these differences, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He was originally planning on transforming both of his hearts of Kai with elemental energy, but he stopped himself. In the end, he decided against it completely. At first, he wanted 2 divine hearts of elemental Kai, but now, with the nascent saber soul, he felt the need to strengthen his saber Kai. Therefore, he needed a heart of saber Kai. However, he didn't want an ordinary one. He wanted a divine heart of saber Kai. He planned to transform his core in much the same way as the other one, completely, and on a fundamental level. His decision was reinforced when he realized the benefits a divine heart gave his spirit, essence, matter, and mind. He had never felt so clear-headed, so physically empowered, and so hungry. His meridians had experienced a change on a fundamental level, allowing him to absorb and refine elemental energies as easy as breathing oxygen itself. His spiritual sense now embodied the characteristics of all 9 elements, and none of them could hinder his perception, either physical or spiritual. As for his physique, each element had benefits when birthed and tempered one's body and Kai. Earth, durability and strength. Water, flexibility and fluidity of movement. Wind, ease of control and movement speed. Fire, resilient to heat and cold. Metal, toughness, durability, and fluidity of form. Lightning, reaction speed, reflexes and movement speed. Wood, flexibility, adaptability, and strength. Magma, immunity to heat to a certain degree, and fluidity of movement. Ice, immunity to cold to a certain degree and toughness. These were the specific benefits of an elemental birth outside of the overall general increase in physique with each inclusion. While they all increased physical attributes, some enhanced certain aspects more than others, such as magma may increase physical strength higher than ice. If he included the benefits of his high-level essences, such as the life metal wood essence's vitality and life force, he realized that all of those traits had been increased by 9-fold at least. Wyan felt truly empowered. He knew with just his physical strength, he could kill a mortal god-level expert. He was absolutely certain of this. If he created a divine heart of Saber Kai, who knew how powerful he would become. He took a deep breath and started to remove the essence stones from his bag. He was going to transform his heart of Kai at this very moment. Wyan had no intentions of settling, and was going to go for broke. 16 days later, a ferocious saber Kai was born. It released a sharp keen of slaughter and ferocity. A hymn of sabers permeated the air as the surrounding space was sliced apart without mercy. Wyan stood up, and his right hand was element. Its long body, curvature of the spine, and sharp-bladed edge carried a trace of slaughter. So this is what a heart of saber Kai can do. Wyan grinned, excited. He had been making huge leaps in cultivation, one after another. But he still felt pressured by the 18 calamities of hell. If it wasn't for that, he would have set his personal strength as a lower priority, but now, it was his greatest priority. With a divine heart of elemental Kai, and divine heart of saber Kai, he realized his entire aura had changed. He had a natural, attuned with the world, yet boundlessly overbearing and fierce aura. A pure Kai circulated around element. It no longer left a trace of multicolored light as it moved, only a white streak. This white streak was elemental energy of the highest purity, formed by the combined force of high-level elements. Even divine King Hanze hadn't reached this level. His divine heart of saber Kai still had elemental energies within, but they were thoroughly under the forceful weight of the saber energy. They could only bolster its strength and follow it into battle. Wyan had also realized an inherent issue with ethereal Kai hearts. When he relied solely on his divine heart of saber Kai, he couldn't execute any standard elemental Kai arts. It wasn't that he couldn't create fire, but that it would always take the form of a saber, possessing an inherent saber quality. The saber intent birthed was exceptionally overbearing, forcefully inserting itself into everything. Even movement arts were transformed, and with Saber Kai, as its laid, it made controlling and regulating the Kai arts according to its described ways difficult, if not impossible. This flaw was likely why there were no divine heart of Saber Kai methods, or any divine heart of ethereal Kai in the Scarlet Dao Temple. Luckily, he hadn't transformed his hearts of Kai into only Saber Kai. Fortunately, his elemental Kai could execute any elemental art and increase its base strength by 9-fold. The difference was clear. It was already far stronger than normal elemental Kai hearts, as even Jiaoning, who possessed a heart of Wind Kai, could only increase her Wind Kai art's strength by 3-fold. It's just unfortunate, he sighed. I used 632 essence stones to help transform my heart of Kai. Waiyan didn't need those essence stones for the divine heart of elemental Kai. After all, his Kai and core was already the 9 elements to begin with. All that was required was a process of fusion and refinement. This was why cultivating the Kai method was too easy, but Saber Kai needed to be refined by his intent and infused. Luckily, his new externalized heart Kai method sped up refinement speed by a tremendous amount. After all, essence stones were already refined essence to begin with, so it didn't need to enter his meridians. He learned that using this method, he could drastically increase his cultivation speed and eliminate possible complications of pure energy or impure essence circulating within his body. Of course, there were downsides. His hearts of Kai were incredibly fragile to begin with. If he suffered an attack while cultivating while externalizing, it would be as easy as breathing for other cultivators to eliminate them. Therefore, he decided to only use it when he was absolutely assured of his safety. Also, if he absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, his hearts of Kai would also absorb the impurities, bits and pieces of taint that would usually get filtered out by his meridians. This could lead to it becoming slow in circulation, or weaker. Therefore, he couldn't rashly absorb the ambient essence from the world, having to rely on refined essence stones. At the moment, he had barely any relations with anyone in Golden Milk City and no enemies, which was why he felt assured to take such a risk. However, in a place like the Scarlet Solaris sect, even if he had a 99% assurance, he decided to never take it. The price for a slight mishap was far too heavy. After completing his transformative cultivation, he still had a few days before the month's due date was over. He used the externalized heart Kai method to rapidly absorb the remaining 400 and so essence stones. He split the stones in half and checked his progress. If the false reality phase had percentages of development towards sublime Kai phase, then he was about 40% of the way there with both hearts. He now knew that he needed about 500 for each heart of Kai. Noting this, he finally left. When he arrived at the Sarabi Emporium, it was still filled with a lively aura. He truly had nothing but praise to the one who devised such an establishment. It was suited for all needs, and sometimes you might even discover something you didn't even know you wanted. He even saw that friendly attendant just idling away, waiting patiently for confused or questioning arrivals. He softly smiled and went to cautious energy. Waiyan saw the clerk who just sat in a chair with a look of boredom. Waiyan realized that such an expensive shop didn't have a swarm of customers daily. After all, high-level essences weren't something just anyone could afford. Those who didn't have a strong backer or high cultivation base could only rely on lucky chances to obtain one. The sheer prices were incredibly expensive, and if asked a year ago if he could buy a high-level essence stone for 150 stones, he would have laughed and called the person nuts. When the clerk saw Waiyan arrive, he slyly smiled with eyes containing a slight trace of mocking. Waiyan didn't bother with him, as he just stood in a corner and quietly waited. He paid attention to the time and waited. It should be an hour before the total time of a full month ends. In the cultivation world, every month was determined by 30 solar and lunar cycles, when the sun and the moon descends and ascends. Therefore, he didn't hold any doubt about the time of the meeting due to the agreement. Soon the minutes ticked away. Then, an hour arrived. Abruptly, 2 hours came and went. Waiyan's expression turned uglier by the passing second. He had already thought of the various one-day orders he would ask for. He had a belly full of dark desires yet no outlet. 3 hours passed. Waiyan's eyes were closed, and the rage in his heart was becoming murderously fierce. Who liked waiting for someone? He sure as fuck didn't. You know, those two had already left the city. If you're thinking of begging for your magma essence back, you're out of luck. The clerk finally said, after realizing the aura Waiyan was emitting felt a little dangerous. At first, he found it funny, but Waiyan's aura was causing him to shriek in fear within his heart. What? He whipped his head fiercely towards the clerk. They left? The clerk took a step back, awkwardly laughing in hopes of diffusing the tense and uncomfortableness in his heart. Yeah. They left the day of. I saw them leave the city, and I don't think they intended to come back. Waiyan's eyes were wide, disbelief at their gall and the utter shamelessness. You make a bet and then depart? Aren't you just cheating people? Can you even call yourself a godlord? The respect he had for godlord Lin dropped to the lowest possible point. Where did they go? He was going to get his victory. Northwest, I think. They should be heading to the Wu Empire's capital city, Wudao. The clerk answered sheepishly. Northwest. Fuck. Wai viciously stomped his feet. An aura of white, elemental Ki entered the air. The world became cowed as the various natural elements went awry, matching his anger. The wind currents became enraged, chaotic and ever-flowing. The moisture condensed into ice droplets and steam vapor. The floor softened, hardened, cracked, and shifted. A slicing air surged, overbearing, imperious, and murderous. The disturbance caused all those on the above and below floors to feel like an earthquake was happening. There were yelps of panic, fearful shrieks, and confused questions slinging from the crowd. Wai rarely ever lost his cool, but the fact they essentially cheated him made him feel stupid and naive. In fact, he was essentially robbed, and he gave it to them with the utmost confidence. How could he not be angry? How could he not be enraged? His trust in the honor of a godlord had vanished into thin air. Z-room. He felt a spiritual sense sweep towards his area. This spiritual sense stopped on him. It was penetrating and daunting. A strong taste of metal entered his mouth, and faint tingling itched at his skin. He could feel a hint of Kai within. He calmed himself down after sensing the spiritual sense linger on his body. As he did, the manifestations of elemental chaos and slicing currents subsided. Thanks for telling me, he said, looking dejected. He directly left the Emporium before the situation devolved into mortal gods descending to investigate. Spiritual sense followed him out, and then withdrew itself. Whoever that spiritual sense belonged to, he knew it belonged to a godlord. That expert was likely the godlord who ran the Golden Milk City. Wai had no desire of enraging someone whose Kai were infused with their spiritual strength. He heavily sighed in his heart, his emotions already soothing out. He knew that overconfidence was a weakness, yet he was overconfident. He also knew that people were unreliable, yet he trusted people. The prestigious title of godlord had blinded him. Sage. Lesson learned. Take it as a learning experience, was all he could say to comfort his heart. However, he will have his victory, one day. Chapter 40. Right of a Sinner. On the broad back of the white crane, Wai soared through the air. Golden Milk City had already become a small blip behind him. Having left, he headed east, not northwest. He still had a sense of priority, so he would first make way for the Helios Witch's territory within the mystic elven forest. For that, he would need to leave the Wu country and travel further east, bypassing the Clear Sky mountain range to enter the forest itself. It had nearly been 2 months since Mei's disappearance. He had made significant progress in his cultivation during this period. The only path left to him was reaching the next phase of cultivation. Therefore, he had no need to delay any longer. Whether he could find her was still an unlikely possibility. After all, even if he went to the Helios Witch, his only lead, it wasn't a definite possibility that she had something to do with it. That was C's deduction based on his keen sense of smell. He didn't actually see her get taken. In fact, Mei could have been practically disintegrated like Gufutu. If so, he could only find out why, and if it had anything to do with her dealings with the Helios Witch. This was why he didn't feel an immense amount of pressure in finding her or searching. His only clue was vague anyhow. Not everything would just lay below his feet, pointing towards what happened. He wasn't that naive. If this turned out to be a dead end, it's likely the story of Mei would end up unsolved, regardless of his emotions or desires. The journey there was no longer filled with detours or lucky chances. His karmic luck value had remained the same, and he hadn't met anyone outside of the traveling cultivators. As they were on their way somewhere, there was no need to bother each other. It was a boring cycle of fly for nearly 10 to 12 hours, eat, rest and recover and repeat. Wai had stopped a few times in towns and cities, but besides finding a brief and comfortable bed to rest on, he didn't interact with the locals or other travelers. While there were bandits who stayed in the shadows and attacked travelers and merchants, the White Crane could rival first stage of Kai condensation experts, so there was barely any need for him to do a thing. Any cultivator who could enter the Kai condensation realm would have their entire life changed in the Wu country. Resorting to banditry to rob mortals for silver and gold was fruitless. In that realm, mortal wealth was no longer an issue. You had the opportunity to become a guard of a grand city like Ash Dragon City or Golden Milk City. A single day's pay could encapsulate the entire lifetime wealth of a mortal. You could establish your own clan, have dozens of wives, and hundreds of children and make sure each was fed and taken care of. Therefore, Wai didn't need to bother with those trifling matters. And while there were cultivator bandits, they wouldn't target those with powerful mounts, but those too weak to afford to raise or train mounts. Before long, 3 weeks sipped by. Wai atop the White Crane could see a mountain range in the distance. It was a series of tall mountains that went up 2 kilometers high. It was like jagged teeth, rising and falling, with spaces in between. In certain angles, they seemed to be connected and alive, like the jaws of a shark. Then, as one looked up in the sky above those ferocious mountains, they would see a clear sky. There were clouds in the nearby area, but above those mountains, there was an obvious lack of them. Even when the clouds floated towards it, It seemed they would never touch that distinct portion of clear sky. They never did. Wai felt enlivened at finally seeing this mountain range. Having traveled for so long, he knew his goal was on the other side. Luckily, the white crane could easily fly over that range. If it was any other mount, whose strength was below that of a Kai condensation cultivator, the mysterious force surrounding the mountain would impede them all. Wai had read about this mysterious force, but most of the information was vague detailing of the mountain's characteristics. There were some who theorized that the mountain range was a piece of a jaw from a divine beast. Others believed it was formed by an expert who could travel the stars. There were other theories, but those two were the most grand. The rest were more mundane and didn't leave much to one's imagination. He knew that one of those mundane theories was likely the truth behind the mountain's mysterious force and horrific shape, but he had always enjoyed embellishments of a story. Rubbing the white crane's feathers, he grinned and urged it to travel faster. Now that he was here, he wanted to see this mountain's force. A throb of excitement entered his heart at the unknown anew. Boom! Just as he felt the throb, an explosive sound erupted nearby. Wai frowned. The sound came off kind of muffled and indistinguishable, but he knew its location. He turned north and frowned. Cree! Suddenly, the crane cried in a heart-rending shriek. It flapped its wings fiercely and soared towards the direct south. Its speed had nearly doubled. Wai was caught off guard, but with his cultivation, how could he be thrown off because of this? He placed his hand softly on its back, and a trace of Kai attached him to the crane. Then, when he was fastened, he sent it a spiritual communication. Fear. When he received a reply, that was all he felt. He couldn't actually talk to the crane, but he knew its feelings and emotions. The emotions it projected was fear and abject horror, a strong sense of instinctual danger on the horizon. Horizon? Wai frowned, looking north with his eyes. There was nothing there. Why was the wait? What's that? Wai's eyes narrowed to near slits. At the horizon to the north, a small distortion was coming into creation. It was slight, not even something noteworthy, but then it started to expand. A heat wave? The distorted sight looked like the simmering of heat, like the birth of a mirage in the desert, or the fumes of hot gas in the air. It was that shimmering of one's vision that would make one question if what they saw was actually real. Cree! Cree! The crane's speed abruptly increased. It had directly entered its fastest state, fully intent on running away. A deep, absolutely horrified feeling emerged in its heart. Wai could tell the stress of this flight was even causing some of its feathers to dislodge, and its muscles to tear apart. What are you doing? Seeing its self-destructive state, Wai screamed. He took his eyes off the north, and used his elemental Kai to enter the white crane's body. A dense vitality and life force entered its body as he executed the earthly wood heal Kai art. With elemental Kai and a high-level wood essence, the effectiveness was dozens of times greater than described. In a split second, the crane's body was healed and filled with powerful strength. However, instead of stopping, the crane started to overdrive its entirety. Its life force started to burn as it traveled faster and faster. It was actually burning its life force. Wai was driven speechless from shock. He considered knocking the crane unconscious. Subconsciously, he turned his head back to the north, and when he did, his pupil shrunk. That invisible distortion had become a rolling cloud of dust, rocks, winds, and trees. It was coming at him like a gigantic, godly hand was pushing the earth and sky towards him. It was several miles high, and he could even see wildlife being flung upwards. How? He had taken his eyes off it for a few seconds. How did that even happen? What the fuck is happening? He didn't have time to think. The crane's actions were right, but fruitless. It wasn't fast enough. The wall was traveling at least 1/10 of a mile a second. This went far beyond the crane's speed. Stop! I'll protect you, he shouted, not giving the crane enough time to react as his Kai entered its body and rendered its body immobile. He jumped and grasped the air. A hand of elemental Kai formed, large enough to encapsulate the crane entirely. It clenched itself softly around the crane's body, and Wai grabbed it and dove directly towards the ground. His movement speed was far faster than the crane. He carried the crane. Using his elemental Kai, he executed the thunder step Ki art the moment his foot touched the ground, exploding forth with thunderous momentum. Boom! The earth was destroyed where he stepped. A huge crater formed in the earth that went as deep as 5 meters. He traveled 100 meters in a blink. He continuously executed the art, pushing it to its limits. What? That's all? Wai was deeply shocked. He had only traveled about 100 meters each time, but the wall moved about 106 meters a second at least. Even though his speed was far surpassing his current cultivation base, he still didn't travel far fast enough. When he turned back to take a look, his vision became filled with the scenery of a magnificent wall. He couldn't see its end. This wall was made of dust, of earth, of rivers, of animals, of trees, of clouds, and even people. He could see a middle-aged woman's body being pushed along in the middle of this wall, but no life force emitted from her body. She was dead. His heart pounded with intense fear. Was this the first calamity? The thought surged a deep unwillingness in his heart. He had just become a mortal god, had just reached a level of a true genius, and was still young. There were things he hadn't accomplished yet. He wanted a proper harem, to have 10 women at once. He wanted children who he could be proud of. He wanted a city like Golden Milk City, rich and filled with creativity. He wanted his own sect, one that could rule an entire world. He wanted more. He needed more. Hark! He violently roared, his eyes fierce and ruthless. With that roar, his 2 hearts of Kai sent their strongest sources of Kai for his usage, even drawing upon their quintessential energy to the maximum, disregarding the cost. Element. He called forth his saber soul, forming its body with the purest elemental and saber energies. Grasping it, he didn't turn back and fight, but continued running. He knew that the wall pushed forth an absolutely destructive amount of force within, uplifting the very earth and rivers of the world, and a mysterious energy was carried with it. This energy was destructive and fierce, but not to the flesh or its state. The middle-aged woman wasn't the only corpse he saw. There were others, and each one had dead eyes and exuded no life force, but their bodies were completely intact and undamaged. This force uplifted the world and destroyed all life. How could he fight something he didn't understand? Instead, he summoned Element and sliced ferociously in front of him. A slicing wave of Kai cut through the air, removing air resistance for a brief moment. Then, he drew upon his strongest energy, and all his elemental energy. He didn't rely on elemental Kai to execute Thunder Step, but he used another movement art. One he had just invented, because he needed to. Elemental Saber Life Securing Art. This was the name of the art he had just made up. Making up this name was like marking the world, saying, "I will survive." He drew upon his entirety, both of his hearts of Kai, and most of their energy. He grabbed the white crane, hugging it tightly. No longer would he use his body to move forward, but let the elements do it. He shouted with his life on the line, slicing Element out once more. He turned into a comet of elemental saber Kai, and fired off. In a blink, his speed and form reached a miraculous state. He was no longer moving with mass or a body, but with the elements, with the world, with the saber. Whoosh! The wall was just a mile away from him. Just his actions alone wasted so much time that the wall was already so near. Now, in the world, there was one wall and one comet of white light, one chasing and one running away. As he ran, his body underwent numerous changes due to the stress. His meridians and flesh were meshed together with his elemental and saber Kai. It was monstrously painful, and yet, he did not let up for a single moment. This continued for 49 seconds. From the moment he activated his art, YYN had already ran for a full 49 seconds. Then, it dissipated abruptly. The wall collapsed, leaving just a strip of clean land and a pile-up of corpses, rocks and trees. YYN exited the art immediately after it stopped. He tumbled, his head, arms, legs, flailing wildly as he was rolled forward like a dead body. The impacts towards the ground barely hindered his momentum, and only when he smashed into a mountain, digging in nearly 300 meters deep, did he stop. Luckily, his body had been tempered by elemental energy, so he barely survived. Unfortunately, his bones were broken, his muscles and skin ripped, even several of his teeth had fallen out. As for his hair and clothes, he didn't have any. Anywhere. In the depths of the mountain, he crawled out. It took him an hour before he escaped, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. When he did, he heard a cry of a bird nearby. The bird flew beside him, and used its beak to softly peck at his naked, hairless body, as if trying to verify its guess. It's me, YYN said in an exhausted and pained voice. The white crane's momentum had been halted with his remaining energy. While he had a faint chance at surviving the momentum, the crane did not. He realized only after the fact how stupid he was. The last bit of energy would have ensured his survival without the risky tumble, but he used it on the crane instead, and nearly lost his life in the resulting crash. He had tried everything to survive, even drawing upon the quintessence energy of his hearts of Kai, causing them to nearly destabilize, but in his last action, he saved the crane instead of himself. It was truly laughable. A burning sensation stung his skin. He weakly lifted his head and looked at his right arm. He saw blood-colored lights erupt from his skin. In a portion of the tattoos that were originally empty, a series of new tattoos formed. He couldn't actually read it, but he knew what it meant. Rite of a sinner. First calamity. Awakened. YYN groaned in agony and pain. What the fuck was this? This wasn't the first calamity? In the scriptures, it had described that those who hold the bloodline of sin must pass a trial against heaven. It wasn't a normal heavenly tribulation, but one filled with the intent to kill you and anything around you. After successfully obtaining the rites, only then can one undergo the 18 calamities of hell. He didn't expect it to be so out of nowhere. YYN laid flat on his back, his eyes blurry as he stared up at the sky. A wave of exhaustion flowed through his body as he felt like sleeping. Before then, he used his all to raise his left hand, stuck only his middle finger to the air and yelled weakly, "Fuck you heaven, fuck you hell, fuck you first sinner, fuck you all." Before he could curse more, his hand fell nearly lifelessly as his eyes closed. The white crane grew terrified, hastily arriving next to her master as she tried to wake him up. Even faint traces of tears formed in her eyes. This master gave his life to save her. She was filled with sadness. Waiwayan twitched abruptly, scaring the crane, and then started to snore. The crane. Chapter 41. Aftermath. Near a lake, a nude figure washed himself off. The loose dirt, blood, and peeled skin was scrubbed off with his hands. Besides 2 pieces of accessory, a necklace of a crescent moon and a ring, there was nothing else on his body. Waiwayan was distraught at his circumstance. His last-ditch effort to survive disintegrated his scarlet Solaris sect spatial ring, his clothes, and all his hair. He was bald, without any eyelashes or eyebrows, and even his pubic hair had been turned into dust. The only 2 things that survived was the 3-layered ring and the crescent moon necklace that came from it. He wasn't too shocked that they survived. He couldn't even figure out the materials they were made of, therefore they couldn't be ordinary. "Where am I?" Waiwayan asked himself. The nearby crane dipped its beak into the lake, drinking its contents with a satisfied expression. Waiwayan's eyebrow twitched. He was lost. His current location was far from the maelstrom of destruction. However, he didn't know how fast he was going or how fast the wall went. He tried to make an estimation, believing he had traveled about 100 to 300 miles away from the clear sky mountain range. "It's not like I teleported, no? But then, why can't I find it?" Waiwayan's frustration furthered when he recalled taking the crane into the skies and finding no mountain range. He couldn't have traveled 1,000 miles away, right? If he did, considering he traveled south, directly opposite to the wall's incoming direction, he would have been in the Jade Lotus domain or near it. From the clear sky mountain, west lay the Gaia state of the earthly Titan sect and Scarlet Solaris domain. Northwest from the Scarlet Solaris domain was the Sky Soar domain, directly north was the Aqua Echo sect, and east from the Aqua Echo sect was the Wu central lands of the Wu country and home to the capital. If he had traveled north from the clear sky mountain range, he would have been in the Wu central lands, but he went south. With only the Jade Lotus domain being south, bordering another country, he had only 2 possible locations, the Jade Lotus domain or Xin country. Looking back at the destruction that had occurred, he wondered how many lives were lost, how many families were killed, cities and villages were swept up, and sects destroyed if he truly did travel as far as he believed. Even worse, my hearts of Kai are damaged. They'll need time to recover, even the Kai cyclone around them destabilized. Sighing ruefully, he felt the immense pain aching his body. Not to mention the damage to his hearts of Kai, his actual fleshy body was damaged, both internally and externally. To make matters worse, he didn't have any medicinal pills to help or Kai to bolster his healing rate. He would have to wait with fractured teeth and bones, missing teeth and hair, and bruised flesh until he either obtained the appropriate pills or his hearts of Kai recovered. As he looked in the reflection of the water, his handsome visage no longer existed. Instead, he looked like a dirty hillbilly with a toned body. In fact, his hairless state made him somewhat monstrous looking. He rubbed his bald cranium and winced in pain. There was a considerable dent in his skull about the size of a baby's fist, and it was quite noticeable. Without Kai, he couldn't even smooth this out. In fact, if it wasn't for his enhanced brain's flesh, that dent would have been fatal. Even now, he felt his bodily control slip at times, like his brain had suffered considerable damage. When he walked, he would limp at times, and even his hands trembled randomly or just outright become useless for a period. Waiwayan knew his motor functions were affected by the rolling and smashing into the ground and mountain. It was already lucky his bones didn't shatter into bits, only fractured and broke, but the extent was throughout his skeletal system. The only piece of bone that had very little damage was the spine, as it was the most tempered aspect of any cultivator. Despite that, he still felt numbness in his legs. The crane finished drinking and made its way to Waiwayan. It rubbed its beak in his right hand. Waiwayan didn't respond. His eyes closed as he felt the dent in his skull with his left. The crane cried softly, only then attracting Waiwayan's attention. When he saw the crane's beak rubbing his palm, his eyes constricted. He didn't feel that. Couldn't feel that. He grasped his right arm with his left hand and squeezed. He even put enough force to further the fracture in his bone. Only then did he realize that his entire right arm had grown numb to pain. He moved it, and it trembled throughout the motion, indicating the severity of his current condition. Taking a deep breath, he felt a deep pit form in his heart. He didn't want to admit it, but there's another reason why he couldn't realize where he was. His memory was affected. He tried to recall things. He recalled time in the Scarlet Solaris sect, how he found an essence stone, propelling him to an inner disciple, joining Mei's faction, all sorts of missions and events, his engagements with the Jiang brothers, and him cultivating diligently to ascend to the second phase. He continued to recall, but after he reached the middle portions of his core disciple life, it grew blurry and then blank. My most recent memory is my escape. The next recent memory, what is it? What is it? I became a mortal god. Wait. No Ash Dragon City. No Jade. Dark. His head started to fiercely pound with pain. Wine clenched his head, and violently fell to his knees with a thud. Shit! He viciously spat, misty spittle and blood escaping from his lips. His wounds opened as they bled once more, covering his body with a sanguine color. His memories were affected, and he had lost a portion of it. As a cultivator, he knew it was temporary. All damage to the brain could be healed with the appropriate treatment, and he possessed the life Meadowwood Kai. He needed to wait. He just needed to wait. As he thought like this, he felt sleepy. Abruptly, he thought about how dirty and bloody he was from the escape. It made him feel uneasy. A lake! He felt relieved that he could clean himself. He started to rub the lake water onto his flesh, cleaning the dirt and blood off. Wyan looked around, unable to recall any landmarks. He didn't know how far he traveled, but it couldn't have been too far, right? A few hundred miles at most. Where am I? The crane softly cried. Wyan had gone through these series of changes 4 times now. He hadn't even realized that weeks had passed. This was the 3rd lake they were in, and they've traveled far, always under his orders to find a lake to clean himself up. The only solace the crane had was his predictability. Always the 4th cycle would he stop losing his memory, and continue forward, always the 4th. Then, they'd leave and travel in a direction until they found another lake. Then, as he's washing himself, he would undergo a series of memory loss once more. The crane felt guilty deeply and completely. Wyan, in one of his stupors, mentioned giving his energy to save the crane instead of himself. However, he didn't regret it. That being said, he forgot that conversation too. After Wyan spat out once more in pain, groveling on the ground, dirtying himself once again, he turned towards the crane. Let's go. We need to find the mountain, he said as he mounted the crane. They took to the skies for several minutes, but Wyan winced once more, the light in his eyes fading and revitalizing once more. Gah, I'm so dirty. Let's find a lake nearby on the way, Wyan said, ordering the crane to continue. It cried with a hint of sorrow, but faithfully carried out its master's orders. Chapter 42. Life Without. In a small village, simple and coarse, a little girl was kicking her tiny legs back and forth from a resting bench. This village was the home of several hundred people, and sat by a river, their lifeblood. There were rarely any events happening here, as their land wasn't worth much and their people were poor. Out of the typical path from cities and towns, this village went unnoticed. Hey mister, the little girl called out, chewing on some homemade soft candy. You're not from round here, right? Her big blue eyes and pigtails made her exceptionally cute, as they exuded boundless curiosity. Beside the little girl, laying on the ground as if asleep, was a man. He had unkempt black hair, dirty, black robes with various rips and tears, and no shoes. His robe didn't seem to fit him, being a few sizes too large, and his face was a mixture of dirt and mud. The dirty man picked his nose, but continued to feign his sleeping appearance. I know you're not asleep. The little girl pouted, and kicked her legs out more fiercely. Yes, I am, the man mumbled. He scratched his crotch a little and then smelled his fingers. His head winced back, and he coughed in disgust. But still, he closed his eyes and continued to feign being asleep. No, you're not, the girl argued. Yes, I am. No, you're not. I am. You're not. Gah, the slovenly man shouted, scratching his head in frustration. Don't you have a man to please or a candy to suck somewhere else? The little girl jumped at his shouts, but hearing his disgusting words, she blushed and grew enraged. I'm too young for that, the girl cried. She was only 10 years old, and the ways of a man and a woman wasn't something she was allowed to have or know too well. Even though she knew the doings of her parents in their private time, she knew what she should and should not do. Therefore, she was vehemently against being told off in such a way. FFT, you're too young to suck candy? Haha, must be a baby with no teeth, the dirty man commented, a grin on his face as he rose up with mocking eyes, not even concerned that his insult made little sense as sucking required no teeth. No, not that, she argued once more. Her gift of gab wasn't too strong, nor was her experience. Then what? Huh? What are you too young for? The dirty man's eyes lit up as his interest grew. I doubt you know, the girl shyly responded, unable to repeat what he said. I know nothing. If you can't say it because you're embarrassed, then it must be true. You should run along and do that. Mocking her with laughter, the dirty man pretended to once more sleep, even going as far as to snore loudly. You! The little girl wanted to stomp her feet, but they dangled and she couldn't reach the ground. Instead, she slammed her dainty fist on the bench, but the impact caused her expression to change. Her eyes welled with tears, as a wave of pain emanated from her fist. She had struck knuckle down, inducing such pain. She got up and gave one venomous glare at the man before leaving. She hatefully said, That's why you're homeless now, you stupid mean head. Just you wait. With a true stomp, she left with tears. Homeless, the dirty man softly muttered. He felt a tinge of pain in his heart when he heard that word. Rubbing his head, he felt a tickle of pain within. Opening his eyes, he revealed a set of silver orbs that was brilliant and bright. However, deep within was confusion. Where am I? Suddenly, those bright eyes became infused with intelligence. The slovenly man stood up, his eyes scanning his surroundings, and then a moment of comprehension dawned. Your name's Waiwayan. How did you get here? Your memory, your brain. Waiwayan touched his head and noticed that his skull had healed, no longer a dent within, and so had his flesh. However, my hearts of Kai, they've gone dormant. He could barely sense his hearts of Kai, but they were still within his Danshan. However, it was bereft of Kai, and no energy actively circulated throughout his body. If it wasn't for his strength and body, he could be considered as a non-cultivator. Even his meridians and internal cells no longer seemed the same. They contained a unique elemental, saber, and world force within. If he was inspected by someone now and before the incident, no one would believe they were the same person. My memory is suffering an acute state of deterioration, and I'm forgetting myself. Moments like these are rare, and they happen, but I don't know how long my last one was. For the last while, his memory had been like a light switch or a broken record. He had become aware of it on his exceptionally clear days, like today, where he recalled all of his forgotten memories at once. He couldn't believe some of the things he'd done, influenced by his lack of memory, and therefore his sense of self. There's something wrong with my brain and mind's eye, and I can't heal it, because my hearts of Kai is lacking. I need something to change it, so I made several plans. I'm here, waiting for the crane. Waiwayan now remembered. He had 73 clear days, each spanning from an hour to less than a few minutes. With each one, the time for his sense of clarity seemed to be getting shorter, but the time between was extending. It's been at least 2 years. At least from what I gathered 3 clarities ago. If my assumption is correct, then it's been at least 4 months since my last moment of clarity. The crane should have been back by now. Damn it. If this continues, I'll lose my sense of self completely and die a pathetic, lackluster life. The level of frustration in his heart was palpable, but what could he do? He didn't have enough time to travel to the Scarlet Solaris sect, or even determine his current location in any meaningful way. Even the crane wasn't sure how to return, and if he forgets, he could just pass the sect completely or worse. This terrified him, and he needed to ensure his recovery and safety above all, even against his sect. Who knew if someone would meet him en route and kill him in hopes of obtaining his so-called cultivation treasure? This made him even more unsure of how to proceed, so he devised 3 failsafes. One relied on karmic luck, one relied on the crane, and one relied on a sequence of events occurring perfectly. The crane was the most reliable, and when he checked his karmic luck value and saw that it remained the same, his heart knew his first plan had failed. If none of these plans worked, then he could only pray someone healed him or his hearts of Kai somehow recovered so elemental energy could circulate throughout his body. Suddenly, he felt a tingling pain within his head. It was like a falling gate that was keeping out his memories, and no matter how hard he tried to resist, they were being sealed behind it. Slowly, the light within his eyes dimmed, replaced by a sleepy expression. He looked around with shock and curiosity. Why am I in this village? Getting up, Waiwayan poorly dusted himself off and started to walk aimlessly away. When the little girl came with her big brother, who seemed ready to kick some ass, Waiwayan had long since vanished as his feet and unclear mind brought him elsewhere. Several days later, a white crane large enough to hold 6 people on its back landed in the village. Its long neck shifted left and right, its beak sweeping the area where Waiwayan once sat. Area, is he here or not? We've been searching for him for the last month, you know, an adult woman said exasperatedly. She was wearing a green and gold robe. A violet cauldron with a green tree growing out of it was etched into her back. She was tall, had a somewhat flat chest, incredibly perky ass however, and a thin body. Her brown eyes and hair accentuated her girl next door vibe. The crane cried, trying to indicate that Waiwayan was indeed here before, just not now. Area, you better uphold your promise. As long as I find your previous master and send him to the sect, you're my mount, the woman said with frustration. Despite saying that, her heart was anxious and excited. This crane had the strength of a K condensation expert at the first phase. If she could have a mount like this, wouldn't her status be extraordinary within the sect? Agree. The crane voiced its agreement with a nod and a bird cry. Then, let's hurry up and find him, the young woman shouted. The crane flapped its wings, causing all the shocked villagers to stare in amazement. With an aerial rise, it took to the skies and tried to locate its master, Waiwayan. Chapter 43. First Calamity. PRRSH. Waiwayan, in his slovenly appearance, was standing next to a lakeside. While whistling, he urinated without a care in the world. The current Waiwayan had no memories of his past, or the dire circumstances of his future. Therefore, in this rare moment, he felt free and happy. He traveled where the wind blew and ate what he wished. The earth became his bed, and the sky became his roof. Giving a little wag, he gave a sigh of relief. Where's all the women at? With this thing's size, I can have any and many. Maybe I should find some. As this thought entered his mind, He started to wag his little man like a dog would wag its tail. He laughed, his tone cheerful and childish. As he whipped it back and forth, another idea came to him. With a little motion, he started to spin it rapidly around. Look, no hands. Letting go of his grip, he started to twist as if showing everyone around him. However, there was no one around him. The world was silent, and not even a peep from the wildlife or wind. It was eerily silent. Wai didn't notice this and continued to have fun. When he got tired, he decided to dive and entered the lake. Surrounding the lake were trees of black wood with leaves of crimson that dripped sanguine liquid that gave the smell of blood. The sky was gray, dull and gloomy. The atmosphere was as if the world was no longer the world. The lake that Wai dived in was exceptionally clear and blue. One could see the very bottom, but when they did, all sorts of images would emerge. Wai floated in this lake, his eyes closed as he felt the refreshingly cold temperature. This continued for a while before he felt a twitch in his leg. He looked downwards and saw images. These images were of his past, of his future, of alternate pasts, of alternate futures. They displayed a variety of things, with people who should elicit all sorts of responses from him. Wai felt like his mind was immersed, unable to be drawn away, and all the things he saw was the undeniable truth of the world. They have happened or will happen. The first image he saw was of a young man, his eyes brilliant and his aura noble. If Wai had his memory, he would recognize this figure as his relative, his older brother. It displayed his brilliant achievements, and even Wai, who had lost his sense of self, felt his blood boil by these events. He silently cheered on this man with gusto, but then an event happened. It led to his death. The death was gruesome, portrayed horrifically. Wai winced, not out of fear, but pity. A hero dies yet again. When's the next show? Wai asked nonchalantly. He had seen these images thousands of times over. Sometimes the events changed. Sometimes the people changed. Sometimes it was their ages, but the events remained the same in terms of ending gruesome and dark. Wai often saw this guy. He had silver eyes, black hair, slightly dark skin, incredibly handsome, well-fit in form, and exuded a calm genius. He had glory and he had failures. Sometimes those glory would coincide with those failures. Wai found this guy to be the most interesting, as the stories were particularly vivid. While he patiently watched these images, he would sometimes get bored and did stuff like dive into the lake. He tried to leave, but this lake surrounded by black trees and blood leaves seemed to form an inescapable maze. No matter where he went, he would come back here and the images would become more vivid. After a while, he just stopped trying to leave and watched these shows for his own entertainment. They were a decent way to pass the time. In fact, Wai could have said to have been here for 7 years and 7 months exactly. This was just one of the 49 areas that led to various forms of remembrance. They came in all forms, where he would take the form of others, or he experienced several groups of people beg for their lives, asking him to kill himself to save them. When Wai thought of those people, he broke out of his immersion and laughed. As if he would give his life for a bunch of strangers. He'll see them in hell. He chuckled softly, but was immediately drawn into the lake-shifting images once more. No matter how graphic or terrifying the images, he could only wince in pity and even sometimes laugh. Some people just died in a hilarious manner, and it amused him to no end. He also saw some that caused him to question females. There was a man who had his head within a woman's crotch, only to have his head pop like a shattered watermelon from her thighs. It truly made him reconsider some things. Pitiful bastard, he kept breaking out of the immersion. However, the images kept trying to draw him in further and further, but continued to fail. A gigantic figure, a shadow, stood above in the gloomy skies. It had multiple, seemingly infinite, amounts of eyes and arms, and they all looked as if they were grasping the world above and below. 2 smaller figures were standing below the shadow. They were both sporting a pair of wings on their backs. One had bright silver wings. They were full, healthy, and filled with brilliantly dazzling feathers. The other had dark crimson wings, thin, dry, and lacked any forms of feathers like a bat. Their faces or bodies weren't clear except for their wings. He actually passed the entire calamity of true loss without a single failure. Is he the first sinner reincarnated? The figure with silver wings said in a rough and gruff voice. That voice trembled slightly as it spoke. The figure with dark crimson wings remained silent, but his figure was visibly trembling, obviously disturbed by what he had just witnessed. This calamity is to have the chosen ones experience the choices of loss, the past of loss, the future of loss, the loss of will, the loss of life, the loss of sanity, and the final loss. With each failure to retain these aspects, they should slowly have their soul deteriorate, until it dissipated within the calamity itself. The silver-winged figure stated, his voice filled with utter disbelief. With each failure, they lose something, but for each success, they gain something. With calamity comes fortune. One who overcomes the challenge of hell shall be benefited by heaven. The silver-winged figure gave a soft sigh as he said. The dark crimson, winged figure abruptly spoke. Out of the 7 stages of loss, including the final stage, there has never been any wielder of the bloodline of sin who has passed all 7 stages of the calamity flawlessly. Until now, the silver-winged figure finished his sentence. At most 3, and the holder of this record had the bloodline of wrath. Filled with rage, he cared not for his past, his life, and had already lost his sanity. There's no way they could affect him, yet he still failed in the others. However, this person has the bloodline of pride. They've never passed more than 1 before. Of course, all you need to do is survive. Some even fail, all of them, but their souls are strong enough. This one hasn't even entered the realm of sages, nor possesses a soul of sin to resist the calamity. How did he resist all 7 trials? This baffling aspect left both of them reeling in almost abject fear, and they had some aversion to even interacting with Wine, like he was the plague of biblical proportions. To them, Wine had traits only the first sinner could or should have. He's finished. The figure with multiple eyes and arms that loomed like a giant shadow declared. The 2 winged figures looked downwards to see Wine doing a carefree backstroke in the dark lake of temporal disaster. They trembled once more and gave a simultaneous sigh. Whether it was one of relief or still induced by fear, no one could tell. "Send him back," the shadow said, shimmering until it vanished. The 2 figures nodded, held hands, and emitted a jet black and bright white light. The world became immersed in light, and Wine opened his eyes to witness this. The light felt warm and peaceful, cold and chaotic, but before he could analyze further, he felt his body shift. Oh, finally. Wine had felt this feeling once before, and that was when all these strange things started happening. He didn't know if he would return to wherever he came from, but this lake was already becoming boring. In that light, he felt his body had landed on solid ground, and the ambient sounds of nature welcomed him. He realized his physical body wasn't wet, but he was naked. "Where's my clothes? Wait. Shit. I forgot it." Recalling taking off his clothes to go for a swim, he cursed. Whoever sent him here stole his clothes. After cursing until he was tired, he rose and looked around him. "Oh, Mousy, you're still here?" Wine noticed a white rat-like creature staring at him with curiosity. It could have been an actual mouse, but it was larger than a beach ball. Wine could ride it if he tightened up a little. This creature had been here when Wine was abducted. He thought with how long time seemed to pass, the creature would have grown old or died, yet here it was. It even had the unique birthmark on its right side that looked like a taco shell. In truth, Wine had been sent elsewhere, but only 7 seconds had passed since he left. Only 7 seconds. Shrugging, he didn't put much thought into it as he lifted himself up and picked a random direction. With a nonchalant gait, he left completely unaware that his mishap with his memories had allowed him to overcome the calamity of hell. On his right arm, the various characters on it shifted rapidly until it stopped. Karmic luck value, 652.5. First calamity, survived 7. Second calamity, suppressed 49 years. Chapter 44, Eden Earth Sect. "Cree!" a white crane cried as it swayed its long neck in every direction. From its eyes, one could see a hint of haste and worry. The young woman on its back had an expression of impatience and disinterest. She glanced around idly, watching the scenery passively. "Is he here?" the young woman asked indifferently. "Cree!" Abruptly, the crane lifted her beak and cried. She revealed eyes of excitement as she faintly caught the scent of Wine, her master. She heavily flapped her wings and took off rapidly. Whoosh! After a few minutes, her eyes caught sight of a naked figure, shoeless and dirty. Figure whistled freely, looking about and touching things in boredom at random. It was as if he was the only person in the world. Crane saw this and immediately knew who it was. When she saw the third leg swaying between his legs, she was even more certain. "Is that him?" the young woman said, her tone skeptical, seeing a dirty man completely naked in the forest. When she had met Arya, the name she had subsequently given the crane, she never would have imagined this type of man, this type of pervert, could be her previous master. "Cree!" A soft cry of reply was followed by a sharp dive towards Wine. Wine had been walking for quite a while. His eyes wandered about without direction as the wind carried his steps. He didn't know who he was or why he was walking, but he liked it, and that was enough. When the cry of the crane was heard, he turned and saw it dive towards him. There was no fear in his eyes watching a bird far larger than him dive towards him. In fact, he cocked his head to the side and smiled. Whitey, he dubbed this crane with a playful smile. When she landed in front of him, he didn't hesitate to walk towards her and reach for her feathers. The crane joyfully cried, pushing her head forward to touch Wine's abdomen with affection. Wine ignored this action and grasped a feather. "Cree!" With a tug, he ruthlessly pulled out a feather. Inspecting it, he started to play with it, sniffing it, caressing his skin with it, and twirling it about. The crane yelped in pain, shocked at Wine's viciousness. To a crane, their feathers were their life, but Wine didn't hesitate to pull one from her beautiful wings. Unfortunately, she could only lower her head, as it would never retaliate against her master. The young woman saw all this happen and pouted, her eyes focused on Wai's body, specifically, his lower area. Her face seemed somewhat flushed, but she didn't look away. Her eyes revealed all sorts of perverted thoughts. Her spiritual sense swept Wai and learned that he wasn't a cultivator. He had no chi fluctuations or spiritual aura, indicating a complete lack of cultivation. Despite that, his body was toned, firm and tall, in all the right places. Only after a while did she awaken from her overactive imagination and asked, "Is this him?" She didn't know the story of why Arya decided to make Wai her master, but seeing as he had no cultivation base to speak of, she didn't really care. Thanks to the animal communion spell, a spiritual spell suited for communicating with beasts, she got the general gist of what Arya wanted. Wai often used this spell, and it was quite common in the cultivation world. "The deal is this. We find your master, find him a place in the sect so he can stay safe, and you're my mount, right?" As if to reaffirm the details of their contract, the young woman questioned. However, her tone was a little odd. The crane turned towards the young woman and nodded, but internally, she felt some disdain. Did this woman not know who her master was? "When he recovered his abilities, we'll see if you want me to be your mount." However, as the instructions left behind by a clear-minded Wai was clear, she openly accepted the conditions. Despite not clearly understanding the cultivation world thoroughly, from Wai's random mutterings, she knew he had attained godhood, and was incredibly strong. She was also there when he killed another god in one blow. As a mount of such a figure, she had her own developed sense of pride and dignity. In fact, her intelligence was growing just being around him. Even she didn't understand it. "You. Yeah, you. Come on, we're leaving." The young woman beckoned for Wai's attention and gestured for him to come up. Wai saw her and gave her a harmless smile, reminiscent of a blissful idiot. He didn't hesitate to follow her, the crane lowering itself to accommodate his lift, and he comfortably sat on her broad back. "My name's Chu Lingxi. You can call me Senior Sister Lingxi." She introduced herself, but Wai only kept his idiot smile. His head started turning elsewhere in interest. His hands roamed the feathers of the crane, and an itch to pull emerged in his heart. But he didn't. Instead, he caressed it more and more. He liked the softness and texture of the crane's feathers and flesh on his skin. "Mute, that's fine. When we get to the sect, I'll have them find some clothes for you." She smiled sweetly at the nude and dirty Wai. Her eyes flashed a dangerous glow as she once more glanced at Wai's body from top to bottom. When he turned away, she licked her lips slightly. "Let's go, Arya," she said, and with a flap of her wings, the crane took to the skies magnificently. South of Wu country, the prestigious Xin country was located. Its strength was slightly weaker than the Wu country, but no wars took place. This was because the imperial family of Xin and many of its sects are not defined by strength, but legacy of other skills. The country was known for its practice and mastery of the alchemic Dao. Alchemy was a legacy of creation, transformation, and combination. Through a myriad of materials from the world, alchemists create pills, pellets, elixirs, and paste. The 4 states of alchemy. These items can bolster cultivation base, recover chi, heal the body or spirit, or even the exact opposite in the form of poisons. Not only that, but pellets are often defensive and offensive items, giving alchemists a variety of tools to fight with. Because of this, the Xin country was graciously accepted and perceived as neutral by the surrounding countries. Not once has war been declared upon it, nor will it ever, as it supplied alchemic products to all the myriad forces of the various countries for usage, and even upper-tier members required its support. In fact, it was known to have dealings with the elven race and other races as well, being a perfectly neutral country. In this country, there were many different sects, palaces, towers, clans or academies, all of which had their own legacies or derivatives of such. One such sect was a sect similar to the 5 great sects of the Wu country in terms of status in the Xin country. It was called the Eden Earth sect. They specialized in the unique set of alchemical arts called the Eden creation method. There were many forces that derived their own legacies from this method, but even still, the sect remained at the top. A white crane flew towards this sect with 2 people sitting atop its back. She revealed a relieved expression as she saw the sights before her. A grand tree, reaching 20 kilometers high, pierced upwards into the sky in clouds like a godly mountain. Its crown and leaves were gargantuan, with thick branches capable of holding entire cities. In fact, the branches actually held various buildings and structures. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the tree's branches had been dug through and became somewhat like an intricate underground network that allowed travel to various locations of the tree. At the branches, there were window-like pieces missing that showed a dark depth. At times, green leaf vessels would flash through these tree tunnels carrying all sorts of people or items. A dense aura of wood energy could be felt from the surroundings, one filled with an abundance of power and vitality. The total area of this tree exceeded the Scarlet Solaris sect's Scarlet Mountain in both height and width. The only difference was there were no special material birthed naturally from the tree, only a dense form of wood energy. This is the Eden Earth sect, Chu Lingxi proudly exclaimed as she introduced Wai Wine to their current location. This is your new home, she smiled as she looked towards Wai Wine. When she saw his odd expression, a deep sense of pride emerged in her heart. Wai Wine truly gawked at the sight. His silver eyes were wide as he inspected the tree with rapt attention. However, he didn't speak. Instead, he remained silent, like a mute. In fact, he didn't speak because the girl assumed he was a mute. He felt like playing a prank on her, so he decided to never speak to her. As they flew towards the sect, a leaf nearly 5 meters long and 3 meters wide soared towards them. It radiated a form of energy and a unique formation. It seemed the leaf propelled itself by relying on the dense atmospheric wood energy and innate wind energies produced by some object embedded at the center of the leaf. It arrived next to them, revealing a woman. She had short, cut hair, dressed in light green and white light battle armor, and had a stern expression. When she arrived, she halted them with a gesture. Halt. Chu Lingxi expected this, instructing Arya to stay where they were in midair. A trace of respect and solemnness appeared on her face as she met this woman. She was a member of the Verdant Valkyries, a specialized group of female elites that handled the affairs of the sect, including its security. Each member of that group had talent, and not in alchemy, but in combat. They could often fight people above their cultivation level to a certain extent, giving them a great reputation. Even she wished to become one, as her alchemic talent wasn't the best, and neither was her overall cultivation talent, but at least she had hope. Greetings, she respectfully clasped her hands and bowed slightly. To do this to a guard showed how much she respected them. The female guard seemed used to this, and ignored it. She inspected the crane and Wai Wine, who was naked. Her eyes narrowed, a trace of coldness within. That was until her spiritual sense swept by and felt him utterly lacking in cultivation. Not only was this dirty man approaching 30 years in age, he hadn't a lick of cultivation to show for it. Then, she only revealed a confused look. Glancing towards Chu Lingxi, name, rank, and purpose. Chu Lingxi quickly replied, Chu Lingxi, inner disciple of the Verdant Way Hall, and to induct a member as an honorary disciple. Him, she answered without a single lapse in words, producing a token of status, and pointing at Wai Wine at the end of it. A slight wrinkle appeared on the brow of the Verdant Valkyrie, but she only shook her head as her imagination wandered. You may go. Like a flying leaf in the wind, the Verdant Valkyrie left. Chu Lingxi sighed inwardly as she directed Arya to fly. One day, I'll become one of you. Chu Lingxi swore in her heart. Chapter 45. Herbal Boy. Splash! Wai Wine played within a wooden bath, his eyes filled with wonder as he scrubbed his body with a beige loofah. The water had a tinge of green, filled with wood energy, and felt wonderful on the skin. It had already been half an hour since he entered the bath. The room he was in had walls constructed from tree bark, its texture smoothed out by some form of sanding method. It had a single door and large enough to hold a dozen people. Ha! Ha! A woman walked into the bath with clear steps, drawing Wai Wine's attention. It was Chu Lingxi. Her thin body swayed over with what seemed like a sweet smile. When she saw the cleaned Wai Wine, she was deeply shocked, her heart fluttering. Wai Wine's silver eyes contained a hint of purity and brilliance unlike any she'd ever seen. His muscles were like sculptured marble, and his handsomeness couldn't be more vibrant. She gulped without much thought, her heart filled with all sorts of fire. Wai Wine softly smiled at this woman. This toothless smile revealed even more of his good looks. However, if he did open his mouth, she would shockingly find him with fractured teeth and missing ones. As he hadn't been able to heal or use pills, he lacked the ability to regrow them. All right, Chu Lingxi collected herself. She held an outfit of brown and white. It was similar to hers in design outside of its color scheme. This was the designated uniform for all honorary disciples of the sect. In frank terms, honorary disciples were mostly free labor and servants in any sect. If Wai Wine could remember his time in the Scarlet Solaris sect, he would recall the utter lack of status and value these disciples had. They were numerous, nameless, and unimportant. However, the Wai Wine today didn't seem to care much. In fact, he got up and walked towards Chu Lingxi with his gaze fixated on the clothing. The fabric seemed soft. He liked soft things. Chu Lingxi said, I've handled your processing. You're an honorary disciple of the Verdant Way Hall, a disciple of the Eden Earth sect starting today. She handed him the set of robes and a parchment. On the surface of the parchment were the words, Eden Earth's 180 rules. Wai Wine grabbed the robes and quickly started to place them on himself. It wasn't long before he was dressed. His movements seemed practiced, as if done simply by muscle memory. The outfit suited him perfectly, being tight around the right areas, and loose in others. Good, Chu Lingxi commented as she watched Wai Wine dress without restraint. She already had some plans, but she had her heart burst with a trace of heat. Then, she looked at a ring on her pinky. This ring was without embedded jewelry, and was pure white. Etched in its 4 directions, it had a single red character, companion. When she looked towards this ring, her emotions became complex. She looked towards Wai, felt that he lacked any form of cultivation, and his body left her heart and body blazing hot. He was vulnerable and a mute. This left a very rare opportunity for her, and considering what she was going to give him to, she felt that it was a now or never moment. A devious desire birthed was often like a seed of inevitability. These robes are a little loose, let senior sister Linksy help you with that. She motioned and slowly removed Wai's clothes once more. Wai was somewhat confused, but since she gave him the robes, he didn't reject. Before long, he was once more naked. Chu Lingxi's eyes grew misty as she started to take off her robes. Her thin body and pert ass revealed itself fully. Her tall form, flat chest, and womanly curves were all clearly shown for Wai to see and appreciate. She bit her lower lip, seductively revealing her desires, and caressed Wai's face with her right hand, while her left hand touched something far beyond the average standard of man. Let senior sister Linksy make you feel good, don't you want that? Her words were actually without much need, as Wai's body had already responded, and was at full attention. At this point, whether she would be able to get away from Wai was another matter altogether. Inspired, Wai just took the cues and embraced her fully. His lips met hers, and with a surprised yelp, the bathroom was filled with sensual sounds. He followed his instincts completely. An aroma of yin and yang permeated within the bath. About an hour later, Wai had refitted himself in his sect attire, feeling the fabric with full attention. He really loved this fabric's texture. It wasn't as soft as the crane's feathers, but it was close. While he praised his attire, Chu Lingxi was fixing her hair in front of the mirror placed in the bath. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright, and her body thoroughly sated. She soundlessly smiled and chuckled, recalling what had happened. She had never felt like that before, and she didn't know what to make of it. Then, her expression changed as she thought of her plans, and became somewhat regretful. I should have waited a few weeks. With a soft sigh tainted with regret, her mood noticeably dropped. Come, let's go, she said, pulling Wai out of the bath. This was her personal room, fashioned within the Tree of Eden, and given to her when she became an inner disciple. When they walked out of her room, Wai saw the outside once more. This was a place within the tree's large body. There were light stones placed above that provided abundant light. This stone seemed to draw energy from the sun and moon, giving off solar light in the daytime and lunar light during the night. Even though he couldn't see the sky, based on the brightness of that stone above, he knew it was midday. It was a majestic feeling. Chu Lingxi decided to explain the sect situation. The Eden Earth sect is divided into 16 halls. Each hall has their own speciality and disciples from honorary, outer, inner, and core. There are also the upper echelon members, the elders, vice, hall masters, and hall masters. The 16 halls were divided into 2 paths, generalized and specialized. You're a part of the Verdant Way Hall, one of the 8 halls that is known for its generalized abilities. They train alchemy, combat, and herbal growth. Amongst these 3, it focuses a little greater on herbal growth. These herbs are used by the entire sect and even sold, meaning it has some profit. You'll be one of the core disciples' herbal boys. You'll handle the caring of and retrieval of various forms of herbs. Your life will be herbs, your breath will be herbs, and you'll cultivate for herbs. However, you'll be safe and live a fulfilling life of accomplishment. As she explained this, Wai didn't fully understand, but he was filled with curiosity. Herbs were plants filled with medicinal energies, and could be used for alchemy in pills, elixirs, paste, and pellets. The term herb was quite broad, as it incorporated any plant life that could be used for alchemic methods. This meant even normal grass could be classified as an herb, or even moss. It was simply a matter of whether it was useful for alchemy or not. Even if a flower was grand and beautiful, if it had no alchemic value, it was not considered an herb. Therefore, while it was broad, it was also very specific. In the mortal world, any plant that could be used was considered an herb. They walked for a bit, traveling through the paved streets, and made their way into a rather large palace. This palace had a huge sign, Yanlin Palace. Wai gawked at the calligraphic beauty of the strokes. The elegance and pride that exuded from it was praiseworthy. It left him curious about who wrote it. Chu Lingxi smiled bitterly seeing the sign. A flash of guilt entered her eyes as she saw Wai's reaction. However, her gaze turned firm and resolute. She had obtained area, and with this, she could obtain greater benefits. At the doors of the palace were 2 men. They were thin, young, and handsome. They looked more like flower boys than guards. Even their expressions felt unnatural despite the seriousness within and the weapons they wielded. Inner disciple Chu Lingxi has an offering for Princess Yanlin, Chu Lingxi humbly announced. The 2 guards had their expressions change as they looked towards Wai. Nearly undetectable, a flash of pity and sadness emerged in their eyes. They, however, quickly receded their emotions and nodded indifferently as if conditioned to do so. They opened the door and gestured for them to enter in unison. Wai felt their movements were instinctual and natural, as if their purpose in life was to open the door. Chu Lingxi pulled Wai Waiyan along, and he entered the palace. When he saw the inside, he couldn't help but be bedazzled. The entry hall was wide and filled with a sense of symmetry. There were stone busts and pillars, paintings and sculptures of exquisite design. They looked rare and beautiful, filled with meaning and stories. He had an urge to rush up and touch everything, but Chu Lingxi kept her hands firmly grasped on his forearm. Unless he pulled away forcefully, he couldn't. He pouted his lips slightly and followed along. As they walked further and further in, he realized there were many guards, and they were all handsome and youthful, and all male. A large double door was at the end of the hall, and Chu Lingxi walked forward, but before she could say a word, the doors opened and revealed the inside area. It was a beautiful botanical garden filled with dense wood and medicinal energies. A rushing wave of pleasant aroma hit them. Chu Lingxi's tense expression grew lax, and Wai Waiyan exclaimed in shock. He touched his abdomen. He had just felt a jolt, but it was brief and light. A trace of confusion entered his eyes, but before he could think any further, a soft voice sounded, "Come in." The voice was light, and made one's guard subconsciously drop. Chu Lingxi grabbed Wai Waiyan and pulled them inside. The garden wasn't empty. In fact, it was filled with people. They were male, all handsome and of various ages, tending to the garden. They would sometimes use their hands, and other times use their kai. The kai they used seemed to be special, as he saw a flower draw towards it as if it was an animal being fed. It absorbed the streams of kai and trembled as if in happiness. His eyes were keen, and he noticed its growth had extended by at least a millimeter. There were all sorts of herbs in this garden. He saw one filled with fiery energy. Some even swayed continuously, without wind, and there was a very large flower that emitted a dense earthen aura. A path of stones went through the forest until it reached the central area. There, a throne was placed upon a stair-like platform. On this throne was a figure, an old man. His gray hair and eyes gave him a sense of dense wisdom. He was old, but he had no wrinkles, and gave off an unnatural feeling, as if something within him wasn't entirely proper. Chu Lingxi clasped her hands and bowed in greeting. Inner disciple Chu Lingxi greets Elder Zhao. Her words were soft and filled with respect. The old man looked towards Chu Lingxi briefly, but turned those wise eyes towards Wai Waiyan. Looking at Wai Waiyan, those eyes lit up. His handsome visage, youthful aura, and strong body elicited a nod of approval from the old man. This caused Chu Lingxi to sigh in relief. She had been worried if Wai Waiyan would be accepted. He had no cultivation, and was nearly 30, so she had her worries. Luckily, Wai Waiyan looked young for his age. She attributed it to good genetics. The old man rose from his throne, retrieved a storage ring from a basket beside him that seemed filled with them, and threw it towards Chu Lingxi. With a clap, Chu Lingxi caught it, her eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. As she swept her spiritual sense into the storage space, her breathing became heavy. With this, reaching the second stage of kai condensation was a certainty. No wonder people continued to offer boys to this Yanlan palace. She bowed in gratitude. "You can go," Elder Zhao shooed her away with an indifferent gesture. Chu Lingxi smiled and was about to leave, but when she tried to leave, Wai Waiyan followed her, causing her to stop. She looked at Wai Waiyan and felt all sorts of emotions. "You have to stay here. This is your new home, okay? You'll be safe here," she quietly said. Wai Waiyan cocked his head to the side and nodded. He turned towards this old man of his and smiled a toothless smile. Witnessing this, Chu Lingxi felt a pit form in her heart. Not only did she sell him off, but she used him in his vulnerable state. However, when she thought back to the benefits in the ring, all those feelings faded, and that pit filled with satisfaction. Without a look back, she left. Chapter 46. Talented. Elder Zhao walked down from the platform. When he arrived next to Wai Waiyan, he inspected him with both his eyes and spiritual sense. Wai Waiyan felt the spiritual sense and the man's aura from his close proximity. He carried traces of elemental energies, indicating his cultivation was only at the third phase, elemental birth of the ki condensation realm. "Your body is quite odd. You have no kai to speak of, but your body seemed to have been tempered with various energies. Did an elemental cultivator empower your physique?" The more the elder inspected Wai Waiyan, the more he felt intrigued. "Your meridians are closed, your danshan is unawakened, but your body is quite strong. You're suitable for cultivation." Elder Zhao nodded to himself as he stated his assessment. "However, your life aura is nearly 30. Even if you reach kai condensation, you'll likely have various difficulties ahead of you. That being said, your age is too old to be a part of the guards. You also have no cultivation, so being an efficient herbal boy is useless. While you're suited, we'll have to start from scratch. Otherwise, Yanlin would be quite enraged." Wai Waiyan's eyes remained fixed on the man, not really understanding anything he was saying. He was like an innocent baby chick just paying attention to the events around him. Elder Zhao beckoned for Wai Waiyan to follow him as he took a paved path, his steps slow and steady. As they walked, Elder Zhao described all that he saw and Wai Waiyan's future. Firstly, herbal boys were a profession, that incorporated innate yang energies with Kai, using a variety of Kai arts to bolster the growth of herbs. Because of its yang requirements, only males could be members of this profession. They all would be cultivated to the second stage of Kai condensation, external flow, by very forceful means before being placed into work. They would then spend hour after hour, day after day, feeding the plants their Kai for growth. In doing so, the herbs could be harvested years if not decades sooner. It was a profession that needed to exist. Luckily, unlike women's primal yin, unless the man's primal yang was forcefully extracted, it would continuously replenish itself. Therefore, they could do so continuously. With the appropriate cultivation method, they could even speed up the recovery of their yang energies. As a herbal boy, he would truly be safe, but also very restricted. According to what Elder Zhao said, he would continue as an herbal boy until 60. At that point, one's yang would usually start to deteriorate in quality and quantity, unless one reached the yang growth phase of Kai condensation. However, at that point, his innate yang would be too weak and his bodily talent would deteriorate. At that time, he would need to find a job elsewhere. In fact, Elder Zhao was once an herbal boy. When he spoke of this, his expression turned nostalgic. Wai Wan listened attentively. He was quite curious about all this. His first thoughts were that this old man liked young boys, so he kept only that type in the garden. But now he realized it was more than that. Secondly, the master of this palace was called Yan Lin, a female core disciple of the Verdant Wei Hall and daughter of the vice hall master Yan Yue. She didn't visit much. In fact, she avoided this place quite religiously. Elder Zhao also seemed to have quite the loose lips as he whispered to Wai Wan about how Yan Lin had been taken advantage of by a young, handsome man in an herbal garden when she was younger. Unfortunately, she needed this palace for her own cultivation and profits, so despite its affiliation with her ill experience, she couldn't discard it. Elder Zhao quietly laughed. In fact, the more he talked and the more Wai Wan attentively listened, the more he learned. Elder Zhao had been the herbal boy of the vice hall master Yan Yue when he was younger, and now he worked for her daughter. It was an interesting way of fate. They talked for quite a while, giving Wai Wan all sorts of miscellaneous information. They soon arrived at a location within the palace. At the gates was an old woman who was quite on the heavy side. She chewed a piece of gum ferociously with lazy eyes, not caring about her appearance. She seemed to be guarding a door in this palace. Elder Zhao arrived and smiled. "Elder Ming, how's that gum?" His smile and gaze turned playful as he spoke, but he only received a cold snort as a response. Elder Ming seemed to be unwilling to have any of what Elder Zhao was offering. Revealing an expression of such a pity, no fun, Elder Zhao turned towards Wai Wan and said, "This is a cultivation invigoration chamber. As long as you step into here, your cultivation will rise to the second stage of Kai condensation." Wai Wan looked towards the door and his eyes blinked. Was this chamber so wondrous? However, how could it be? Cultivating in this chamber would convert one's innate yin into pure energy used to bolster one's cultivation. At that point, not only will one be unable to give birth to life, but they would never be able to reach the fourth stage of Kai condensation, yin form, in their lifetime. For those who are already at that phase, their cultivation would drop immediately. The price would not be worth the reward. Herbal boys, however, had long since given up their talent for cultivation and work. The old woman glanced at Wai Wan and saw his silver eyes. Her expression flickered. With a very scratchy voice, "Have you tested the boy's alchemic rating?" When she said this, Elder Zhao raised an inquisitive brow, and then an expression of shock followed by a palm smack to his forehead. Indeed, he had forgotten. An alchemic rating was one's suitability towards developing an alchemic heart of Kai. Alchemic energy was hard to define, but it contained extraction, growth, containment, and refinement, creation, transformation, and fusion abilities. It was quite suited for herbal boys, and obviously, alchemists. In fact, the alchemic heart was similar to the divine heart. The only difference was its inherent qualities. An alchemic heart would make it so that no Kai produced could have offensive properties. Even if you amassed a ball of Kai and smashed it onto a baby, absolutely no harm would be done. In fact, the Kai would be absorbed into its pores and be beneficial to its growth. However, in exchange, one's meridians, spiritual sense, physical body, and perception would all benefit from the alchemical energies, allowing their talent in alchemy to soar to the sky. The cost was that one's battle potential would be absolutely zero, zilch, nada, completely without any. Your entire life would be under the protection of someone else. After all, cultivators could only create one heart of Kai. Elder Zhao retrieved a dull, gray stone. When he held it, it released a faint trace of white light. This was an alchemical stone, and it could gauge one's responsiveness towards alchemical energies. That being said, alchemists don't use this to determine if they can or cannot be alchemists. Alchemy was an art form that used all sorts of tools and materials via experience earned. As for alchemical energies, that was something no cultivator with ambition would ever cultivate willingly. While their skills with alchemy would be heaven-defying and their path easy, they would forever be at another's beck and call, unable to protect themselves in a world where the strong dominated the weak. Even the pills they made for cultivation would be mostly useless to them, as a stronger cultivation offered little benefit. Those who cultivated alchemical energies were exchanging immense talent for being enslaved, essentially. After all, your entire purpose in life within a world of cultivation would be to practice the alchemic Dao. Even herbal boys could leave the sect at 60 and rule a small area with their second stage of Kai condensation cultivation base. They could establish a harem, build a clan, establish a sect or more. That was because they had strength. Wai didn't understand this, so when the stone was given to him, he grabbed it without hesitation. His eyes were lit up by the bright white light the stone emitted. Elder Ming and Elder Zhao's eyes immediately widened in shock. The white stone was so bright. It was like a miniature sun. They had never seen that before. He suited. Elder Zhao had complicated emotions as he exclaimed. Being suited was like asking to be a slave for life, living your life practicing alchemy at the orders of another. Elder Ming added, extremely. Chapter 47, 3rd, Alchemic Heart. 3. Wai sat quietly in a chair. He was outside a room, in a long hall, still within the Verdant Way Hall. In front of him was a closed door to another room, and within that room was Elder Zhao. Wai looked towards the door and saw the small sign that said, Yan Yue. After several minutes, Elder Zhao exited the room and beckoned for him to follow. He had a smile on his face, as if he had just been rewarded greatly. Indeed he had. Bringing an alchemic talent such as Wai here lets him see great gains. You'll be going to the Verdant Pill Dao Hall. No longer will you be an herbal boy, but a true alchemist. Elder Zhao seemed excited, which made Wai excited. He only understood a little bit of what alchemy was and what it meant to be an alchemist. However, Elder Zhao praised it heavily, so it meant it had to be good. When his talent for alchemical energies was determined, it had nearly caused Elder Ming and Elder Zhao to have a heart attack. Supposedly, there had only been 3 people who had such alchemic talent, and one of them was the young master of the Eden Earth sect, so there was no way for him to practice it. After all, he knew how valuable and the horrific truth of that this power had. As for the second, it was someone who had found out in the same manner as Wai, but he disappeared soon after. In truth, Elder Zhao had held back that the second discovery committed suicide immediately upon finding out. After all, it was the same as being an enslaved cripple. An alchemic heart made cultivation mostly pointless, and one's life would be determined by another. Your entire existence would be to benefit another. What's worse, he didn't have a choice in the matter, so he took his own life. The courage to do so was rather respectable. As for Wai, because he currently didn't understand pretty much anything about cultivation or the world, he didn't care. This gave them a very rare opportunity to birth a genius alchemist loyal to the Eden Earth sect. With a few methods, they could have him devote his life and limitless alchemic potential to the sect. This was why Wai was sent directly to the Verdant Pill Dao Hall, the #1 hall for alchemy. There, he will learn the core legacies of the sect, be given the most instructive path, and be led to the top of his potential. A few days later, Wai was seated on a prayer mat with crossed legs. In front of him was a middle-aged man dressed in green and rainbow robes, and who regarded himself as the vice-hall master of the Verdant Pill Dao Hall, Jian Ying. In truth, the past few days were a blur. That was because he had once again lost his memories. This very moment, was when he awoke anew. So, your potential won't be affected. Concentrate, and let the true alchemic mat take over. Understood? Ju Ying had a warm smile on his face, obviously revealing a patient and loving appearance to bring about a good impression. After all, they didn't want Wai to commit suicide. Wai saw that warm smile, and because of it, like a newborn child, he nodded without argument. Good. Ju Ying smiled and left, leaving Wai in this large, dull gray room with just a colorful prayer mat beneath him. The mat started to release a droning sound that echoed endlessly in his ears and heart. He felt the world shift in a way that was indescribable. It felt wondrous and free, yet controlled and forceful. He looked at his arm. He realized he was naked, his head cocked as he analyzed it. The arm had traces of rainbow light flowing through his blood vessels and flesh. He looked downwards and saw bits of light, like fast-moving ants, travel towards from the edges of the mat and enter his body. He felt an unprecedented sensation of freedom. He didn't feel like he was sitting, but he was flying in the sky like the legendary Rock of Legend. It wasn't long before his body released a sound of decompression, and he felt his body, specifically, his meridians awaken once more. The lights entered his mind, and he felt a sensation of serenity. In his imagination, he saw a saber, locked behind ethereal chains of his own creation. It was sealed, but it trembled heavily, trying to free itself and return. He felt that it was 2 in 1, and an incredible sense of familiarity emerged in his thoughts. A silhouette formed beside the chained saber. It looked human and revealed powerful and calm eyes. Is that me? He questioned himself, but no answer was given. He didn't know how he looked. When he thought about that, he tried to inspect himself in the space and realized he was mist. He had no physical form like the saber or the figure, but a bundle of nascent mind energy birthed anew. The saber trembled, and he turned his attention. A mist much like himself was at its tip. When he saw that, his heart pounded in fear. The mist was being eaten, devoured by the saber. Was that his fate? He didn't want that fate. Rainbow lights emerged in the space, drawing towards him, and ignoring the chained saber. He looked at the rainbow lights and felt like he could be saved. Without hesitation, he leapt towards the mist with everything. Ah! Awakening from his mind's eye, he inhaled deeply in a moment of relishing being alive. When he did, he noticed his senses had changed. His body contained a unique rainbow energy, a rainbow core and Kai. There was an indistinguishable object surrounded by the rainbow core, and it seemed attuned to his body, mind, essence, and soul. You've done it! You're amazing! Juying was in front of him, smiling gladly, while spouting endless praise. Waiwayan had given birth to an alchemic heart of Kai, raising to the second stage of Kai condensation, external flow phase, in the matter of months. At first he thought it would take years, but his talent was truly fascinating. Waiwayan smiled. He survived. He wouldn't be devoured by that saber. He could live. As he thought this, a deep, unfathomable emotion appeared in his heart. He was free. However, just as he thought this, his expression turned blank. In his mind's eye, Waiwayan's true self roared with panic, using its all to pull the Waiwayan from before towards him. The Waiwayan from before, the one who met the crane, arrived at the Eden Earth sect, couldn't resist the pull of its mind, and entered their mind's eyes, and later was devoured by the true Waiwayan. The moment it was pulled into the mind's eye, the true Waiwayan had taken temporary control of his body to completely merge his meridians and physical essence using the Haven Heart K method. Since his catastrophic incident, his flesh and meridians had changed greatly, no longer being the same, and primed for another execution of the method. As for mind, the mist was a nascent form of a mind he didn't need to split. After waiting so long, he found this opportunity and directly attempted to seize control. Of course, he could only take over for a few months and not actively. He could only drive his body towards a certain direction, and practice the Haven Heart K method instinctively. Despite that very limited control, because of his elemental saber life securing art, he had changed the substructural composition of his meridians and physical essence, so it was far easier than he thought. With a new essence and matter, a fresh mind, all he needed was his soul. Due to his newly devised method, he didn't need to sever his spirit, but draw upon his soul directly once more. He had created a third spirit. As he devoured the mist that was the new Waiwayan, he was connected briefly with his alchemic heart of Kai. Alchemical energy was rainbow-colored and embodied 7 traits: extraction, growth, containment, refinement, creation, transformation, and fusion. While these were its 7 traits, many were rather broad in their abilities. For example, transformation and creation both included recovery and production of new things, such as cells. With his everything, he connected his alchemic heart of Kai with his 2 other hearts of Kai. It was just this action that he could do before the chains restraining his mental image grew stricter, making him once more sealed within his own mind's eye. As he was sealed, a mist formed from within his mind's eye by some unknown force, as it had done hundreds of times already, producing a new mind. Waiwayan became helpless seeing this, unsure of what or how this was even happening. He didn't understand why he was sealed, or why his mind's eye kept producing fresh minds. At first he thought it was damage to his brain, but that had long since been healed. It was far more complex than just that. However, he knew that, as long as he continued devouring those newly produced minds, he wouldn't be replaced. He was afraid, deeply afraid, that one of those new minds would become the new him, which was why he devoured them without question before they could fully develop. Unfortunately, he had to time it right, otherwise, he stayed in his mind's eye, watching as the fresh mind grew, filled with knowledge and sometimes even a distinctive trace of personality. When he felt it might become a threat, he would go all out to draw it in, wiping its slate clean. The only benefit was that all its knowledge and memories would become his, and so he hadn't missed anything in his life. However, when he recalled the Calamity trial, all those horrific, crushing memories, his heart nearly shattered into 1,000 pieces. Those memories were vivid, and if he faced any of those as himself, perhaps he would have immediately failed the trial. With his fragile soul, death was a certainty. He got immensely lucky. While chained by these unknown shackles within his mind's eye, he continued to look at the growth of his new mind, unable to tell what was happening on the outside. He didn't have a good grasp of time, but he could tell the knowledge portion of this new mind was growing rapidly. He was about to devour it, but he hesitated. If it was growing at such a rapid rate, then that meant he was learning, being taught. If he devoured it now, he would lose the ability to grow. He would have to start over. Should he risk it? Thinking about it for a bit, gritting his teeth, he became decisive. He will risk it. The Eden Earth sect was one of, if not, the top alchemist sect in the Zen country, and that's saying something considering the innumerable legacies and alchemists in its territory. While the previous him didn't understand the implication of an alchemic heart of Kai, how could he not? They wanted to enslave him, make him a tool to craft high-level pills, elixirs, pastes and pellets for them. If he learned their methods, his alchemic talent would rise to its limits. Unlike others, he had 2 other hearts of Kai and 6th phase cultivation base. He didn't fear them. The moment he recovered, he would leave. Therefore, he decided to take the risk of being replaced despite his fears. He watched the mist grow firmer and firmer, his mind anxious at the rate of its growth. Hopefully, it's just knowledge and skill, not memories and personality development. Fortunately, the sect only wanted a puppet, so they didn't care about his personality. As long as he wasn't suicidal, that was already a blessing. Oh, Wai felt strange. His body was changing. He frowned as he also felt a tingle. This was familiar to him. It was the loss of karmic luck. A lucky chance. As he thought of this, he hoped this version of him could grasp it completely. Unfortunately, he didn't know if it was a tiny or large chance, but it's been a while since his last one in who knows how many years. Come on, see room. A sound erupted within his mind's eye space. The mist rapidly started to transform into something else. What? No. Wai panicked. With his true self seal, if his mind's eye gave birth to another complete mind, it could become completely independent to himself, and if he was unsealed, he could develop multiple personality disorder, or even worse, it could try devouring him and succeed. He couldn't allow that to happen. He absolutely couldn't. The risk from before went on for far too long. He had to take action. With a soundless roar, his mental image transformed into a silhouette of himself and grasped towards the transforming mist. It was pulled towards him, but it was incredibly difficult. He felt this self was becoming more and more tangible, growing outside of his control. He opened his mouth and roared with his entire mental being. The space quivered as waves of oscillating energy emerged from his mouth. They started to flow towards Wai. You want to devour me? A voice, one that didn't seem like his, echoed from the mist. What? His eyes flashed as he came to a realization. His expression became frightened, and true horror emerged in his heart. Someone was trying to invade his mind? He was in the process of being possessed. This was way outside of his expectations, but it only fueled his desire even further. If this person entered his mind, he would no longer be him in any sense of the word. He sucked in, drawing upon the full strength of both his minds. The transforming mist screamed, shouted, cursed, and was pulled in slowly. It fought vigorously, but it couldn't pull away. Its shape became more distinct, however. It was a tree. When Wai saw this, he nearly had his mind collapsed with shock. Wasn't this the Tree of Eden? What the fuck? As he retained the memories of his previous selves, he knew this was the exact shape of the Tree of Eden, the headquarters of the Eden Earth sect. You agreed to allow me to take over you. You agreed. Why, or even how, are you even doing this? The Tree of Eden spoke, its voice filled with the same horror that suffused Wai's heart. After all, Wai had not only agreed, but allowed him to directly claim his mind. The Tree of Eden was flabbergasted. How could he be trying to devour him? His mind was already his. It made absolutely zero fucking sense to it. No, please. I'm sorry for tricking you, but don't kill me. The Tree of Eden begged upon seeing his situation, but Wai didn't care. In fact, the Tree of Eden should be able to, with a thought, abolish Wai's mental strength like it was nothing. The issue lay in that it took over a mist of Wai giving over complete control somehow. In the same way Wai devoured the other minds of his, the Tree of Eden was unable to break whatever mysterious force that allowed it. It couldn't fight back, and the fact it could even resist for this brief time showed how incredibly strong it was. Yet, it was useless. Die. Wai's eyes turned cold. In fact, a sense of deadly crisis emerged in his heart when he heard the Tree of Eden's words. He knew his ignorant self had foolishly been tricked by this old fox of a tree, and gave up his mind. He directly pulled the Tree of Eden into the tip of his saber that was his true mind, and devoured it ruthlessly. Chapter 48. Tree of Eden. The Tree of Eden was a unique existence, a sentient entity born from a Dao of the mind. In the world, there were 3,000 types of Dao beneath the heavens, and each Dao was further divided into 3,000 Daos, which once more divided in such a manner. The Daos that Wai knew of were the Dao of sin, the Dao of material, the Dao of weapons, and the Dao of mind. These were only 4 of the Heavenly Daos, but they were grand and vast. The Dao of sin wasn't one he was particularly familiar with, but he knew it embodied the antithesis of action regarding the 3,000 commandments of the Heavenly Daos. If one went against the rules of heaven, they would be practicing sin. The Dao of material, as said by the apparition of the myriad war Dao palace, was that it encompassed the entirety of creation from the world. This included the elements and unnatural sources like the scarlet cave formed by the scarlet Solaris mountain. Then, there was the Dao of weapons. It encompassed the entirety of war and all its tools. This included things like a trebuchet or sword. All things that could be formed by man to kill or harm was within this Dao. The one that still left him in a state of question was the mind Dao, said to encompass all forms of enlightenment. The tree of Eden did not have a soul, but it did have a sea of consciousness. It did have a mind's eye, thoughts and memories, but without a soul, it could not cultivate, and it could only live according to natural laws. It was an existence that had birthed a Dao of the mind. It called its unique Dao Eden's remorse. It could see the world in its vastness, but only such. Forever will it remain tethered to this world. Lo and behold its woe. It regretted being born as a tree, forcefully being used by others, being cut into, forcefully inhabited, and treated like property. A day, over 500,000 years ago, a seed was planted. By whom or how, it was unknown. This seed used its instincts to absorb the moisture and nutrients of the world to develop. It grew roots. Slowly, day after day, week after week, it worked hard. Its desire was to feel the light. When it grew, a small green head sprouted from the ground. It was merely a strand and two splitting leaves, a sapling. The sun, it had now felt it. It was miraculous, extraordinary and warm, like a parent's embrace. It helped it generate its own food, cared for it, and watched it grow. The sun was its father, forceful and all-encompassing, while the moon was its mother, gentle and looming. The sapling grew into a beautiful sprout. It glistened with a verdant green luster. Then suddenly, it met a catastrophe. An animal, basic in intelligence and form, crushed it beneath its feet, nearly taking its life. While it did not have ears nor did it have a spiritual sense, it recalled the vibration of the world. Through this vibration, it would soon come to understand what it was and why it was crushed. A battle had taken place, and a human had crushed him beneath its feet in carelessness as it begged for its life. That was the first day it tasted blood instead of water. Luckily it was strong. It healed and continued to grow, returning into the beautiful sprout it had once been. The sun remained, the moon remained, and so did the humans. As it wished to grow, it was constantly in the way. As it became a young tree, a human had taken it as a training post, smashing its fist into him over and over. It was painful and horrifying. He was beaten without pause, all for the sake of this human life form, ripped in two and forced to handle its insecurities and anger. It had nearly been broken into two one day, and then abandoned. That was its only solace in its state of near death. However, it still wanted to grow. It wanted to reach the skies, meet its mother and father. As this desire grew, so did its form. As it healed, its body expanded and grew. Then suddenly, it bore fruit. These were products of its desire to produce, to bring more of itself into the world. Unfortunately, because of these fruits, those humans returned. They claimed the fruits for themselves, greedy and unwilling to stop killing its eggs. Those fruits weren't meant for them to eat, they were for it to have a family. They were his family. Their greed and ambitions knew no bounds, and they cared only for itself. However, it was innately peaceful, pacifistic in its belief, and attempted to find a better solution. It drew upon the energy of the sun and the moon, of the earth, and grew. It continued to grow. Before long, it had become a grand tree capable of standing fiercely over the world. That's when the humans congregated at its base. They meditated, worshipped, and prayed to it. They treated it like a god. These people, these humans, were different. They didn't harm it, but gave it offerings. As they did, so did its desire to grow and spread out its influence to these fine creatures. Then, it suffered a severe injury. A giant beast attacked one day, nearly destroying it, and the humans fought to defend, but in the end, they left in defeat. The giant beast soon left as well, finding other prey to hunt. The humans soon returned. They prayed, offered, and did what they could to heal it. It was grateful. It knew that it had not been abandoned. Then, when they grew frustrated that his healing was taking too long, they discussed in their homes all sorts of solutions. One day, a young girl, about 13 years old, was brought before the tree in holy clothing. The girl prayed to it for 3 days and 3 nights, and the humans did something unthinkable. They beheaded the woman, sprinkled her organs and blood at the base of the tree. It didn't know what they were doing or why. It hated the taste of blood, but it couldn't stop them. They acted as if they heard its voice, performing all sorts of sacrificial offerings of young children who had holy auras. It wasn't long before it healed fully, but that was its natural growth speed. The blood, the deaths, it did nothing. However, as it grew, the less humans were sacrificed, so it grew. It desired to grow more and more, so it would no longer witness such atrocities. Time passed, and it grew bigger and bigger. Its aura became grander. As it grew to a point, the humans marveled at it, sat in its surroundings in droves, sometimes tens of thousands at a time. It was peaceful once more. It could now grow in peace, until it could reach its mother and father. Then, a battle once more occurred. This time, it wasn't sacrifices, as the newly arrived humans slaughtered the inhabitants of the tree. This happened not just once, but many times. The group that sat beneath its leaves would sometimes stay, sometimes go, or be replaced by an entirely new group. It no longer kept count but just wanted to grow. This time it could get away from humans. From these beasts who seeked blood and death. Then it happened. The humans no longer remained at the base. They dug into its chest, drilled into its feet, climbed into its limbs and stationed themselves there. They treated him without care, constantly injuring it to keep their pathways and palaces safe. All sorts of odd things formed inside it, changed it, and soon, somehow, it developed a mind. It didn't know if it always had one, but it could now, under specific circumstances, communicate. It communicated with the leader of these humans, but instead of helping it, the leader used its intelligence to his advantage. It was threatened with an axe fire and further harm. It was a slave to humans now, and it couldn't retaliate. It knew that its life was over. It was just a piece of property. They drew upon its life force, wood energy, and innate vitality using a variety of formations for their own benefit, or to kill. Then, it met a young boy. He was innocent and free, and followed along like a puppet, and offered no defense. It knew that the young boy was also weak, his life no longer his own, and felt sorrowful for his fate. An idea soon was born. What if it could leave? As it drew upon its memories, the vastness of such accompanied the lectures and conversations of all the humans that lived on and in it. It learned a unique art called mind possession. It could merge the aspect of the mind into another willing subject, and if it worked, it could take over its body. So it devised a plan. When the boy was brought to its roots to cultivate, it grew more brazen. If it became human, it could move, fly, and see its parents. It would be free. However, it wouldn't leave it at that. It would take everything that was his and give it to the child, and cause all those evil humans to suffer. Its mind was now filled with opportunity and motive. When the young boy arrived, it communicated with him and realized he was more than willing to do so. After some lies, some coaxing, some benefits, the boy conceded his mind. Poor, however, it was vicious. It drew the entirety of its life force and wood energy nurtured for countless years into a single runic mark. It placed the runic mark on the boy's heart, its vital organ, drawing the vast power into it smoothly. With this, he could not only cultivate, but retain its natural force. However, that meant the damage to the tree would be abrupt and sudden, and the entirety of the tree would collapse the moment his mind was condensed and left the tree. The buildings, tunnels, and everything beneath it will be met with total destruction from the near instantaneous collapse of its gigantic body. They deserve it. They all deserve it. Despicable humans, filthy, disgusting, horrifying, and vicious things they were. They all mercilessly fed off him, used his energy, cultivated using his life force, and forced him to help their cultivation when they discovered his intelligence. They made him a slave. It didn't know when it started nursing thoughts of hatred and disgust. Perhaps it was when he was threatened. Perhaps it was when that human stepped on his small, fragile sapling body without any care. Regardless, its mind had become filled with hatred. Wine inhaled deeply as he was awoken from his memories. No, not his memories, but the memories of the Tree of Eden. Without hesitation, he felt his face and body. He was happy to realize that his teeth had once more become perfect. An overwhelming sense of excitement surged into his heart as he thought about what had happened. He didn't know how, but after devouring the Tree of Eden, he had enough strength to shatter the chains that sealed his original mind. He now was himself, and only himself. Tears dropped down from his eyes like a stream. The amount of happiness in him caused his pride and dignity to be worthless as he cried, without restraint, "I'm alive!" He roared fiercely, but then he felt something was off. He recalled a certain aspect of the Tree of Eden's memories, and his eyes widened in shock. "I need to leave." With that, he didn't hesitate to dash into a nearby tunnel. He was currently in the roots of the Tree of Eden, and a tunnel was formed by the tree so it had an escape route. It knew that when its mind had left the tree, it would result in a catastrophic calamity for all those living on or within the tree. He couldn't care to warn them. He didn't have the time, so he urged his physical body to the maximum as he dashed away. His body felt incredibly light. He frowned as he analyzed his body, and felt a powerful force within his heart. It throbbed with boundless life force and wood energy. This was the mark left behind by the Tree of Eden, its entire power and quintessence. While he knew it was pretty much passive, it would constantly nourish his body and give incredible benefits. Creak! Looking at the tunnel, his heart pounded. He rushed forward even faster. After an hour of running, he finally exited the tunnel. When he did, he drew upon his full cultivation base and whistled in a unique way. Wheat! Come on! He cried, turning around. He saw the giant Tree of Eden tens of miles away. It looked normal, but he knew that in a short moment, the entirety of the tree would collapse. He gulped. Creak! It released a loud sound like a squeaky door, and then, without any warning, the tree that nearly touched the sky fell apart like a house of cards. Chapter 49, Eden Kai, Mind Dao. A chaotic trembling reverberated beneath his feet, as a unique rhythm of the collapsed pieces of the Tree of Eden smashed into the earth. An utter cataclysmic wave of dust and loose rocks formed like an oceanic wave after an earthquake. He could see the dust cloud approach at speeds that left him bewildered. Before he could even garner a reaction, him, who stood tens of miles away, was battered by the resulting clouds of dust and dirt. He didn't even bother shielding himself, as he simply felt the force from the collapse. The quaking of the earth lasted several minutes before it ceased. He didn't hear any screams or see any rays of light soar away from the destruction. All soon subsided into silence. He felt a distinct lack of life. He watched millions of lives end in mere minutes. Why Wayne wasn't someone with a saint's conscience, and felt a need to blame himself for matters like this. After all, while he was partially responsible, the situation could have happened with anyone. Not to mention, even if he did tell all those people the circumstances of what happened, would they believe him? Who knows? The Godlord might have locked him up and searched his memories. If that happened, he would have definitely either been a retard or died alongside them. Pause for a moment and think what would happen if they did believe him. Could they evacuate millions of people in the span of an hour, the majority of which were low-level cultivators or mortals? Absolutely not. Therefore, he only felt it was a pity that the Tree of Eden felt that this was necessary. However, when he recalled its memories, even he felt some hatred for humans, their irresponsibility, and penchant for abusing things they considered beneath them. When they discovered the tree had gained a mind, they enslaved it for generations and forced it to help them. That was incredibly selfish. Couldn't help but think if the Scarlet Solaris Mountain had similar thoughts. Did a mountain or every plant have memories as vivid as the Tree of Eden, or was it just a special circumstance due to it forming a mind of its own? When he recalled those memories, he felt that the incident of blood splashing on it as a sapling was why and how it gained a mind. Whoever bled must have had an incredible bloodline to give a tree sentience. At that moment, it seemed like it gained an intelligence, and as time passed, it questioned things around it and watched intently through a unique form of perception. He looked at the destruction in the distance and sat down. He was going to wait for the crane to return. If it didn't, then its death was fated. He sighed as he inspected himself. Due to the sequence of events and unique circumstances, he now had 3 hearts of Kai: Divine Heart of Elemental Kai, Divine Heart of Saber Kai, and Alchemic Heart of wait what? He frowned. The 3rd heart of Kai was missing. He started to panic. With haste, he searched his Danshan deeply, trying to find his 3rd formed heart of Kai. He found nothing. He was speechless. He tried to recall the events. He knew that from his understanding of time gauged from his memories, he was 36 years old. He had spent over 7 years studying the alchemic Dao in the Eden Earth sect, practicing the signature Eden creation method. It incorporated top-tier refining, concoction, and creation techniques for alchemy. He had over 1,031 recipes of pills, 390 pastes, 877 elixirs, and 108 pellets in his mind. They included the very core of the Eden Earth sect's legacy. According to his memories, due to his alchemic heart of Kai and natural talent in alchemy, he had risen quickly through the Eden Earth sect. He had even met the sect leader, and was given personal instruction from him. He had fashioned top-tier pills, pellets, elixirs, and pastes for the sect. His former name was quite well known as even the surrounding sects wished to meet and exchange pointers with him. Supposedly, he had engaged in several high-level competitions amongst alchemists, and always placed in the top 3. Someone had even tried to kill him, but his tempered body was far too difficult to handle. After all, with his body alone, he could face mortal gods. This wasn't something that could be dismissed by his lack of self. He had entered the roots of the Tree of Eden for training, as it contained a deep wood energy, and they wanted him to birth wood Kai. But he couldn't do so. The reason was simple. All the wood energy would subtly be absorbed by the divine heart of elemental Kai to help recover itself. While both of his hearts of Kai had been restored, they remained dormant and in hiding. Even if the previous him tried to control them, it couldn't. After all, they were connected to one of his 2 minds, not its. Since he devoured the other self's mind, he now had the ability to control all 3 hearts of Kai. While he was still only 2 minds merged, he had devoured countless smaller selves. Giving a deep sigh, he felt completely out of tune with his body. It's been 10 years since he'd had full control, and many things had happened since then. It was like he watched others live his life in his body. It was horrifying. Even if he lost his 3rd heart of Kai, it was fine, as long as he was himself. Bop! Just as he thought that, he felt a smashing sensation in his head. His eyes widened as he grew horrified. His first thoughts were that he would be sealed again, so he hastily entered his sea of consciousness within his mind's eye, and felt the situation with absolute caution. What? He exclaimed in shock. In his mind's eye, he saw something that shouldn't be there. His heart of Kai. Directly below his mental avatar of a saber, he saw a cyclone of metaphysical Kai with a rainbow color rotating calmly. It was far more ghostly looking than any of his other hearts of Kai. A heart of Kai can exist in one's sea of consciousness. When, as he questioned this, he inspected his heart of Kai and came to an understanding. I can't believe it. My alchemic heart of Kai seemed to have a unique quality that is similar to the aura of the Tree of Eden. Was it because I absorbed it that the heart of Kai changed, or was it changed by the Tree of Eden unintentionally when it entered my mind, or established that runic mark? As he pondered this, he sighed. The memories he had allowed him to know that the Tree of Eden did not intend to do this. Since it had the Tree of Eden's aura, and was mind-based, he would call this new heart of Kai the alchemic heart of Eden Kai. So, what does this mean for my Kai? As he focused his mind to connect with this new alchemic heart of Eden Kai, he suddenly felt a rumble. A strand of Kai exited his mind and entered his body at a speed similar to the electrical impulses sent from the brain to the body. It was faster than his other hearts of Kai by quite a bit. This Kai strand was soon externalized into the air, and he felt that it had an alchemical aura, one suitable for the 7 traits of alchemy, and contained a unique mental force. My heart of Kai is normal, but its cultivation base isn't shared by my other hearts of Kai. As he thought of that, he realized he would need to raise his cultivation base once more. Unfortunately, because of the divine heart of elemental Kai quietly absorbing all elemental energies, it couldn't reach the 3rd phase of Kai condensation, elemental birth. However, now that he had regained control over his other hearts, he should be able to use the divine heart of elemental Kai and its pure elemental energies to infuse it with various energies and birth the elements. He still needed fresh yin and yang energy, however, he sighed, sitting down and started to cultivate. He was curious how his divine heart of elemental Kai could bestow his other alchemic heart of Eden Kai. He extracted a small portion of elemental energy and tried to send it to his mind's eye. But the moment it tried to enter his fleshy brain, his eyes flashed with bright lights, and he nearly fainted. Gritting his teeth, he realized sending pure elemental energy to the brain in such a direct manner was like stabbing it with a needle. It induced horrific pain. Of course, elemental energies aren't metaphysical, but a flow of energy. It can't just enter the mind's eye. If that's the case, does it mean my alchemic heart of Kai is stuck at the 2nd phase of Kai condensation? These mutterings caused his heart to drop. If that was the case, that would truly be unfortunate. Wait. His eyes lit up as he started executing the externalized heart Kai method. His divine heart of elemental Kai left his body through his mouth and hovered there. It was lively and pulsated excitement. Wai warmly smiled. Good to see you too. For some reason, he felt that his spirits had their own consciousness. They were like clones that could deeply communicate with him. With them by his side, he never felt alone. Wai then tried to use the externalized heart Kai method on the alchemic heart of Eden Kai. With barely any difficulty, it exited smoothly from his mind's eye, leaving from his glabella. When it left, it trembled as it faced the sky, looking at the sun. The cyclone gave off a sense of melancholy. Wai took a deep breath and felt even more so that Eden had influenced it, and his spirit somehow. He scented a thought, and it faced him. Let's exchange energies here, he said, but when the divine heart of elemental Kai sent a strand of elemental energy over, the alchemic heart of Eden Kai dodged it swiftly. It floated around, expressing its disapproval of this type of action. What's wrong? Wai frowned as he questioned. He realized this heart of Kai was far more intelligent than the others. The alchemic heart of Eden Kai communicated with him, and he immediately understood. He directed the divine heart of elemental Kai to enter his mind's eye. It revealed confusion, but didn't refuse. It sped towards his glabella and vanished. Wai didn't think it would work, but it did. His heart of Kai was surrounded by metaphysical Kai, which was both false and true, but more so, they were constructed from his mind, and had ease of access and influence. They could enter and exit as they pleased. The alchemic heart of Eden Kai gave a happy shake, and hurriedly entered his mind's eye. An exchange of energy immediately occurred. Since the energy wasn't directed towards his brain or flesh, there was no obstruction within his sea of consciousness. They exchanged energy freely, but it was much slower than before. In fact, the cultivation speed of the alchemic heart of Eden Kai was about as fast as his normal refinement speed before he gave birth to 2 hearts of Kai. I see, this is different as it's true cultivation. It'll take time, so it couldn't just stay outside without protection. This thing is smart, he commented after realizing the awareness of the spirit. Free. His eyes suddenly opened, and he smiled with elation. You're alive. Chapter 50. The Adventures of the Crane. Over 7 years ago, the crane had brought its master, Wai to the Eden Earth sect. When she arrived, she believed that it would be shortly before Wai regained himself, and they returned home. Unfortunately, a sequence of unpredictable events led it to a very interesting fate. When Xulingxi returned, she abided by the agreement and became her mount. It was okay, but a far cry from the treatment Wai gave her, so she inwardly felt disdain for this woman. However, as time passed, Xulingxi ascended to the 2nd stage of Kai condensation, external flow phase. Her status underwent a subtle shift. Then, the treatment she received was much better. She had her full of nourishing food created by alchemists. There were all sorts of meaty paste and colorful liquid given to her. She actually for a while thought the treatment here wasn't so bad. Even her strength rose as her white feathers became brighter and her body enlarged. This continued for a few months before Chu Lingxi accepted a mission that required her to leave the sect. As her mount, she had to follow along. As they flew with a group of others, a sudden betrayal occurred. She didn't understand it well, but a man had a very vengeful expression as he drove a blade through Chu Lingxi's heart. The other members of the group only watched with indifference, some even laughed. Thoughts of humans were frightening. The crane was horrified by this, taking off immediately. They followed, attempting to hunt her down. She had then been forced into an epic chase for her life. In truth, they probably just wanted to tame her, but she didn't dare risk it. She flew fast and true, using her instincts and intelligence to evade their pursuit. After several days, she escaped with some luck. Unfortunately, she was lost and couldn't return to the sect. She wasn't sure when or if Wai would heal, and so it was quite dangerous for her. The only option was to survive, stay nearby, and hope Wai would find her when the time came. And so, she survived. The nights were cold, and the days were filled with struggles for food. She missed the safety and comfort of a roof and Wai. While they traveled, he had various tools to create a fire or use his kai to help make the environment comfortable. He also had immense power and could stay anywhere or fashion a cave from any mountain surface. It was incredibly convenient. She could also sleep in peace knowing Wai had set up protections unlike now. One day, while she slept in a grassland, a group of cultivators ambushed her with a net. The net was heavy and clung to her feathers. She struggled to escape, but it was merely a futile exertion on her part. While she did injure and even kill a few of her captors, she was still caught in the end. She was forcefully brought before a strong-looking musky man. The man gave some hyperbolic speech about taming her through any means, but the crane was smart. When the man gave an order, she followed. Why did she need to be tortured? She wasn't some strong-willed animal that wouldn't bend to anyone but her master. That was dumb, and she would survive using whatever means it took. This was also something Wai, her true master, had taught her: be adaptable. The man was incredibly shocked at her swift responsiveness and submissive nature, but was happy nevertheless. This allowed her to avoid many painful sessions or even death. During the next 3 years, she was in this man's service. She had been tasked as a warrior beast, not just transportation. Supposedly, her strength rivaled the top experts in the area and generated pressure on the other forces. She was ridden into battle by the man in full armor. Her visage was elegant yet fierce. She killed who she was asked to, and flew where she was asked to. She found this to be quite enjoyable, especially when she stomped on heads, causing them to explode like a squashed watermelon. They were pathetically weak, unlike her true master. Unfortunately, humans seemed to be vicious beyond belief. One night at the end of those 3 years, the musky man had brought a young woman into his bedroom. That very day, he was dead. Supposedly, from what she garnered from the conversation and gossip of others, he had brought in an assassin who had been planted with a virus. A beautiful woman with a disease that was directly transmitted sexually and highly fatal to men. It was interesting but unfortunate. With his death, she was taken in by the man's son, who was even more vicious than the father. After a few months, the crane saw the same woman enter his bedroom. She thought about doing something, but shrugged in the end. It wasn't her life. Predictably, the son died of the same disease. At that point, she decided to just leave. No one could stop her, and the entire force was in the midst of fierce civil war and vicious battles. Their territory and land was being taken over by others, especially with the father and son dead. There was a lot of internal strife. She was done. With a flap of her gigantic wings, she took to the skies and didn't come back. She pondered whether to return to the sect, but decided against it. However, it was best to linger nearby until her true master called for her. She believed he would. Payne's luck wasn't that bad. The next 4 years were quite peaceful, and she was smarter now, not allowing herself to be ambushed. She'd only sleep in hard-to-reach places for those without wings, and was a lot more aware of her surroundings. She avoided humans mostly and kept to herself. One day, she found a tree. This tree had a low-hanging fruit. It was only one fruit, and the fruit was golden. Curious, she walked up to it and poked at it with her beak. When she realized it smelled normal and nothing happened, she swallowed it whole. Over the next few months, her beak and eyes slowly turned golden in color. When she looked in the lake and noticed the changes, she was hysterical. Even more, her body started to expand and felt like it was filled with endless energy. She grew 3 times her size, and was like a towering existence. At this point, she could rival the black cranes back home. She didn't know how strong she was, but it was an extraordinary feeling. What she didn't know was that Wai was nearby at that moment, his scent covered in a medicinal smell. He had activated a karmic lucky chance, but it was for her originally. In the world of karmic luck, oftentimes it wasn't just the wielder that benefited, but those close to them. Her finding the fruit when she did was a lucky chance by extension. If Wai had his normal degree of caution, he would have noticed the golden fruit and given it to the crane or another valuable beast. Her changes were quite interesting. She realized she could send out a beam of golden energy from her beak. This beam was powerful and explosive. An invincible feeling emerged in her heart. She played around a little, becoming the queen of the nearby flying beasts. Her reign was majestic. These small birds that were barely the size of her wings bowed in deterrence. Was this what it felt like to have power? To be unrivaled? Her heart throbbed with endless excitement. She started to delegate her tasks to these lesser beasts. Food was brought to her, including setting up a boundary for her to safely sleep. She had her own territory and ruled it. All the humans that entered it left their lives behind. Then, she heard a sound that she remembered all too well. Wheat. Why whine? She abandoned everything and flew towards it instantly. Despite being tens of miles away, she had heard the sound as clear as a loud whisper in the ear. It was familiar and melodious to the ears. Before long, she saw Why seated. She cried with joy. They can finally go home.